Let me show you a story about a total nobody who comes back to become an absolute legend. In his past life, Zeke Draker was useless, unable to become a knight, and was abandoned by his own clan to fend for himself. He ended up as a wandering mercenary, living day to day. But you know what? They say no guts, no glory. He made the insane decision to steal from the Emperor himself. The result? He got jumped by the Emperor's men and turned into a human pin cushion. But as he was dying, his blood accidentally triggered the dragon's soul awakening system. When he opened his eyes again, he found he traveled back in time to his past self. Absolutely unreal. This time, though, he's not weak anymore. He's been blessed with a super rare self-healing skill, one of the most broken in the series. Any injury that would cripple a normal person is nothing to him as long as he's not dead, he's good to go. So now our main character has his youth back, but with all the experience of his past life, basically a pro-level player smurfing in the rookie servers. Shortly after, the butler informs Zeke Draker that the clan will be holding a crucial test in a few days. They'll be evaluating everyone's abilities through a series of one-on-one combat matches. The winners get the clan's full support and resources, while the losers get left in the dust. On the day of the test, everyone gathers at the arena. The moment Zeke Draker appears, the other kids sneer at him, but our guy couldn't care less. These wannabes can only talk trash from the sidelines. In the ring, Zeke Draker is on a whole different level. After watching the other kids show off for a bit, it's finally Zeke Draker's turn. His opponent is a brown-haired kid named Leon. In his previous life, Leon had bullied Zeke Draker countless times, even forcing him to kneel at his feet like a dog. But this time around, pay close attention, because this is where everything flips. The moment Leon sees Zeke Draker, he starts running his mouth again, but before he can even finish, a fist smashes right into his face. This kid had no idea our hero was no longer the weakling he used to be. Leon is furious and immediately lunges forward to tackle him, but before he can make his move, Zeke Draker drives a knee straight into his family jewels. A wave of fear hits him. Leon finally starts to realize he's been completely outclassed, but his pride won't let him accept it, so he keeps attacking recklessly. It's useless. Zeke Draker dodges every single technique with impossible grace. It turns out he didn't just get a healing skill, he also awakened a powerful combat sense. In his eyes, Leon's attacks are moving in slow motion. Zeke Draker effortlessly grabs Leon's arm, then uses all his strength to slam him into the ground, shattering the arena floor into 1,000 pieces. And even though Leon has lost the will to fight, Zeke Draker doesn't stop. To avenge his past self, he unleashes a brutal barrage of kicks and punches on Leon's weak points, making him scream in agony. Watching this, everyone in the crowd feels a cold chill run down their spine. After getting served a knuckle sandwich, Leon stops moving. The match is over, and the victory belongs to Zeke Draker. But the other kids are still arrogant, refusing to accept what they just saw. From the crowd, a smug-looking boy named Giachen steps up and challenges Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker agrees, but says one is too boring. He tells Giachen to bring his servant up with him at the same time, just to speed things up. Both Giachen and Liam are stunned by this insanely arrogant proposal. Giachen's face darkens with pure rage, feeling completely disrespected. He roars, "Did you just insult me?" Zeke Draker flashes a bright, mocking smile. "Yeah, I did, you moron. Did you really need to ask?" Those words were like gasoline on a fire. Giachen trembles with rage, veins popping on his forehead, his eyes filled with killing intent. He screams, "I am going to kill you." Just as the tension reaches its boiling point, the instructor, Panmac, steps in. "Do not move until I give the signal." Zeke Draker just gives a casual, "Okay," and gets into a fighting stance, ready for 2 opponents. The instructor bellows, "Prepare." Zeke Draker stares directly at Liam Stone, thinking to himself how interesting it is to meet him here again. You and I are looking at a future legend, the king of mercenaries, Liam. In Zeke Draker's memories of his past life, Liam was just Giachen's servant when they entered the academy. As a distant relative, Liam was neglected, denied a proper education. He once begged on his knees for a chance to take advanced classes at Valhalla Academy but was rejected. After that, Liam joined a knightly order in a small nation called Baranong. When Baranong fell, he became a wanderer and eventually a mercenary. In that chaotic era, where everyone flocked to the strong, Liam proved his worth. After years of fighting, he became a Crimson Knight and founded his own group, the Stone Mercenaries. Liam went on to unite the 3 largest mercenary guilds and was soon hailed as the king of mercenaries. When the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, Liam officially entered the Great Continental War. Zeke Draker remembers how he and his northern allies once had to face Liam as mortal enemies, but in this new life, Zeke Draker believes things can be different. The instructor's voice shouts, "Begin." The second the match starts, Giachen charges forward. Zeke Draker, however, stands perfectly still with an air of absolute indifference. He calmly repeats his earlier warning, I told you to come at me together, didn't I? Instantly, a violent purple aura erupts from his small body. Giachen throws a powerful high kick, but in Zeke Draker's eyes, the attack is slow and full of openings. He dodges it easily and mocks him. You think I'd fall for such a telegraphed move? You should look before you kick. Giachen's attack misses completely, and he starts to feel the pressure bearing down. In the blink of an eye, Zeke Draker vanishes. He reappears right next to Giachen, asking coldly, "Where are you looking?" This sudden appearance even stuns Liam Stone, who was watching from the sidelines. Realizing the imminent danger, Liam is forced to intervene, raising his hands to block Zeke Draker's purple flame punch as a massive explosion erupts from the impact. Zeke Draker looks straight into Liam's trembling eyes and lets out a tiny smirk. "Looks like you're a bit too scared. You didn't even see the real attack." It turns out the punch was a feint. Zeke Draker spins, delivering a powerful leg sweep that sends Giachen crashing to his knees. He stands between them, his presence completely overwhelming as he continues his taunt. "This is why I told you to attack together. You alone are nowhere near enough." Seeing Liam still hesitating, Giachen screams furiously, "Liam, kill this bastard." Under pressure from his master, Liam stares at Zeke Draker, his mind reeling in shock. He's 12 years old, just like us. You see that, right? 12 years old with the aura of a final boss. Age is clearly just a number in this world. Liam breaks out in a cold sweat, recognizing the clear disadvantage. The most dangerous thing about fighting him is his insane range. Seeing his reach and control over his aura, Liam knows that standing still would be suicide. He grits his teeth, making a decision. If I let him make the first move, it's over for me. I have to strike first. Liam shoots forward like an arrow, throwing a full power punch straight at Zeke Draker. But Zeke Draker just smirks as a purple light explodes from his own fist. The system immediately announces, "Skill Slash has been activated." In an instant, a flurry of attacks, fast as lightning, rains down upon Liam. Purple afterimages weave together, creating a dense net of pure offense. This is the E-rank skill, Slash. It allows the user to unleash a rapid combo that not only deals damage but also effectively obstructs the opponent's vision. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the students in the stands are absolutely stunned into silence. What in the world was that? At this point, even the instructor Panmak can't hide his utter shock. The instructor explains to the stunned students that they're seeing something completely new, the Northern Fist technique, in a land dominated by the sword. It's an unarmed fighting style so powerful, it can literally tear the air apart, something thought impossible in this region. Zeke Draker glares at his opponent, thinking to himself as pain starts shooting through his joints. He grits his teeth, cursing the weak body he was born with. Just a few moves and his body is already screaming in protest. He might have top-tier skills, but the physique of an untrained 12-year-old is hitting its limit. The real problem, however, is Liam's monstrous body. Across from him, Liam stands like an unmovable mountain, his eyes glowing red and steam rising from his bulging muscles. Zeke Draker is in disbelief. Liam isn't dodging or countering. He's just taking every single hit head-on. He's even more of a beast than when he was the Mercenary King. Despite Zeke Draker's lightning-fast blows, Liam stands firm. Looking down at his own bloody and trembling hand, Zeke Draker feels a bitter reality sink in. My body is about to give out. Seriously, what kind of tank has infinite health? He's like a raid boss. Focusing his purple easy energy into his fist, Zeke Draker's eyes lock onto his target with grim determination. Now I see how tough you really are. So I'll just have to smash through your guard and put you down. With a raw shout, Zeke Draker lunges forward at incredible speed. But Liam catches his arm, hoisting him into the air for a devastating slam. Zeke Draker reacts instantly, driving his knee into the back of Liam's head to break the hold. The system announces that the class skill Heightened Senses has been activated. Using his sharpened senses, Zeke Draker performs a series of flawless aerial acrobatics, wrapping himself around Liam and locking him in a dangerous chokehold. Liam gasps for air while Zeke Draker, with a cold expression, tightens his grip. It doesn't matter how strong you are if your brain can't get oxygen. But just when Zeke Draker thinks he's subdued the future Mercenary King, Liam goes absolutely berserk, raining a storm of punches on Zeke Draker's body. Zeke Draker endures the crushing pain, thinking, "This absolute madman. Liam is like a cornered animal now." The brutal sounds of the chaotic brawl leave everyone watching in total horror. The students in the stands can only hold their breath, faces pale with shock and worry at the fight's sheer ferocity. I bet nobody needs air conditioning with a chill like that running down their spine. A sickening thud echoes as Liam's body finally collapses to the floor, his exhausted breathing ringing out in the dead silence. Zeke Draker stands over his fallen opponent's body and smirks slightly. "Good. I was hoping for at least this much from you. Now you're worthy of being defeated by me." After the intense pancration battle, the scene shifts to the lavish Draco family mansion under a clear blue sky. An elderly butler with white hair and glasses approaches Zeke Draker. He asks with concern. I heard you were seriously injured during the pancration. Are you all right, young master? Zeke Draker casually replies, Yeah, I'm fine. Still worried, the butler bows and asks, If it's not too much trouble, may I check your pulse? Zeke Draker knows exactly what he's up to, checking to see if he's awakened his aura. He nods slightly, waits a moment, then holds out his hand. The butler takes it respectfully. Thank you, young master. The instant their hands touch, a cool blue energy flares to life, enveloping them both. Zeke Draker is stunned. He's a blue knight? This guy is seriously powerful. Zeke Draker realizes how unusual this examination is. Normally, people just check the donjon to see if someone has awakened, but this butler is being incredibly thorough. The blue aura doesn't stop at the donjon. It spreads, illuminating Zeke Draker's entire skeletal system and meridians like a glowing anatomical chart. Now Zeke Draker is really impressed. Just channeling aura into another person's body is hard enough, but to control it with such precision, he has to be at least a blue knight. Okay, so in this world, not all knights are created equal. You're going to want to remember this. They're ranked by power and aura mastery, represented by gemstone colors from white knight novices to higher tiers of red, black, gold, blue, and purple. Most children who haven't undergone the blessing ceremony are just basic white knights, but after the ceremony, all the academy students will awaken their aura. Once they open their donjon and master aura control, they earn the title of knight. It starts with purple knights, who can enhance their swords, and goes to blue knights, who can form entire blades from pure aura. And beyond that is the transcendent realm of legends, like the Mercenary King Liam, an all-powerful Red Knight. Even more shocking, Zeke Draker himself reached that same Red Knight realm in his past life before he was reincarnated. There's even a Black Knight rank, though it's almost a myth. Back in the present, as Decker checks his pulse, Zeke Draker wonders how a man strong enough to be a commander ended up as his personal caretaker. But he quickly realizes something important. It doesn't matter. He can't possibly detect my EZ. Only 2 people in the entire world can even use it. Decker suddenly stiffens, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Young master, are you hiding something from me? The atmosphere turns icy, but Zeke Draker doesn't flinch. Are you hiding something from me? A long, tense silence stretches between the two of them. Finally, Zeke Draker breaks the silence with a faint smile. I'm kidding. Still, Decker can't hide his confusion. Why have you changed so suddenly, young master? Zeke Draker turns away, his tone growing cold and authoritative. That's the wrong question, Decker. You should be asking why it took me until now to change. Many things will be different from now on. Everything will be put in its rightful place. All you need to do is follow me. Faced with this drastic change, Decker bows his head respectfully. Understood, young master. I have prepared the training room as you requested. Zeke Draker nods. Pleased. Good. I like that you're always efficient. Decker backs towards the door, bowing slightly. I'll see you later, young master. Zeke Draker waves his hand dismissively. You may rest. If he's under orders to watch me, then I need to keep him close and feed him information myself. Walking down the silent hallway, Zeke Draker ponders who's really pulling the strings here. The issue is, who ordered him to spy on me? I don't think it's anyone from my mother's side. It must be one of my siblings. He pushes open a door into a vast room, amazed by its luxury. Damn, this is a personal training room. This family really lives up to its reputation. Worth every penny. Looking around at the top-tier equipment, Zeke Draker thinks to himself, but first I should check out that system thing. Instantly, a blue screen materializes in front of him. A low, grade administrator status window. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Rare Healing Mage. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Zeke Draker skims his list of class skills. Heal, Calm, Vitality Recovery, and Heightened Senses. Zeke Draker checks his combat skills. Precise stab and critical hit are at the rookie level, but his slashing skill is already proficient. He wonders, so it levels up the more I use it. Skills are unlocked naturally based on his actions. This means he had these abilities all along. He's getting even more overpowered. He mulls over the difference between regular and class skills, noticing they activate the same way, but then his eyes lock on the final line. Draconian Arts, Unviewable, requires 10 points to unlock. Current Karma points, 0. He touches the screen and a new notification appears. Karma points can be earned by killing monsters. Zeke Draker mutters, monsters, as memories of dark dungeons flood his mind. But he snaps back, I need to become a Violet Knight just to get there. A storm of questions swirls in his mind. He's far more curious about why he was sent back in time and what exactly this system is. This skill and class book confirms it's tied to the family's treasure, but he has way too little information. Zeke Draker sighs, pushing the complicated thoughts away. Whatever. As long as he's got new toys and is getting stronger, He doesn't care if it's the system or his Draco lineage. In this world, two powers reign supreme, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights strengthen aura in their dantian, while mages channel mana through magic circles. The two powers are polar opposites. Awaken one, and you can never awaken the other. Zeke Draker thinks back bitterly on his past life. Unfortunately, I was so unlucky, I couldn't awaken either of them. He was cast out by his family, only meeting his master during those months of wandering. His master taught him many things, but the most useful skills he learned were healing and Aether Circulation. Through Aether Circulation, a technique his master developed, Zeke Draker could harness the raw energy of nature itself. Bathed in the brilliant purple light of Aether, he swings his sword, training hard. But after just 2 hours, his small body hits its limit. Dropping his sword, he falls to his knees, exhausted. Only 2 hours, and I feel like I'm gonna collapse. And then, watch what happens next. The system floods with notifications. Class skill heal activated. Class skill vitality recovery activated. A stream of purple light envelops Zeke Draker's bloodied hand, healing every single wound in an instant. Zeke Draker thinks to himself, healing is an incredibly rare skill. I didn't even know it existed until I met my master. If he used this in front of other people, they'd think he was some kind of freak. That's precisely why he couldn't use it during his earlier fight with Liam. The second he got back to his room, Zeke Draker quickly healed himself. Feeling his strength surge back, he stands up, his eyes filled with determination. All right, now that I'm recovered, let's keep going. He trains tirelessly until the sun finally sets. Zeke Draker sighs, a bit disappointed. It's already time for dinner. He worries about the old butler's watchful eyes. What am I going to tell Decker? He'll think I'm using some kind of hack. A week later, in the grand dining hall, the name Zeke Draker is the center of every conversation. Whispers echo everywhere. Have you heard about Zeke Draker? He's like a completely different person now. Another scoffs, that failure. Some even suspect he dabbled in black magic, but someone immediately shuts that down. Nonsense. I hope he puts some of the stronger guys in their place. Yeah, me too. In the luxurious dining hall, with tables overflowing with food, every curious and calculating eye is fixed on the young master who basically came back from the dead. And trust me, this is where the academy drama gets really interesting. At a lavish table piled high with food, the air is thick with tension. Reina Turun is tearing into a piece of meat with pure fury, looking like she wants to devour the entire world. Owen Zimming sits opposite her, calmly cutting his steak before speaking softly. You may not have an appetite, but you should eat. You need energy for the sword duel. The words sting worse than chili. The other guy grits his teeth and growls. Are you trying to provoke me? Owen maintains his composure, casually lifting a piece of meat to his mouth and replying, I'm just being friendly. But it seems your inferiority complex is quite severe. Unable to stand the humiliation, the young noble slams the table and leaps to his feet, screaming, What did you say? Sending his steak flying. Reina watches the chaos, her eyes practically crackling with electricity. Her patience has clearly hit its limit. In the middle of the meal, Owen stirs the pot again, talking about the one causing chaos in the academy. So, what does everyone think? The moment Zeke Draker's name is mentioned, the mood instantly plummets. Owen smirks while chewing on bread. I'm not so sure. The Pancratian match, while barbaric, was impressive. However, he'll be pathetic when it comes to swordsmanship. What can he possibly do if he can't even hold a sword? Another guy with a sly grin immediately chimes in. Exactly. He's so weak he had to special order his sword because the regular ones are too heavy. The losers start gathering to make excuses for their own failures. One of them clutches his head and whines, not this again, while another grumbles. That's right, there's no way I lost to that low-life trash. I'm sure everyone who watched knows the truth. He slams his fork on the table with a sharp clang and yells resentfully. He only beat me in Pancration, out of pure luck. At the word lucky, Reina, who was looking down, snaps her head up, her aura radiating pure killing intent. Lucky. She shoots to her feet, the pressure silencing everyone around her. Reina glares down at the arrogant nobles with absolute contempt in her voice. If you truly believe that, then none of you have the right to become knights of the Draco family. With that, she turns and walks away, leaving a table of stunned and speechless fools. 1 month after the exam, the blessing ceremony is underway, a huge event where the Draco family awakens their aura. In the arena, the instructor calls out, Zeke Draker, step forward. Zeke Draker strolls out with a gigantic greatsword on his shoulder, sparking whispers in the crowd. That sword? Does he think a bigger weapon makes him stronger? Standing before his opponent, Zeke Draker is completely unfazed. Suddenly, Reina Turun steps out from the ranks, her sharp eyes locked on him. I choose you as my opponent. A wave of killing intent explodes from her like a raging fire, her eyes glowing with a threatening purple light. Zeke Draker just smirks, intrigued. Interesting. I accept. He thinks to himself, this kid stands no chance. The The moment Zeke Draker swings his greatsword, Reina is completely and utterly shocked. He's actually wielding that sword. Facing him now is totally different. This isn't the Zeke Draker she knew, the boy who could barely lift a blade. Zeke Draker's eyes now burn with a mysterious purple glow, radiating incredible pressure. Reina wonders, is it because he's grown, or is it that aura? She shakes her head, trying to dismiss the thought. What am I even saying? I can't let him intimidate me before the fight even starts. Outwardly, she's as confident as ever, but deep down, Reina knows this opponent is no joke. Facing a lightning knight like her is incredibly stressful for anyone. Reina Turun is known as one of the strongest fighters, having already built a reputation for herself in the Continental War. She's hailed as the greatest genius of the Draco family's next generation, being one of the rare few who awaken their aura before the blessing ceremony. And that's who he's up against. You and I both know this is going to be one hell of a showdown. Zeke Draker silently sized up his opponent, knowing she must have awakened her aura years ago, but chose not to use it in the cradle to perfect her fundamentals. Fundamentals, huh? The second the match started, Reina shot forward like a blur. A deafening clang echoed as their swords met, sending sparks flying everywhere. Reina's speed was absolutely insane, as she unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes that tore through the air. Zeke Draker struggled to defend, pushed back so hard his feet carved long gashes in the ground. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, she's even stronger than I predicted. But then, Zeke Draker's eyes flashed with a mysterious purple glow as he noticed something strange. Reina, however, kept up her ferocious, overwhelming assault. From the stands, the students roared with excitement. Don't toy with him. Finish him in one blow. Reina, hearing their chants, she just smirked contemptuously, thinking, idiots. His gaze swept over the clueless rich kids in the crowd, and he realized it looked like Reina was just playing with him. On the stage, the two were still locked in a fierce clash, with every one of Reina's strikes aimed at a vital point. But here's where it gets wild. In Zeke Draker's eyes, everything suddenly shifted as his system activated, turning the space into a glowing blue coordinate grid. It's tight, he thought, but I see an opening. However, a strange pattern emerged. No matter how fast Zeke Draker moved to exploit those openings, Reina's sword was always there to intercept his. And right after, another opening would appear, almost deliberately. Zeke Draker was stunned as he realized the truth. This was a training match, with a target reticle confirming Reina was guiding his every move. Zeke Draker saw right through her plan and thought to himself, she's trying to teach me? The swords clashed again. Reina fell back, her shoulders heaving as she caught her breath. Zeke Draker realized this was how the famed Thunder Knight fought in the cradle. Her swordsmanship was direct, just as you'd expect from someone obsessed with fundamentals. But that obsession? It was also her biggest weakness. Zeke Draker's eyes turned ice cold. In that case, he thought, why don't I help her break it? He suddenly dropped into an extremely low stance. Seeing the strange move, Reina's eyes narrowed, an ultra-low stance. He plans to close the gap in a single move, she thought, confident in her instincts. My speed is on another level. Before she could finish the thought, Zeke Draker shot forward like a bolt of purple lightning, tearing across the space. Reina gasped in shock. He's too fast. A massive, arcing slash came at her. Reina barely managed to raise her sword to block, but the immense pressure shattered the ground beneath her in a deafening explosion. She gritted her teeth, thinking, but that's all he's got. In that instant, Zeke Draker unleashed a surprise tactic, kicking up a cloud of debris straight into Reina's face. The stones blinded her, leaving her wide open. Zeke Draker brought his greatsword down like a thunderbolt. Reina was horrified, realizing she was trapped. A single, desperate thought flashed through her mind, I'm finished. A sharp clang rang out as Zeke Draker's sword was knocked from his hand. It spun through the air before embedding itself in the ground. Below, the students erupted in cheers. Zeke Draker lost. That's Reina for you. She didn't even need to use her aura like usual, but amidst the cheers, the instructor saw the truth. As Zeke Draker's attack closed in, Reina had, in fact, used her aura. A slow-motion memory played out. In that split second, a tiny stream of blue energy had enveloped Reina's sword. The instructor was shocked. It was an amount of aura so small it was almost impossible to detect. Reina had sworn never to use it until she officially joined the academy, yet this kid had forced her to break her own rule. The match seemed over, with Reina standing tall while Zeke Draker staggered. But then Zeke Draker spoke up. What do you think you're doing? Before his opponent could react, he lunged forward, slamming a fist cloaked in purple energy right into Reina's face with a cold declaration. It's not over yet. The surprise punch caught Reina on the chin, drawing blood from her mouth. She collapsed to the floor in pain, completely out of strength. Seeing him use his bare hands in a sword duel, the students in the stands exploded with rage. This is a sword fight. We won't accept such a cowardly attack. That's right. What kind of knight throws away his sword? Insults rained down on Zeke Draker. This is Reina's victory. You have no honor. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. Standing amidst the criticism, Zeke Draker calmly tuned them out. Tisk, a win is a win. At least I'm not a coward like them. He staggered to his feet, looked at Raina clutching her stomach in pain, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Want to continue? I haven't lost yet." Raina thought in disbelief, "He only hit me because I let my guard down." But then, a terrifying truth dawned on her. Let my guard down? If he hadn't used his fist, if he had a dagger in his hand, I would be. Raina froze, realizing that single moment of carelessness could have cost her her life. She closed her eyes, swallowed her pride, and uttered a bitter confession. I have lost. The entire arena fell into a breathless silence. Zeke Draker and Raina stood facing each other amidst the rubble, while the crowd below was still in shock. An announcement rang out like a thunderclap. The winner is Zeke Draker. The boy who, just days ago, was called the trash of humanity had just defeated one of the most talented children from the most prestigious families. And just like that, you and I just watched an outcast completely rewrite the script. Cheers for the underdog echoed through the stands, while Raina, for her part, accepted her defeat with grace. Meanwhile, at a fortress engulfed in flames, William looked at a red-haired man casually sipping tea. "Abel," he said, "there's a war raging out there and you're still having tea?" Abel set his cup down with a sharp click, his cold eyes fixed on a letter. "This Zeke Draker, it says here he defeated Raina." William remained serious as Abel stood up and walked toward a bookshelf with a calculating look. "How long until the initiation ceremony?" Abel asked. William replied, "We have until the next full moon." A small smirk played on Abel's lips as he threw on a brilliant red cloak. "It seems now is a good time to visit home." William asked in shock, "What? You're going there yourself?" Abel's hand tightened on his sword. "He's piqued my curiosity. I'm interested to see what kind of awakening our youngest brother has gone through." Though Zeke Draker's victory sent shockwaves through the cradle, he himself couldn't have cared less. He simply returned to the facility and dove right back into training, as if nothing had happened. "I honestly don't get how my past self became the Crimson Knight with this body." Zeke Draker panted after a grueling session, then gave a quiet command. "Open status window." Instantly, a blue screen appeared with his stats. Zeke Draker. Class: Frostmancer. Rare grade, with the title Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. His combat skills had improved dramatically, with piercing now at veteran E rank. Zeke Draker stood before the mirror, taking it all in. Zeke Draker stares at the notification panel, and just as he expected, one of his skills has broken through to the next mastery level, resetting its proficiency. He realizes he even managed to level up his flexible footwork and gain a new skill mid-battle. Talk about convenient. But then, a sharp knock on the door cuts through his thoughts. Zeke Draker glances toward the door. "Decker, what do you want?" From the other side, Decker's voice calls out, "We're leaving in 2 hours." Zeke Draker casually replies, and soon, the journey begins. Sitting in a carriage heading toward the Primordial River Castle, he looks out the window, thinking it's been a while since he was last at the main residence. This place belongs to the Draker family, located in the territory of Duke Su Choi. Even though the main house is at the Four Seasons Fortress, the blessing ceremony has to be held here, at the main residence, the very place where the legend of the Dragon Slayers was born. The carriage stops before a massive, towering structure that seems to touch the sky. This is the main residence of the Draker family, the Dragon's Den. Stepping into the vast hall, a solemn atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. Zeke Draker glances around and immediately spots something unusual. "I never noticed this before, but all these guests are big names you only hear about in the continental papers." He thinks with a sense of resignation. Whatever their reasons, once they see me fail the awakening, they'll just ignore me. But then, Zeke Draker's expression twists, a dark, hateful aura erupting from him. Why? Why is that bastard here? In the distance, a red-haired man casually shakes hands with a guest. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The man replies with a laugh, "Ha, indeed." When asked why he's at the ceremony and if anyone has caught his eye, he just smirks menacingly. "No one. I'm here for another reason. It just so happens that my adorable little brother is here too." The man who just appeared is none other than the second son of the Draco family, the Sword Saint, Abel Draco. Zeke Draker grinds his teeth in pure rage. The Sword Saint, the Butcher Knight, Abel. "Calm down," Zeke Draker tells himself, trying to regain control. He knows he can't do anything to him right now. Not yet. In his past life, Abel never would have shown up for his blessing ceremony. His cold-blooded brother's presence is a variable he never accounted for. Zeke Draker wonders, did my actions already change the future? The law of cause and effect. If that's true, he thinks, clenching his fist, then this could be my chance. A voice booms, "All right, we will now begin the blessing ceremony." The announcement echoes through the hall as the chief priest calls the first name. "Aaron, step forward." The nervous teenager responds faintly and walks toward the ancient stone altar where a great sword rests in a basin of holy water. Aaron takes a deep breath, slowly plunging his arm into the water. which is glowing with a mysterious blue light. The moment his hand touches the water, a powerful energy erupts, engulfing his arm. Blue lightning crackles around it, making him grimace from the searing pain. A massive pillar of light suddenly shoots up from the basin, piercing the ceiling and forming a gigantic energy vortex. Through this blessing ceremony, all members of the Draco lineage awaken the aura sealed within them when they graduate the cradle at age 12. Compared to ordinary knights who usually awaken after the age of 20, this speed is practically light speed. Aaron stands stunned, staring at the brilliant orb of aura condensing in his palm. The supervisor nods in satisfaction and calls out, "All right, next." However, among them, there are a few rare, special cases. Now, pay attention here, because this is where things get wild. Along with their aura, they also awaken a special trait of the Dragon Slayers called Spirit Suppression. At that exact moment, the spirit lamps along the hall suddenly flicker, emitting abnormal red sparks. The guests start to panic and whisper amongst themselves, "What's wrong with the spirit lamps? No way! Whoa, that red light is intense." Those who awaken this trait will, at minimum, reach the rank of a yellow knight, with a few even rivaling red and black knights after undergoing a true blood awakening. Seeing the situation spiral, a commander barks an order, "Bring me the gloves." Because of this spirit suppression trait, all of them are required to wear special gloves made by their families. Otherwise, these kids will just go around causing trouble. When someone proves they are a descendant of the true blood, they are granted the Draco surname. Along with that comes unimaginable support from the family and countless other privileges. Amidst the solemn atmosphere of the ceremony, the chief priest's voice rings out again. "All right." Next, the crowd of guests begins to buzz, whispers echoing through the hall. "Oh, finally, looks like it's time for the main event. I wonder what kind of awakening he'll have." Another guest confidently declares, "A true blood awakening, of course. He defeated Zeph, didn't he?" Zeke Draker takes firm steps toward the stone altar, thinking to himself, "I never thought I'd be standing in front of this damn statue again." Painful memories of his past life come rushing back, his face covered in sweat and tears as he remembers. Last time, it was horrific. Even though the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed him through the cradle, all he received was a mark of shame. But then, Zeke Draker's eyes harden with resolve. "However, this time is different. Not only can I heal myself, but I can also use ether. Most importantly, I didn't give up or surrender, I stood up on my own 2 feet. He places his hand in the holy water basin, staring directly at the warrior statue and commands it. "So, help me out this time, you damn stat block." Instantly, a powerful surge of blue energy erupts, coiling around his arm and spreading over the entire ancient statue. Brilliant rays of light shoot out, making everyone hold their breath in anticipation. But then, a dry crackle is heard. The energy abruptly vanishes without a trace. The stunned crowd shouts, "It stopped. Wait, what? It's over before it even started? This has never happened before." From a balcony above, Abel looks down, his face an unreadable, emotionless mask. Zeke Draker silently withdraws his hand from the water, lowering his head to hide his disappointment. "I knew it." He casually dries his hand with a cloth, mocking himself. "I shouldn't have expected anything to change." He got his hopes up too soon, like the game showing a connection error right when you're about to celebrate. The silence is shattered by harsh, scornful words from the guests. "What? He failed the awakening? Is that even possible?" The whispers turn malicious. Seems the head's blood wasn't enough to suppress his cursed bloodline. Another scoffs. "Then how did he beat Zeph? He must have cheated. What a disgrace to the family." Zeke Draker looks at the faces sneering at him, thinking, "These people never change." He clutches the cloth tightly in his hand, his eyes still burning with defiance. "Fine. It doesn't matter. You all just wait and see." Just as Zeke Draker is about to turn and walk away, a familiar electronic chime rings in his head, and a blue system notification appears in midair. Due to a processing error, a message has been delayed. Zeke Draker freezes, his eyes widening in pure shock. The system suddenly bombards him with notifications. Critical information was detected as missing from the identification module during class designation. Class information has been inserted using system administrator privileges. Blue text scrolls by rapidly, confirming the data injection is complete. The system begins to re-identify Zeke Draker's talent as a healing sorcerer, simultaneously unlocking this rare class for him. Zeke Draker is absolutely dumbfounded. No way. And at that very moment, you and I witness a brilliant crimson light erupt from the holy basin, flooding the entire hall. All right, you and I are about to see an awakening that breaks every rule in the book. The crowd screams as a crimson light erupts, shaking the ancient warrior statues. Whispers fly everywhere, it's red light, a true blood awakening. All eyes lock onto Zek in total disbelief. He started with red. Just then, another system notification flashes in his mind. The machine has established a connection. The ancient dragon's blessing, sealed in his soul, has been activated. Streams of energy from the past and present begin to merge, creating a whirlwind around his body. From above, Aben watches in silence, clearly not expecting this. The system notifications just keep coming. The fighter bloodline talent has been awakened. Your awakened talents have now combined. Zeke stands in the eye of the storm, feeling the world-shaking change in every cell. He can only whisper, "What the hell is this?" This marks the birth of a new legend. With a combination of rare talents, a brand new class has been created. A unique class, immortal, an SSS rank class, just like that. A brilliant golden light now floods the entire hall, forcing the guests to shield their eyes. They ask in confusion, "Golden light? What is this? Is this even a true blood awakening?" Seeing streaks of red mixed in, someone tries to reassure themselves. There's some red light, so it must be, right? Zeke stares at the new class on his system window, thinking to himself, "Of course they're suspicious, but if I say anything here, it'll just cause more trouble for me." The doubt intensifies when someone points out a major inconsistency. Normally, a powerful true blood awakening should cause a violent reaction from the mana stones, but right now, they're completely silent. The whispers start up again. Are the statues broken? There's no mana suppression, so it can't be a true blood awakening, can it? And into this chaotic, doubt-filled atmosphere, a single, decisive clap echoes through the hall. Aben Raker descends from the balcony with a knowing smirk. Why does everyone look so serious? Now pay attention here, because what he says next changes everything. Calm down. We have 2 true blood awakenings today. Shouldn't we be celebrating? Aben's confirmation hits like a splash of cold water, extinguishing all doubt. The crowd's attitude instantly flips. 2 true blood awakenings. What a blessing. Aben casually orders the servants. What are you doing? Bring the gloves for our newest member. An official approaches Zeke and presents them with respect. Sir. Zeke takes the special gloves, feeling their weight in his small hands and murmuring quietly. These are a bit heavy. Zeke stares down at the gloves he was just given, his mind heavy with calculations. The high priest's booming voice cuts through his thoughts. Next! Zeke Draker walks the red carpet through a long line of guests, quietly answering yes with a submissive tone. From the balcony, Aben Rake maintains his smug, victorious smirk as he watches his younger brother's every move. Zeke Draker glances up, thinking to himself, his intention is so obvious. He knows Aben is deliberately confirming his awakening to cover up the weirdness, while also trying to pull him onto his side. But this so-called help just makes Zeke Draker feel disgusted. His eyes flash a dangerous crimson, radiating pure rage. But accepting Aben's help feels like swallowing a trap. You get that feeling, right? When you're saved by someone, but it just makes your skin crawl. The ceremony is finally coming to an end, the family representative announces loudly. This concludes the blessing ceremony. We will soon have a celebratory feast for everyone. So please, enjoy yourselves. While the crowd gets excited for the lavish party, Zeke Draker walks alone down a corridor, thinking, a party? Nonsense. There has to be a training room around here somewhere. A low voice from behind him makes him freeze. Zeke Draker's heart pounds in his chest. I didn't think he'd approach me this quickly. Aben appears with a casual air, raising an eyebrow. The party's just starting. Where are you wandering off to? Zeke Draker narrows his eyes, staying on high alert and trying to remain calm in the presence of his mortal enemy. Aben steps closer, his deep blue eyes piercing. He slowly extends a black-gloved hand, as if offering a truce. Zeke Draker stares at that hand, an internal war raging in his mind. Shake his hand, he forces a fake laugh, telling himself, if I refuse, I'll reveal my hostility towards him. For now, I'll just play along. But just as their hands are about to touch, horrific memories of his past life come flooding back. Images of a ruined battlefield, littered with bodies from Aben's brutality, flash vividly through Zeke Draker's mind. Zeke Draker's hand freezes, trembling. Aben's eyes narrow with suspicion. Unable to stand the disgust a second longer, Zeke Draker snatches his hand back and casually wipes it on his clothes, as if he'd just touched something filthy. He looks down at his hand, and the air goes deathly silent. Aben lets out a soft sigh, the smile on his face turning strained. Well, this is awkward. Zeke Draker. You can just feel the tension between these two brothers. It's thicker than a final exam. But contrary to his calm exterior, Zeke Draker's eyes are filled with resolve. Even to save face, I could never shake hands with this piece of trash. Seeing his brother's firm refusal, Aben closes his eyes and clicks his tongue with regret. A shame. I guess I'll have to be content with just seeing you. He turns to leave, but not before throwing out a meaningful goodbye. See you later, Zeke Draker. As he passes, Aben gives Zeke Draker's shoulder a light, almost friendly pat that's loaded with hostility. Zeke Draker stands frozen, watching his enemy's back disappear down the hall. A sharp, stinging pain radiates from the shoulder Aben just touched. He grinds his teeth against the dull ache. Wick. Zeke Draker's eyes are dark with calculation. He knows this sudden interest from that butcher never means anything good. Meanwhile, back at the party, the guests are buzzing. One exclaims in awe, 2 true bloods? Wait, 2 geniuses in 1 generation? This family basically hit the jackpot. The dazzling lights of the mansion at night did nothing to dim their astonishment. Another guest nods in agreement. Indeed. And Zeke Draker's golden light was quite the surprise. This awakening has become the hottest topic. This is the first time it's ever happened, right? I thought for sure his awakening had failed. Amidst the heated debate, a few people start looking for the man of the hour. Where did he go? By now, Zeke Draker has slipped into a quiet, empty room. He tosses the family-issued gloves onto a table and lets out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally escaped. Standing out there felt like being scrutinized by 100 pairs of eyes. You know that social pressure. Zeke Draker loosens his collar, trying to shake off the stuffy feeling from the ceremony. However, a doubt begins to bubble up in his mind. Zeke Draker looks around the room and wonders, putting that aside, why am I completely fine? Normally, all true blood awakenings come with mana suppression. It's a special ability that proves you are an enemy of the dragons, the source of all mana. Since most modern machines and devices run on mana, true bloods have to wear the family gloves to prevent any interference. If I really am a true blood, then there should have been a problem the moment I took these gloves off. To find the answer, he summons his status window. And what pops up? Well, you and I are about to see something that completely breaks the game. Name, Zeke Draker Racker. Class, Immortal, Unique. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Alright, let's see how broken this system gets. Zeke Draker is stunned. This is nothing like before, like a massive pay-to-win upgrade. He scrolls to his skills and freezes. It's not spirit suppression anymore, but spirit reversal. Zeke Draker taps the screen to read the description. Spirit reversal. Creates a distortion field to neutralize all nearby spiritual energy. He mulls it over, so spirit reversal is classified as an active skill. That's when it clicks. The reason the spirit lamps in the hall were unaffected when he took off his gloves is because his power isn't a passive aura. This means he can actively control this power instead of letting it radiate naturally like other true bloods. The sheer scale of this class change leaves Zeke Draker completely stunned. Before the ceremony, I was a rare healing sorcerer, but now, I'm a one-of-a-kind immortal. He puts a hand to his forehead, trying to piece it all together. Wait, all the other graduates awaken with a blue aura. Zeke Draker remembers the pedestal. His was red at first, but then it shifted to pure gold. Just then, an old system notification flashes back in his memory. The system had said the identification machine has lost essential information. Zeke Draker stares into space as a crazy theory starts to form. The identification machine, does it mean that bronze statue? And here is where it gets crazy. He realizes when the system forced his class information with admin rights, it interfered with the ancient statue's awakening. In other words, I didn't just hack the system, I accidentally patched the centuries-old ancestor statue. The malfunctioning statue had emitted that red light. Zeke Draker just sighs and scratches his head in annoyance. Ha, damn it. So that's what it was. The bronze statue wasn't for confirming an awakening, it was for determining the user's class and traits. Red was for rare classes, and gold was for unique. This thing is actually a treasure from before the time of Terracon, the founder of the Draker clan. However, since the concept of classes didn't exist back then, everyone just mistakenly assumed that the red light was the sign of a true blood awakening. Zeke Draker realizes even the clan head didn't know this. He looks at his system screen and is shocked to see he has 100 karma points. Wait, I have 100 karma points now? Awesome. Without a moment's hesitation, Zeke Draker decides to try them out. He taps the screen, confirming he'll use the points to unlock draconic skills. After spending 10 points, his status window details pop up. Zeke Draker Racker. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Class, Immortal, Unique. The system then unlocks the level 1 draconic skills, which include Dragon's Eye, for seeing detailed information on a target, Dragon's Will, to overwhelm enemies with aura, and finally, Devour. Zeke Draker eyes the Devour skill. Eat and digest a lot. Why does this one cost 50 points? He shakes his head, figuring it's better to take the sure thing than gamble. Unlocking a useless skill would be a huge loss, so he decides to unlock Dragon's Eye and Dragon's Will. He figures Dragon's Will is a bit too risky to test out in here, so he makes up his mind, alright then, activating Dragon's Eye. Instantly, a radiant golden magic circle appears, and Zeke Draker's pupils transform into the powerful, slitted eyes of a dragon. I was expecting more since it said detailed information, but nothing's really changed. But the moment he glances out the window, he freezes. His eyes are burning with golden flames. Zeke Draker lets out an excited laugh. Haha, this is absolutely ridiculous. Even from this distance, the statue in the garden is crystal clear, as if it's right in front of him. Zeke Draker smirks. Satisfied, this could be seriously useful. As Zeke Draker is staring at the system screen, a new notification appears. Do you wish to receive detailed information on the detected object? The second, he wonders what detailed information means, a barrage of dings rings out. Countless blue windows pop up all around him, startling him. What is this? Turns out, the Dragon's Eye skill is scanning the entire room from the Maison decorations, the Leuven-era furniture, the imperial drawers, all the way to the Draco family's ceremonial robes and the imperial carpet. Suddenly, Zeke Draker's dragon eyes flare and a bone-deep pain shoots through him, forcing out a groan. Sweat pours down his face as he gasps for air. What? My body. He realizes maintaining the draconic skills consumes a terrifying amount of stamina. Are all draconic skills like this? Then I can't use them much. Zeke Draker collapses into a chair, breathing hard. Just then, the system automatically chimes in, class skill, self, healing is activating. Stamina restoration activated. Zeke Draker's eyes snap open. Confused, he stares at the screen. What? I didn't use healing. He then notices a shocking change. Wait a minute, all my class skills have turned into passive abilities, and their levels have increased by 1. The screen displays it clearly. Class skill, self-healing. Your body will automatically heal itself. It's a passive ability. Zeke Draker is just stunned, and I know what you're thinking. This is completely broken. Normally, even powerful healing skills have cooldowns and limits, but this new self-healing skill, it's basically infinite. To test it, Zeke Draker grabs the fruit knife on the table and takes a deep breath. Hey, I have to test this for myself. Without hesitation, he slices a long gash across his arm. Blood drips onto the floor, but immediately the system announces class skill. Self-healing has been activated. Zeke Draker stares in utter amazement as the wound closes and vanishes in the blink of an eye. No way, it heals that fast. In a PvP match, his opponents could only stand there and cry in despair. This rapid recovery gives him complete confidence for the journey ahead. Zeke Draker grins arrogantly, thinking about the grind. 5 years to graduate from the academy, huh? Racker Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, a place where aspiring knights would pay any price to get in. Located in Duke Choi's territory, this place is always buzzing with life when the new semester begins in spring. Looking at the upperclassmen here, they're as mature as adults and have been trained to near perfection. However, even though they're the children of powerful families, Zeke Draker can still see the rot underneath it all. Witnessing the crowds gathering and whispering, Zeke Draker silently makes his assessment. Looks like they've already marked their territories. Among the countless families supporting the transcendent Racker clan, 3 have the most influence, known as the 3 great families. First is Turun, representing strength. Next is James, symbolizing wisdom. And finally, Vardek, who holds all the wealth. Seeing the children of these 3 great families already lost in petty squabbles, Zeke Draker lets out a small, mocking smile. Even the kids from the 3 great houses are like this. He quietly slips through the crowd and heads straight for the high-class dormitory, the Platinum Building. Looking at the magnificent structure, Zeke Draker thinks being from the main family line is definitely good. The Platinum Building is a luxury dorm with its own training hall, library, and all sorts of top-tier facilities. This place is usually reserved for senior students, and even kids from powerful families can't get in easily. But for an awakened true blood, they get a special privilege, an entire floor to themselves. The moment Zeke Draker steps inside, the maids are already waiting, bowing respectfully. Welcome, Lord Zeke Draker Racker. We have been expecting you. Zeke Draker is escorted to his designated floor inside the Platinum Building. As he enters, a long line of servants bows and shouts, "Welcome, young master." Seeing this grand display, Zeke Draker thinks it's a bit much, and you and I are left to wonder, is this a new life, or just a brand new cage? All right, let's jump right in. A servant reports that Lord Decker is waiting in the room. The moment Zeke Draker appears, Decker bows deeply. "Greetings, young master." Zeke Draker gets straight to the point. "What is it?" Decker, the old butler, presents a luxurious box. "I have something to deliver to you, sir." Opening the box, Zeke Draker's eyes light up at the sight of new gloves. Whoa, these are on a whole different level than the temporary ones. Seeing his satisfaction, Decker smiles. "I'm glad you like them." Zeke Draker casually grabs an old sword nearby. "Since I got new gloves, I might as well get a new sword. What do you think, Decker?" The butler immediately agrees. "An excellent choice, young master." Zeke Draker knows the lay of the land perfectly. Because Duke Choi's territory is located near a massive mountain range, it's rich with high-quality iron and exceptional blacksmiths. In fact, people say the first weapon an academy graduate gets is junk compared to the gear made here. Decker suggests, "I will find a skilled blacksmith," but Zeke Draker flatly refuses. "No need. I've already chosen someone." He quickly writes a name on a piece of paper and hands it to Decker. "I'll go in person, so please arrange a meeting." Decker looks at the strange name on the paper, murmuring, "Giachen and Hanbeck. I've never heard of this name. I'll contact them immediately." Before leaving, he doesn't forget to remind him, "Also, Classes begin tomorrow, so please review the relevant materials beforehand. Zeke Draker sighs, annoyed. You always have to remind me. I know. Even the world's only immortal can't escape the fate of being nagged about homework. It's like a universal law, isn't it? Sitting alone in the vast room, Zeke Draker looks out the window and thinks to himself, with the platinum floor being completely isolated, I'll have more freedom to develop my dragon key. As he's lost in his plans, a knock echoes. Zeke Draker coldly says, Enter. A maid steps in timidly and announces, Pardon the intrusion, sir. The floor master, Jaina, has sent a dinner invitation. Zeke Draker pauses. Jaina? Oh? We just had a fight, and now she's inviting me to dinner? You feel that plot twist coming, right? He stands up, adjusts his uniform, and commands, Take me there. Walking through the Academy's grand architecture, Zeke Draker can't help but wonder about the true purpose of this sudden invitation. He steps into Jaina's territory, the sound of his shoes echoing sharply on the stone floor. Looking around, he breaks into a nervous sweat, muttering, Well, this is interesting. Lined up before him are rows of guards, standing at attention with an overwhelming presence. Welcome, Zeke Draker. Sitting on the main chair is floor master Reina Turun, her arms crossed with an incredibly serious expression. Seeing Zeke Draker's discomfort, Jaina explains, My family is a bit unusual. My apologies, she says, gesturing for her subordinates to step back. Zeke Draker finally sits down opposite her at the long table, replying politely. Thank you for your consideration. Jaina doesn't beat around the bush. We'll talk after we eat. Zeke Draker stares at Jaina, assessing her internally. The Thunder Knight. She's optimizing her Dantian to control Thunder Key and has already reached the Purple Knight rank. He narrows his eyes in thought. Then why has her swordsmanship hit a wall? What a waste of potential. However, Zeke Draker's deep thoughts are instantly shattered by a horrifying sight right before his eyes. Zeke Draker can only manage a strained laugh, witnessing the girl's unbelievable appetite. He considers himself a big eater, but the mountain of plates piled high in front of Jaina completely blows his mind. And honestly, same here. After clearing every single plate, Jaina casually wipes her mouth and gets straight to the point. We've finished eating, so I'll get to the main topic. Accept the support of the Turun family, Zeke Draker. Seeing Jaina's expression, Zeke Draker's face suddenly turns cold. He looks directly at her and reminds her, It seems you've forgotten, but we are both true blood awakeners. But Jaina just smirks, replying in a condescending tone, It seems you misunderstand what a true blood awakener is. It's true, we receive many privileges. This platinum floor alone is proof enough. But we receive no benefits when it comes to our actual growth. Zeke Draker listens silently as Jaina continues her sharp analysis. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge accumulated in this academy, a personal instructor to effectively enhance your abilities without these things. No matter how wealthy you are, you will fall behind. That is why support from a family is essential. To add weight to her words, Jaina gives a prime example. Even Abel, a true blood like us, the youngest to ever achieve the rank of White Knight and the current Black Knight, receives support from his maternal family. She looks deep into Zeke Draker's eyes, delivering the final blow. Although the head of the Turun family didn't tell me why. He told me that you receive no help from your maternal side. I'll say it again, accept the support of the Turun family, Zeke Draker. The pressure in her voice is insane. Anyone with a weak heart would sign on the spot. But faced with Jaina's heavy offer, Zeke Draker gives a single, simple answer, no. This firm attitude leaves Jaina completely stunned. She stammers, Why? Receiving the Turun family's support isn't a disadvantage for you. And yet he refused without a second thought. Zeke Draker is silent for a moment, then leans back and sighs. It's not about that. I don't need anything more than what I've already received as a true blood awakener. Sensing the awkward tension, Zeke Draker stands up to leave the table. It's not much, but in return for the meal, I'll give you a piece of advice. Zeke Draker bluntly points out the weakness in her technique. Your sword has too much power behind it. I guess you're too conscious of that. He leisurely steps out into the sunlit garden, signaling for Jaina to focus. Listen carefully, Jaina. Your greatest strength is the flexibility that comes from having a nimble body. Zeke Draker demonstrates with fluid movements. Don't take attacks head-on and crush your opponent with power. Instead, flexibly parry their attacks to the side. And then, deliver a refined, precise strike. Every one of Zeke Draker's movements is gentle yet powerful, leaving Jaina frozen in absolute awe. He states with conviction, If you can do that, you'll become many times stronger than you are now. Zeke Draker waves goodbye, his figure fading down the hall with a short word of gratitude. Thanks for the meal. He leaves Jaina alone in the empty room. Her mind races. The Turun family is the symbol of strength. I'm simply following tradition. It's not because I'm concerned with what others think. But as she looks at the sword in her hand, Jaina is forced to face a bitter truth. She stands silently in the training hall, surrounded by the ghosts of her powerful ancestors, symbols of the Turun clan's strength weighing heavily on her shoulders. Jaina bitterly admits, "No, he was right. Because I was obsessed with being worthy of the Turun name, that obsession was unconsciously transferred into my sword." He simply saw right through it. Jaina stares at the leaf Zeke Draker left behind, her heart filled with turmoil. She remembers her childhood, when everyone called her a genius, but no one had such a unique perspective as him. Holding the leaf, Jaina silently wonders to herself, "Zeke Draker, who in the world are you?" Meanwhile, Zeke Draker is strolling leisurely down the academy's corridor, feeling the dramatic changes in his faction-based skills. "All right, stick with me here. Even after training all night, our guy feels totally energized. How is he fine after zero sleep? Simple. The system shows his new passive skill, Infinite Vitality, which erases all fatigue with an endless supply of life force." Zeke Draker cracks a smile. In his past life, this place was hell on earth, but now that he's a true awakened, well, let's just say his perspective has changed. He muses that money and power aren't everything, but this feeling is next level. "Zeke Draker Racker," a voice calls out, forcing him to turn around. It's Owen Zimmon, the third son of the Zimmon family, one of the three great houses. Owen walks over with a friendly smile, asking, "So, you're in the special class too?" Zeke Draker knows this guy is a two-faced snake, always using goons like Bilmo to bully him just to maintain his own perfect image. Owen fakes concern. "Hey, I invited you to dinner last night, but you never replied. Did you not get the letter?" Zeke Draker glances at his fake expression and thinks, why the sudden friendly act? He recalls the pile of junk on his desk and shoots back, "Oh, you mean that trash on my table?" Owen keeps his cool and presses on, "So why didn't you answer?" Seeing Zeke Draker just stare him down, he smirks, "Heh, you're a shy one, aren't you?" That's when Zeke Draker's demeanor turns ice cold. "Shy? Why should I reply to you? I'm busy." A murderous aura erupts from his eyes as a powerful stomp makes the very ground tremble. The lackey behind Owen starts roaring, "How dare you be so rude when the young master." Just then, a tall, arrogant-looking guy blocks Zeke Draker's path. Zeke Draker looks up, completely unimpressed, and asks one short question. "Who?" That casual dismissal sends the guy into a blind rage. He grinds his teeth and bellows, "How can you not know who I am?" He glares at Zeke Draker, absolutely furious. "It seems you newcomers from the cradle are worthless after all." Zeke Draker just sighs, "I get it. You want to show off for your boss." Zeke Draker can't be bothered with this nonsense. He simply turns his back to walk away, giving a lazy, dismissive wave. Now watch this. That blatant disrespect is like pouring gasoline on a fire. The henchman absolutely explodes. A brilliant light aura erupts around him as he lunges, attacking from behind with shocking speed. Zeke Draker glances back, calmly observing, so the upper-level students can manipulate a basic light aura. The goon screams with pride, "My name is Durbin Roswell. They call me Durbin the Mighty around here. On behalf of young Master Owen, I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing that ridiculous self-appointed title, Zeke Draker scoffs in his head, "Durbin the Mighty? A student who isn't even a knight already has a nickname." The second Durbin is about to land his attack. Zeke Draker spins around. A violent storm of purple ether explodes, covering his entire arm. Zeke Draker says one cold word, "Pathetic." With zero wasted motion, he sends the guy flying straight to the dentist. A sickening crack echoes as the punch launches Durbin dozens of meters away. He skids across the ground, carving a long trench before slamming hard into the stone floor as a massive dust cloud erupts everywhere. As the dust slowly begins to clear, Zeke Draker stands tall, looking down on the defeated fool twitching on the ground. Zeke Draker then casually strolls past Owen as if he were invisible. As they cross paths, Owen sneers, "You really enjoy soaking up the glory, don't you?" Zeke Draker just smirks, full of absolute confidence, and leaves him with one final parting shot. Hilarious. Racker Academy is mainly divided into two tracks. There's the normal class, where they preach that a lack of talent must be overcome with pure effort, so they follow a strict regimen from dawn till dusk. And then there's the special class, where students can freely choose their subjects beyond the basics. This special class is where the best of the best are supposed to gather. Leaning against a wall with a bored look, Zeke Draker thinks to himself, "So, I guess I had some expectations." But as he looks around the room at all the familiar faces, he lets out a disappointed sigh. But almost everyone here is just a former student from the cradle. What special class? This is more like the cradle's reunion. Just as the atmosphere sours, the instructor's sharp voice cuts through the room. Silence. He continues, trying to hype everyone up. "To encourage our new special class students, we have a very special guest today. He wasn't just the commander-in-chief during the war 20 years ago. He's the hero who stopped the Empire's invasion with his strategic genius alone. Please give a warm welcome to General Howard Racker." An older man in a distinctive uniform steps out, waving warmly to the students. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. The students below erupt in cheers, completely starstruck by the appearance of the Academy's headmaster, Howard Racker. In the eyes of the world, he's a war hero, a strategic genius worshipped by the masses. But you and I are about to learn the ugly truth, because Zeke Draker is looking at this old man with nothing but pure contempt. The reality is that he leaked info to the enemy to save his own skin, which only accidentally threw them into chaos. He isn't a hero, he's just a lucky traitor. That rat is no hero at all. Zeke Draker's face twists in rage as he remembers this man was the one who got him expelled from the academy. He lost the only home he had left, wandered the kingdom, and was eventually captured by slavers. An image flashes of a shackled Zeke Draker with a slave collar, forced to march through a wasteland. Trust me, you're about to watch a kid stare down the principal and think, "Oh, I'm going to make you pay for this." Just then, another instructor steps up, cutting through Zeke Draker's train of thought. I trust you all remember the principal's words. Now, we will begin our basic classes immediately. So grab your swords and head to the arena. The entire student body roars in unison. Yes, sir. The class heads to the Special Division's massive indoor arena. Zeke Draker, with his greatsword slung over his shoulder, walks lazily through the crowd. He scoffs ironically. Who'd have thought even the special class has to learn sword basics? In my past life, I couldn't even use a light aura. Zeke Draker stops in his tracks as bitter memories of his torturous training come flooding back to him. It took me 2 years to learn what a normal person could in 3 months. How pathetic. Looking at the sword in his hand, Zeke Draker lets out a weary sigh. Please, just let this be easy. At that moment, a man with brilliant golden hair and a powerful aura enters the arena, announcing loudly, "Welcome, students." He stands proudly before the crowd, introducing himself with confidence. I am Andre Draker, and I will be teaching you the basics of swordsmanship. A title card appears, confirming his identity, Andre Draker, the Rose Knight. Andre's appearance causes a huge stir among the students, with whispers rippling through the crowd. Who is that guy? He's so young. A few sharp-eyed students notice a key detail. That's the official uniform of the Draco family. And yeah, you and I know this dude is a big deal. He's the famous Rose Knight, a once-in-a-century genius. Even though he wasn't born and awakened, Andre graduated early as the valedictorian from the prestigious Valhalla Academy and was granted the noble surname of Draco. His resume just screams golden boy. Zeke Draker thinks to himself, even the teachers in the special class are on another level. He knows Andre is famous for being incredibly strict and inflexible. Seeing that the students are still chattering, Andre's eyes suddenly flash with a threatening red glint. He growls one word, silence. The entire arena immediately goes quiet. Andre continues coldly. If you're done with your conversations, I will now begin the class. He gives a sharp command. All of you, draw your swords. In perfect unison, every student draws their blade, filling the air with the piercing ring of steel. But he immediately points and asks, you there, what's with that sword? Zeke Draker looks back, not keeping the man waiting. With a powerful swing of his colossal greatsword, he creates a gust of wind that rips through the air. He casually lifts the heavy blade and says, as you can see, this is the sword I use. The act leaves Andre, stunned. This kid is a monster, as he steps onto the dueling stage. Standing opposite Zeke Draker, Andre asks with clear disapproval, student, don't you know you're supposed to choose a sword that fits your body? Zeke Draker closes his eyes and sighs, thinking, I knew this would happen. I tried to make an impression when I drew my sword, but it was no use. But instead of backing down, Zeke Draker flashes a defiant grin. He looks the stern instructor dead in the eye and declares, Sir, I can defeat you with this very sword. Zeke Draker's resolve is set better to just show him his skills. At the arrogant challenge from this young student, Andre's face darkens. A menacing aura begins to explode from him. The system immediately alerts. Faction skill, activated Indomitable Spirit Defense. Andre coldly draws his sword, his sharp gaze fixed on Zeke Draker. I see, student. If you wish to learn with your body, Zeke Draker smirks, thinking he took the bait. You're still way too green, old man. Andre continues, making an interesting offer. If your sword touches my body even once, you'll not only be pardoned for your rudeness, but you'll also be exempt from this basic dragon-slaying class. The instructor's eyes glow with a menacing red light. Don't worry, I have no intention of using my aura chi on a student. Hearing this, Zeke Draker celebrates internally. Oh yeah, an exemption from class. He's confident he can win, knowing Andre's weaknesses from his past life. However, a sudden image of Abel Raker in his mind makes Zeke Draker pause. With Abel watching me, it'd be stupid to draw more attention like I did at the cradle. I'll just graze his clothes and accept the loss. His mind made up, Zeke Draker boldly replies, deal. He swings the greatsword, unleashing a massive violet slash that tears through space itself. But pay attention, because Andre is faster. He twists his body, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth, and Zeke Draker is shocked by his speed. As expected of an Azure Knight, Andre growls, "This won't be easy for you." The clang of swords rings out again and again as sparks fly. Zeke Draker unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, creating a storm of afterimages that surrounds Andre from every angle. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the students below can only gape in horror. The fight drags on longer than expected, and they start whispering. It's been 30 minutes, and he hasn't even managed to touch his uniform. By now, Zeke Draker is exhausted, sweat pouring down his face, his hands gripping the sword starting to tremble violently. And contrary to his dominant appearance, Andre is also fighting a fierce internal battle. Looking at the student's determined eyes, he thinks to himself, "Even though I'm suppressing my aura chi, I can't believe I'm losing to a student. The existence of true blood is just unfair." Andre starts to feel exhausted, his breathing becoming more and more ragged. Zeke Draker quickly spots his opponent's opening. His stamina is as poor as I remember, and suppressing his aura chi is only making it worse. He knows the Draco family's aura chi training method is notoriously peculiar. Practitioners must keep their aura chi active constantly during training, daily activities, even while eating and sleeping. Basically, they have to maintain it like breathing. Zeke Draker's analysis is razor sharp. In other words, for Andre, he's essentially holding his breath. Trying to restrain his power against a student is completely draining him. Not only that, but his impractical sword style is consuming even more stamina. Every one of Andre's strikes, though precise, is incredibly taxing. Seeing his opponent reaching his limit, Zeke Draker tells himself, "But losing like this, it just doesn't feel right." And this is where the big brain play comes in. He decides, I have no choice. I have to force him to use his aura chi. He realizes that creating easy-to-handle situations is pointless. Zeke Draker decides to gamble. I need something that'll make him use his aura chi unconsciously. In other words, a cornered situation. He starts using his brain more than his brawn, planning his moves like a chess master instead of just slashing wildly. Instantly, Zeke Draker rushes forward with terrifying speed, creating violent afterimages that slice through the air. The system announces rapidly, "Skill, swift footwork has been activated." Zeke Draker's erratic, unpredictable movements leave Andre completely stunned, his eyes wide with shock. That's swift footwork. Faced with a dense and intricate web of attacks closing in, the talented instructor can only utter in despair, "Impossible." A brilliant purple light envelops the entire arena as the system announces, "Skill critical hit has been activated." Zeke Draker launches into the air, leaving a bewildered Andre wondering, how can a student use swift footwork? In that split second, Andre's eyes blaze with a cautious red light. Zeke Draker lands skillfully, creating a flurry of afterimages to surround his opponent. This is Dragon Slaying Arts, Chapter 1, Verse 1. A massive torrent of blue light erupts from Zeke Draker's sword, tearing the very air apart. Facing suffocating pressure, Andre is forced to break his own rule. Roaring, "Pierce the heavens!" A world-shaking sword strike comes crashing down. But Zeke Draker doesn't dodge. He smirks arrogantly as he takes the attack head-on. A shocking explosion erupts, wiping out everything on the stage. Students like Reina Turun and Owen can only stand frozen in the dust cloud as Zeke Draker's hand grips his now chipped sword. Zeke Draker curses internally. Damn, that actually hurt. Blood is flowing from his forehead, but he won't give up here. The system immediately announces, "Faction skill self. Healing has been activated." Feeling he's achieved his goal of making the instructor go all out, Zeke Draker coolly thinks, "All right, I can back down now. That was more than enough acting for one day. Gotta hide my skills to live a long life." Andre stands stunned, staring at the massive crack in the ground. He thoughtfully watches the student's retreating figure. This student. Andre turns to the terrified, silent class and coldly announces, "You no longer need to audit this class. Are there any other students who want an exemption?" Met with absolute silence, he growls threateningly. "I'll take that as a no. Now then, raise your swords." From now on, the students would be seeing a lot more of him. At the Academy Infirmary, Zeke Draker is relaxing on a bed, silently reviewing his performance. All things considered, that was a pretty good showing. Although he couldn't graze his clothes, he vividly remembers the sharp sword strikes he launched at Andre. Lying there, Zeke Draker feels smug about the result. "I made Andre use the aura chi he swore he wouldn't and forced him to acknowledge my abilities." So what do we take from all this? A total win-win, where Andre was taught a lesson, and our boy got some free time. He recalls their final clash. Andre's last attack was Chapter 1, Verse 1, "Pierce the heavens," the most basic move of the dragon-slaying arts. Zeke Draker calmly analyzes the situation. However, because it was unleashed by an Azure Knight, its power wasn't particularly special. Even so, I can beat a Black Knight thanks to my infinite stamina and healing, but that's not enough to live freely. To be truly unrestricted, I need unstoppable power, the kind that means I never have to yield to anyone. The sharp cry of a bird cuts through his thoughts as a strange man with messy hair and a bottle of booze in hand suddenly appears right beside his bed. A rugged smirk plays across his lips. So, you're Arthur's youngest? You've got the same eyes as that damn bastard. Zeke freezes, a cold sweat breaking out. Who the hell is this guy? He couldn't even sense him, despite that overwhelming stench of booze, and calling the current head of House Draco a bastard? Unthinkable. Zeke asks cautiously, "Who are you?" The man ignores him, asking a question of his own. "How'd you do that earlier, kid?" He then casually tilts his head back, chugging down a long swig of alcohol. Zeke knits his brows. "What are you talking about?" The stranger slams his bottle on the table, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Don't play dumb with me. You took a direct hit earlier. How did you heal up so perfectly?" "Ah, here we go. You just know this old guy isn't some random cameo character." Instantly, the system announces, defensive mental skill, indomitable spirit, has activated. Zeke's mind races in panic. No, he can't let this get out. No one at the academy knows about his healing. He forces a calm expression. "I don't know what you're talking about." The man's lips curl slightly. "So, you're going to keep up the act." Suddenly, he strikes a lightning-fast attack that horrifies Zeke. Zeke immediately leaps back to dodge. System notification, skill. Agile footwork has activated. A skillful spin gets him out of the stranger's reach. The man looks intrigued. Ho, this kid's got some moves. Pinned in a corner, his sword knocked away, Zeke's instincts start screaming at him. If I don't kill him, he'll kill me. The system rapidly announces the activation of Precise Strike and Fatal Blow. Zeke pours all his strength into one attack, purple aura flaring around his blade. But here's the thing. The old man deflects it easily with just 2 fingers. Zeke freezes, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. The stranger stares at him, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Your ability to adapt is impressive. Just like a mercenary. Zeke is stunned, only one question echoing in his mind. Who in the world is this guy? The man casually spins the sword on his fingertip with practiced ease, continuing his taunts. A raker who drops his sword and retreats. I think you're better suited to be a mercenary than a knight. As he speaks, he flicks his finger, sending the sword flying. The pressure radiating from this man makes Zeke shudder, an overwhelming power he hasn't felt since meeting his master. Zeke is certain the power gap between them is massive. If this man wanted him dead, it wouldn't even take a single breath. He silently assesses him at least a knight heir. The stranger speaks, as if reading his mind. That twin blade is a standard issue from the cradle, isn't it? With your talent, why are you using a weapon like that? No. You might be even stronger than I think. Just as the tension peaks, the door creaks open. Instructor Andre walks in, his cold gaze fixed on the drunkard. So, you were here. Zeke exclaims in surprise, Andre. He's even more shocked when Andre reveals the man's identity. Dexter, the gardener. Z can't believe his ears. The gardener? That guy? Dexter scratches his head, annoyed. This persistent bastard. How'd you know I was here? Andre doesn't even bother looking at him, replying flatly. You were at the training grounds earlier. You're annoyingly perceptive. He then turns to Zeke and orders, if you're done being treated, you can go. Zeke politely responds, yes, understood. But just as he's about to leave, Dexter suddenly calls out, hey kid, if you have time, come to the greenhouse on the west side of the academy. I'll teach you something useful. He flashes a smug, unnerving grin. No thanks. Zeke just smiles faintly and walks away, leaving Dexter's shouts echoing behind him. Look at that attitude. Zeke walks on, his mind piecing together the details about the strange gardener. Who was he trying to fool? And that's when a shocking truth hits him. If that man could so casually say the full name of the current patriarch, Aether Draker, then his identity couldn't possibly be ordinary. You and I just figured it out. He must be the one who only ever took a single disciple, Andre. He has to be Duke Draker, the Zolok Knight. That's one of the legendary Black Knights, a man who could single-handedly fight an entire nation. Duke Draker was once a hot topic across the continent before he suddenly vanished without a trace. No one would ever suspect that a legend like him was hiding in the academy, disguised as a washed-up, drunk old man. Talk about hiding in plain sight. Zeke puts it together. Andre must have come here because of him. People remember Duke as being terrifyingly determined, with silly rumors even saying he got the title Black Knight just because he liked the color black. Back in the present, Zeke realizes Duke has taken a strong interest in him. A spark of ambition ignites in Zeke's eyes. If he was going to learn something, he might as well learn the man's ultimate secret. He decides he'll turn that interest into a conviction. The scene shifts to a magic theory class at the academy. The professor walks in, full of enthusiasm. In a situation like this, does anyone know what? But his passion is met with a dead, silent classroom. Every single student is slumped over their desk, fast asleep. Not one is awake. The professor just chuckles bitterly, haha, nobody knows? He perseveres, drawing complex formulas on the board. Haha. And so, when the formula for mana resistance is formed, you are truly injured. While the class is deep in slumber, Zeke suddenly raises his hand, interrupting him. I don't understand the mana circulation law you mentioned earlier. The professor freezes, his eyes suddenly lighting up with pure shock. Oh, the old professor stammers, unable to hide his excitement. I'm sorry. This is the first time I've ever gotten a question. He frantically flips through his notes, eagerly explaining mana circulation. To explain that concept, that's an interesting one. It's how mana. Just then, the bell rings, cutting his lecture short. The students shuffle wearily out of the classroom, complaining nonstop. Why are we learning magic theory at a night academy anyway? It's basically just nap time. But contrary to the crowd, Zeke has a completely different take. He realized Professor Fan Nong's lecture was incredibly easy to understand. This man was definitely no slouch. As Zeke prepares to leave, Professor Fan Nong hurries over to stop him. Wait, Zeke. He turns back, curious. It's nothing much. It's just, thanks to you, it's been a long time since I felt like I taught a proper class. So if you have any questions, feel free to visit my research lab. Professor Fan Nong smiles proudly, revealing his background. I'm a scholarship alumnus of Del Foa Magic University. You know, I know a lot of things. Hearing this, Zeke is stunned. He silently reevaluates the man before him. He knew he wasn't just an ordinary mage, but he never expected him to be an alumnus of Del Foa Magic University, the very nation where magic originated. He politely replies, I understand, Professor. Leaving the research lab, Zeke walks thoughtfully down the hallway. He calculates his next steps. Mages are good with math and flexible thinkers, better colleagues than knights, Professor Fan. Let's see if he's useful. And trust me, with the connections Zeke's making, things are getting interesting. A week later, he runs into Dexter again. The man gets straight to the point. So, kid, why haven't you? Before Zeke can finish his sentence, Dexter cuts him off, his tone dripping with mockery. Why haven't you come to the greenhouse? His expression suddenly turns dead serious as he asks, surely you understand what I mean by teaching you something useful, right? Faced with an offer from a legendary Black Knight, Zeke Draker remains completely unfazed. Trust me, his response is priceless. I appreciate it, he says, but I'm not interested. This answer drives Dexter absolutely insane, who jumps up screaming, what? Why? Dexter calmly explains, I know you're an incredible master, but right now, I'm busy with my own personal training. Hearing this, Dexter seems to relax, nodding in approval. Of course, personal training can't be neglected, but just as Zeke Draker thinks he's off the hook, the knight's lips curl into a sinister grin. You really think I was going to say that? A sharp crack echoes through the air as Dexter moves like lightning. Zeke Draker barely registers a flash of green light before a powerful blow sends him flying. He never expected to be knocked out so easily. Looks like waiting a week was just too long for the old man. When he comes to, Zeke Draker is stunned to find himself in a vibrant flower garden on the west side of the academy. Dexter is there, casually watering plants. He glances over and asks, You awake, kid? Zeke Draker staggers to his feet, growling, You kidnapped me. Without a shred of hesitation, Dexter strolls over, wine bottle still in hand. He leans in close, whispering ominously into Zeke Draker's ear. Let's just say, I've taken a little interest in you, kid. Seeing Dexter's crazed smile, Zeke Draker gets a sinking feeling he's messed with a true lunatic. At this point, the old man isn't even trying to hide his twisted intentions anymore. Immediately, the system in his head flashes an emergency alert. Flexible footwork skill activating. Using the sudden burst of energy, Zeke Draker pushes off the ground, launching himself away to escape the clutches of this bizarre old man. You'd think he'd get away, right? Well, watch what happens next. Before he can even get his bearings, Dexter is already standing right behind him, bottle still in hand. Zeke Draker instantly channels his power, a purple aura exploding around him as he tries to break the knight's grip, but his opponent remains completely unfazed, as if nothing is happening. Zeke Draker grits his teeth, his eyes flaring with caution as he realizes the horrifying truth Dexter is just toying with him. Understanding he needs to change the game, Zeke Draker thinks to himself, I need something to light a fire under him. He turns to the wine-guzzling man and asks coldly, What's so interesting about me, anyway? I'm not into sword fighting, you know? Dexter sets his bottle down, his eyes narrowing as he studies Zeke Draker. I asked you, how did you heal your internal injuries so quickly? The question strikes at Zeke Draker's biggest secret, making him freeze for a moment, but then, a subtle, knowing smile plays on his lips. So, that's what's been bugging him. If you're so curious, Zeke Draker challenges, then make me answer you. As he speaks, he uses his lightning-fast footwork to create distance, but in the next instant, he freezes. The old man vanished. Zeke Draker frantically scans the empty garden, wondering where he went. Suddenly, a terrifying chill runs down his spine. He whips around, grabbing the hilt of his weapon and sliding across the ground into a defensive stance. Zeke Draker draws his blade and growls. "What are you doing?" Dexter calmly steps forward, his silhouette hazy in the dust. "You told me to make you answer," he replies casually. "But that would be too easy. Let's make a bet." He turns back, offering a very tempting proposal. "If you can manage to touch my clothes." Hearing this, Zeke Draker scoffs under his breath. Like master, like apprentice. He realizes Dexter's personality is just as eccentric as his student, Andre. However, the price for losing this bet is steep. Dexter's voice drops to a threatening growl, his eyes glowing with a sinister purple light. "But if you give up during this duel, you will tell me everything you're hiding." The atmosphere in the garden suddenly becomes thick with killing intent. Dexter's face contorts into a crazed expression under the eerie purple glow. He's being dead serious. What in the world is this kid made of? Dexter thinks, observing from a distance, amazed by Zeke Draker's sheer resilience. 3 hours have passed since the fight began. The garden is shrouded in dust, yet the kid still hasn't fallen. Dexter notes with admiration, not only does he have great stamina and endurance, but his physical recovery is seemingly limitless. Zeke Draker stumbles to his feet, his hand gripping a rock for support. He might be holding on, but the system keeps flashing alerts. Healing skill activated. Endless stamina skill activated. A surge of life force helps him recover in an instant, but Zeke Draker knows, "I can do this all day, but I can't win the bet this way." This old man is unbelievably tough. Time for a new strategy. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Is our main character finally about to go all out? Oh, you better believe it. Zeke Draker decides to play his trump card, Dragon's Majesty. It seemed dangerous, so I never used it, but against a Black Knight, it should be fine. Zeke Draker's eyes instantly transform, his pupils becoming vertical slits that glow with the majestic purple authority of a dragon. A thick, pitch-black killing intent explodes from him, engulfing his body like hellfire. He tightens his grip on his sword and growls, "Let's continue." Witnessing this sudden change, Dexter stares intently into those new eyes and exclaims, "Those eyes. Good. Now that's more like it." Dexter lets out a maniacal laugh as Zeke Draker darts forward like a purple phantom. The system announces, "Flexible footwork skill activated." He unleashes a series of sharp, precise sword strikes, aiming for his opponent's weak points. Dexter skillfully evades while analyzing his movements. He's just repeating the same attack patterns. He might be fast, Dexter thinks, but compared to that glutton and the girl from the Turun family, he's just small fry. But what truly sends a shiver down the Black Knight's spine is the sheer aura radiating from Zeke Draker. This malice, his will. It's beyond mere persistence. I absolutely love it. Realizing his young opponent is serious, he decides, "Guess I should use a little bit of my aura." At that moment, the system roars. Dragon skill. Dragon's Majesty activated. A massive, all-powerful golden dragon eye materializes in the air, releasing an earth-shattering pressure. Dexter tightens his grip on his dagger as a brilliant golden aura erupts to clash directly with the dragon's power. "What was that?" Dexter shouts in astonishment. Seizing the moment of his opponent's hesitation, Zeke Draker immediately launches an attack, creating a massive explosion of dust that engulfs the entire garden. Dexter falls back defensively, analyzing the situation. "He's blocked my vision, but that also means it'll be hard for him to find me." But in the next instant, Zeke Draker appears like a ghost right behind him. The system announces, "Dragon skill, Dragon's Eye activated." With dragon eyes that see through all movement, Zeke Draker swings his sword, carving a deep gash across the ground. Dexter manages to dodge just in time, but the shockwave from the impact is so powerful it sends violent tremors through the entire area. Looking at the devastation before him, Zeke Draker has a chilling realization. This is the sign that Dexter is finally getting serious. A sudden whirlwind kicks up, blowing everything away. Zeke Draker struggles against the suffocating pressure, thinking, a simple dash creates a gale force wind. So this is why they call him the Whirlwind Knight. Dexter moves at an unbelievable speed, his voice echoing through the storm. A massive wave of red killing intent floods the area as Dexter unleashes his deciding blow. Zeke Draker only has time to scream, "What the?" Before he's slammed violently into the ground. Zeke Draker's sword is sent flying, spinning through the air before embedding itself in the dirt. The system flashes continuous warnings. Due to excessive skill usage, your exhaustion has surpassed acceptable limits. Zeke Draker stumbles amidst the rubble, looking at the drunk old man and smirking to himself. Wow, like master, like student. A wave of drowsiness hits as the system issues a command. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down. Zeke Draker fades into darkness. He blinks awake, clutching his throbbing head, and looks around in a daze. Did Duke carry me back? He lets out a long sigh of regret. Man, I still lost. As expected of a Black Knight, Zeke Draker lies back on the bed, replaying the insane battle. He bitterly realizes, I thought I did everything I could in that moment, and it was useless. He had tried to throw Duke off by repeating the same attack 100 times, then using Dragon's Majesty to create an opening at the perfect moment. He even used Dragon's Eye to attack him directly, and it still wasn't enough. However, the skill Duke used at the very end that had to be his secret technique. Even though he passed out from overusing his Dragon Key, he got to witness a legend's secret art with his own eyes. It was an impossibly fast movement technique performed by a body trained to the absolute limit. Zeke Draker is certain that technique is what allowed Andre, a man with poor stamina, to become a Red Knight. Though he regrets losing the chance to learn it, Zeke Draker still feels it was all worth it. He thinks about the power of Dragon's Majesty, a pressure so intense that even a Black Knight hesitated before it. As he's lost in thought, a sharp ding cuts through the silence. The system announces, you have an unread message. Confirm? Zeke Draker is surprised. An unread message? The moment he hits confirm, a flood of notifications appears. And trust me, this is where the entire game changes for him. His flexible footwork skill has evolved into high-speed movement. His soul has grown, unlocking new system functions. Zeke Draker gasps in shock. What? Before him is a list of locked features. The mini-map and inventory both cost 20 points to open, while the beginner's quest needs a steep 45 points. With the 40 points he currently has, Zeke Draker makes his decision. First up, he's unlocking a new function. According to the description, he checks the inventory first. He touches the screen to activate it, and the system explains, if you select an item you want, it will be stored in the inventory. To retrieve a stored item, you can think of its name or shape. The space an item occupies depends on its size and weight. A spatial grid appears with a prompt. If you want a larger inventory, you can use causality points to increase its size. Select an item you want. Zeke Draker sits on his bed, staring intently at the floating blue screen. He figures if he can activate skills with his mind, then storing items should work the same way. To test his theory, Zeke Draker grips his two-handed sword and thinks, store. Instantly, a blue light engulfs the blade, making it transparent before it vanishes completely into thin air. Zeke Draker jumps in surprise, looking at the system grid. He realizes the two-handed sword is gone and now occupies 2 of the 28 slots in his inventory. Zeke Draker nods, understanding the rule. So this is what the system meant when it said the space occupied depends on an item's size and weight. He continues his experiment. To take it out, I need to think of its name or shape. In the blink of an eye, blue energy flares and the sword materializes in his hand. He exclaims with excitement, "Whoa!" Zeke Draker grins, satisfied. This spatial storage is seriously top tier. I was thinking about a subspace inventory, but this is even better. Those artifacts are incredibly expensive and hard to find, and I can even expand this inventory space using points. However, when he sees the words low-rank administrator in his status window, Zeke Draker suddenly becomes cautious. He wonders, a low-rank administrator's function. What will happen when I reach a higher rank? His gaze hardens as he considers the value of his precious causality points. If these points are this valuable, I can't just use them carelessly. Looks like I'll have to change my plans. Spending points like this will leave me with nothing. As Zeke Draker is deep in thought, a knock sounds at the door. May I come in, young master? It's Decker's voice. Zeke Draker dismisses the system screen and replies, come in. What is it? Decker enters and respectfully presents a piece of paper. There's a message for you. He said you'd know who it's from if I mentioned the gardener, Dexter. Zeke Draker looks a little surprised. He takes the paper, glances at the scribbled words, and lets out a small smile. Looks like it wasn't a complete failure. The note reads, Kid, if you want to challenge me again, come anytime. Let's call this a draw. Zeke Draker remembers the cut he left on Dexter's arm and thinks, so that's what he means by a draw. Either way, it means the door is still open. I have one more thing to tell you, sir, Decker continues, interrupting Zeke Draker's thoughts. Zeke Draker raises an eyebrow. Decker reports, I found the blacksmith you asked me about earlier. Zeke Draker's face lights up. Really? So when is the meeting? But Decker's expression suddenly turns grim. He adjusts his glasses and sighs. There's a problem. The blacksmith refused the meeting. You and I both know how much a letdown that is. The unexpected answer leaves Zeke Draker stunned. He shouts in disbelief. What? Why? Just when you think you're about to get a legendary weapon, the shop's closed for business. He's not making weapons anymore. The flat refusal makes Zeke Draker think. Standing before an old forge, he mutters, It's been a while. Quite a prestigious name for a smithy. Looking at the sign that reads Papnia's Breath, Zeke Draker steps inside and calls out, Is anyone here? The only reply is silence, and a dark, cluttered space filled with old, scattered swords. In Zeke Draker's memory, Graham, his aura sword, was the masterpiece Galleon forged for him. It was the price for saving his life. Galleon lived up to his title as the Soul Smith, known for his ability to read a warrior's soul before crafting their weapon. And he lived up to that reputation, creating a sword with the exact ability Zeke Draker needed most, the power to replace aura with ether. The greatest blacksmith on the continent was the one who forged that legendary sword. But the reality before him leaves Zeke Draker speechless. Galleon is chugging liquor like it's water right in front of him. Zeke Draker is floored. What is this state he's in? The drunk smith glares at him irritably. What is it? A kid? This isn't a place for children. Get out. Seeing the legendary Soul Smith so utterly broken, Zeke Draker can't help but wonder. Even though he's a very emotional person, this is just pathetic. What on earth happened to him before we met? Zeke Draker lets out a short breath, then quietly fills a bucket with water. Without a single word of warning, he hurls the ice-cold water right at the drunkard's face. Water splashes everywhere, causing Galleon to choke. The bottle falls from his lips in shock as the empty bucket clatters and rolls across the floor. Zeke Draker stares down at him. Are you sober now? Galleon looks up in a daze at the kid who just drenched him. But before he can get angry, Zeke Draker speaks in a cold voice. I want to know why you refuse my request. And trust me, we're about to find out. The moment he saw the symbol on Zek's gauntlets, Galleon Halbert started stammering in absolute terror, let me tell you. A little bit of power really changes the game. Without a moment's hesitation, the shady craftsman drops to his knees, slamming his head on the ground with a sickening thud as he trembles and begs for his life, apologizing for his disrespect. Even while kneeling, Galleon Halbert remains firm. Please, forgive my rudeness, but I am currently not accepting any requests. In his despair, he mutters to himself, how can a loser create something people want when he can't even make something he wants? Watching this, Zeke Draker has a sudden realization, so even the great Galleon Halbert went through a phase like this. And you know, this is where Zeke Draker's past life knowledge really gives him an edge. He remembers Galleon Halbert as the continent's greatest blacksmith, who never once spoke of this shameful past. Looking at the blacksmith drowning in booze and self-pity, Zeke Draker thinks, but I can't wait 10 years for him to snap out of it. Galleon Halbert, completely broken, clutches his head and screams in his mind, why am I so damn useless? Can I even forge weapons anymore? He insults himself, a blacksmith who can no longer make a weapon. After his breakdown, Galleon Halbert finds a sliver of composure, bowing his head. Please, forgive my disgraceful behavior before you, my lord. Zeke Draker replies coolly, don't worry, I want to see some of your failed products. He says failed products so casually, like he's just ordering a drink. That's our main character for you. Galleon Halbert quickly leads the way. Let me show you to the back. Zeke Draker follows silently, determined to steer the man back onto the right path himself. Stepping into the back garden, Galleon Halbert apologizes for the mess, but Zeke Draker is staring intently at the swords stuck all over the ground. You could say it's very attractive. As Zeke Draker steps into the sword graveyard, Galleon Halbert quickly warns him, my lord, please be careful. They may be failures, but they are still incredibly sharp. But as Zeke Draker examines each sword, he's stunned by the truth. This one, and this one. No, all of these. They aren't failures. To an expert like Zeke Draker, these are as good as the masterpieces Galleon Halbert forged at the peak of his fame. To confirm his theory, Zeke Draker immediately unleashes his power. Dragon skill. Dragon's eye activated. His draconic eyes glow, seeing through the very essence of the steel. Zeke Draker smirks. Just as I thought. Looks like staying poor is going to be hard. He looks straight at Galleon Halbert and asks a question that freezes the blacksmith solid. There's a problem with your furnace, isn't there? Galleon Halbert stammers in complete shock. How? How did you? But before he can finish, Zeke Draker cuts him off. I'm asking you, you've optimized your own unique smithing style, correct? Looking at the swords on the ground, Zeke Draker continues his analysis. It seems you've mixed several types of metal to create a lighter, more refined material, but the durability is absolute garbage. Galleon Halbert is floored, his mind screaming in awe. He's spot on. Not only did he instantly recognize my smithing method, he even analyzed the critical flaw and its cause. Zeke Draker picks up a metal fragment, pointing out the weakness. It's because the impurities weren't properly removed during the heat treatment process. Witnessing the young lord's profound knowledge, Galleon Halbert makes a decision. If it's this man, perhaps. He shouts, this is a bit no. A lot to ask, but I have a favor. Zeke Draker asks curiously, what is it? Galleon Halbert leads him inside and dramatically unrolls a massive blueprint on the table. Could you take a look at this? Zeke Draker is floored when he recognizes what's in front of him. This is the secret Galleon Halbert wouldn't reveal for years, the blueprint for a magic furnace. Galleon Halbert laughs with pride. Ha ha ha, why would I hide anything from the man who saved my life? A furnace whose temperature can be adjusted at will with magic. This is my secret. Zeke Draker mentally notes that with this, Galleon Halbert's smithing method would become perfect. He asks the obvious question, you have the complete design, so why haven't you built it yet? Gellian Halbert's face suddenly darkens. He reveals his helplessness. The most important component, the design for the law of spiritual energy regulator, is there. But the implementation fee from the magic tower is 10,000 gold. The staggering number shocks Zeke Draker. 10,000? And let that sink in. A normal family spends about 10 gold a month. This sum is 1,000 times that. My God, is this a plot to turn our boy into a beggar? Zeke Draker clicks his tongue. That price is ridiculous. Just then, Gellian Halbert looks at him with eyes full of hope. Therefore, I want to ask you a favor. You are a Riker and a true blood awakener. So if you can create this furnace for me, I will complete any request you have, free and unconditionally, until my last breath. Zeke Draker sinks into thought, calculating his options. This is tough. It might be possible if I were a guardian knight of the family, but even as a true blood, getting 10,000 gold in support is impossible. But then, his eyes flash with steely determination. But I can't give up on getting Graham, the Sword of Radiance. He looks deep into the blueprint and spots the crux of the issue. His problem is the law of spiritual energy regulator. Wait, an idea flashes in Zeke Draker's mind. He decisively rolls up the blueprint and declares, all right, I accept. Gellian Halbert is stunned, unable to believe his ears. Really, my lord? Zeke Draker calmly adjusts his gloves. I can ask a mage I know. I'll give you an answer when I have one. Oh, and stop drinking. Gellian Halbert is so moved he starts to cry, stammering, thank you, my lord. I truly thank you. This Gellian Halbert will serve you for the rest of my life as my savior. Seeing the blacksmith about to hug his leg, Zeke Draker recoils in horror. Ag. Hey, you're snot. The snot. Don't be so gross when you're happy. Even as Zeke Draker gets into his carriage and leaves, Gellian Halbert's shouts echo down the street. Thank you, my lord. Thank you so much, my lord. Zeke Draker pokes his head out the window and yells back, good grief, I get it. Stop. I'll let you know when it's done. Back at the Riker Academy, in the professor's research building, Zeke Draker walks along, muttering to himself. Why the hell does the magic tower charge such a high implementation fee? The structure looks simple enough. He then recalls a key figure, the authority on the law of spiritual energy design, Professor Fanong, and his research lab. Zeke Draker heads toward Fanong's area, but as he passes a corner of the building, he suddenly freezes. But just as he's about to solve one problem, you and I are about to see him stumble right into another. The sounds of repeated impacts, thump, thump echo out, and Zeke Draker silently observes the brutal scene inside the alley. The one being beaten is curled up on the cold ground, begging desperately. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please. The ringleader, stomping on him, coldly asks, what? The student can only bow his head, sobbing. I apologize, Lord Conrad. The young man on the ground trembles, repeatedly bowing his head and begging, this lowly worm dared to touch you. Lion Conrad smirks cruelly, his foot still pressing down hard on the victim's head. There, well said. He growls, his voice dripping with contempt. As a reward, I'll give you a chance to clean the ground you've dirtied. Though utterly humiliated, the poor soul can only whisper in reply, thank you, Lord Conrad. Vermin like you only exist to get in other people's way. At this moment, Conrad's face is filled with the image of Zik. That bastard Zik, he's just the same. His mind flashes back to the unprecedented golden light, to the true blood awakening that put Zik above everyone else. He tries to justify his humiliating loss. Losing to that lowlife bastard was unavoidable. It was because of his sneak attack before the match even started. He screams furiously in his mind. Model. But how could that damn worthless trash beat me? The jealousy makes him bite his lip until it bleeds, his face twisting in hatred. Rarch clearly can't accept the reality that Zeke Draker has already surpassed him. Just then, a mocking voice rings out from behind him. Wow, what an ugly mug. Zeke Draker stands there, arms crossed, watching the scene with a smug grin. Found my replacement already, huh? Suddenly, Zeke Draker's eyes turn ice cold. An explosion of purple killing intent erupts, blanketing the entire area. He growls a powerful command. I'll give you all 3 seconds. Scram if you know what's good for you. And you already know the atmosphere instantly thickens, signaling a fiery showdown is about to explode in the middle of the academy. Leon stands opposite Zeke Draker, his face a mask of pure jealousy. He points a finger and screams, your arrogance has gone through the roof ever since you awakened your true blood. Zeke Draker, Rucker. Still refusing to accept reality, he continues his taunts. Are you sure you've even truly awakened? Shut up. Zeke Draker cuts him off coldly. In the darkness of the alley, his eyes blaze with a sharp purple light, unleashing a suffocating pressure that seems to freeze the very air. Zeke Draker warns him, if you don't bow, don't blame me for what's next. Leon suddenly feels his whole body tremble under a pressure worse than any month-end deadline. He gasps for breath as his mind screams, "What is this?" This pressure, primal fear, is invading his mind. To reassure himself, Leon recalls a memory from months ago. When Zeke Draker was just a clown he humiliated. He used to crawl before me, and now I'm afraid? The shame of feeling scared of someone he once despised drives Leon into a rage. He grinds his teeth and roars furiously. "How dare you give me orders, you lowly mutt!" He turns to his frozen lackeys and screams, "What are you doing? Get him!" Instantly, the entire group of special class goons charges at Zeke Draker, their aura flaring aggressively. Zeke Draker just lets out a bored sigh. "Ha! Don't you dare blame me for this, you hear?" Without even drawing his sword, Zeke Draker throws a lightning-fast punch that sends one guy flying instantly. The buzzcut student next to him only has time to gasp in shock before Zeke Draker grabs his head and slams it straight into the ground with terrifying force. This isn't a fight. You and I are watching a one-sided slaughter. Zeke Draker moves like a blur, delivering brutal, precise strikes to his opponent's weakest points. He throws one guy to the ground, spins to kick the next one away, then unleashes a series of powerful hooks that makes his target eat dirt. One by one, they fall in an instant, with absolutely no chance to fight back against Zeke Draker's overwhelming power. Amidst the wreckage, the survivors can only stare wide-eyed in horror, muttering, "Impossible." Zeke Draker's footsteps echo, steady and heavy, like the knock of the Grim Reaper. He calmly walks past the littered bodies, his cold eyes fixed on the trembling Leon. Leon's mind is just filled with absolute shock. That bastard. Is that really the Zeke Draker rucker I knew? Zeke Draker gets closer, his voice low but filled with pressure. "No need to be scared. I'm sure you already know it'll only hurt for a second." Witnessing Zeke Draker's cruelty, Leon completely breaks down, screaming, "Stay away. If you come any closer, I'll cut you." In his panic, Leon whips out the sword at his hip to defend himself. Zeke Draker smirks, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "You're actually drawing your sword outside the training grounds? You know what that means, don't you?" Zeke Draker's piercing gaze makes Leon break out in a cold sweat, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Zeke Draker begins to channel his inner energy, his killing intent exploding as he declares, to face the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who has drawn his sword outside the sacred training grounds, I, Zeke Draker Rucker, will respond in the name of honor. Despite Leon stammering out a desperate, "Wait," Zeke Draker decisively draws his glowing purple greatsword. He announces the rules of death. "This battle will end when one of us is dead. All responsibility lies with ourselves, and our opponent bears no responsibility for the outcome." Listening to these terms, it sounds like he's signing a premium, non-refundable death contract. Liam Stone, you are the witness. By now, Leon has completely fallen apart. He collapses to his knees, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Zeke Draker coldly raises his sword. "Now, let us continue." Before imminent death, all of Leon's arrogance vanishes. He slams his head on the ground, crying pathetically. "I'm sorry, Sir Zeke Draker. Rucker, please, let me live. Please, spare me." Zeke Draker just watches him, as cold and unmoving as death itself. Leon trembles, prostrated on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. In his utter panic, he remembers the pleas of the weak he himself once trampled. "I'm sorry. Please spare my life." But now, he's the one forced to speak those humiliating words. "Please, spare my life." Zeke Draker looks down at the pathetic creature groveling at his feet. "And I know what you're thinking, is he actually going to show mercy? Think again." Zeke Draker just mutters under his breath, "You damn fool." Without a shred of hesitation, Zeke Draker swings his sword, creating a brilliant purple arc that seems to tear through space itself. He declares the punishment, "I'll take your arm as payment." A clean, sharp sound rings out. The price has been paid. Zeke Draker grabs him by the hair, his voice a low threat. "If that arm is reattached by the time we meet again, the next thing I take won't be your arm, it'll be your head." Zeke Draker stomps on Leon's head one last time, then lets out a tired sigh. He silently turns and walks away, leaving the chaos behind him. The student who was just saved from the beating staggers to his feet, watching Zeke Draker's retreating back with a stunned expression. "Zeke Draker, why? Why did you help me?" Zeke Draker pauses for a moment without looking back and replies coldly, "Don't overthink it. I wasn't helping you. I was helping myself." Zeke Draker calmly walks away under the academy's morning sun, leaving the other student completely dumbfounded. As he walks, he scratches his head, feeling a little awkward and muttering to himself, "Ha! Is Galleon's influence rubbing off on me? I almost said something incredibly embarrassing." He quickly leaves the area. Standing before Professor Panong's research lab, Zeke Draker asks nervously, "Is it possible, Professor?" Panong mulls it over for a long moment, then leads him inside. Looking at the design spread across the table, the professor confirms, "You could say it's possible." Zeke Draker lights up. "Really? Then I'd like to entrust it to you." But Penong immediately stops him. "Hold on. I think it would be better if you heard my explanation first." He adjusts his glasses and explains thoroughly. "As you said, the overall structure is simple. However, the problem is the core, which is responsible for the energy output." Penong points to the complex energy circuit diagram, emphasizing, "The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the pathways it follows have extremely troublesome limitations. While it can be small, it requires a massive amount of energy and will also need a way to regulate the output without any restrictions. This is completely unprecedented." Zeke Draker persists, asking again, "But it is possible?" Penong nods. "Yes, there are two options. The first option is for me to personally adjust the design based on the core's conditions." But he drops a number that leaves Zeke Draker stunned. "However, it would take at least a decade to revise the design for the core." "No, it would take 15 years. Zeke Draker repeats in shock. "15 years? I'll die of old age." Penong confirms. "Yes, it would consume a significant amount of time." Then he presents the second method. "We could skip designing the core and use a similar material instead. But even though that would save a lot of time, the material required is a high-density compressed spirit stone. And trust me, you and I both know this is where the next major arc is about to kick off." Rax springs up from his chair, shouting, "What? Isn't that an ancient artifact that can't be made with modern tech?" Penong nods, confirming it's true. Ancient artifacts are already rare enough. However, finding an artifact in the ruins is even harder than finding a spirit stone that can handle our design. It would cost over 3,000 gold. That huge number makes Rax break out in a cold sweat. He thinks desperately, "I could get kicked out if anyone finds out I can't use aura, but 15 years is just too long." He clutches his head in frustration, unable to believe it. "I can't just give up on Graham, the aura sword. He knows his own situation better than anyone. Most people think he's an aura user because of what happened at the blessing ceremony, but that was just a reaction caused by a mix of healing and aether. The truth is, he still can't use aura at all. Aether is an extremely powerful force that's almost impossible for humans to control. Except for the primordial spirit's awareness skill his master taught him, Zeke can't use any sword skills that utilize aura. And even with that skill, he can only reinforce his body and throw himself into the fight. Compared to that, aura is so much easier to use and far more versatile. That's why I need Graham the aura sword. But damn it, how am I supposed to find a high-density spirit stone?" Zeke stares at the blueprints, thinking, "By the way, whoever created these designs was a genius. Even considering the complex core, it's a superior design." And this right here, just as Zeke feels stuck by the sheer difficulty, is when Professor Panon's words jolt him. "It would be difficult to create, even among the artifacts of the Golden Age." Zeke's eyes fly open, flashing with excitement. Golden Age artifacts. Why didn't I think of that before? He stands up and tells the professor decisively, "Please keep the designs safe until I return." As Penong stares back blankly, Zeke laughs out loud. "Of course, I don't plan on spending 15 years to complete it. I'm going to bring one back. I mean a high-density spirit stone." We flash back to the Liberation War, where humanity fought to escape the domination of dragons. The war ended with the defeat of the evil dragon, Draco. His defeat at the hands of Zeke Draker brought humanity a century of peace. During that time, many ancient artifacts were found in the dragon's lair, relics from the era of the Hero King, the pinnacle of magic. All of these artifacts possessed techniques and magic that were far beyond current standards. Among them was the high-density spirit stone, containing enough essential energy to sustain an entire village, a true treasure from the Hero King's era. Zeke heads towards the Raker Academy's central library. Although rarely used, the place is meticulously maintained because it was founded by Zeke himself. Zeke knows his secret. During the upcoming archive expansion, artifacts from the Golden Age will be discovered. This will lead to the involvement of the Magic Tower and the Great Sage Nirvana, a member of the three great families, in the excavation. During those months, countless Golden Age artifacts will be revealed, and news of it will spread across the continent's newspapers. Or at least, that's what's supposed to happen in another 10 years. This is a jackpot. Right now, in the Central Library's archive room, no one has discovered the artifacts yet or is even aware of their existence. Zeke walks quietly between the towering shelves, the sound of his footsteps echoing rhythmically in the silent space. Standing in the vast library, he looks around at the shelves with a weary expression. He lets out a sigh. "Ha! I could search all day and still not find it. Trying to find it by hand among these mountains of books would take forever. But check this out." Realizing a manual search is hopeless, Zeke immediately focuses his mind and activates his power. Dragon art. Dragon's Eye has been activated. His eyes suddenly glow with a powerful golden light, scanning every nook and cranny of the room. Under the Dragon's Eye, every hidden structure becomes clear as day. Zeke walks along the shelves, his gaze stopping at a hidden corner. He turns slightly, pushes a bookshelf aside, and exclaims with excitement, "There it is." Without hesitating, Zeke channels purple ether, covering the palm of his hand. The system displays Primordial Spirit's Awareness. Cut. This is the only application of the Spirit Awareness skill that Zeke learned from his master. He channels the force into his fingertips, making a clean slash that tears through the wall. Zeke analyzes, since Aether materializes the user's will, it's possible to apply certain properties like cut and use it in various situations. However, a strike like this comes at a steep price. Zeke stumbles back, clutching his splitting headache as the system signals his exhaustion. However, it has its limits. The user has to consume a massive amount of ether. Using it now is still too much for him. The secret door behind the wall slowly swings open, revealing a dark, deep passage. Zeke lights a torch and quietly steps down, thinking to himself, the articles never mention it being this deep. The further he goes, the colder and gloomier the air becomes, until a sudden sound in the silence startles him. He immediately ducks behind a wall at top speed. He squints, observing. It should be at least a decade before anyone discovers these ruins. Could someone have found it before me? But the sight before him leaves Zeke absolutely stunned. In the dark corridor, skeletons are moving mechanically, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Zeke squints to get a better look. They're holding pickaxes and shovels. Watching how they move, he quickly realizes something isn't right. All right, it seems they weren't created by an enemy. He steps out from the shadows decisively. As he does, the system immediately responds. The Fatal Strike skill has been activated. Zeke shoots forward like a ghost. With a 100% critical hit chance, what monster could possibly withstand it? A loud crash echoes as Zeke's slash completely shatters his target in an instant. Zeke swings his shovel hard, a burst of purple energy smashing the skeleton's heads to pieces in a flash. Immediately, the system displays a notification. By defeating 2 skeletons, you have gained 2 karma points. Zeke is stunned for a moment. Oh, he looks at the display showing 2 skeletons defeated and his karma points now at 22. Then he remembers. Oh, right. I can get points from killing monsters. I totally forgot because I was so focused on the artifact. And that, my friends, is when Zeke's eyes suddenly light up with a mischievous glint. He licks his lips, a bold idea forming in his mind. Wait a second. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to farm points? It'd be a waste not to. Without hesitation, he dashes into the darkness, shouting with excitement, "Here I come, my precious points." Just a moment later, the system notifies him again. By defeating 1 skeleton, you have received 1 karma point. Skeletons defeated. 20. Zeke stands amid a pile of white bones. That was easy. This kind of point farming would make any gamer nod in approval. He opens his status window to check his stats. Zeke Draker, unique job. Immortal, with his karma points now up to 40. Zeke thoughtfully calculates, I should examine this more carefully, just in case I find something new to unlock with these points. The beginner mission book is 45 points, and the minimap is 20. He notices high-level skills like Devour or Level 2. Benevolence cost a steep 50 points, so he realizes the minimap is his only option for now. The second Zeke Draker touches the screen, the system announces the minimap is unlocked. Trust me, you're going to want to see what this thing can do. Suddenly, he spots something unusual on the map and taps it out of curiosity. What in the world is this? Instantly, the map switches from 2D to a full 3D model of the entire area. Zeke Draker shouts with excitement, "Awesome! This is exactly what I wanted. Now I can find all the good stuff." But he quickly notices a strange detail. Why is that one room a completely different color? When Zeke Draker taps the red room, a prompt appears. Navigate to selected location. Dragon Slayer's Tomb, Storage Room. His eyes widen in shock. The search party took days to find this place, and he just found it that easily? He decisively hits yes, and the system responds, now providing the fastest route to your designated location. A brilliant blue stream of light appears at Zeke Draker's feet, forming a path that cuts straight through the deep darkness. Looking at the 3D map displaying his target, Zeke Draker can't help but feel smug. Ha! With this thing, there's no way I can get lost. He follows the system's guide and soon stops before a massive, intricately carved stone door. The system immediately announces, you have arrived at the designated location. Zeke Draker stands there, observing the colossal structure in front of him. He mutters, this must be the place. He steps closer, touching the cold surface of the door. Looks like just pushing, it won't be enough to get it open. The moment he touches a protruding point, a fiery magic security circle erupts, blasting his hand away. A security spell. Zeke Draker exclaims, looking at his still smoking hand. He starts connecting the dots. This door must be the link between the magic tower and the Archmage Nirvana. If he hadn't been wearing his gloves, his hand would have been absolute toast. Realizing he can't break through with physical strength or normal magic, Zeke Draker looks up at the door and sighs. Guess I'm not getting past that spell. Then an idea hits him. System, he asks. Can't you open this for me? Immediately, a blue screen pops up. Administrator's request received. Connecting to the security device. In a flash, notifications flood in. The security spell has been disabled, but the automatic device activation failed. Now switching to manual device activation. And this, right here, is where everything gets insane. Zeke Draker's eyes go wide with shock. Wait, he stammers, are you? Responding to what I just said, the system replies coldly. Yes, I am. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zeke Draker Racker. Zeke Draker freezes for a few seconds. This thing is smarter than any AI he's ever seen. He can actually talk to it. Realizing this is his one chance to uncover the mystery of his own existence, he asks the most important question. Then why was I reincarnated? But the only reply is a cold, emotionless line of text. I cannot answer the stated question. What the hell? Zeke Draker grumbles, feeling like he just got a generic customer service response. Not giving up, he presses on. Then, what is this administrator system? Who created you? The system stubbornly repeats, I cannot answer the stated question. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zeke Draker Racker? Zeke Draker lets out a frustrated sigh. Damn it, I'm not getting any answers to the important questions. He clicks his tongue and gives a short command. Fine, just open the door. The system confirms immediately. Administrator's request confirmed. The Dragon Slayer's tomb storage room has been opened. A powerful tremor shakes the entire area. The ton-heavy stone doors begin to move, grinding with a deafening screech of metal on metal. Dust rains from the ceiling as the two doors slowly part, revealing a vast, open space inside. Zeke Draker steps in, his eyes widening in pure amazement at the sight before him. The storage room is filled with towering shelves, overflowing with glowing treasures, powerful weapons, and ancient books. Whoa. All of this. I mean, can you even imagine? Hitting a jackpot this massive would set you up for life. Stepping further inside, Zeke Draker is stunned by the countless chests, both large and small. It's a treasure room, all right. Just as the name implies, it's a vault holding priceless artifacts and untold riches. For any normal person, finding just one of these treasures would be the score of a lifetime. Zeke Draker just laughs with excitement as he throws open a chest. Haha. So there are hundreds of these things. The brilliant golden light from the piles of gold and jewels inside is almost blinding. Zeke Draker gets to work. Okay, I'll take this. He rummages through the pile of artifacts, tossing aside anything useless. Ho, this one looks decent. He carefully places an item into his inventory. I'll give this one to Fan Nong. Finally, Zeke Draker's eyes gleam with a wicked light as he stops in front of a very special chest. At last, I found it. Inside are high-density spirit energy stones. He nods, satisfied. And there are 4 of them, even better. To make space, Zeke Draker quickly accesses the system. I'll use 1 point to add 4 more slots to my inventory. Looking at the remaining mountain of treasure, he sighs with a hint of regret. I still don't have enough space for everything. Guess I'll have to visit regularly until I graduate. Zeke Draker plops down on a chest, scrolls through the system screen one last time, then stands up to leave. All right, that's enough for today. But just as he's about to step out, a sudden, piercing coldness washes over him, making him break out in a sweat. A chilling sound echoes from the depths of the darkness. Zeke Draker freezes, his eyes darting around cautiously. What is this creepy feeling? Suddenly, glowing red magic circles appear, covering his body and pinning him down with suffocating pressure. An explosive pillar of crimson light erupts in a world-shaking blast of energy. When the light fades, Zeke Draker finds himself in a completely different space. He looks around, bewildered, and asks, System, where is this? A notification immediately pops up. The administrator is currently in the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. The Dragon Slayer's sanctuary? The report never mentioned a room that was entirely red. Zeke Draker stares in awe at the vast space filled with ancient chests. He immediately activates his minimap to get his bearings. You and I are about to find out just how deep this rabbit hole goes. He's not far from his previous location, but there's no path leading to this sanctuary. A thrill of excitement runs through him. This must be a place that was never discovered in his past life. I can't just pass this up. He crosses through the crumbling ruins amidst the dungeon's violent tremors. And there, at the end of a dark hallway, a looming figure appears, making Zeke Draker stop in his tracks, a suit of armor. Instantly, the system announces, exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment has been discovered. Zeke Draker steps closer, touching the cold metal. Exclusive gear for a Dragon Slayer. It's solid, unlike any armor I know from the Golden Age. As he inspects it, Zeke Draker spots something strange. What's this? A slot for something. A bold idea flashes in his mind. He pulls out the glowing spirit energy stone and smirks. Could it be? Well, I can't just leave it like this, can I? Zeke Draker firmly inserts the stone into the slot. The system immediately responds, Spirit Energy Battery has been installed, activating the exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment. Alright, let's dive right in. Green energy explodes, lighting up the mana circuits as the helmet's eyes flare to life. Zeke Draker braces for a power-up, but the armor starts shaking violently, making these strange grinding sounds. He's completely baffled what's going on. Suddenly, a massive blast of green energy erupts, sending everything flying. The system spams alerts. Equipment malfunction due to overload. Activation failed. A small explosion is imminent. Please evacuate immediately. The smoke clears, revealing a soot-covered Zeke Draker looking completely stunned and bewildered. It already blew up, and the system just offers a lame apology. Staring at the smoking, shredded armor, he realizes a single high-density spirit stone is just the power source for this thing. What kind of functions could possibly need that much juice? He shelves that question for later and casually steps back into the dungeon's deep darkness to keep exploring. Zeke Draker wanders through the dark tunnels, noticing all the other rooms are completely empty. This has to be the final chamber. Stepping inside, Zeke Draker is shocked to find a massive open room. But when he sees the system's info display, his eyes go wide as he chokes out, "What?" He stares at the statue of Dragon Raker, sweat pouring down his face as he lets out a disbelieving laugh. That man was completely insane. Immediately, a shocking announcement rings out. You have discovered the legacy of Dragon Raker, the cursed heart of the 3, 2, 1, evil dragon. Zeke Draker is floored, thinking to himself, he left the heart of a dragon he killed as his legacy? Is this guy just trying to show off? But that thought vanishes instantly. A thick, black smoke suddenly engulfs Zeke Draker's body, making him writhe in absolute agony. And pay close attention here, because this is where everything goes sideways. The system flashes constant warnings. The cursed heart of Bahamut, the evil dragon, is reacting to the administrator. Zeke Draker's consciousness fades as his vision goes dark and a deep, murderous voice echoes with chilling intent. All right, I'm awake now. It seems there is no other choice. Fine, I will kill them all. Just as his mind is about to be devoured, the system intervenes, activating the mental defense skill, Indomitable Spirit. A brilliant blue light flares up, pushing back the darkness clouding his vision. He snaps back to reality, gasping in horror, "Ha, kill them all. Why me?" Zeke Draker clutches his head, trying to fight off those insane thoughts. But the black smoke doesn't let up. He looks around in a panic. What is this? A massive energy vortex suddenly erupts, sucking everything into its center. In the middle of the storm, an urgent quest materializes right in front of him. Emergency quest. The trial of Dragon Raker. Overcome the curse engraved upon the heart of Bahamut. The reward, ownership of Dracon's legacy. Zeke Draker stares at the glowing words, his face tense. A sharp ping echoes the life or death trial has officially begun. The system announces the activation of Indomitable Spirit, but then a single, devastating word flashes in red. Error. Skill activation failed. The dense black smoke, carrying the 1,000-year-old hatred of the evil dragon, floods his mind, attacking his very soul. The bone-deep pain forces Zeke Draker to his knees. Through the thick fog of the curse, the glowing red eyes of Bahamut materialize, and ghostly whispers pour into his ears, an ancient curse damning all of humanity. Zeke Draker feels himself dissolving into the darkness. His focus shatters, and his eyes begin to glow with the bloodthirsty red of a dragon. But then, I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? Wrong. With his mind under siege, he just smirks defiantly. You call this freedom? Through the agony, Zeke Draker growls out his own truth. Freedom is something you have to seize for yourself, you fool. The second he says it, an immense willpower explodes from within him. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the curse's illusory space. A blazing red light erupts, tearing the darkness apart. Call it a main character, Halo. The system starts firing off notifications. You have overcome the curse of the cursed heart of Bahamut, the evil dragon. Emergency quest. Complete. Reward. Ownership of Dracon's legacy acquired. Zeke Draker staggers to his feet, breathing heavily, and clicks his tongue. Exhausted. Damn, that was way too close. He can't believe his skill actually failed to activate. This system can be so unreliable sometimes. But before he can even catch his breath, light from the dragon's heart suddenly erupts with incredible force. The system announces, activating class skill, self-healing. Activating class skill, endless stamina. Beginning absorption of the cursed heart of Bahamut, the evil dragon. Zeke Draker can only mutter in confusion as a colossal pillar of light descends from above, piercing straight through his body. He's horrified as he realizes the dire situation. What is this? Pure condensed spirit energy is flying right into me. He knows his body can't handle it. He doesn't even have a spirit ring to receive it. This vast amount of spirit energy has nowhere to go, and it's tearing his body apart. I have to do something. Red lightning-like energy crazily shreds through Zeke Draker's body, making him scream in agony. On the brink of death, Zeke Draker decides to use every last ounce of willpower he has left to contain the raging power. The system immediately announces activation: Soul Body, Secret Art, Seal. Zeke Draker focuses all his strength, every vein on his face bulging. His eyes glow with extreme effort as he tries to compress the dark energy sphere into his own private space. A massive explosion rocks the room. Blinding light fills the chamber, followed by sparks of red energy. As the smoke clears, Zeke Draker is on his knees, panting from exhaustion. Whew, I guess I'm alive. He's stunned to see that the giant dragon's heart has completely vanished from its glass case, leaving only an empty stone box. Zeke Draker mutters to himself when suddenly, he spots several glowing red dragon head symbols now emblazoned on his chest. He touches the marks in confusion, wondering, what's this? I was a good boy. Why do I have a tattoo now? Instantly, a chime rings out with a shocking system notification. You have absorbed the cursed heart of Hamuth, the evil dragon. Zeke Draker stands frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief at the fact that he actually consumed the evil dragon's power. The spirit energy from Hamuth's heart begins to refine his entire body. The system reports earth-shattering changes. His constitution has officially evolved into a heavenly bone body, but because the power he gained was so immense, the system was forced to seal 95% of it for his own safety. At the same time, as Dragon Raker's heir, Zeke Draker gains access to his secure storage and activates a new beginner-level quest for low-rank administrators. Zeke Draker scrolls through the flood of notifications, completely blown away. Heavenly Bone Body, Dragon Raker's secure storage, a tutorial. Another pile of monstrous tasks. As usual, sounds tempting, he thinks, but I'll check it out later. He starts to turn away, then pauses. Wait, hold on a second. Zeke Draker reaches out and touches a glowing icon that seems to be calling to him. A small smile plays on his lips. My ancestor really was generous. I hit the jackpot overnight, and trust me, you're going to want to see this. The system confirms the request to unlock Dragon Raker's second legacy. A grand chest slowly creaks open, releasing an aura so powerful it leaves Zeke Draker absolutely stunned. Later, after clearing out what was left in the dungeon, the scene shifts back to the Platinum Tower late at night. Zeke Draker is organizing his room, thinking to himself that the cleanup is almost done. He decides it's finally time to take a closer look at everything he just acquired. And here's where we see just how broken our main character is. His administrator status window reveals his name, Zeke Draker, with the unique class Undead Pretender, the title Blessed by the Ancient Dragon, and heir to Dragon Raker. Best of all, sovereignty over dragon bugs, letting him summon and command any he's conquered. On top of that, his heavenly bone body optimizes all physical abilities, skyrockets his martial arts learning speed, and enhances his edger conductivity. Still, Zeke Draker isn't satisfied. Just buying a map doesn't tell him much. He paces the hall, deep in thought, replaying everything he saw earlier in his mind and before. I didn't just see Dragon's second legacy, I saw a whole system window related to him. He gives a decisive command, System, show me all notifications related to Dragon. The screen flashes back. Accessing Dragon's secure archive requires data synchronization. Zeke Draker's eyes narrow. Dragon's secure archive? The system directs him to a sync point and asks if he wants the coordinates displayed on his new minimap. Zeke Draker grins, looking at the marked location. What's this? I have to go to a specific place to even access it? He stares at the 3D map materializing before him, where a magnificent structure glows brightly. Zeke Draker gasps in shock. This is Valhalla. That's right, the Valhalla. The top knight academy on the continent, the birthplace of legends. And yeah, when you hear Valhalla, you know exactly what that means. It's basically the West Point for knights in this world. No one without explicit clearance can even get near it, let alone enter. Even for him, getting an order to enter Valhalla is impossible. Going there was never part of the plan. However, if Dragon's legacy is truly there, it's worth scrapping every single one of his plans. Zeke Draker lightly touches the system screen, thinking, looks like I'll be staying at this cursed family estate a little longer. And just like that, his entire mission has a new direction, all for the secret tied to Dragon. Instantly, a new notification pops up. The beginner level mission book has been activated. The system lays out the first instructions for a low-level admin, explaining that after this tutorial, missions will unlock to help his growth, and completing them brings some seriously sweet rewards. He nods to himself. So, accept missions, complete them. Sounds just like the Adventurer's Guild or a mercenary job. But as Zeke Draker wonders what this tutorial is, a familiar light starts to glow, and you know what that means. The system's newbie tutorial is kicking off. Before he can even react, a brilliant blue light explodes from beneath his feet. When he lands, he's in a bizarre space. The ground a digital grid floating in an endless void. He looks around, stunned. What the? Where am I? Did I get teleported again? But he quickly senses something's off. No, this feels different. It's like the entire dimension has changed. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms before him. It's a hulking orc with blazing red eyes, wielding a menacing spiked club. Zeke Draker shouts in disbelief. An orc. The system immediately displays the tutorial mission. Defeat the monster within 60 minutes using at least 2 skills. The reward, points, and access to the system shop. Zeke Draker quickly sizes up the situation. An orc appears, and a mission is instantly assigned. So this tutorial creates situations that I have to. The monster roars, swinging its massive club to attack. Zeke Draker just smirks. This should have been provided a lot sooner. He dodges the orc's 1,000-pound swing by a hair's breadth, causing the ground to shake violently. The system rapidly announces activating high-speed movement, activating continuous slash. Zeke Draker transforms into a blue phantom, moving at terrifying speed, unleashing a series of slashes that tear through the air, aimed straight for the monster's colossal body. As he darts forward, he realizes his body feels different. The sword is as light as a feather. The system displays a notification for the Heavenly Bone Body, the skill that optimizes physical ability, martial arts training, and Aether conductivity. Zeke Draker stands frozen on the enemy's corpse, thinking, so this is the effect of the Heavenly Bone Body at this level. I can easily take down a commander-class enemy. As soon as the mission ends, Zeke Draker is teleported back to his room. He glances around, dazed. Oh, I'm back. Was it all just an illusion? But he can still feel the battle's aftershock. That felt way too real. The system rewards him with more crit points, time, and unlocks new shop categories. Zeke Draker is thrilled. I can buy items through the system? This is way too convenient. Before him are countless rare treasures like Giant Skin or Giant's Mighty Breath items worth hundreds of gold. He tests the cell function, but his training sword is rejected. For an elven dagger, the system only offers 4 points, making Zeke Draker scoff. 4 points for this dagger? What a total ripoff. I could get at least 100 gold for this anywhere else. It seems selling is only useful for ancient treasures. Otherwise, it's pointless, unless he's desperate for points. At the end of a long day, Zeke Draker thinks to himself, man, what an exhausting day. I'm definitely going to sleep well tonight. The next morning, the scene shifts to the professor's research facility at the Dragon Academy. Professor Fan Nong is overjoyed seeing the Mana Stone. You really brought back a high-compression Mana Stone in just one day? How did you manage that? Zeke Draker calmly sips his tea. When Fan Nong asks when the device will be ready, Zeke Draker replies simply, it's already finished. Fan Nong is in awe. My word, you truly are extraordinary. The fact Zeke Draker even brought this here is even more incredible. Zeke Draker glances at the professor, thinking something suspicious. Fan Nong explains that whenever a high-compression Mana Stone is discovered, the continent's major powers register it with a unique serial number to manage its ownership. He examines the stone through a lens. By checking the serial number, you can determine its excavation time, location, and current owner. Zeke Draker just smirks slightly, because he knows a simple truth, and you and I know it too. The stone he brought has no registration, because it's a brand new discovery all his own. Pushing aside his doubts, Professor Fan Nong can't help but marvel at Zeke Draker's skills. After checking for the serial number, he turns to Zeke Draker. All right, the check is done. Shall we begin? Zeke Draker smiles slightly, not forgetting to compliment the professor. You know, you're far too talented for a place like this. Haha. Gaining his trust, Fan Nong declares, all right, I'm activating it. He immediately unleashes his magic. Glowing magic circles appear on his arm and spread throughout the lab. Energy from the high-compression Mana Stone channels into the system, causing the entire magic furnace to erupt in a brilliant, powerful light. Seeing the machine run so smoothly, Fan Nong can't hide his pride and excitement. With a clap, he rushes off. Now, I must go. But deep down, the professor is still absolutely stunned. He murmured to himself, I never imagined I'd see a fully operational magic furnace in my lifetime. Thank you, truly, my boy. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker's just like, Master, go teach. I've got the rest. He then leads Galleon hand back into the forge where the furnace was just activated. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Galleon snaps to attention, his voice firm. Of course not. Please, state your request. Zeke then presents a lavish wooden box and gives his order. Make me a sword with this. The moment the lid opens, Galleon freezes, completely stunned. Sir, this is. Before him lies a massive, pure white fang, radiating a pressure that could suffocate a man. Galleon cries out in shock, a dragon's fang. And yeah, this isn't just any regular loot drop, people. This is the hardest fang of Bahamut, the cursed evil dragon. Galleon trembles as he touches the legendary artifact, muttering in awe. Wow, its size, this condition. I've never seen anything like it. He looks up at Zeke, his eyes filled with questions. Where on earth did you find this? Zeke glances at the second legacy of Terra Khan Draco and coolly replies, right where it should be. From the heart to the fang. Felt like hitting the jackpot. Seeing the blacksmith's burning curiosity, Zeke just smirks. It's complicated. Witnessing Zeke's kindness and absolute trust, Galleon can't hold back tears of joy. He drops to his knees, sobbing, "You not only gave me a magic furnace, but now the chance to forge a dragon's fang. I swear I will repay this faith." In that instant, a fiery passion erupts around Galleon, engulfing him like an inferno of pure will. He leaps to his feet, roaring with determination, "I, Galleon Humback, will stake my very life on this sword for you." That honorable vow echoes through the forge, just like the promises of his ancestors. Seeing this over-the-top reaction, Zeke just breaks into a cold sweat. He thinks to himself, that kind of talk is a lot of pressure. I mean, at least stay alive to use it, dude. Looking at the emotionally overwhelmed Galleon, Zeke cracks a satisfied smile and declares, "All right, I'll trust you. Show me what kind of sword you can make." With that, Zeke casually strolls out of the Paphnia's Breath Forge, leaving the still reeling Galleon behind. He glances back, offering a final message filled with high hopes. "I'm counting on it." Behind him, the legendary blacksmith is already at work, his eyes burning with resolve amidst the sparks flying from the forge. 1 week later, inside Zeke's luxurious room at the Platinum Palace, he organizes his belongings with a tired sigh. Getting a sword made is seriously draining. I just hope the result is worth all this trouble. Zeke sits on his bed, lost in thought, replaying the past week. It's been 7 days since I got that message telling me to return after my bet with the Duke was over. He stares at the paper with its messy handwriting, doing the math in his head. Yeah, it's about time for something to happen. Suddenly, a deathly chill runs down Zeke's spine. And pay attention here, because right behind him, a shadowy figure in a flowing robe materializes out of blue smoke. Zeke whips around, pure shock written all over his face. A low, reproachful voice cuts through the silence. "Why didn't you come this time, kid?" The newcomer is none other than the garden's keeper, the Duke. Zeke is frozen solid. The Duke radiates a suffocating crimson aura, his voice a low growl. "Answer me." Honestly, under that terrifying pressure, Zeke can't help but tremble. He struggles to keep his composure, stammering an explanation. Well, you said to come back if I wanted a challenge. So naturally, since I had no intention of doing that, I didn't show up." This evasive answer seems to be the final straw for the Duke. He lunges forward like a storm, grabbing Zeke's collar and slamming him down onto the bed. His eyes glow with a dangerous light. "I told you to be honest." All Zeke can manage is a choked gasp of surprise. But the Zeke is absolutely horrified as he's launched from the balcony of the skyscraper. He's in a freefall, thinking, this is it. I'll die on impact with no chance to heal. Is this really the end? By some miracle, Zeke manages to snatch the railing, a sharp crack echoing as he barely saves his own life. But before he can even catch his breath, a hand clamps down hard on his shoulder. A heavy voice follows. "You don't want to challenge me again?" It's the old man, Dexter, standing ominously behind him. He growls sarcastically. "No matter how you slice it, you did the opposite. You didn't come back after you lost. You didn't even come to say hello. It's almost like you're provoking me on purpose." Dangling from the dizzying heights of the Platinum Palace, Zeke is sweating bullets, thinking, what? He knew all along, didn't he? This old man's mind games are absolutely insane. Dexter gives him no time to think, squeezing his neck and delivering an ultimatum. "I'll give you 5 seconds. This time, answer honestly." 5. Dexter starts his countdown, but even while trapped, a bloody, defiant smirk spreads across Zeke's face. This is ridiculous. 4. Dexter's grip on his collar tightens. 3. Zeke looks the old man dead in the eye, shattering the act. "You haven't even revealed your true identity." And just like that, Dexter's cover is blown. 2. Zeke's smirk widens. "Am I wrong, Keeper Dexter?" They lock eyes, both wearing twisted grins. A terrifying force slams into Zeke, sending him crashing through the glass doors back into the room. He hits the wall so hard that stone shatters around him as he groans in agony. Ugh. Ah. Dexter strolls into the wreckage and coldly admits, "All right, you're right, kid. I was once a Black Knight of the Draco family." He walks closer, placing a hand on Zeke's head. Zeke weakly, doubtfully repeats the word, "Was?" The old man narrows his eyes, finally declaring his true identity. "I am Duke Draco." Zeke immediately drops to one knee, his attitude flipping 180 degrees as he respectfully addresses the elder of his family and former member of the Black Knights. He bows his head low, his voice filled with remorse. "As a knight, I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I have shown." This lightning-fast change of heart completely stuns the Duke. He squints, suspicious of the boy's innocent act. What's with that "I knew it all along" expression? Zeke just offers a sheepish grin. Oh, it's nothing. As the Duke walks through the massive hall, Zeke asks curiously, "But Duke, what did you mean when you said you were a Black Knight?" The Duke stops and explains simply, "Easy. I was a Black Knight. Now, I'm a Red Knight." The answer leaves Zeke speechless with shock. How is something like that even possible? Logically, a knight's rank can increase, but he'd never heard of one being demoted. Suddenly, the Duke's stern voice cuts him off. "Kid." He stands with his back turned, the air growing heavy and somber. "We don't talk about that. Ever." Zeke astutely notices the Duke's hand is trembling violently, a clear sign he's suffering from deep pain or psychological trauma, hence his reclusive life of healing. He bows his head slightly. "Understood." Zeke places a hand over his heart, his gaze firming with resolve. "Since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll be honest in return. So you knew my identity from the start, and you deliberately provoked me just to become my official disciple?" Zeke sits calmly on the floor and admits it without a hint of hesitation. "Yes, that's exactly right." The Duke strokes his chin, an amused smirk playing on his lips. "You've got some serious guts, kid." He claps his hands once, decisively. "All right, I'll take you as my disciple." And there it is. You and I just watched him risk it all to get a teacher. Faced with the old man's sudden acceptance, Zeke can only blink in confusion. Huh? That's it? Wasting no time, Zeke Draker immediately kneels to perform the ancient disciple ceremony. "I, Zeke Draker, pledge myself as a disciple to the great Duke Raker, knight among knights. I swear to follow my master's teachings with dedication, to cultivate the virtues of learning and striving, and to preserve and enhance my master's honor." The Duke is surprised by this thorough preparation. "Oh, you even know the disciple's oath. It's rarely used these days." Zeke Draker smiles confidently in reply. "Cultural knowledge." The Duke smirks, thinking this kid is a sly one, but plays it cool and takes it as a compliment. Then, Zeke Draker's face turns unusually serious. "But, Master, may I ask a question?" The Duke looks at him, thinking, he's calling me Master already. Huh, go ahead. With his master's permission, Zeke Draker asks the question that's been on his mind. "What did you find so appealing about me? Is it because I'm handsome, talented, or rich?" Zeke Draker knew the Duke was famous for never taking disciples. Even the prodigy of the century, Andre, had to beg for years just to become his one and only student. So why did he accept him so easily? A theory forms in Zeke Draker's mind. He must have seen my potential in the duel, something that far surpasses Andre's talent. That man really has a sharp eye. So he asks with confidence, "I think I know why." The Duke smirks, intrigued. "Guess then, disciple." Zeke Draker, without a hint of modesty, declares, "Of course, it's because I'm a prodigy." The arrogant answer makes the Duke burst out laughing. This kid is way too full of himself. If that was the reason, I would have taken Zena as my student. Seeing Zeke Draker's disappointed face, he gets serious again. "It's because you have determination." The Duke explains in a low voice that not all so-called prodigies can reach the level of a red or black knight. Those who grow up without facing adversity will crumble at the smallest challenge. Zeke Draker silently agrees. He's right. In his memory, many prodigies expected to reach at least the red knight rank ended up stuck at purple or blue. The images of fallen knights on the battlefield are the clearest proof of this lesson. Enough reminiscing, the Duke stands up, cutting off his student's thoughts. "Follow me. Your first lesson begins now." Zeke Draker eagerly responds, "Yes, Master." The two of them head to the western greenhouse of the training grounds. Zeke Draker is stunned when he enters a vast, hidden arena below. Who would have guessed? He wonders what the Duke is about to make him do. But the first lesson is unbelievably simple. His master told him to run, and so Zeke Draker ran his heart out for 3 straight hours. This is one tough workout. Drenched in sweat, Zeke Draker hears the Duke's sharp command, "Stop." Zeke Draker halts, panting as he asks, "So, I can stop running now?" The Duke replies calmly, "Yes, but I want to ask you something." Zeke Draker waits respectfully. "Yes, Master, what is it you want to know?" The Duke casually walks closer and says offhandedly, "Nothing much." In that exact moment, an incredible pressure explodes from behind Zeke Draker. The words have barely left his mouth when a black shadow flashes past in an instant. A sharp crack echoes out, and Zeke Draker is sent flying through a wooden door, tumbling across the ground in total shock. He struggles up, exclaiming in disbelief, "Huh?" Master Duke is suddenly standing right behind him. "Checking your energy isn't so easy, is it?" Zeke Draker breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Okay, something was wrong from the very beginning." He recalls all the times he deliberately avoided being checked at the infirmary, during the talent test, in the greenhouse, and just now, after running 500 laps around the training grounds. "I can't feel any aura from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you avoided it." "Kid, don't try to tell me you can't use aura." The question hits Zeke Draker like a bolt of lightning, freezing him in place. The air in the training ground becomes deathly silent. The Duke paces slowly, his eyes never leaving his young apprentice. The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? An unprecedented golden light caused a commotion and brought you here. He steps closer, a knowing smirk on his face. So, why did you stop me from checking your pulse? It's curiosity, not suspicion. The Duke muses, a raker who can't use aura is a serious problem. You'd be called a failure. Zeke Draker stays silent, his mind racing. Lucky for me, the one I'm dealing with is the Duke. If it were one of those strict elders, I'd be toast by now. Once I get my RAM, they won't suspect my lack of aura anymore. Until then, I have to be extremely careful. He tells himself he doesn't need to spin a long lie like last time about being the family's first failed awakening. You're right, Master. Now pay attention, this is where Zeke Draker puts on a real show. Reverse spirit energy. A bright electric current erupts from Zeke Draker's hands. You even have the ability to influence spirit energy, a mark of true blood. And yet, for some reason, you can't use aura. Seeing the Duke's contemplative look, Zeke Draker keeps calculating his next move. He knows this truth will be the perfect shield. Zeke Draker begins his performance, bowing his head in feigned remorse. I apologize for before. I was terrified that if it got out that a raker couldn't use aura, I would be exiled. Fake tears start rolling down his pitiful face. Zeke Draker puts on an act of pure vulnerability to win his master's trust. He asks meekly, so, what do you think? Master Duke looks at the kid before him and can't help but sigh. Most kids his age are still out playing marbles, but he still couldn't stop wondering why he couldn't sense any aura, despite Zeke Draker having awakened at the blessing ceremony. Zeke Draker knew that even if the Duke checked his pulse, nothing would be confirmed for certain. That's because the blessing ceremony is paramount to the Raker family, and its results are indisputable. Just as Zeke Draker predicted, the Duke starts to find a reason to explain this impossible truth, muttering aloud. An irregular genius? Zeke Draker smirks internally. This is exactly the direction he wanted this to go. If his master doesn't understand the concept of a class, concluding he's an irregular is perfectly logical. Zeke Draker pretends to be naive and asks, "What's an irregular master?" The Duke looks toward the weapons on the wall and explains, it refers to those with abnormal abilities. For example, someone who uses both aura and spirit energy, or someone who can see the future. Things that defy common sense. He warns him sternly. Because of that, irregulars are often treated poorly. Don't go around telling people you can. Zeke Draker curiously interrupts. Then why do you think I'm an irregular, Master? The Duke analyzes as he walks, your unusual stamina and regeneration. No matter how minor, internal injuries need time to heal. But you recovered instantly. I'm certain a massive amount of energy was consumed. What do you think that energy was? Zeke Draker cuts in. Aura. The Duke nods in confirmation. Exactly. My theory is that any aura you generate is immediately consumed by your stamina and regeneration, leaving no trace for you to sense. Zeke Draker is impressed. Oh, that's actually pretty convincing. He looks up at his master and asks with a worried expression, does that mean I'll never be able to use aura, Master? The Duke lets out a hearty laugh at his apprentice's concern. Haha, don't worry. My ultimate technique doesn't require aura. It's a special technique. He explains that special techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights. Typically, this would involve applying or enhancing dragon-slaying techniques, all of which require aura. But Duck stood, commanding with absolute authority, I will demonstrate. Watch closely. Instantly, he shot off like a flash. Zeke Draker sat floored, his eyes wide in shock as his master's form blurred into a series of phantom-like afterimages. Is this the legendary phantom step? After finishing, Duck stood proudly and asked, did you see that, Zeke Draker? The boy just stared at the remaining footprints, and suddenly, he understood the secret. I just need to follow your footsteps, right? Duck was floored by his student's perception. Ha, if that's all you needed, then there's nothing left for me to explain. You've seen enough. Duck let out a huge, excited laugh. Ha ha ha. That confidence of yours is on par with a black knight. Zeke Draker stomped his foot and shot forward, perfectly mimicking his master's footwork. In his mind, following Duck's steps revealed invisible pathways that were now crystal clear. He realized every single step had a purpose: attacking, dodging, closing the gap, creating distance. Not a single movement was wasted. A true hidden master. Witnessing Zeke Draker's perfect imitation, Duck froze, completely stunned. It's only been a week. I knew he had talent, but this level of skill. You're not going to believe what happens next. Duke felt a shiver run down his spine as Zeke Draker moved like a literal whirlwind, screaming in his head, what the hell happened this past week? Is he using a cheat code? Zeke Draker completed the footwork with a cold, determined gaze. The rhythm of Zeke Draker's steps was now subtly different, enough to startle even a legend like Duck. The image of a peerless genius flashed in his mind, and Duck couldn't help but whisper, perfect. He looked at his disciple with pure admiration. You've earned that Black Knight level confidence. In response, Zeke Draker simply brushed some dust off his shoulder with a smug look on his face, an expression that screamed, "Yeah, I know I'm amazing. This act just ticked Duck off," who mentally roared. If only he could drop that insufferable attitude. He couldn't believe this was the same kid who was crying just a moment ago. Duck lunged forward, grabbing Zeke Draker's cheeks and squishing them, causing the boy to mumble, "You're not going to brag about me, are you?" Duck huffed back. "That depends on your attitude, you insolent disciple." Zeke Draker could only stay silent, thinking to himself, how can a former Black Knight be so immature? A month flies by. In the Academy's dining hall, Zeke Draker is devouring a massive meal, having noticed his portions increase with his training intensity. Lost in a sandwich, Zeke Draker suddenly froze, sensing someone. Andre Draker stood over his table, speaking coldly. "Can you spare a moment?" Zeke Draker nonchalantly finished his bite before replying, "Andre, if it's here, fine, I'm busy." Andre suppressed his rage, sat down, and got straight to the point. "Fine. How did you convince Dexter?" Zeke Draker inwardly scoffed at Andre's panic. He just kept eating as he casually replied, "Convincing wasn't necessary. Dexter chose me himself." The arrogant answer made Andre's face darken. He growled, "In the end, it's just because you have the true bloodline." "And yeah, I know what you're thinking. This is where the smackdown happens." A sharp clank rang out as Zeke Draker slammed his fork on the table. He stared Andre down and shot back. "Is your inferiority complex really that bad? Even if my bloodline caught his eye at first, do you really think a man like Dexter would accept just anyone?" Zeke Draker's gaze sharpened as he stated plainly, "The reason I became his disciple, putting his initial interest aside, was because of my talent. So instead of wasting your time fueling your own insecurity, why don't you try becoming someone worthy of being chosen?" At the Western greenhouse, the sound of frantic footsteps breaks the early morning silence. Zeke Draker stood beside Master Duck, looking out at the huge arena. "What's all this about, Master?" he asked, confused. Duck just crossed his arms and sighed. "I'm wondering the same thing. What is wrong with that kid?" In the distance, Andre was staggering, his body shaking from exhaustion, but his legs refused to stop moving. With a weary look, Duck explained, "He begged me to let him stay close, even offered to be my attendant. I told him if he wanted to stay, he had to run 300 laps without using his aura. And now, he's actually doing it." Zeke Draker repeated in disbelief, 300 laps. Without aura? Duck clicked his tongue. "Yep, that guy is a certified madman." Seeing Andre on the verge of collapse, eyes bloodshot and breath ragged, Zeke Draker silently reevaluated his rival. He thought to himself, "I thought he was just an arrogant noble, but it seems he has some serious determination." At that exact moment, the entire atmosphere at the Academy suddenly grew tense. "Now get ready, because you and I are about to see a major player enter the scene." Shouts echoed from above. "You fool, you forget what day it is." The family head, as the thunder of hooves and wheels announced a lavish convoy bearing the Draco family crest, a sword and dragon wings. A soldier frantically yelled, "The head of the family is arriving. Everyone, prepare yourselves." The guards instantly snapped to attention, roaring in unison, "Yes, Headmaster." As the carriage stopped, a man with silver hair and an imposing aura stepped out, his voice low. "It has been a while, Howgut." Howgut immediately bowed. Thousands of soldiers stood in perfect formation, their unified shout shaking the heavens. "We salute the master of the Draco family." At exactly high noon, a great bell chimed, signaling the moment had come. A powerful, black-gloved hand reached out from a mysterious veil of purple mist. Arthur Draco stepped before Howgut, speaking calmly, "I imagine you've been through much." Howgut immediately bowed his head respectfully. "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, Master." Arthur looked at the headmaster with a deep gaze. "I will continue to count on you." This was Arthur Draker, the head of the Draker family, one of the 3 most legendary dragon-slaying families on the continent. Arthur patted Howgut's shoulder gently and gave a simple order. "The sun is rather harsh today. Let us go inside." The powerful patriarch's presence sent whispers of awe through the crowd. "Whoa, that's the head of the family." Standing before the student body, Arthur raised his hand. The wind whistled as he declared in a booming voice, "To all you young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draco family." His gaze swept across the academy, his words of steel ringing in the ears of the family's next generation. "Focus on your training, then train some more. Your growth is the growth of the Draco family." Arthur's blazing golden eyes radiated a breathtaking pressure. Facing their leader's overwhelming presence, the entire student body roared with absolute loyalty. "We will engrave your words into our hearts." Arthur turns on his heel, without a word. "All right, let's go." His subordinates watch in silent reverence as he walks away. A moment later, in the solemn main hall, Arthur Draker, the esteemed protector of the Dragon's Eye, holds a private meeting with Zeke Draker. Bowing in a perfect, formal greeting, Zeke Draker says, I, Zeke Draker, a member of this family, offer you my deepest respect and salutations. Arthur lets out a hearty laugh at his youngest son's formality. Ha ha ha. Even the folks at the Four Seasons Fortress don't do greetings like that anymore. He calmly picks up his teacup, gesturing to skip the formalities. Sit down. I heard you like tea, so I brought something exquisite. I hope it suits your taste. Looking at the delicate pastries on the table, Zeke Draker takes a small sip of tea and replies, Thank you, father. But inwardly, he can't help but feel shocked even his tea preferences were reported back to the family. As if reading his son's mind, Arthur states with imposing authority, There's a saying the emperor may not know everything, but there is nothing the Draker family doesn't know. He sets his cup down, getting straight to the point. The reason I summoned you is because I heard some surprising news. Duke has taken on a disciple. Zeke Draker pauses, thinking to himself, straight to the point, no ambiguity. He calmly replies, Sir Duke was simply showing me his generosity. That's all. Arthur smirks. Is that so? Well, if you say so, then it must be. His gaze suddenly turns sharp, full of expectation, as he looks at Zeke Draker's reflection in the tea. I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings, you will become the strongest on the continent. Arthur emphasizes every single word. Stronger than anyone, so that you can live more freely than anyone else. A sharp click echoes as Zeke Draker puts his teacup down firmly. He looks his powerful father straight in the eye, completely unfazed. That is my goal. Arthur stares right back at Zeke Draker, and the pressure in the room skyrockets. Then that includes surpassing me, does it not? Instantly, a terrifying, dense aura explodes outwards. It engulfs the entire room. Zeke Draker is so overwhelmed he can barely breathe, sweat pouring down his face. Ugh. He's stunned as he feels the space around him distorting. Could this be? A massive pillar of blue light erupts as Arthur activates his ultimate technique, Celestial Sword. And let me tell you, within this domain, he has absolute control over life and death. This is a top-tier aura. Zeke Draker grits his teeth, fighting against the crushing pressure. He knows this is the pinnacle of aura manipulation. It's a power only true Black Knights can even hope to reach. But instead of fear, Zeke Draker just smirks defiantly and retorts, Of course. Seeing his son's courage, Arthur gives a slight, satisfied smile. He calmly sips his tea amidst the swirling waves of energy. Of all the things I've heard recently, this is the most interesting. Zeke Draker looks at the man before him, amazed. This is the current head of the Draker family, a true Black Knight. He thought Duke's level was absurd, but this is something else entirely. Still, with backing this strong, he doesn't have to fear anyone. Arthur puts down his teacup, pulls out a small object, and slides it towards Zeke Draker. I came to the academy to encourage you, but seeing you now, encouragement alone isn't enough. He continues, Consider this a gift to celebrate you becoming Duke's disciple. Zeke Draker is stunned by the item on the table. This is the black card, he stammers out in disbelief. You're giving this to me? Arthur calmly replies, Judging by your reaction, it seems you know what it is. Zeke Draker excitedly picks up the legendary card, his mind racing with everything he knows about it. A card issued to only a handful of VIPs. It's known to grant incredible benefits with no spending limit. I know what you're thinking, a card you can swipe for anything without checking the price? It's exactly that legendary. Arthur casually pushes the card towards his son, saying, I'll add you as a co-user. Feel free to use it as you please. Zeke Draker immediately stands, bowing respectfully. Thank you, father. I will certainly use it wisely. Though he appears grateful, inwardly, he's on high alert. He stares at the card, silently assessing the situation. His father's words are kind, but the intention behind them is crystal clear. Zeke Draker knows this card is a double-edged sword. Every transaction is logged, making it easier for them to track his every move. However, he also spots a flaw in his father's plan. Still, the fact that he's using a somewhat softer method instead of brute force means he isn't paying too close attention to me yet. Arthur gives a knowing smirk, not wanting to waste any more time with the son he believes will one day rule the world. He waves his hand. You may leave now. Zeke Draker bows one last time, says, Understood, and quietly turns to leave. As Zeke Draker's footsteps fade, Arthur is left alone in the silent room. He lets out a long sigh, as if finally taking off his mask of authority. Just then, a figure steps out from the shadows, teasingly saying, What a detestable man you are. The newcomer is none other than Duke, the washed-up gardener and Zeke Draker's master. Duke looks at Arthur with pure disdain. He was neglected in the cradle, and now you want to play the part of a caring father? Arthur isn't surprised by Duke's presence at all. He replies flatly, As the family head, I have no choice. You know that. His eyes turn cold as he glares at his old friend. And those words you just said were an insult to the family head. Duke isn't intimidated in the slightest. He plops down into a chair, challenging him. Humph. Fine then. Arrest me. Arthur just smiles, and the tension in the room instantly vanishes. He takes out a bottle of fine liquor. This is why you're the only one I can speak to freely. Let's talk over a drink. The moment Duke sees the bottle's label, his eyes light up with excitement. He holds his breath. And it's the red label too. See, you do have some taste after all. This guy's clearly an addict. Arthur leisurely pours the drinks, and his tone suddenly turns serious. You've heard about the strange situation on the continent, haven't you? Duke takes a sip and nonchalantly replies, I'm cooped up in the academy. How would I know? Arthur smirks. Your eyes and ears across the continent are still active. You can't hide it from me. Duke just clicks his tongue. You already knew. Then why ask? He reveals a shocking piece of information. The Emperor, obsessed with immortality, is searching the entire continent like a madman. Hearing this, Duke's face turns grim. He asks, do you think it's possible? Duke shakes his head firmly. Of course not. Eternal youth might be achievable through magic, but true immortality is absolutely impossible. However, he then lowers his voice, a dangerous glint in his eyes. But what if it involves an ancient dragon's artifact? Arthur's hanging question leaves Duke utterly speechless. His eyes widen in shock as he exclaims, what? The voice I heard before I died and the system message I saw after reincarnating. It all makes sense now. I stole the very artifact the Emperor craved, causing him to hunt me down to the ends of the earth. Back then, I didn't care what it was, but now I've found a clue. The administrator system that sent me back in time must be a function of that ancient dragon's artifact. But who created it, and why? Zeke Draker leans against the wall, letting out a tired sigh. Ha. In the end, he's just left with a dozen more unanswered questions. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, Duke exclaims with satisfaction, awesome. I'll get on it right away, Arthur. Arthur nods slightly. I'm counting on you. Duke's footsteps fade down the empty corridor. Arthur stands silently before the grand door, his golden eyes glowing with deep thought. And trust me, after a long pause, he decisively pushes it open, leaving us all hanging on what he'll do next. Inside the room, Zeke Draker stares intently at the artifact, his mind racing. If this truly is the treasure the Emperor is searching for, how is it connected to Viren Hangni's life? Clearly, that's a question without an answer. Suddenly, in the quiet training room, he snaps. Didn't I tell you not to bother me in here, Dekel? Dekel bows respectfully, explaining, my apologies, young master. A classmate is here to see you. And you can see the confusion on Zeke Draker's face. Classmate? He doesn't have any friends at the academy. A name flashes in his mind, Renaissau. With a soft sigh, Zeke Draker agrees. All right then. He steps out of the training room, full of suspicion, only to find Liam Stone. Why would I be his friend? Zeke Draker wonders to himself. Liam is kneeling on the ground, a look of pure desperation on his face. Please, I beg you, accept me, he shouts. Witnessing this, Zeke Draker just sighs, regretting he ever came out. Accept you, he asks, skeptical. You mean, as a subordinate? Without a moment's hesitation, Liam slams his head to the floor, his voice ringing with conviction. Yes, master. And what about Giachen? Zeke Draker asks, referring to the man Liam used to follow. Liam's hands clench the ground so tightly they start to bleed. He growls, his voice firm, I have abandoned him. Liam's eyes burn with a mix of determination and despair as he screams. Zeke Draker simply looks down at the man kneeling at his feet, thinking to himself, it was the same in my past life. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? As Liam keeps pleading, Zeke Draker just looks down coldly and asks, bluntly, are you an idiot? You should have chosen Jimin or Turun. Liam hangs his head, his voice trembling as he replies, I have no family to back me. Zeke Draker turns and walks away, his words sharp, meaning you're useless for helping me get into Valhalla. He stops, turning back. And why should I trust you? Liam trembles, shaking under the pressure. Suddenly, he reaches back and pulls a dagger from its sheath. Liam looks up at Zeke Draker, his eyes blazing with a crazed and absolute determination. Now watch this, because what he does next is completely insane. Of course you doubt me, he yells. I will prove it by any means necessary. And without a second's hesitation, Liam takes the dagger and slices off his own ear. He stares directly at Zeke Draker and declares, if you tell me to be silent, I will cut out my tongue. If you order me to take my own life, I will cut my own throat. I will give my life to you, master. Faced with this terrifyingly extreme loyalty, Zeke Draker just watches in silence, his cold purple eyes revealing nothing. Deep in Liam's mind, memories of his childhood ambition flash the desire to be stronger than anyone. Please, teach me, master. Back in the present, Liam is on the ground, begging in desperation. I implore you. Zeke Draker doesn't say a word. Instead, he grabs his sword and throws it with incredible force. The blade spins through the air before embedding itself in the ground right in front of Liam. One attack, Zeke Draker declares coldly. If you can withstand a single attack from me, I will accept you. Hearing this one chance to change his life, his resolve hardens. Thank you, sir. Zeke Draker walks forward, confirming the man's condition. You've been treated, right? Liam immediately replies. He braces himself, thinking, I thought withstanding one blow wouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm an aura user too. However, the moment Zeke Draker unleashes his pressure, Liam is completely paralyzed with fear. Is this really a person my own age? I guess this is goodbye, cruel world. The nightmare begins as a giant golden dragon's eye, radiating immense power, appears in Liam's mind, crushing any will to resist. He collapses to his knees, his chest heaving, struggling just to breathe. Before his opponent can even think, Zeke Draker moves like a flash of blue lightning. Liam just barely raises his sword in a hopeless defense. A piercing shriek of metal fills the room as their two immense powers collide, sending sparks flying everywhere. The terrifying speed and force of Zeke Draker's swing sends the sword in Liam's hand flying out of his control. The weapon spins wildly through the air before slamming into the ground. Zeke Draker stands tall, his cold purple eyes looking down at the trembling, injured man at his feet. He smirks, asking a single, mocking question. So, is that all you've got? Seeing Liam's terrified and helpless expression, Zeke Draker delivers his final, cold judgment. Pathetic. But if you're aiming for Valhalla, you'd be better off giving up, Zeke Draker says coldly, seeing Liam still kneeling on the ground. Sir Zeke Draker, Liam cries out in despair. Zeke Draker assesses the situation. Liam being abandoned by Giachen must be the truth. If he wasn't Giachen's subordinate, a man from a low-ranking family like him would never have been able to enter this place. Zeke Draker bitterly recalls that even someone with a pure bloodline like himself was once expelled, so it wouldn't be strange for Liam to be kicked out now. It's easy to understand why he's so anxious. Looking at Liam's defiant back, Zeke Draker wonders, is it really worth clinging to so desperately? In his past life, Liam was expelled and his knight order collapsed, but he still rose to become a red knight. Yet Liam continues to beg through his tears. Please, give me one more chance, Sir Zeke Draker. Seeing that determination, Zeke Draker realizes he has absolutely no intention of giving up. Okay, I know what you're thinking. This is where it gets truly messed up. All right, Zeke Draker finally relents. I'll give you one more chance, but on one condition. He stands tall, his aura suffocating as he lays out his cruel challenge. If I want you mute, you will cut out your tongue. If I want you crippled, you will chop off your legs. He steps closer, places a hand on Liam's shoulder, and delivers the final, ice-cold verdict. So, cut off your right arm. Yeah, this guy is on another level of ruthless. Liam is stunned, his face pale with horror at Zeke Draker's brutal demand. After all, Zeke Draker knows this is a request that forces Liam to abandon his entire life as a swordsman, something any normal person would never accept. He casually turns away, picking up his sword while his cold words hang in the air. I have countless training exercises to do. If you can't do it, then get lost. Liam just bows his head in silence, his face shrouded in shadow. Zeke Draker thinks to himself, I don't know why he's so desperate, but don't lose heart. You can still reach the rank of Red Knight even without Valhalla. But suddenly, Liam doesn't give up. He snatches the sword, his eyes burning with an absolute frenzied madness. This crazy bastard, Zeke Draker growls. Liam lunges forward like a wild beast, bringing his sword down in a thunderous overhead strike. A deafening clang rings out as the two swords collide. Liam continues his crazed assault, his slashes tearing through the air and sending powerful shockwaves that shake the entire training room. He stands panting, exhausted, his breath clouding the air. Zeke Draker can't believe it. You're insane. What if I had changed my mind? You just swung your sword at me. At Zeke Draker's mocking words, Liam lowers his head, his voice trembling but firm. That's because there is something more precious than my arm that I cannot afford to lose. He would rather fight to the death than cripple the hands of a swordsman. Zeke Draker watches in silence, his gaze turning sharper and more serious than ever before as he delivers a stern warning. If you ever pull a stunt that's stupid again, I don't care how loyal you are, I'll kick you out. Remember that. With that, Zeke Draker turns his back and walks away. Liam freezes for a second, his eyes wide with shock. But when he realizes Zeke Draker's true meaning, he's so overjoyed he starts to cry, stammering out, Master Zeke Draker. So that means Zeke Draker doesn't break his stride, just calls back casually. Hurry up, Liam. What will people think of me if my subordinate only has one ear? Liam's face lights up as he shouts with excitement. Yes, I understand, Master Zeke Draker. The scene shifts to a lavish dining hall where Liam, sitting opposite Zeke Draker, gently touches his bandaged ear and asks, Can I really use medicine this good? Zeke Draker calmly takes a sip of tea and replies flatly, It's an investment in your value. Besides, money is no object to me. A sharp clink echoes as Zeke Draker sets his cup down hard. He leans in, his piercing purple eyes locking onto Liam, getting straight to the point. So, what was it really about? Okay, you and I are both leaning in right now, because the drama is about to hit the roof. Zeke Draker stares straight into Liam's eyes, waiting for an honest answer. After a long silence, Liam finally speaks. It was something more important than my right arm. He then begins to recount his family's bitter tragedy. Just a few days after being abandoned by his clan, Liam received news that his mother had collapsed with a high fever. Although the fever broke quickly, the real nightmare had only just begun. Strange red spots that looked like roses began appearing on her body, and her health started to decline rapidly. The local healers were helpless. They couldn't even identify the disease. Zeke Draker listens intently, then asks for confirmation. So that's why you want to get into Valhalla? Liam nods firmly. Yes. The medical benefits for students and their families at Valhalla are the best on the continent. While Liam is lost in his explanation, Zeke Draker is silently jotting down every symptom on a piece of paper. Rose-like red spots, a recurring high fever, and those distinct floral patterns. Now pay attention, because this is where Zeke Draker puts it all together. He recognizes the signs of a plague from his past, one with a terrifying infection rate and an incredibly high mortality. Images flash through his mind, victims with bloodshot, rose-colored eyes, their bodies rotting away. However, he also knows a critical secret. A timely cure was successfully developed to stop this very pandemic. Zeke Draker casually pushes the paper towards Liam and says, "This is the formula to cure the disease your mother has. It's not that difficult, so even a village healer should be able to make it." Liam stares in disbelief as he takes the paper. His hands are trembling, unable to believe his eyes. He stammers, overcome with emotion. "Thank you, Master. How did you know the cure for an illness that even the healers couldn't name?" Zeke Draker stays silent. In his mind, though, memories of two genius alchemist brothers, Anne and Jep, surface with perfect clarity. They were the ones who invented the cure, saving the continent from total collapse. But the greedy Alchemist Association tried to exploit them. In response, the brothers publicly released the formula to the world, spreading it so far and wide that even mercenaries like Zeke Draker in his past life knew about it. Back in the present, Zeke Draker gives a faint, mysterious smile. "Just tell them you have an acquaintance who's an alchemist." He takes another sip of tea, then adds, "So, now that you have the cure, you don't need to go to Valhalla or stay under my command anymore." Hearing this, Liam immediately shoots to his feet, his voice firm. "Absolutely not." He roars with determination, "I swore I would dedicate my life to you, Master Zeke Draker." Clenching his fists so hard they shake, he suddenly drops to his knees, proclaiming, "I swear my lifelong loyalty to my master." Zeke Draker looks down at the man kneeling before him and can't help but think a loyalty oath? From the Mercenary King who was his subordinate in a past life? Yeah, he can work with that. Stick with me, because this story's about to get wild. Zeke Draker's master tells him, "If you fall behind, I'm leaving you there, so you better keep up." Talk about a master with no tutoring sessions. If you slack, you're on your own. As dusk settles over the Grand Draco Academy, it signals that a whole new set of troubles is about to begin. Inside a luxurious office, Headmaster Hogwarts quietly asks, "What is it?" as Owen approaches and bows. "Yes, Headmaster." He gets straight to the point without any hesitation. "I have a proposal. Is it possible to increase the difficulty of this semester's exam?" Hogwarts narrows his eyes at the calculating student, and the reason is, Owen explains confidently, "You may think me arrogant, but this year's first-year students are exceptionally skilled. All the children of powerful noble families are here, including 2 pure-blooded awakeners. If the exam is held at last year's difficulty," he continues, "it will be impossible to properly distinguish their abilities." The old headmaster pauses for a moment before murmuring, "That makes sense, truly befitting the heir of the gem and house. I will consider it favorably." Owen flashes a triumphant smile, bows, and says, "Thank you, Headmaster," before quietly leaving the room. When the door closes, Hogwarts lets out a long sigh. Leaning back in his chair, he gazes out the window, his mind filled with dark schemes. Indeed, he thinks, bloodline is unmistakable. To think I had the very same thought as him. The headmaster's gaze lands on the training grounds, where Zeke Draker is practicing his swordsmanship. If I want to avoid future trouble, it's best to cut the weed at its root. The day of the semester exam, the dungeon exploration has arrived. This is a crucial test at Draco Academy, where teams of 2 must cooperate to escape a dungeon within a set time limit. The unique part is that the difficulty of each dungeon is assigned completely at random, meaning every team faces a completely different set of challenges. Standing before a massive dungeon entrance, Zeke Draker glances at his partner. "You nervous, Liam?" Liam can't hide his anxiety and answers honestly. "Yes, I'm a little tense." Zeke Draker advises him calmly. "That's natural. Too much tension causes mistakes, but too little leads to overconfidence. But just the right amount prevents both. So just go all out, I've got your back." Right then, a loud announcement rings out. "Next, Zeke Draker Raka and Liam Stone." Zeke Draker signals decisively, "Let's go." Liam follows respectfully saying, "Yes, master." But just as they're about to enter their assigned path, a hand suddenly reaches out, stopping them. "Wait a minute." Zeke Draker turns around, a questioning look on his face. The proctor points towards a much darker, more ominous entrance and orders, "You too go that way." Zeke Draker squints in the direction he's pointing, sensing something seriously wrong with this sudden change of course. As Zeke Draker stands his ground, the proctor snaps impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Get in there." But faced with that attitude, Zeke Draker doesn't flinch. He just smirks with a knowing look, as if he's already figured out the entire plot against him. Liam quickly responds to avoid any more attention. "Yes, yes, we'll follow your instructions." The two of them silently step into the pitch-black void of the dungeon, beginning a journey full of prearranged traps. A dungeon with varying difficulty, sure, but since it's a test dungeon controlled by the Academy, there are no real-life threatening elements. It's more like a virtual reality game. The core objective for the students is to escape within the time limit. Each team gets a countdown clock, and their 96 hours begin the moment they step into the dungeon. On top of that, combat ability is also a major part of the evaluation. If a contestant brings back the head of a slain monster, they get bonus points. But the most important thing is simply getting out, because if you don't escape within the time limit, you officially fail the exam. In the dungeon's quiet darkness, Zeke Draker and Liam have stopped to set up camp. Zeke Draker tells him to rest up after a good meal, but Liam feels guilty since his master did everything from setting up the tent to preparing the food. Liam insists, "You did everything from setting up camp to cooking, so please rest first." Zeke Draker calmly reassures him, "I can go about 4 days without sleep, so don't worry." "Then, I'll rest first." Zeke Draker nods. "All right, if anything happens, I'll wake you." Now alone, Zeke Draker pulls out his pocket watch to check the time. 16 hours have passed since they entered. But since he trained for 3 straight days before the exam, Zeke Draker's been awake for nearly 90 hours straight. He analyzes his condition. Even though his infinite stamina skill restores physical fatigue, it does nothing for mental exhaustion. Looking at the sleeping Liam, Zeke Draker thinks to himself that dungeons are always full of unpredictable variables, so it's best to minimize risks as much as possible. He plans to switch shifts with Liam when he wakes up to get some rest himself. Just then, a loud, clear bell tolls, shattering the silence. Through the fog and white snow, a lonely old clock tower appears amidst the ruins. The wind howls through the desolate remains, making a tattered red flag with a golden dragon emblem whip wildly in the air. And on a misty, snow-covered peak, a figure lies collapsed in a pool of blood. Zeke Draker jolts awake, sweating and breathing heavily. He clutches his face, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that dream again. But instantly, his eyes glow a sharp, vigilant gold as he hears a familiar sound. Wait, that's definitely the sound of a bell. Without a second of hesitation, Zeke Draker stomps out the campfire and violently shakes Liam awake. "Get up, Liam. Enemies are here," he orders decisively. "I'll check out the situation first. Don't turn on any lights." Liam springs up, respectfully replying, "Yes, master." Zeke Draker silently moves into the darkness, calculating his next move. Using his special vision during a 4-day exam like this is a huge risk. It's better to just get used to the darkness. Suddenly, a strange smell hits his nose, making him pause. Now pay attention, because this is where the night takes a deadly turn. He recognizes the scent of sulfur. "No way," he thinks, immediately identifying the threat. A monster that smells like sulfur and hunts in packs of grade 3 danger, the Hellhound. Zeke Draker swiftly draws his sword, shocked, even though he hunted an orc in the exam in his past life. "I never thought there'd be hellhounds here too. One wrong move, and it's game over." But then Zeke Draker freezes, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Wait a minute, something's not right. He quickly analyzes the situation. Even a pack leader hellhound would only weigh a few hundred kilograms. But these footsteps, they're heavy enough to be tens of tons. Could it be a mutation? The steps get closer, heavy and powerful. Zeke Draker grinds his teeth as sweat rolls down his face. Are you kidding me? In an instant, a world-shaking explosion erupts, sending Zeke Draker flying through the air as he struggles to reorient himself. Liam rushes forward in a panic, yelling, "Master, are you all right?" Zeke Draker forces himself up, planting his sword in the ground. His eyes blaze with a furious purple light as he snarls, "That bastard Giachen, what kind of trick is he pulling now?" Right behind Zeke Draker, a flaming beast with burning orange eyes appears with a deep growl. But the scene that follows is the true nightmare. A massive, gray hand is gripping the bloody head of that hellhound like a cheap toy. An evil, deafening roar echoes through the area as a monstrous, green creature, as massive as a mountain, leaps down from above. Zeke Draker grips his sword tightly, his eyes turning cold as he realizes his enemy's vicious plot. They're definitely trying to get rid of me. And yeah, You and I both know what this means. The real boss just showed up that Hellhound was just the appetizer. Liam stammers in absolute terror. A T-troll? Before them stands a colossal monster with blood-red, savage eyes. This is a troll, a grade 1 hazardous monster, something that could easily destroy a Hellhound or an orc in the blink of an eye. More importantly, its blood is the main ingredient for recovery potions, giving it an unbelievably terrifying regeneration ability that makes any opponent tremble in fear. Realizing the overwhelming difference in power, Liam grits his teeth and makes a desperate call. He stands in front of Zeke Draker, declaring firmly, "I'll be the decoy." Use that chance to escape, but in response to that sacrifice, Zeke Draker just smirks. He places a hand on his subordinate's shoulder and casually asks, "What are you talking about? Since when do I abandon my own people? This small fry is nothing." Zeke Draker steps forward, and a blazing purple aura erupts from his great sword, leaving Liam completely stunned. He looks back at Liam with eyes full of trust and encouragement. "Believe in your own efforts, not in me, Liam." "You're not weak," Zeke Draker says with an arrogant smile, giving his command. "I'll support you. Just do whatever you want." His master's words fuel him with endless power. Liam's face lights up as he yells excitedly, "Thank you, master." Without any hesitation, Liam launches himself into the air, swinging his sword straight at the colossal monster. A flurry of attacks, fast as lightning, rains down. The purple sword slashes through the troll's thick hide, creating powerful energy explosions that shake the entire dungeon. Watching his subordinate's spectacular performance from behind, Zeke Draker's eyes glow with a satisfied purple light. He mutters to himself, "This kid's pretty good." As expected from the future king of mercenaries. Just injuring a troll's thick skin is impressive enough, but aiming precisely for its joints is even more so. Did he study monsters in his spare time? But the monster swings its massive fist right at Liam. The powerful impact shatters the ground, sending Liam flying back into a cloud of dust as he stumbles to his feet. He hangs his head in shame. "I'm sorry, master." Zeke Draker replies calmly, "It's fine. For your first real battle, that wasn't bad at all." Zeke Draker looks toward the growling monster and continues his lesson. Aiming for the weaker joints was a good choice, but you underestimated the troll's regeneration. "Remember this," he explains. "Minor wounds on a troll's body heal instantly. Normal attacks can't keep up with its healing factor." The troll roars with rage, its sheer pressure making the air tremble. Zeke Draker glances at his exhausted subordinate and steps forward, his eyes gleaming. He tightens his grip on his glowing blue sword and declares, "Just leave the rest to me." The troll is utterly crushed by Zeke Draker's overwhelming power. Immediately, a system window appears. Troll defeated. 30 causality points acquired. Zeke Draker looks at the points he just earned, thinking, this species definitely gives a nice amount of bonus points. A pretty sweet deal. And with that, he casually sheathes his sword and orders his subordinate, "Clean this up, Liam." Liam immediately approaches the corpse, replying respectfully, "Yes, master." But just as Zeke Draker is about to straighten up, a bizarre notification flashes before his eyes, stopping him cold. And here we go, a surprise quest called One Fell Swoop just popped up. The mission? Hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species inside this dungeon, all within a time limit. The reward is 2 karma points and 2 random gift boxes. Zeke Draker can't help but gasp. What is this? 2 karma points? For him, right now, that's an invaluable currency for upgrading his system. The progress board shows he's only at 2 out of 10 species with 14 kills, adding a note that non-aggressive monsters won't count. Zeke Draker glances at his pocket watch, quickly doing the math. There are 79 hours left until the exam officially ends. 100 monsters is no problem at all, but finding 10 different species? That's the real challenge. Still, he figures if this is a trap set by the Diamond Clan, they probably stocked this place with enough variety. In the end, they're all just bonus points for me, he smirks. He realizes his enemy's plot to kill him has unintentionally become a golden opportunity to clear a system quest. Zeke Draker thinks to himself, completing the quest and escaping the dungeon. This is going to be tight. Just then, Liam, having packed everything up, reports, "All done, master." Liam hefts a gigantic sack over his shoulder, packed with the heads of the monsters they've slain their proof of conquest. It's the standard collection bag issued with the exam's countdown timer. Zeke Draker silently assesses it. Far less efficient than a proper spatial pouch, but it'll do for hauling loot. With everything set, he gives a sharp command, "Let's hunt. If you can't handle the heat, stay out of the fire." Liam answers with a firm, "Yes, sir." The real hunt begins as the clock continues its relentless countdown. At the 64-hour mark, Zeke Draker and Liam are carving through a pack of fiery hellhounds, their purple swords strikes felling beast after beast. By hour 39, they're facing off against a massive flying monster that blasts them with concussive shockwaves. The fight grows more desperate as the timer ticks down, first past 27 hours, then 12. Liam is clearly showing signs of fatigue, but his eyes are still burning with determination, following his master's lead. They race through the dungeon's fiery ruins, hunting nonstop to hit their target before time runs out completely. Zeke Draker glances at his partner, still lugging that giant sack. "How are you holding up, Liam? After taking down so many, you seem to be getting used to real combat." Liam, still a bit reserved, replies, "I'm still not so sure." "That's fine," Zeke Draker encourages him. "It's normal to take time to adjust." But then, Zeke Draker's expression darkens as he stares at the system notification. Just over 50 minutes left, and their progress is still frozen at 9 species and 99 kills. "And I know what you're thinking, this is beyond frustrating." He clicks his tongue in annoyance. "I even hunted a blood-sucking leech the size of my finger, and we're still at 9 species? Seriously. Honestly, those demon idiots are useless. Why couldn't they have just prepared one more type?" And at that very moment, a powerful tremor shakes the entire dungeon, followed by a mysterious, rhythmic pounding. Zeke Draker's face pales as he senses the incoming danger. He screams an order, "Liam, drop that bag." But Liam is still frozen in confusion when suddenly, the entire cliff face explodes inward. A colossal monster with a maw of razor-sharp teeth bursts from the earth, causing a terrifying impact. "Trust me, you and I were not expecting this." Liam is completely frozen, paralyzed by the horrific sight. Amidst the dust and rubble, Zeke Draker has already moved to shield his subordinate. Seeing Liam's worried face, he asks, "Are you all right?" Zeke Draker casually wipes blood from his gloves, answering calmly, "Don't worry, it's just monster blood." Zeke Draker stands guard in front of him, his grip tightening on his sword as he gives a cold command. "This time, you just stand perfectly still and watch." Facing the massive beast emerging from the ground, he adds with a heavy tone, "I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you during this fight." Looking at the hideous creature, Zeke Draker identifies it instantly. A dungeon worm. A high-level monster that would normally require a dozen experienced knights to even attempt to kill. His eyes harden with pure rage. Those damn diamond. They really went all out. Before him is a gigantic mouth with thousands of needle-sharp teeth, ready to devour everything in sight. This thing would definitely need a good dentist. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Liam can only scream in despair. "Master." He's frozen stiff, his face turning deathly pale. Cold sweat pours down his face as he feels the aura of death radiating from the monster. While Liam frantically searches his bag for something, anything, Zeke Draker has already shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A deafening screech of metal and hide rings out as his sword slams into the giant worm's tough skin. A brilliant explosion of energy erupts at the point of impact, blasting dust and rock fragments throughout the entire dungeon. Even 5 Master Knights would think twice before facing a dungeon worm in a confined space like this. Because they move by burrowing, if the fight drags on too long, you risk being buried alive instantly. The colossal monster lunges with horrifying power, but Zeke Draker masterfully dodges the attack in the nick of time. Ignoring the blood dripping from a wound on his hand, he plants his feet and leaps into the air. A thunderous boom echoes as his purple glowing blade slams into the beast's rough hide, creating a shower of electric sparks that illuminate the dark cavern. Zeke Draker's eyes glow with a murderous purple light. He roars with absolute fury. "This time, I'll tear you in two." The dungeon worm thrashes wildly, its massive tail whipping around and demolishing an entire section of the cave. Not giving his opponent a single moment to recover, Zeke Draker darts in like a phantom. He plunges his sword into the monster's body for leverage and continues his relentless assault. The creature lets out a final, gurgling roar before it slams into the ground. Using his momentum, Zeke Draker slides down the monster's rough hide, kicking up a trail of sparks along its massive body. As soon as he lands on its back, a panicked Liam rushes over. "Are you all right, Master?" Zeke Draker doesn't answer immediately. He stares at the purple blood seeping from the worm's wound and asks suspiciously, "What did you do?" "Liam, talk to me, now." Liam pulls out a small brown vial and explains calmly, "I applied a numbing agent to the sword." Zeke Draker is stunned for a second, but then it all clicks. "I see. The main ingredient is belladonna." His mind races. The substance is a mild paralytic to humans, but to this species of worm, it's a lethal neurotoxin. In that critical moment, Liam had been sharp enough to remember that belladonna was the natural counter to these worms, and he used it at the perfect time. An incredibly quick response, Zeke Draker says, looking at his subordinate with clear admiration. "That judgment and adaptability are worthy of your title, Liam." He then issues a final command, "When I give the signal, stab it." With that, he charges forward at maximum speed. In a flash, he's on the monster's head, and at that exact moment, Liam drives his sword deep into its belly. The monster lets out an agonized scream from the perfectly executed, silky smooth strike. And just like that, you and I just saw them snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The system chimes in, "Congratulations. You have successfully completed the hidden quest. Rewards doubled with 2 bonus gift boxes. Back at the Academy's assembly hall, an instructor's loud voice rings out. All students who have escaped, come forward to receive your scores. Those who have finished may leave. The atmosphere becomes incredibly tense as the examiner, holding a list, announces, "Now, we will begin the scoring. First up, the performance of Reina Turun." The examiner lists off her achievements. Base points for completion, 30, 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins. Her final score climbs to an impressive 180. All right, let's jump in as the crowd is already buzzing. That's getting dangerously close to Lord Abin's 200-point record. Pureblood talent, am I right? A completely different league. Facing the praise, Raina just gives a humble bow. You're too kind. Next up, Owen steps forward as the examiner nods in approval. All right, I'll begin the assessment. With a final score of 120, Owen gets high praise, 70 points above the standard. Excellent. But even with the praise, Owen's eyes darken with rivalry. Spotting Xena resting on a log, he walks over with a provocative taunt. Reina Turun, you can't be arrogant forever. Deep down, Owen is cooking up a dark scheme. He smirks, thinking to himself, well, if anything happens, I'll just handle it the same way I handled Zeke Draker. He's certain that with the dungeon trap he'd laid out, Zeke Draker and Liam were either dead or had failed miserably inside the dungeon. This guy seriously thinks he's already won. He's just sitting back like he's waiting for his all-in bet to pay off. But just as Owen is reveling in his victory, pay attention, because this is where everything changes. A casual voice calls from the exit. Man, how long has it been since I've seen the sun? Owen flinches, a cold sweat running down his paling face. That voice. He whips around, not believing his eyes as Zeke, Draker, and Liam casually stroll out from the darkness of the dungeon entrance. A heavy thud echoes as Liam drops a massive monster corpse on the ground. The entire crowd freezes in absolute shock. Stunned whispers erupt everywhere. Is that guy? Don't tell me that's a dungeon worm. Everyone stares in horror at the grotesque head. These two hunted a giant horned dungeon worm. Its massive horns and rugged hide are lying there like a splash of cold water to the face of everyone who looked down on them. Zeke Draker strolls towards the petrified Owen. He smirks at his rival's expression. You seem pretty shocked, Owen. Faced with Owen's breathless silence, Zeke Draker gets right in his face, his expression a pure challenge as he drops a loaded question. Are you happy to see me? Rage and fear explode in Owen's eyes. He can only grind his teeth and growl, utterly helpless. You insolent bastard. Owen's face is screaming, I planned this all night and the final boss is still here. Zeke Draker leans in closer, his taunt cutting deep. Where'd that ice-cold expression of yours go? Why are you frozen like your Wi-Fi cut out, buddy? Owen is seething, forced to watch as Zeke Draker and Liam casually turn and walk away. Zeke Draker even adds one last dig. Leaving so soon? Behind them, Owen grinds his teeth, his mind screaming with hatred. Damn purebloods. You'll pay for looking down on me. Liam looks around at the thick, hostile atmosphere and remarks, wow, it's tense. Just then, a stern voice cuts through. The competition is over, is it not, students? It's Teacher Andre. Zeke Draker replies respectfully. Ah, yes, it's been a while, Teacher Andre. Andre walks over with the scoreboard, coldly announcing, I will begin the evaluation immediately. Zeke Draker points to the giant monster head on the ground and asks casually, besides this thing, there's nothing else. Does it need to be scored separately? Yeah, a monster this big has probably hit the KPI for the whole month. Andre squints, reminding him, I'm the examiner, don't expect me to cut any corners. Andre observes the grotesque head with a question. Weren't the trophy heads you collected all lost? Zeke Draker nods, admitting, that's right. In his head, he's thinking, thank God. If I had to pull out every single head now, everyone would think I'm opening a monster seafood shop. The truth is, that damn dungeon worm's attack had destroyed all the trophies he'd gathered over 3 days. Zeke Draker had calculated everything perfectly. He couldn't afford to fail, so he had to take the dungeon worm's head as a substitute. And let's watch, because he knew that only Teacher Andre would be thorough enough to check the bits of flesh caught between the monster's fangs to see what it ate. Andre loudly reads out the list of confirmed monsters. The list includes Remlin, Goblin, Hobgoblin. Andre pauses for a beat before declaring, and finally Troll. The news hits like an earthquake, and the surrounding students scream in terror. T-Troll? There were trolls in there too? Andre looks at the blood on his cloth and grimly notes. Judging by the amount of blood, there must have been dozens, but to count them all would be unfair to the others, so I'll count it as one of each monster type. He continues his analysis. Trolls and dungeon worms were not on the initial evaluation list, but based on their power level, which is on par with the ogre groups, they'll be counted as 90 and 180 points respectively. The final result is announced, stunning the entire academy. Total score, 368. Passed. Whispers spread like wildfire through the horrified students. How many points did we get back in our day? We didn't even have hobgoblins back then. The number 368 is such a massive shock that many can't believe their eyes. 368 points. Is he a monster? Someone in the crowd, unconvinced, yells out. He cheated. All he has is the corpse of a single dungeon worm. Someone immediately shoots back. Hey, the dungeon worm alone is worth 180 points. But faced with that incredible result, one student can only mutter bitterly, but what does any of that even matter now? You can see the onlookers trying to process the scoreboard, their brains not catching up to what just happened. I mean, think about it, for these ordinary students, whether it was goblins or trolls, could any of them have actually survived a real fight? Images of the ferocious monsters flash by, a testament to Zeke Draker's terrifying true power. Standing amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Zeke Draker's calm composure makes everyone wonder, is he really that powerful? Zeke Draker casually observes the chaotic crowd. He thinks to himself, it's so noisy now. A completely different feeling from the days they used to mock me. Not too bad, but I've gone and done something conspicuous again. It's like Zeke Draker's thinking, I just wanted to take the test quietly, but I accidentally shattered the Academy's entire scoring system. But his gaze turns ice cold as he looks toward Owen. He knows Giachen must have intentionally altered the dungeon. Seeing Owen's dark expression, Zeke Draker raises a huge question in his mind. Was this really just Owen acting on his own? No, even he wouldn't dare interfere with an Academy exam. The problem probably lies with Giachen himself. Zeke Draker silently observes the mysterious figure, his mind racing with questions about the clan's true conspiracy. He squints, realizing his current situation. It seems I'm being watched more closely than I thought. Zeke Draker understands he's now the center of attention, and every move must be extremely careful. Showing off my strength too recklessly will backfire, he thinks to himself. Better to just keep up the moderately weak act for now. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. Zeke Draker recon. He turns his head and sees Xena approaching with her group of students. Xena walks past Zeke Draker, full of her usual pride, before leaving him with a surprising admission. You win this time. And just like that, you and I saw a rival finally bend the knee. Staring at Renakusun's back, Zeke Draker is just left scratching his head, completely baffled. What the hell did I even level up? Can any of you guys figure out what's happening here? After the exam, Zeke Draker sits alone in the vast training hall, murmuring to himself, well, guess I have to start from here, right? He immediately opens the system window to check his dragon skills. His eyes land on the level 1 gluttony skill, with an initial description of being able to eat a lot and digest food quickly. He scoffs internally, remembering it as a useless skill he'd ignored before. It had the vibe of a buff for buffet lovers, not a combat skill. However, with his karma points now at a solid 780, Zeke Draker decides 50 points is a worthy investment. The moment Zeke Draker hits confirm to activate the Gluttony Dragon skill, a brilliant blue light erupts, completely covering the system screen. Zeke Draker is stunned as he watches the text morph right before his very eyes. The skill description was changing. The new description for Gluttony appears, and it's an absolute bombshell. In a state of gluttony, you can digest anything and convert it into energy. Furthermore, if you digest a monster with a bloodline skill, you can absorb its abilities. A sinister smile creeps across his face when he realizes he now wields an unbelievable power. Absorb a monster's abilities? Damn, he should have activated this before the exam. Zeke Draker holds a piece of dried meat in his hand, mumbling, convert energy, I have to test this. Instantly, the system screen flashes a notification. Activating gluttony. A bizarre black smoke suddenly erupts, enveloping horrified Zeke Draker. He feels like he's being sucked into a dark swamp. The dried meat in his hand disappears into the shadows and a new notification appears. Energy absorbed, replenishing energy deficit. The new rush of energy makes Zeke Draker feel strangely refreshed, like he just took a power nap. Even the pounding in his head has started to ease. He realizes that even though it was a small boost, his mental fatigue is gone. Not only that, his entire body feels completely revitalized. Looking at his status board, Zeke Draker smirks. 50 points, absolutely worth it. With this skill, he can minimize all the risks from his other, more dangerous abilities. Zeke Draker analyzes it. Mental fatigue is handled by gluttony, while infinite stamina takes care of physical exhaustion. Now watch this. A crazed light shines in his eyes. 24 hours, no need to eat or sleep. He can focus entirely on training. I'll start right now. Lost deep in his planning, a knock comes from the door. He snaps at the attendant outside. Deca, I've told you before. When I'm in the training room, don't disturb me unless it's absolutely necessary. Deca meekly responds, I apologize, young master. But there is urgent and important news to report. Zeke Draker warns, Deca, if this news isn't important. Deca's reply, the young master's sword is complete. Zeke Draker's lips curl into an ecstatic grin. He immediately rushes to the forge, yelling inside, "Gellian Halbert, the sword is finished, right?" Gellian Halbert's hurried voice replies, "Yes, please wait just a moment." While waiting, Zeke Draker's mind wanders back to his past life. The sword Gellian Halbert forged for him in his past life was a masterpiece crafted from mithril and theftinkit, the sun sword Graham. It was a blade anyone could instantly recognize as a legendary weapon. Zeke Draker thinks to himself, "I'm sure it will be just like Graham." But when the ancient box is opened, he is left completely and utterly stunned. Before him isn't a radiant holy sword but a pitch-black blade. Zeke Draker stammers in disbelief. What in the world is this? Just looking at its aura, you can already smell a final boss weapon. Zeke Draker picks up the weapon. Staring at the rough, jet-black sword, he can't help but wonder. From the outside, it just looks like an ordinary sword. He rotates the thick, dull blade slightly and asks Gellian Halbert, "Did you deliberately leave the blade unsharpened?" Gellian Halbert, with a calm, almost enlightened expression, slowly explains, "This sword was always meant to be this way." Zeke Draker squints, examining every rough detail of the blade before asking again, "Meaning this is the form you decided was most suitable for me?" Gellian Halbert hesitates for a moment before replying, "That's right." Internally, the master smith is in awe. A normal person would find this bizarre, but he can't believe Zeke Draker understood his intentions immediately. Zeke Draker strokes his chin, lost in thought. If it came from this guy, there's no way it's junk. It looks rough, but you and I both know the trope: the uglier the weapon, the more broken it is. This thing could probably shatter the whole map once it's unsealed. Gellian Halbert points to the sheathed sword and says, "Actually, this sword still has no name. I tried to name it, but nothing felt right." He looks at Zeke Draker with expectant eyes and suggests, "Would you be able to name it?" Zeke Draker is completely floored, exclaiming, "Me?" In his memory, the sun sword Graham was the name Gellian Halbert himself had given his masterpiece in the previous life. Zeke Draker sees the memory of a proud Gellian Halbert next to the radiant Graham, wondering, why can't Gellian Halbert name this one? He assumed this was still Graham, just with a different look because it was made from dragon fangs. But now he realizes this is a completely different sword. Zeke Draker's hand touches the jet-black blade, and a deep, murky green spiritual energy begins to erupt violently from it. Its name. Let's see now. Gellian Halbert panics and yells out, "What are you doing?" To the smith's absolute shock, Zeke Draker casually draws the dull blade across his own arm, letting drops of red blood begin to drip to the ground. Drip. Seeing Gellian Halbert's worried face, Zeke Draker just gives a faint smile. He thinks to himself, "Even though my healing factor skill is always active, to do this, I have to consciously control and stop it." Instantly, the system responds, "Administrator's request confirmed," temporarily pausing continuous activation of the class skill, Healing Factor. After temporarily sealing his self-healing, Zeke Draker focuses glowing energy into his palm, then says, "All right, done." He then holds his bleeding arm directly above the sword. He thinks to himself, and now, each drop of blood, thick with dense spiritual energy, begins to fall onto the blade. Witnessing this scene, Gellian Halbert is frozen in astonishment, thinking, could this be the sword naming ceremony, a legendary ritual that not many get to see in their lifetime? It's a traditional ritual of the dwarven people, where the master drips blood containing their aura or mana directly onto the sword. When that happens, the ritual is activated, plunging the user into their deepest subconscious. They must wander endlessly within their own mind until they find the sword's one true name. Because it is so dangerous, this ancient ritual has been all but forgotten. Gellian Halbert can't help but wonder. He knows the ancient ritual of the dwarves, but how could he possibly know it? In the dark void of his subconscious, Zeke Draker finds himself in a freefall, surrounded by countless names rushing toward him like a crimson storm. His eyes, sharp and cold, glow with determination. I must choose one single name that will move forward with me. A new name for a new sword. In the dark void of his mind, a vortex of energy erupts violently. The ghost of the evil dragon, Bahamut. Bahamut appears, majestic and towering, radiating a jet-black killing intent that floods the space. Immediately, a name forged of steel rings out, Black Sword Bahamut. As soon as you hear it, you know this thing is top tier. The system immediately announces, Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Before Zeke, Draker now is a colossal greatsword with powerful, murky green crystal facets, standing out among thousands of swords of light floating in the endless space. He stares at his new weapon, utterly bewildered. The name I chose was the name of that evil dragon. Zeke Draker gives a wry, strained smile, questioning himself. Is my subconscious even okay? And now we're back in the present, at the forge. Gellian Halbert can't hide his amazement, exclaiming in admiration, "You're extraordinary, sir. Even among dwarves, few know of the sword-naming ritual." Zeke Draker nonchalantly wraps a bandage around his bleeding arm. He replies humbly, I just happened to learn about it while studying dwarven history. In his head, he thinks, it's been a long time since I've needed to bandage myself. Jellian Halbert, still buzzing with excitement, quickly asks, would you like to rest for a bit? Then, as if remembering something important, the blacksmith adds, I have something I must give you. As Gillian Halbert rushes off to find the item, Zeke Draker just calmly signals, all right, don't hurry, take your time. Gillian Halbert, rummaging around, shouts back gratefully, thank you, sir. Zeke Draker sits quietly, looking at his bandaged arm. And in that instant, trust me, you're not going to believe what pops up on his screen next. The administrator's request is confirmed. By temporarily deactivating his passive healing skill, Zeke Draker realizes he can fully control his power even in its dormant state, a massive breakthrough. Just like with Dick, Zeke Draker thinks to himself, he can now hide his abilities, no longer needing to show his full hand to everyone. He glances at Gillian Halbert, thinking, sorry, but I'll take this off when we get back. Right now, the priority is checking out his new weapon. And what a weapon it is. Before his eyes, the sword's status window appears. Black Sword Bahamut, forged by a legendary dwarven master, infused with azure flame magic, and made from the fang of the cursed dragon, Bahamut. Its unique skills? Unbreakable and aura conversion. But one note makes him pause. Currently sealed. Will be unsealed according to the user's growth? He gasps. Sealed. It unlocks as I get stronger? I've never heard of a sword like this. On top of that, the unbreakable trait is just ridiculous. Even for a weapon made from a dragon's fang, these stats are completely broken. But all that aside, the most crucial ability is aura conversion. Zeke Draker stares at his reflection on the cold steel blade, his eyes gleaming with hope. He'd pushed himself to create that mana battery for Gillian Halbert and asked him to forge this sword for one reason. Gillian Halbert's incredible talent. But most importantly, for Graham's core function, aura conversion, a special ability allowing the transfer of mana. A brilliant burst of purple energy erupts around Zeke Draker as he grips the hilt, feeling limitless power beginning to flow through the weapon. This very ability allowed him, a man born unable to use aura, to reach the rank of a Red Knight. He stands tall in the training room, the overwhelming energy from the Black Sword Bahamut enveloping his entire body. Just then, a tired-looking Gillian Halbert walks in, scratching his head and laughing. Finally found it. My apologies. Have you been waiting long? But as he speaks, Gillian Halbert freezes, his eyes widening in shock as he sees Zeke Draker casually holding the sword that's radiating suffocating pressure. Zeke Draker just asks, you're here. Now, this is the part you and I have been waiting for. Gillian Halbert stammers in disbelief, aura. A sharp aura enveloping the sword. Has he already surpassed the level of a sword knight? A confident smirk plays on Zeke Draker's lips. This is an extraordinary sword. You did well, Gillian Halbert. Gillian Halbert just scratches his head, smiling. This was nothing compared to the forge, but could you take a look at this? He pulls out a long, flat object and holds it out. Zeke Draker looks on, intrigued. A sheath. Gillian Halbert respectfully hands the gleaming black wooden item to his master. My master himself crafted this sheath. Zeke Draker takes it, thinking, I've never heard about Gillian Halbert's master before. He squints, examining the ancient runes intricately carved on the sheath, sounding out each letter. Go. Lin, Joe, both. Suddenly, Zeke Draker's expression changes, his eyes flying open in shock. What? Golan Joboth? Information on the legend floods his mind. Golan Joboth, an outstanding dwarf blacksmith, hailed as the greatest smith on the continent. His works all reached a state of perfection and possessed incredible special features. To collectors, his creations are worth tens of thousands of gold. Zeke Draker stares at Gillian Halbert, absolutely dumbfounded. He's the disciple of the legendary Golan. Gillian Halbert just grins proudly. I knew it. So you can read dwarven script after all. Zeke Draker clutches the sheath, thinking, if this is from Golan, there's no way it's just an ordinary sheath. I've hit the jackpot again. Gillian Halbert confirms it with a booming voice. Of course. He then excitedly shows off its secret mechanism. If you turn the dial next to the mouth of the sheath, it turns into a shield, like this. A true 2-in-1 weapon. Before Zeke Draker's eyes, the sheath instantly transforms into a sturdy-looking shield. Gillian Halbert states confidently, it's made from mithril and wyvern bone, so it can withstand any attack. And if you turn the dial on the handle, it changes right back into a sheath. This gift is nothing compared to the grace you've shown me, but please, accept it. This is a gift I truly wanted to give you. He offers Gillian Halbert the priceless item with a suggestion. If you sold this, you could start your own forge, you know? Gillian Halbert laughs loudly, refusing instantly. Haha! I could never sell my master's work to just anyone. Zeke Draker casually adds, it's worth tens of thousands of gold, you know. But putting all that aside, the most important thing is still that peak level aura conversion ability. The entire reason he worked so hard to make the mana battery for Gellian Halbert was for this incredible talent. It all came down to the core function of Graham. Aura conversion. Zeke Draker takes the Black Sword Bahamut and tests it against the new sheath, murmuring, "The sheath seems a bit small compared to the sword. But if it's a Golan Joboth creation." The moment the blade touches the sheath, a brilliant light erupts. The sheath automatically stretches and reshapes itself to perfectly fit the great sword. Zeke Draker is speechless. It's even better than I imagined. I've received a truly priceless gift. Thank you, Gellian Halbert. Gellian Halbert beams back. I'm just glad you like it. You gotta admit, a self-sizing sheath is some next-level future tech. Back in his room, Zeke Draker starts checking his other rewards. He picks up a pair of gloves and exclaims, "Wrought iron? This is an extremely rare material." The system immediately displays its info. Gloves forged from wrought iron, both durable and light. No special ability, special characteristic. When the full wrought iron set is equipped, a special ability will be activated. Zeke Draker recalls the random box from his quest reward. He thought it was just a treasure chest, but what was inside was far more valuable. He takes a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the remaining chest. All right, okay, you and I are both dying to know what's in this second box. A click rings out as the lid slowly opens, releasing a strange glow. Zeke Draker peers inside, and his eyes go wide with astonishment. What is this? He curiously reaches in. Among a pile of old items, he pulls out a torn and yellowed goatskin scroll, asking with doubt, "A map?" Instantly, Zeke Draker's eyes widen in utter shock as a system notification appears. You have found a map containing a trace of the great sword Saint Kaiser. Zeke Draker mutters in a daze, "If it's Kaiser, don't tell me." His mind flashes back to the history books about hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower, the most famous book on the continent. It recorded the journey of Kaiser and his knights since the founding of the Granos Kingdom, a once glorious civilization. However, because the story was so unbelievable and lacked any proof, it was dismissed as pure fiction. Zeke Draker clutches the map, his heart pounding. The hero King Kaiser was actually real? Right then, the system unexpectedly intervenes, restoring and decrypting the damaged portion of the item. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Decryption complete. The confirmed location is now marked on the minimap. A bright blue screen appears, and he gasps, "This is." Looking at the 3D map, Zeke Draker immediately recognizes the place. The Giant's mountain range. The barbarian's territory. He just smirks, thinking this might be easier than he expected. This is going to be a massive score. Zeke Draker studies the holographic map intently. But then, a new notification pops up that makes him pause. The guidance will end depending on the user's level. Confused, Zeke Draker asks, "The guidance is ending?" Zeke Draker taps the glowing system screen. A surprise notification appears. You have found an item that can be linked to a quest. Instantly, a quest appears to search for Tao Xia's vision in the ruins where his traces remain, with no time limit. Zeke Draker realizes the reward is insane, an upgrade to his system admin authority from low tier to mid tier. He murmurs to himself, "So that's it. The guidance was just a system to help me level up to a certain point. Now, pay attention, because this is where everything changes." The system announces the final tutorial for low-level admins, after which the advanced quests truly begin. Zeke Draker grins, full of excitement. Everything so far was just the beginning. The real game starts now. He looks at the authority upgrade reward and thinks, this is on a completely different level than the tutorial rewards. A surge of energy erupts and covers Zeke Draker's body. He clenches his fists, ready to crush everything. To prepare for the journey ahead, Zeke Draker decides to first try using his accumulated points. He spends 50 points to unlock the Tier 2 Dragon skills list. The skill tree reveals two powerful new abilities. First is Dragon Scale Armor, creating a layer of crystallized scales for superior magic resistance. The second is Dragon Claw, allowing him to summon a mighty dragon's claw to annihilate enemies with a single swipe. Both require 80 points to unlock. Zeke Draker hesitates. Who knows when he'll earn this much again? This system is such a ripoff. He decides to invest in some potions and these two skills, keeping 400 points in reserve. Zeke Draker quickly taps the screen, activating both Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. He mutters, "First, let's see what Dragon Claw can do." Instantly, a massive, glowing Dragon Claw materializes above him. Zeke Draker swings his arm, now wreathed in golden flames, unleashing a powerful swipe at the ground. An earth-shattering explosion rocks the training room. The hard stone floor cracks and shatters, creating deep craters and fissures that stretch for dozens of meters. Witnessing the devastating power of his new move, Zeke Draker lets out an arrogant, excited laugh. "Ha ha, this is insane." The entire training area is now just a pile of rubble under the power of the Dragon Claw. Still buzzing from Dragon Claw's destructive force, Zeke Draker immediately prepares for the next test. All right, next up, Dragon Scale Armor. A brilliant golden light envelops his arm, forming layers of incredibly tough, crystallized dragon scales. A piercing metallic clang rings out as a sword strikes the scales head-on, only to be completely deflected. Zeke Draker is stunned. Even without using aura, he thinks, my slashes are strong enough to tear through anything, but the blade just bounced right off. He looks at his hands, which are glowing with a metallic sheen, and marvels. It's just my bare body, but it feels like I'm wearing a full suit of heavy armor. So basically, Zeke Draker now has Dragon Claws for offense and Dragon Armor for defense. Anyone who sees this combo on the battlefield is going to run for their life. He recognizes just how deadly his new skill set is. Simple, yet brutally effective. He strides forward, ready for tougher challenges. That's a good enough warm-up. Let's keep going. The scene shifts to the Raker Academy's central arena, where the stressful semester evaluation is underway. An instructor stands before a line of anxious students and announces loudly, "Before we begin the test, I will briefly explain the rules." He points to the objects behind him and says, "You see those dummies behind me? They are specially made. With ordinary strength, it's difficult to even leave a single scratch on them. And you and I are about to see just what it takes. But," he continues, "if you channel aura into your attack, you can destroy it easily. An aura-infused sword pierces a dummy in an instant, proving the absolute power of using this energy." The instructor adds a brutal warning. However, if you can't even make a single scratch, you are immediately disqualified. This declaration makes the students below turn pale with fear. He crushes their hopes with a cold final statement. All your previous evaluations will be nullified, and you will have to repeat the year. Damn, repeat the entire year? Zeke Draker mutters after hearing the harsh penalty. The students around him whisper in fear. Doesn't that mean we can't get promoted? Their whispers are cut short by the instructor's sharp command. Silence. Those whose names are called, step forward. Next, Aaron. The young man named Aaron John J. responds. Yes, sir. Seeing Aaron fumble to draw his sword, Owen Dementia smirks from a distance. It's normal for first-timers to be nervous, but for him, his eyes glow with absolute pride. The Academy's training method is nothing more than his family's aura system. In fact, the Dementia family established this Academy's aura training system in the first place. Owen tightens his grip on his sword, confidently asserting his dominance. Whether they're a low-level awakened or a pureblood, when it comes to aura control, no one here can compare to me. The instructor's voice cuts through his thoughts. Next, Owen. If you're ready, begin. Owen steps forward with an air of complete confidence. A deep blue light suddenly erupts, enveloping his entire blade with suffocating pressure. You can tell right away this guy is not your average student. The watching crowd gasps in shock, exclaiming, "Blade self." Seeing the advanced technique, the dignitaries in the stands shower him with praise. To be able to manifest Blade's self at only 13, he's extraordinary. Another nods. Indeed. As expected of the Dementia family, Owen doesn't waste a second. He dashes forward like a flash of lightning. A series of sharp, grinding sounds echo as the dummy's tough shell is torn apart and completely crushed by his aura's power. The other students are frozen in astonishment, their faces drained of color at the sight of such destructive power. Cheers erupt again. Incredible. That's Dementia power for you. Owen looks down at his hand, nurturing a greater ambition. At this rate, surpassing Abel is only a matter of time. Zeke Draker quietly observes the entire performance from the back, his eyes deep and unreadable. Right after Owen's display, the instructor shouts. Next, the test continues at a rapid pace. He notices the atmosphere in the class is incredibly tense and thinks to himself, looks like everyone is struggling. Their morale was shaken by Owen's overwhelming display. However, the special class proves its worth, as no one has been eliminated yet. Every student can channel at least a tiny amount of aura into their sword, as expected, but even in a place full of geniuses, the weak will always be weeded out. Just then, Reina Turun steps forward with dignity, a deep blue spiritual energy surrounding her. She walks towards the instructor and states clearly, "Instructor, I have a request." Andre replies coldly, "Speak." Reina looks the instructor dead in the eye, her gaze burning with resolve. "I want to be evaluated using the dragon-slaying method. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next." Andre reminds her that's the standard for high-level students, but Reina's reply is short and sharp. "I know." Behind her, the other students start to sneer. Huh. Becomes a god-blood awakener and suddenly she's all high and mighty. Let's just see how this plays out. They know damn well that channeling aura into a sword and performing the Dragon Slayer arts are two completely different levels. Just maintaining aura on a weapon requires intense focus, but the Dragon Slayer arts are different. You have to control the aura while also regulating its consumption with every single move. The guy in the back smirks, thinking, at best, she'll swing a few times and her aura will just fizzle out. Looks like her own pride is digging her grave. And trust me, if you choose the Dragon Slayer arts, the evaluation standards are way stricter. Are you sure? But Reina doesn't hesitate for a second, firing back. I'm sure. Ha! As you wish. Reina gives a slight bow. Thank you. Instantly, the sword in her hand erupts with a fierce azure aura, so intense it makes everyone hold their breath. With a deafening boom, a powerful wave of energy floods the entire arena. Reina swings her sword, and devastating slashes rain down one after another. The training dummies, known for being incredibly tough, are now nothing more than tofu being torn to shreds under the terrifying power of her Dragon Slayer arts. Every slash leaves behind a shimmering blue trail, proof that her aura control has reached a masterclass level. Seeing this, the students below fall completely silent, replaced by whispers of absolute shock. Whoa, I don't even have the will to compete anymore. I thought Owen was #1 when it came to aura control. Turns out, there's no comparison at all. Owen just stands there, his face twisted in humiliation. He grits his teeth and growls in frustration. Damn it. He realizes all his past arrogance was just a joke in front of Reina's true power. He looks at her back and bitterly admits, no, from the very beginning, she never even considered me a rival. Next up is Zeke Draker. In response to the crowd's curiosity, Zeke Draker smirks confidently. He raises his hand and declares to the instructor, well then, I suppose I should meet some of these expectations. Instructor, I'd also like to be evaluated using the Dragon Slayer arts. Zeke Draker's request stuns the whole arena. A student nearby immediately scoffs at him. You're Zeke Draker, right? Now pay attention, because this is where things get really interesting, he sneers. You saw Reina Turun pull it off and thought it was easy? What kind of idiot are you? Reina Turun is a pure-blooded awakener. He assumes Zeke Draker is just trying to show off without knowing his own limits. Instructor Andre stares at Zeke Draker, asking sternly, the same conditions as student Reina Turun? Is that a problem? Zeke Draker doesn't flinch, his eyes burning with determination. Of course not. Seeing the easy approval, another instructor can't help but ask, why did you agree, sir? He may be on the attendance list, but I've never once seen him in class. Andre casually explains it was the result of a bet between him and the student. Ah, you're new here, so it makes sense, you wouldn't know. In everyone's mind right now, Zeke Draker's reputation is bigger than ever. An unprecedented Golden God Blood Awakener, the new student who shattered Sir Aben's record in the recent dungeon exploration exam. That very person is him, Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker stands quietly, taking a deep breath. Immediately, a series of system notifications pop up. The Black Sword Bahamut has sensed AR, activating the unique ability Aura Transmutation, converting sensed AR into aura. A violent azure energy suddenly erupts from the sword, enveloping Zeke Draker's entire body with suffocating pressure. Sparks of electricity light up the area around him. Zeke Draker grinds his teeth, sweat pouring down his face from the sheer effort. He thinks to himself, damn, holding back this power is way harder than letting it all out. He mutters, okay, this should be enough. He grips his sword tight. The purple energy from the black sword begins to rage violently, transforming into a colossal azure aura that surrounds him. Standing nearby, Reina is in utter shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she whispers, that? Wait a second. What kind of aura is that? I know what you're thinking. It looks like he just flipped on final boss mode. In the center of the arena, Zeke Draker pours all his power into his greatsword and announces, Dragon Slayer Arts, First Form, Stance of the Heavenly Slash. Witnessing this, Reina is completely overwhelmed. She compares it in her head, compared to me. No, even compared to Instructor Andre, he's just as strong. Zeke Draker swings his sword. A single, world-shaking slash descends. A massive beam of light tears through rows of training dummies, slicing them in half as easily as cutting tofu. Zeke Draker calmly analyzes, I used the Dragon Slayer arts over and over for 2 years before regressing. Every detail, from the sword's path and his foot placement to the very flow of his aura, is executed with absolute perfection. He thinks to himself, my body just reacts automatically, even without me consciously trying. The sound of his footsteps echoes as he casually walks through the wreckage. He leisurely sheathes his sword, musing, a sword style I once got so sick of, but reviewing the basics doesn't feel so bad. All around him, the students are in a state of complete shock. Astonished whispers erupt everywhere. Did he really just? Yes, I saw it too. He enveloped the entire great sword. Does that mean Zeke Draker has reached the level of a sword master? Hearing the chatter, Zeke Draker breaks into a cold sweat, a look of regret on his face. Maybe I got too focused. He looks at the ruined training ground and realizes his mistake. My aura leaked out unconsciously. He scratches his head, annoyed, blaming himself. I only meant to match Reina's power level. Damn it, I went and stood out again. a first-year student reaching the rank of Sword Master. Shocked murmurs echo across the arena as they witness Zeke Draker's unbelievable power. The crowd just can't stop talking. They can't believe their eyes after the insane result they just witnessed. News of his performance quickly reaches the Academy's top brass. In a luxurious office, a high-ranking official takes a sip of tea and speaks. "I've heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. A truly astonishing result." Faced with praise, Zeke Draker just replies calmly, "It was just luck." The overly humble answer makes the official laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Reaching the Swordmaster level at age 13, and you call that luck? The official looks deep into Zeke Draker's eyes and makes a surprising offer. "So, Zeke Draker, what do you think about taking the grade-skipping examination?" Zeke Draker's mind races. "A grade-skipping exam? Meaning I jump a full year?" The official continues, "It could be 1 year, or even more. This system is for exceptional students like you." Zeke Draker realizes things are moving faster than he planned, but he also knows he's done too much to stand out. This was bound to happen. Without any hesitation, Zeke Draker looks his superior straight in the eye and declares, "I'll take it. And you and I both know, if you're going to play the game, you play to win, no point just sitting in the lobby." He gives a knowing smile before quietly leaving the room. As the door closes, Zeke Draker walks down the hall, his sharp, purple eyes glinting with calculation. Looks like he's planning something. "All right, I'm ready to play." In a lavish office, a powerful man with a distinct goatee gazes out the window, muttering to himself. Reina Turun and Zeke Draker, two God-blood awakeners, will both participate in the exam. Instantly, a subordinate from behind him responds with deep respect. "Understood, sir. I will proceed as instructed." A calculated, plotting smile spreads across the official's lips. This is where things start getting interesting. In the high-level Aura training room at Draco Academy, the air is thick with tension. Raina stands rigid, her expression one of intense focus. Zeke Draker stands beside her. You could at least pretend to glance around a bit. Standing stiff as a board makes people think we're actually guarding the place. Suddenly, Zeke Draker notices strangers who have been waiting there the whole time. He smirks. "So, you were already here, huh?" An official steps forward to introduce the proctor for today's tier exam, the high-tier knight of the main family, Sir Onrako. Now, this is a face you need to remember. The appearance of this white-haired man, marked by a long scar on his nose and a katana at his side, sends Zeke Draker into such shock his eyes go wide. In his mind, he screams, "That's Mokuryu's sword!" Horrifying memories of a desolate, war-torn battlefield flash through Zeke Draker's mind. A scene from his past life returns on a barren battlefield littered with corpses. This very man sat silently beside the body of a fallen comrade. Back then, Zeke Draker, known as Zeke Draker, Morera of the Northern Alliance, had asked him directly, "You're one of the Drakers, aren't you?" But On had only replied coldly, "No. I threw away the Draker name." When asked what to call him, he just gave a dismissive answer, "Just call me Mokuryu's sword. That'll do." Back in the present, Zeke Draker studies the cold figure before him, thinking, "On. A name that perfectly suits someone like Mokuryu's sword." He quickly regains his composure and bows his head. "Greetings, Sir On Draker." Zeke Draker can't help but wonder why a high-tier knight would personally oversee a simple first-year academy exam. After all, this is a noble title reserved only for the true pillars who uphold the Draker clan, a position only held by those with overwhelming power and prestige. In other words, On's presence here is definitely not a coincidence. The proctor announces the rules in a loud voice. The format is a sword duel, something anyone from the cradle should be familiar with. As long as you're not knocked out or you forfeit, you can continue the challenge. Immediately, a confident Reina Turun steps forward. "In that case, I will begin." But their opponent looks down on Zeke Draker and Raina with utter contempt. "You two brats, both of you, come at me at once." Seeing Raina about to angrily charge forward, Zeke Draker quickly throws out a hand, gripping her shoulder. "Don't be so reckless," he warns calmly. "You know the difference in our levels, right? Besides," he calmly analyzes, "the test has already begun. If we lose control of our emotions and rush in, we'll probably have points deducted." Hearing Zeke Draker's sharp analysis, Raina lets out a thoughtful sigh. "Ha!" She looks him straight in the eyes and demands, "So what am I supposed to do, Zeke Draker?" Zeke Draker's lips curl into a confident smirk as he assesses her. "Just as I'd expect from Raina, the so-called genius. I have the perfect plan for this situation. In a moment, coordinate with me. We're going to land a critical combo on him." The official battle explodes to life in the vast arena. Facing two young prodigies, Onraka silently draws a strange, single-edged sword from the Eastern Empire known as a wando. Zeke Draker narrows his eyes, thinking, he's always used that thing. Glancing at Raina, gripping her sword with a deadly serious look, Zeke Draker thinks to himself, Raina seems to view this as a matter of honor. But what meaning do honor and pride have for the weak? Forget personal issues. Let's focus on the plan. Zeke Draker and Raina move in perfect sync, launching simultaneous attacks. On remains utterly calm, skillfully twisting his wando to parry every single strike. Zeke Draker and Raina constantly switch positions. They create a dense web of attacks aimed directly at the high-tier knight. The sharp sound of clashing steel echoes across the arena, but On effortlessly neutralizes every sword path. Zeke Draker is internally stunned. This is the power of a high-tier knight. This is insane. On the other side, Raina is struggling just as much. Okay, so they're getting absolutely dominated. You and I both see it. Despite her best efforts, she's in total shock. I'm doing exactly what Zeke Draker said, constantly aiming for his blind spots. But forget a clean hit. I can't even leave a scratch. The high-tier knight's power is like an impenetrable fortress wall. A deafening explosion rings out. Zeke Draker is sent flying as thick smoke and dust consume the arena. Even standing nearby, Raina is staggered by the aftershock. The onlookers cry out in worry. Are you all right? Reina Raker. Leaning against the rubble, she gasps for breath. I'm fine. She drops to one knee, using her sword to support her trembling body as she warns the others. It's dangerous. Get back. In her mind, she's still reeling. In just a split second, she was knocked completely unconscious. Amidst the wreckage, Zeke Draker once again finds himself face to face with On. Watching the knight approach with overwhelming power, he thinks, create an opening? With my current strength, there's absolutely zero chance. But then, Zeke Draker's eyes suddenly flash with a defiant light as a voice screams in his mind. But can you really do that? I cannot agree to such a dirty tactic. Are you going to tarnish an honorable duel, Zeke Draker? The only response to that criticism is a single, mocking question from Zeke Draker. Can you eat honor? He stares his opponent down with ice-cold eyes and states firmly, this isn't a knight's duel. It's a test. It's meant to evaluate our ability to kill the enemy. Raina bows her head, sweat beading on her forehead. All right. I was the one who asked for your opinion first, after all. She glances nervously at their opponent standing far away, then turns to Zeke Draker to ask, but do you really think this strategy will work? He's a high-tier knight. Zeke Draker just smirks confidently. Then we'll just create a situation where it can work. Don't worry, Raina, I've already calculated everything for this one. He reminds her of their first duel, back when we fought in the cradle. Why couldn't you dodge that marble? Raina thinks back in silence. Because I never expected you to resort to such a trick, she admits. Zeke Draker grins victoriously. Exactly. A high-tier knight is no different. Just wait for my signal. It will absolutely work. For Zeke Draker, a single, tiny opening is more than enough to completely flip the board. Instantly, he unleashes his applied technique. Dragon, slaying arts, gale step, shadowless footwork. Purple afterimages blaze across the arena at terrifying speed, forcing even On to exclaim in shock, this is Zeke Draker's technique. Zeke Draker closes the distance, his sword clashing with the high-tier knights in a shower of sparks. From now on, he growls with challenge in his voice. You better brace yourself. Suddenly, a flash of light erupts, and the entire room is plunged into darkness. On is stunned. The lights, he quickly realizes his opponent's true intention. And trust me, you are absolutely going to want to see what happens next. All right, let's jump right back into the action. Vina is unleashing her full power, scrambling the very fabric of mana in the air around them. In the pitch-black darkness, the sharp clang of metal rings out. Anraka calmly parries every single attack, scoffing internally at their childish plan. He thinks blinding a high-level knight is a joke, like they're fighting him in night mode, assuming he's blind. However, just as Anraka's confidence reaches its absolute peak, Zeke materializes directly behind him like a phantom. A strange, unsettling feeling washes over the knight. What is this bizarre sensation? In a darkness so thick even he can barely make out shapes, this kid is moving as if he has perfect night vision. Across the field, Zeke is ready to make his decisive move. He thinks to himself that this is the perfect opportunity to test out a new skill, especially since Anraka isn't the type to go gossiping about it later. Instantly, the system's voice rings out, announcing the activation of the skill, Dragon's Claw. A colossal surge of brilliant energy erupts, forming the intimidating shape of a massive, powerful dragon's claw. The energy continues to build, glowing brighter and brighter. But the high-ranked knight quickly regains his composure. He tightens his grip on his sword, declaring coldly, that strategy only works when your opponent is on your level. The battle explodes at a terrifying speed, lighting up the dark space with crackling sparks. Onraka is stunned by his opponent's agility. His movements are just as fluid as before the lights went out. How did he adapt to the darkness so damn fast? Zeke twists his body, dodging a razor-sharp sword strike, but Onraka's form suddenly blurs and then vanishes completely. Zeke's eyes narrow with caution, thinking, he's gone. It feels like he's fighting a ghost, only able to perceive a faint outline. Just then, the surrounding mana lights begin to flare violently. Moving like a phantom, Zeke realizes the plan is unfolding perfectly. The mana lights are failing. The constant flickering and screeching noise completely masks his presence. Onraka freezes, his eyes wide with utter shock. Before he can even process what's happening, a dark figure closes in, and the sound of clashing steel echoes sharply. Zeke appears with a predatory grin, his golden eyes glowing like a beast that's found its prey's weakness. And trust me, you can feel the energy shift as he roars. This is the moment. In a flash, a small magical device is hurled through the air, aimed directly at the knight. Onraka breaks into a cold sweat, watching the strange object fly towards him with a worried expression. A memory flashes back. Fanong had looked at the blueprint, puzzled. The structure and materials are quite simple, but this design makes it a single-use item. What kind of magic are you planning to put inside? Zeke had just smirked confidently and replied, "No, a simple flash of light and a loud bang is all I need." Back in the present, Zeke shouts out, "The timing is perfect. Vina." A world-shaking, blinding flash of light erupts, engulfing the entire arena. The light is so intense it whites out everything. Zeke narrows his eyes, a smug grin on his face. Caught in the flash, Onraka grits his teeth, bitterly admitting, "Damn it, I was tricked." He was wrong to think it was just excess energy. Using the moment her opponent is temporarily blinded, Vina launches herself into the air as Zeke charges forward like an arrow, his killing intent skyrocketing. Zeke pours all of his anger into his greatsword, and its radiant purple energy explodes more powerfully than ever before. He roars, unleashing his ultimate technique, Dragon-Slaying Arts, Chapter 4, First Form, Crescent Moon Slash. A colossal circle of energy tears through space, crashing down with world-ending power. A deafening explosion rocks the arena as a storm of blue aura and crackling energy engulfs the knight. Onraka stands dazed in the epicenter, his face showing clear exhaustion after taking the full force of his student's attack. As the injured students are carried off, Onraka stands there, silently watching Zeke's unconscious form, the master's furious shouts still ringing in his ears. "You bastard! Onraka!" Just then, a man with fiery red hair walks up to him. "Greetings, Knight of the Wind. Still as rigid as ever, I see." He casually throws an arm around Onraka's shoulders, grinning. "So, how is my disciple?" And let's pause here, because this question makes Onraka reflect on a critical moment in the fight. He realizes that in the instant Zeke's sword was about to connect, the boy had intentionally dropped his weapon and held a defensive stance. Why wouldn't he counterattack when he had the perfect chance? Was it because his goal was never victory, but simply to get promoted? Did he only reveal just enough power to get the job done? Looking down at his own hand, Onraka confirms his suspicion. Zeke Draker has already surpassed my evaluation by a long shot. Later, at the Academy's promotion review meeting, the director, seated at the head, declares loudly, "Then it seems we are all in agreement with this resolution." The council members respond in unison, "Yes, Director." There are no objections. In the end, Zeke and Vina are promoted to the 5th and 3rd years respectively. From that day forward, Zeke tried to live as quietly as possible. After he mastered all the secret arts of the wind style, Andre took over his position. He stayed on good terms with Professor Fan Ong, but they gradually drifted apart after Zeke was chosen for the Royal Magic Research Institute and left the academy. He was no longer entangled with the children of powerful noble families. But the interesting thing is, Onraka still came to find him every quarter to request a sparring match. And then, it seems he had some kind of awakening. He promptly took a leave of absence and locked himself away in a training hall to cultivate. Time flew by, and 2 years later, Zeke graduated. Back at the mansion, the butler Deka bows respectfully. "Congratulations, young master, the youngest student to ever graduate from Hala. The head of the house will surely be very proud." Now 15 years old, Zeke Draker is far more mature and composed than before. Deka continues, "The director himself wrote your letter of recommendation for admission, something that is incredibly rare." Zeke lets out a soft sigh, thinking that yes, it's a precious honor, but this title of youngest student. He asks the butler, "The entrance ceremony is in about 3 months, right, Deka? I want you to head to Atlas first." Seeing the butler hesitate, Zeke turns away coldly. "I will be taking a quiet vacation by myself. I do not wish to be disturbed by anyone. Understand?" His sharp gaze makes Deka unable to object. "Yes, young master." In reality, Zeke's goal is the Fool's Den, where Kasia's ruins are located. He plans to use his vacation as a cover to go through the Adventurers Association. Zeke thinks to himself, "There's no reason to reveal my destination to anyone suspicious." Just then, a man named Liam enters the room, kneeling in salute. "I am here to greet you, Master Zeke Draker." Zeke smiles, reminding him, "Liam, haven't I told you that this greeting is far too formal?" After sending the old butler away, Zeke gives instructions about using the black card for his Hala admission, then turns to Liam. "I heard you were transferred to the special class this time. And trust me, you're going to want to see where this leads next. Of course, as your master, how could I just stand by and watch? He hands Liam a thick file, explaining, I've compiled everything you'll need during your time at the academy, from predicted exam questions for your semester evaluation to training regimens and all the necessary items for the test. You and I both know this is what a top-tier master looks like, and he's not done yet. Raker points, adding, also, when you become a 4th year, you'll need a sword that truly suits you. Go to Papmia's Breath and have one custom made. I've already paid for everything in full, so don't worry. Looking straight into his subordinate's eyes, Raker smiles with high expectations. I trust you won't disappoint me, Liam. Overwhelmed by his master's meticulous care and preparation, Liam trembles with emotion, his eyes welling up as he's left speechless. Deeply moved, he immediately drops to his knees, vowing, I will absolutely live up to your expectations, master. Witnessing this over-the-top loyalty, Raker just sighs in exasperation. I literally just told you not to overdo it a minute ago. Liam quickly bows his head. I will correct myself immediately, sir. Leaving the villa, Raker's destination is the Kingdom of Argos, located in the far north of the central continent, along with Telvia, TB, and Alentia. It's known as one of the 4 central kingdoms. The most distinctive feature of this land is the giant's mountain range and natural border between the monster territory and the continent. This place is riddled with countless dungeons, large and small, drawing in beasts and adventurers eager to change their fortunes. The founding king of Argos even turned dungeon exploration into its primary industry. With the royal family's support, they divided the mountain range into hundreds of sectors, establishing supply routes and transfer points. This was the foundation of the Argos Adventurers Association, an organization that has now spread across the entire continent. At the association's headquarters, the atmosphere is buzzing. A coordinator's voice rings out, Next, number 546. Is number 546 not here? Okay, next up, number 547. A moment later, Zeke Draker receives his certificate. The staff member smiles. Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Zeke Draker Murray. You're officially in the business now. Zeke Draker replies softly, Thank you. To hide his true identity, he's using a wig and magic glasses to alter his appearance. Zeke Draker thinks to himself, If I want to move freely, having an adventurer's identity is for the best. I can't just walk around openly as Raker. After finishing the paperwork, he blends into the bustling street crowd. All right, now to catch a shared carriage. As he's lost in thought, a strange man approaches him. Hey buddy, you an adventurer too? The man stares at Zeke Draker, then smirks. Looking that tense, this must be your first time in a dungeon, right? He sits down next to him uninvited, pressing on. So, how about it? Want to join our party? We might not look like much, but we're all seasoned pros. His teammates join in, putting on fake, welcoming smiles. Now, here's where we see a classic trap unfold. The leader adds, The dungeons are dangerous these days. Going alone is just asking to become monster food. Raker coldly eyes the group, thinking, No matter where I go, these kinds of trash always show up. The guy, completely oblivious, continues with his scripted pitch. They say the first party you join determines half your fate in the adventurer world, you know. Little does he know, Zeke Draker is fully aware this is a common scam to lure rookies in to be used as monster bait or sold into slavery. Without a shred of patience, he cuts the man off with an ice-cold voice. Shut your mouth. The man is stunned, stammering in disbelief. What? Why? Did I say something wrong, buddy? To the rear left, 500 meters. Monster. A guide's warning shatters the quiet atmosphere. A middle-aged man looks shocked. I think it's orcs. So this area is a monster zone now? He starts to panic. What are you talking about? This is supposed to be a safe route. Seeing this, another man in the group laughs mockingly. Ha ha ha, you must be a newbie, getting all tense. Buddy, don't you know the routes from the main Adventurers Association branch are directly managed by the kingdom? Not even wild animals can get in here, let alone monsters. Raker, meanwhile, is quietly observing through a crack in the door, his eyes flashing with a cold light. But trust me, what he says next changes everything. So, what's that thing right behind you? The question makes the man freeze. What? Before he can even turn his head, a giant shadow with blazing red eyes looms up right behind him. A horrifying crash echoes as a massive orc swings a devastating punch, completely obliterating the carriage. Splintered wood flies everywhere. The terrified horses neigh and scatter in a panic as the entire convoy descends into absolute chaos, with orcs swarming in for a frenzied attack. The arrogant man from before is now thrown to the ground, his face drained of all color. He trembles as the shadow of death covers him. All he can do is widen his eyes and beg for his life. Please, spare me. But a giant, spiked club swings down without mercy, crushing everything. The lesson here for all of us? Talking big before you check your map is a good way to get deleted fast. Watching the entire scene from a high tree branch, Raker muses, The fact that orcs can run rampant in a safe zone means the outposts are no longer functioning. He immediately heads to the nearest outpost to confirm the situation. What appears before him is, as he predicted, an unimaginable mess. Raker approaches the body of a soldier, a question rising in his mind. Even soldiers from Argos were taken down, but for this force to be wiped out so cleanly, he kneels down to inspect a chest wound on one of the corpses. A clean, sharp cut pierces right through the iron armor, stunning Raker. His eyes narrow dangerously as he realizes the horrifying truth. This wasn't monsters. This was the work of humans. He moves closer, carefully observing the heavily damaged bodies. It's clear the attacker tried to stage the scene to look like a monster attack. But if it really were monsters, the kills would never be this clean and precise. Furthermore, most of the victims died instantly, without any signs of a struggle. Raker confirms his suspicion. This was definitely done by a group of high-level expert knights or stronger. However, he knows he can't linger here for too long, as it will only complicate things. The top priority right now is to keep moving. Pushing deeper into the woods, Rick comes across human skulls hanging in nets, a distinct marker of barbarian territory. He pulls up his miniature map to check his location and sees he's very close to the Caesar ruins. But just then, Rick freezes, sensing the presence of uninvited guests. The Empire's hounds, why are they here? They are a secret unit directly under the Emperor, selecting only the most elite talents from the knight apprentices to train in tracking and assassination. At this point in time, the hounds are still a mystery that few even within the Empire know about, but they will soon become a key force when the Great Continental War breaks out. Watching the red dots move on his map, Raker shudders as he recognizes their signature pursuit technique, and you're not going to believe why. Before his regression, these were the very people who murdered him. Raker recalls what the Duke said about the Emperor's madness. Even in his past life, that man was obsessed with ancient artifacts holding mystical powers. His ambition to unify the continent was already insane, but he greedily pursued the impossible dream of immortality on top of it. He looks towards the dark canopy filled with skulls, a new suspicion dawning. If that's the case, could it be that here? So the Emperor finally found the ruins of Caesar? Zeke Draker wonders. Looks like there's only one way to find out for sure. But wait a second. Zeke Draker senses a presence, a man in black, hiding behind a tree. Before the guy can even blink, Zeke Draker moves with absolutely terrifying speed. Zeke Draker stoops to pick up what fell from the man's grasp. A flare gun. He instantly recognizes it, a yellow flare, the kind used to signal an emergency. Looking down at the man gasping on the ground, Zeke Draker confirms his suspicion. This is the captain. He scans the area and scoffs. Only 3 of them. This will be easy. An outer patrol team. Usually a squad has 12 members. The captain screams through the pain. Who are you? His 2 buddies charge forward to help, but Zeke Draker is just a blur, taking them both down in a flash. He turns back to the trembling captain, his voice ice cold. You still don't understand the situation? I'm the one asking the questions here. A sharp, predatory glint fills Zeke Draker's eyes as he leans in with another threat. Think carefully, you still have 2 mouths. If one of them goes silent permanently, the other one won't be making any noise for long either. Make the smart choice. After extracting the intel, Zeke Draker heads straight for their base. Looking at the magic map, packed with red dots, he smirks. So this is their temporary HQ? It's crowded, saves me the trouble of hunting them down. He pulls his mask up, his eyes turning ice cold. So, these are the guys who turned the base into a slaughterhouse. They even dared to touch the kingdom's soldiers? Could they have actually found the ruins? Only one way to find out, Zeke Draker mutters, stepping past a tree carved with the symbol of the Mechane organization, which holds an arrogant warning. Anyone who draws his sword against Mechane will never know peace. He silently takes out more guards hiding in the bushes. Trust me, watching this guy move is something else as he begins his deep infiltration. Down at the entrance, a guard lets out a huge, carefree yawn, completely oblivious to the danger that's already here. On a cliffside balcony, another guard stares out nervously, muttering to himself, "This is crazy. What madman would dare charge into barbarian territory and post guards like this?" Before he can even register the strange sound, a sharp dagger sinks deep into his neck. He collapses onto the wooden planks without making a sound. A flash of purple sword energy slices through the air, taking out more guards along the corridor. It all happens so fast, those on the upper level are starting to get suspicious as one of them shouts down, "Why are you just standing there?" He peers down the dark hallway, a sense of unease growing. Wait, wasn't that a noise from the gate? The man beside him just shrugs. I didn't hear anything. But in the very next second, Zeke Draker appears like a phantom. His blade sinks straight through another guard's chest as his companion watches in stunned disbelief. Another soldier panics and yells, "Intruder," but the scream is cut short. Zeke Draker lunges, grabs him by the throat, and deals with him permanently. A memory from his past life suddenly floods his mind, a mission to single-handedly attack Pavela Cattell to end a war that had dragged on for 5 long years. The feeling, it was exactly like this. From up high, a man with slicked-back hair and an aura of command observes the scene. He remarks quietly, "The dagger techniques of a southern assassin. Now that you crawled your way in here, you won't be leaving alive. Surrender now, and I'll grant you a painless death." Zeke Draker glances at his opponent, silently sizing him up. So he's the commander here? At best, he's barely at the level of a knight. Compared to the hounds Zeke Draker faced in his past life, this lot is pathetically weak. A mocking smirk plays on Zeke Draker's lips. "A painless death, you say?" Hearing that, the commander grinds his teeth in fury. "Are those the words of a man who just murdered my comrades? You should be torn limb from limb and have 3 generations of your family wiped out to avenge them." The commander coldly orders, "Give him what he wants." Immediately, the guards swarm in, but Zeke Draker just weaves through them. His blade cuts through the air, sending soldiers flying like dry leaves in a storm. Surrounded, Zeke Draker remains eerily calm. He can't help but wonder if something's off. Are these so-called hunting dogs really this weak, or has he just become overwhelmingly strong? I think you and I both know the answer to that one. Just as the thought crosses his mind, he effortlessly parries every attack aimed at him. Zeke Draker decides he's wasted enough time observing. Time to end this fast, so he can go home and sleep. Instantly, a system notification pops up, activating the magic reflection skill. In a flash, the entire lighting system flickers out. Purple sparks crackle, and then total darkness. The commander shouts in disbelief, "A blackout." Right now, he tries to keep his cool and analyze the situation. "Don't tell me. This is the assassin's magic?" But then he remembers a horrifying detail. Wait. He's been fighting bare-handed this whole time. And the sword style he used, that was the southern dagger technique. He's an assassin, no doubt. So maybe it's just a technical failure? He yells to reassure his men. "Don't panic. It'll be back on soon. Just focus on defending your positions." But the moment the lights flash back on, the scene before his eyes leaves him completely, utterly frozen. Every single one of his guards is now a lifeless body, scattered across the floor. The commander starts to tremble. What in the hell just happened? Zeke Draker strolls forward, his hand gripping his sword, and remarks casually, "The Emperor's got guts," targeting the ruins of the hero king Kaishir. Hearing that name, the commander stammers in pure terror, "The ruins of Kaishir? What the hell are you talking about?" In response, Zeke Draker simply drops one cold line. "Don't worry, if you don't tell me, I'll find out myself." With a sharp blade at his throat, the commander screams, "Wait, we honestly don't know anything." But his pleas are met with nothing but a cold stare and a single, decisive slash. Zeke Draker casually sheathes his sword. As he walks away, he's already planning his next move. Everything that happened here, he thinks, will be framed as an act of Mecane. Mecane, a criminal organization from the southern continent that Zeke Draker himself was a part of in his previous life. A syndicate that would do absolutely anything for money. After the Husko Kingdom fell apart from civil war, this entire region became a lawless territory, split between Mecane and another group, Papala Kateo. Zeke Draker knew he could have used his dragon key to hide his identity, but instead, he intentionally used the Southern Dagger technique, even leaving behind Mecane's trademark warning. Because for him, giving his enemy a clear, obvious target to chase is the perfect distraction. Zeke Draker stands by the railing, gazing into the abyss. The Empire will be certain this was the work of the Southern Syndicate, and if the Empire acts on it, they'll just be helping him eliminate Mecane for free, a total win-win. He pulls out the letter he found inside and realizes that the Emperor is far more insane than he ever imagined. The Emperor's directive was simple: search for ancient ruins. But the truly shocking part was the campaign map that came with it. Not just the central continent, he sent his dogs to the eastern continent currently in a truce, and even the Denbian seas. Let that sink in. He sent them anywhere they even suspected an ancient ruin might be. Let me show you how our main character navigates a situation that got him killed in his past life. Their forces are now just as massive, but it seems they still haven't found the ruins. Zeke Draker knows he has to move fast. Just then, a piercing shriek tears through the air as a crimson flare shoots into the sky, exploding into a signal. Zeke Draker stares, stunned. A red flare? Oh no, that color means things are about to get really bad. A second wave erupts, lighting up the entire sky in the distance. He realizes the horrifying truth: this is the opening signal for the Heaven and Earth net. Startled birds scatter from the trees as Zeke Draker bolts through the forest. His sharp eyes scan his surroundings, realizing the situation is turning sour. They're already on him? Right above, a blinding light explodes. The red flare splits into 5 brilliant branches. Zeke Draker knows exactly what it means: the official summons for the Heaven and Earth net. Their goal is to eliminate the target at all costs. Using the flare as a center point, they spread out, searching everywhere to pinpoint their prey before tightening the noose. This kill order is indefinite, staying active until it's recalled. Basically, it's a death sentence. Last time, even after stealing the Emperor's target from North University, Zeke Draker died to this very same formation. But this time is different, he tells himself. This time, I have the system. A blue skill window appears. Zeke Draker spins, his sword blocking a hunter's surprise attack. The sharp clang of metal echoes through the woods as he weaves through the ambush, landing precise strikes on his attackers. From the crowd, a man with a long scar across his face emerges, his aura overwhelming as he unleashes a series of powerful sword strikes. The attacks form bright arcs that slash through the air. Zeke Draker parries, silently sizing him up. He's actually worth fighting. Their powerful impacts make the ground tremble. Zeke Draker is forced to brace himself against the immense power of his opponent's sword. After a fierce exchange, he leaps back, landing on a branch to catch his breath. The Scarface commander pauses, wiping blood from his face, his eyes filled with excitement. You're nothing like those weaklings in the cave. Zeke Draker grips his sword, facing the commander and his hunters under the dappled sunlight. Trapped in the deep forest, Zeke Draker clicks his tongue. This is a real pain. An entire elite army has him surrounded, blocking every single escape route. He looks at the system map, calculating. If he uses his true power, he can definitely break through. But doing so would mean throwing away the Machian disguise he worked so hard to create. He wonders if there's another way, reluctantly pulling out a small horn with a sigh. I really didn't want to use this for this. Zeke Draker raises the horn to his lips and blows. A deep, unique sound echoes across the woods, carrying from the cliffs all the way to the valleys below. The strange sound throws the hunters into a state of confusion. One of them stammers, "Woo, what was that?" His partner wonders if it's reinforcements. Even the Scarface commander is stunned. With the enemy distracted, Zeke Draker throws out several cloth balls. A hunter recognizes them and yells, "Smoke grenades." Another realizes they've been duped, that the sound was just a diversion. A series of sharp pops goes off, and thick gray smoke instantly engulfs the entire area. The commander roars, "Get him now." Amidst the blinding smoke, Zeke Draker moves like a ghost, slipping through the trees at an incredible speed. A female hunter tries to calm her squad to maintain formation, yelling, "Don't panic. Once the heaven and earth net is sprung, no one escapes." Now, I know what you're thinking. How's he going to get out of this? Not the way you'd expect. The commander grits his teeth, thinking Zeke Draker just wants to block their vision so they'll retreat. Or is it related to that horn? Suddenly, a dark shadow darts through the smoke to attack him head-on. The commander looks around, completely stunned, and roars, "What are these night creatures?" From the high cliffs above, a sky-shattering war cry echoes down. An entire horde of ferocious barbarian warriors charges down like an avalanche. A panicked soldier yells, "What's happening?" The commander can't hide his shock, but we did nothing to provoke the barbarians. A few stragglers, maybe, but this. An imperial huntress draws her sword to block a giant's attack, screaming, "How dare you, you lowly savages!" However, the strength of these forest warriors is far beyond anything they expected. The huntress's blade trembles under the immense pressure. Instantly, the barbarian lands a devastating punch, sending her flying. Seeing this, the commander knows the situation is out of control. This is bad. This is the first time he's ever seen them this agitated. Against these numbers, this is far too dangerous. With no other choice, he pulls out his flare gun and fires. A brilliant light explodes in the sky, carrying the order for an emergency retreat. Recall the heaven and earth net. The agonizing screams of the fallen echo through the forest as the commander yells, "Retreat, retreat now." The terrified hunters flee, leaving behind a chaotic, dusty battlefield. When silence returns, Zeke Draker climbs out of his hiding spot, dusting himself off with a sigh. He watches them run, a smug smirk on his face. "More effective than I thought. Using your brain really makes a difference." He holds up the small horn in his hand. The item he used was a barbarian war horn. It's a tactical tool used to relay orders on chaotic battlefields. In his past life, Zeke Draker happened to befriend the Mohacan barbarian tribe, learning how to make their war horns and understanding their entire signal system. The signal he just sent was their most serious one. Outsiders are desecrating the ancestral Holy Land, and that's exactly why the barbarians went into a frenzy. Though often seen as crude savages, they actually have their own traditions, a unique culture, and an absolute reverence for their ancestors. Zeke Draker sees the horn starting to crack and casually tosses it aside. With this shoddy quality, it was probably a one-time use item. Zeke Draker walks through the now quiet forest, muttering to himself, "All right, time to find the real ruins." Just then, a loud explosion echoes from afar, scattering the birds again, a sign of the chaos he left behind. Deeper inside the ancient ruins, the air grows dark, thick with the stench of death. Zeke Draker looks at the rubble and sighs. One problem after another. Right in front of him, a giant creature with dozens of hideous snake heads writhes, its eyes glowing red in the darkness. And you and I are about to see what new horror he's stumbled into. The system flashes a warning. Corrupted dragon worm detected. Zeke Draker grips his sword, stunned. What the hell is a corrupted dragon worm? Instead of rushing into a pointless fight, he calmly scans the area and spots his real objective. According to the minimap, the door is up there. Looking at the massive, sealed stone gate, Zeke Draker commands the system. System, can you open that door? Instantly, a series of windows pop up. Administrator request confirmed. Connecting to control system. And just like that, a system notification pops up, confirming connection with the administrator of hero King Khazir's tomb. Now stick with me, because as the gate to the tomb opens, ancient stone gears grind to life. But that very vibration awakens something terrible. A single, colossal eye snaps open in the darkness. The corrupted dragonoid lets out an earth-shattering roar, thrashing wildly as its massive head smash against stone pillars, trying to crush the intruder. Zeke Draker dives behind a large boulder to assess the damage. Yeah, a stealthy approach? That plan is officially out the window. He decides to go all out, activating his dragon-slaying art. A brilliant purple aura erupts around him as he shoots forward like a blur, using his formless steps technique to create a series of after-images. His plan is simple. Use the after-images to distract the beast and rush the entrance. The serpent heads keep snapping at empty air as Zeke Draker closes in on the doorway. Lunging forward, he's almost there. The sound of shattering rock echoes as giant stone pillars crumble into rubble. Zeke Draker struggles against the monster's horrifying pressure as the very ground beneath him cracks from the force. The dragonoid shrieks, its heads lunging with terrifying speed, destroying everything in their path. He's hit with a harsh reality in an era where true dragons are extinct. The closest things to them are these monstrous dragonoids. And against a beast like this, his dragon-slaying art is completely useless. No matter how many heads he slices off, they instantly regenerate, much to Zeke Draker's growing frustration. So basically, he brought an anti-dragon skill to fight a boss that's only a distant relative. Yeah, that's not going to work. His eyes sharpen as he sizes up the situation. With his current power, killing this thing is impossible. He glances at his goal, quickly calculating the door is about 30 meters away. Without hesitation, Zeke Draker shouts, "System." He reverses his grip on his sword, his eyes glinting as he gives the command. A notification confirms the request. Close the gate to the Hero King's tomb. The screech of iron chains and ancient gears fills the air as the massive doors begin to shut. To clear a path, Zeke Draker unleashes his full power. A blast of blue energy erupts from his ultimate wind technique, spinning into a terrifying whirlwind. He swings his sword, unleashing a wind slash that rips through space and knocks the heads back. Zeke Draker thinks, all right, now's my chance. Forget killing it, just get through that door. He shoots forward like an arrow, heading straight for the rapidly closing gap. The monster roars in fury, as if to say, "You think you can just poke me and run." With a deafening boom, the heavy stone door slams shut just as Zeke Draker slips through, leaving the monster roaring on the other side. Zeke Draker lets out a sigh of relief. All right. But before he can even catch his breath, a chilling sensation hits him. In a flash, a massive glowing red eye appears right next to him, and a powerful impact sends Zeke Draker flying. The giant hydra refuses to give up. It lunges with overwhelming killing intent, injuring Zeke Draker badly. He glares at it, thinking, "You damn snake, you dared to follow me in here." Seeing the monster thirsting for its prey, Zeke Draker makes a reckless decision. He holds out his arm as bait, roaring, "If you want my arm so bad, then take it." The moment the monster lunges, Zeke Draker thrusts his sword straight into its head, a burst of purple energy tearing through its tough flesh. Zeke Draker stumbles back, his breathing ragged with pain. On his arm, red and blue veins begin to bulge from the creature's foul energy. Seeing purple smoke rising from the wound, Zeke Draker is stunned. What the hell is this poison? The system immediately flashes a warning, poisoned by the nine-headed hydra. Not about to let the poison spread, Zeke Draker unleashes his full power. A colossal sword of purple energy descends from above, cleaving the roaring serpent heads in two. After a fierce battle, Zeke Draker stands firm amidst the wreckage. He's breathing heavily, but his eyes are sharp, fixed on the final head. Only one left. This is do or die. He activates the dragon art, Dragon's Majesty. A colossal wave of purple pressure explodes outward, engulfing the giant hydra. With eyes blazing purple lightning, Zeke Draker growls a single word, "Disappear. Unless you want to be sliced into 1,000 pieces." His razor-sharp gaze makes the monster tremble, its pupils shrinking in absolute terror. He never expected the pressure from a dragon art would be this effective. The corrupted dragonoid loses all will to fight and frantically turns to flee for its life. Zeke Draker collapses to the ground, panting. Damn, I can't believe Dragon's Majesty worked on a dragonoid. Should have tried that sooner. But something feels wrong. Even with his infinite stamina active, his body feels drained. Looking at his flashing status window, he wonders, is it the poison? Just then, a system notification appears. You have caused the corrupted Dragonoid to feel fear. Do you wish to activate the power of Dragonoid domination? Looking at the Hydra trembling in terror, Zeke Draker muses, whatever the reason, can I really tame that ridiculously strong monster? He decides to take the gamble. All right, let's give it a shot. But his hope is instantly crushed by a cold notification. Administrator's authority is insufficient. Subjugation failed. Zeke Draker clicks his tongue in disappointment. Insufficient authority. Seriously. He realizes that even top-tier skills have their limits, but a sudden wave of pain leaves him no time to complain. Purple veins from the poison start spreading across his face. The system flashes red alerts. 9. Headed Hydra's venom has exceeded dangerous levels. Zeke Draker collapses, gripping the ground. Damn this infernal poison. He knows his healing skills are useless against this. So what does a guy do now? Enduring the mind-splitting pain, he realizes there has to be a way, and then it hits him. The bloodline absorption ability of gluttony. In this state, Zeke Draker can digest anything and convert it into energy. He can even absorb the bloodline energy of monsters. Looking at the venom-filled creature before him, Zeke Draker doesn't hesitate. He activates the dragon art, Gluttony. A dense cloud of dark energy erupts, and system notifications flood in. The head of the corrupted Dragonoid has been completely digested. By absorbing the target, the Gluttony skill has been upgraded from beginner to adept. All of Zeke Draker's depleted energy is instantly restored. He has successfully absorbed the creature's bloodline, gaining the incomplete constitution. 100 poisons immunity. The dark energy fades. Zeke Draker pushes himself up from the rubble. The moment the system detects the remaining Hydra venom, his new 100 poisons immunity trait kicks in, neutralizing it instantly. Zeke Draker's eyes flash a brilliant blue. You and I just witnessed him turn a death sentence into a cheat-level power-up as he smirks and says, bingo. His status window details it all. Zeke Draker, unique undead, descendant of Tarakan Raker. And now, he possesses both the Sacred Body and 100 Poisons immunity. Alright, let's break down this insane power-up. From Wind Signature and Mana Reflection to Dragon Signature Stages 1 and 2, all skills have hit proficiency, boosting his karma to 465 points. And that new skill, Peerless Poison Immunity, Zeke Draker knows that with this, he won't have to worry about any toxin ever again. Better yet, his Gluttony skill, which had been stuck for ages, finally leveled up to proficient after absorbing that designated creature. The system even threw in some bonus rewards and incredibly useful info. Zeke Draker thinks to himself, okay, he's been stuck here because of the Hydra for long enough. Time to move on. He turns and walks straight toward the light at the end of the corridor. Zeke Draker stares at the reward info popping up the tears of the Elven King. This is the mother of the hero King Kaiser, a mystical entity capable of granting any human wish. Zeke Draker is stunned. The Elven King's tears, even if he doesn't know what to use them for yet, he's certain this is an insanely powerful treasure. He scored big time again. Approaching the glowing blue crystal, Zeke Draker immediately gives a command. System, how do I acquire the Hero King's swordsmanship? The system quickly responds, checking administrator's request, extracting information from the magic recording device. In a flash, the system announces it has found 546 magical video recordings of the Hero King Kaiser. Out of those, a total of 12 videos match Zeke Draker's request. As the first one begins, the system announces it has detected an ancient language from Chronos 4 and will automatically translate it for him. On the magic screen, a man with long, wild hair and a fur-lined coat appears, sword resting on his shoulder. He asks with pure arrogance, so, what is a sword? Zeke Draker is floored as he watches. This is the legendary Hero King, Kaiser. In the recording, Kaiser casually answers his own question. A sword is a sword. What else would it be? You old fossils who can't even wield one just spout nonsense all day. It's ridiculous. Suddenly, Kaiser shouts at the person filming, hey, Satan, focus. The screen is shaking. Zeke Draker analyzes the scene. If that's Satan, then he was Kaiser's most loyal soldier in the legends, so he was a real person after all. Zeke Draker watches intently, wondering how one could master the sword like that. As if hearing Zeke Draker's thoughts, the Kaiser in the video gives a ridiculously simple answer. It's nothing complicated. Just swing your sword diligently. A lot. Kaiser smirks, his gaze seeming to pierce through space and time to look directly at Zeke Draker. You must be wondering how much is a lot. Fine, I'll give you a target. And here's where it gets absolutely insane. A blinding red light slashes through space, shooting directly from the magic screen straight at Zeke Draker's forehead. A terrifying pressure crashes down on him, making him tremble as cold sweat pours down his face. To overwhelm an opponent through a screen like that, this is the real deal. the power of the Hero King. But instead of fear, Zeke Draker's eyes light up with excitement. He breaks into a cocky grin. Hell yeah! Without a second's hesitation, he commands the system. System, play that video again from the beginning. About 4 days have passed since Zeke Draker was trapped here. Looking around, he notices 3 large doors opposite the entrance, each serving a different purpose. The first room is a food storage, stocked with enough supplies to last for several months. The second is a rest area with all the necessary amenities for recovery, and the last room stores a wide variety of books and military equipment. It turns out, this is a specially designed training room made exclusively for Kaiser's successor. Thanks to this thorough preparation, Zeke Draker could fully immerse himself in training. However, he soon hits a major wall. He can mimic the moves, but he can't replicate the feeling behind them. Just then, a system notification rings out. Learn Hero King Kaiser's swordsmanship. Basic elemental sword. Zeke Draker can't help but exclaim in awe. Elemental sword. Before he can even process it, the system announces the end of the basic phase and the start of the application phase. Zeke Draker is still confused, wondering, application phase. Suddenly, a massive blue energy erupts from the recording device. From the blinding light, the ancient king of the Kronos kingdom, Hero King Kaiser himself, materializes with an intimidating presence. Zeke Draker is horrified. Oh my god, the Hero King is right in front of me. But trust me, there are no greetings. Kaiser immediately draws his sword and charges. Zeke Draker barely raises his own in terror, realizing he has made a massive mistake. Thrown back by an incredible force, Zeke Draker panics. What is happening? From above, Kaiser leaps and brings his sword down in a powerful strike that makes the ground tremble violently. Zeke Draker is slammed to the floor. Kaiser coldly orders, "Get up now." As Zeke Draker struggles to his feet, he thinks, is he trying to push me with his sword aura? This overwhelming pressure reminds him of his master in his previous life. As Kaiser swings his sword, he mutters, "Back then, my master made me grind out my sword skills with pure effort." Looking at his weak successor, the ancient king can't hide his disappointment. Zeke Draker feels an oppressive power surrounding him and wonders, but why is he attacking me? Is this a test? Without giving Zeke Draker any time to think, Kaiser rushes forward again at terrifying speed. He unleashes a lightning-fast slash that shatters the ground right under Zeke Draker's feet. Zeke Draker stumbles back from the ancient king's intense killing intent, shuddering. What the hell? That was a close call. Cold sweat streams down his tense face as Zeke Draker's mind races. Damn it. Can I even handle this? Seeing Kaiser's crazed smile and excited eyes, Zeke Draker can only think. He's an unbelievable monster. He closes his eyes, taking a long, deep breath to force himself to calm down. No need to overthink this. Zeke Draker tightens his grip on his trembling sword, his eyes becoming more determined than ever. Screw it, let's go all out. He's already in this deep, so it's time to go all in. A brilliant blue electricity explodes, enveloping his blade as he stomps his foot and charges forward. Witnessing this strange power, Kaiser lets out a surprise. "Oh, are you a disciple of Satan?" The ancient king assesses his young opponent, his eyes filled with interest. So, he finally succeeded. What's that power called again? Aurora. A massive slash carrying a torrent of blue light tears through the air, aims straight at Kaiser, creating a blinding explosion of energy in the middle of the training room. Even though he was prepared for it, directly clashing with the attack leaves Zeke Draker stunned by the suffocating pressure. Compared to the movement, the weight of the blow is insane. Kaiser, on the other hand, looks completely calm, as if he's just taking a stroll. He smirks arrogantly. Does it matter? This is fun enough. The battle instantly erupts at breakneck speed. Sword strikes that seem to tear space itself clash repeatedly, creating ear-shattering explosions. Zeke Draker is caught in a whirlwind of ferocious attacks, barely managing to defend against blows that carry the weight of mountains. After a powerful impact, he's sent flying back, his feet carving deep grooves into the floor. And that's where we leave, Zeke Draker panting, exhausted, but with his eyes locked on his foe. He knew there was a gap, but you and I are now seeing just how unbelievably massive it truly is. Staring into the reflection of his own eyes and Kaishia's powerfully glowing gaze, Zeke Draker cracks an excited smile. So this is the power of a hero king. But Zeke Draker's always been confident in his own ability to throw down. System notifications flash one after another, and a brilliant wave of power explodes from his body. Zeke Draker is ready to unleash hell. A colossal dragon claw smashes down from above, shattering the ground and blowing everything away. Witnessing this, the hero king Kaishi is stunned, thinking to himself, how can a non-dragonoid possess the power of a dragon? Before he can even process it, Zeke Draker unleashes another burst of brilliant purple energy, shocking Kaishia even more. He has elemental force, too? Zeke Draker darts forward like a bolt of lightning, activating his ultimate technique, Soul Sign. A dense swarm of purple afterimages appears, attacking all at once and seemingly shattering the very space around them. Facing this all-out attack, Kaisha doesn't even flinch. He just cracks a grin, both thrilled and satisfied. A gigantic magical explosion erupts, engulfing the entire training hall in a blinding purple light. Zeke Draker slowly wakes up in a pile of rubble, groggily muttering to himself. Suddenly, an authoritative voice rings out from above, calling him a weakling. Before him sits a man with long silver hair. He radiates an otherworldly aura, perched calmly on a stone pedestal. He looks at Zeke Draker and remarks, "Still, you have a lot of talent. The talent of Sutton, the power of the dragon tribe, and even elemental force." He moves closer, leaning in to observe Zeke Draker's face before asking suspiciously, "Tell me, is part of your soul intersecting with the spirit world?" Zeke Draker is completely lost, stammering, "The what? Spirit world? I don't know anything about that." The mysterious man continues his analysis, saying Zeke Draker must have overcome the boundary of death many times, which would explain his use of elemental force. Zeke Draker slumps to the ground, scratching his head in frustration. All he's been hearing is talk about Sutton, the spirit world, and elemental force. In response, the man just gives a cryptic smile. Don't you have a goal far more important than such trivial things?" Zeke Draker freezes. "What do you mean?" He raises a single finger in front of Zeke Draker, confirming the nature of the power he's approaching. "My true essence, what you are learning, is the elemental sword." On his hand, the elements of fire, water, and earth begin to dance and swirl in a magical display. Elemental force is the pure, fundamental power of nature itself. Kaisha begins to explain the nature of this power, from water and fire to earth and wind. He confirms that the elemental sword is created from these four basic elements. And now for the part you've been waiting for. The ancient king demonstrates a world-shaking technique called Elemental Sword, Wind Force Chapter. A colossal cyclone, the Storm Sword, is unleashed, tearing through space with terrifying power. So strong. Kaisha sheathes his sword and calmly explains that was the Storm Sword of the Wind Force Chapter, one of the four great elements. The source of elemental force, the thing needed to perform it, is that easy you mentioned. Zeke Draker stares at the wreckage, sweat dripping down his face in pure shock. This looks more like magic than swordsmanship. Kaisha looks at him and orders, "Now it's your turn." Zeke Draker thinks hard. The source of elemental force is easy. He realizes something strange. He can't sense a single drop of easy coming from Kaisha. Could the secret be in the process of converting easy into elemental force? Zeke Draker takes a risk and asks directly, "If so, can you tell me how to convert easy?" In response to his serious tone, Kaisha just looks bewildered. "Huh? Oh, that." As he speaks, the sword in his hand suddenly bursts into intense flames. He states plainly, "You just do it like this." What more explanation is needed? Seeing his new master's ridiculously casual teaching style, Zeke Draker is just frozen in place. He groans internally. A teacher should at least act like a teacher. Suddenly, Kaisha realizes the problem and gets serious. It's not that you can't feel it, it's that you are unable to. You have to focus all your mental energy just to feel a little bit. He points out Zeke Draker's fatal flaw. Your ability to operate easy is restricted to an extreme degree. Why can't I do it? Zeke Draker grips his sword tightly, responding with a determined voice. "Fine, I'll figure it out myself." Kaisha smirks. "You sound a little arrogant, you know." Zeke Draker closes his eyes, focusing, telling himself not to rely on what his eyes can see. He suddenly realizes the key Kaisha called his soul sign technique and elemental force. If that's true, it means soul sign is also a power that uses elemental force. A burst of brilliant purple energy explodes around Zeke Draker's body. Not wasting another second, Zeke Draker gathers all his power to execute. Soul sign. But a sharp cracking sound echoes out. Zeke Draker just got a massive bonk on the head from Kaisha. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Kaisha yells, "I told you to use elemental force. Why are you using that crude, low-class spirit word technique?" Zeke Draker, sprawled on the ground, asks dazedly, "Spirit word technique?" Kaisha calmly explains, "Yes, spirit words are a secret art belonging only to the dragon tribe. For a dragon slayer, it's somewhat acceptable, but a human should never be able to use it." He points directly to Zeke Draker's weakness. "Every time you use that power, your body suffers considerable damage, doesn't it?" Zeke Draker is stunned as he remembers all the times he collapsed from pain and exhaustion in the past. Kaisha continues, "Human and dragon souls are fundamentally different. You can crudely imitate it, but the effect will never compare." His face shows clear disdain. "I don't know who created that cursed technique, but it's truly laughable." Kaisha stands up, giving a firm order. "All right, if you understand, then do it again." As he gets up, Zeke Draker remembers seeing the term spirit words before when he absorbed the dragon's heart. A system notification about the technique appeared, but it was locked because his administrator level wasn't high enough. If Soul Sign was created based on the foundation of spirit words, then when I mature and unlock spirit words, won't I be able to control Soul Sign freely? I'll be unbelievably overpowered. Immediately, Kaisha shouts, "Do I have to hit you again to get you to wake up? Get up now." Zeke Draker quickly responds, "Yes, yes." The applied training begins, and it takes much longer than the basics. Thanks to his body's latent abilities and Kaisha's countless demonstrations, he starts to get it. It's like magic activated by drawing power through a magic circle. The principle of the elemental sword is to use easy as a medium to summon elemental force, the power of the spirits themselves. Once he understands the principle and how to use it, performing the technique is no longer difficult. Zeke Draker swings his sword, and a huge torrent of water explodes, tearing through space with incredible force. Witnessing his student's progress, Kaisha remarks, "Well, that's barely acceptable for now. The advanced stage will be much harsher, so rest for today." He calmly turns and walks away, like a teacher who just graded a test with a passable. Zeke Draker bows his head and replies, "Understood, master." While resting on the stone floor, Zeke Draker speaks up. "While we're resting, may I ask you a few questions?" Kaisha casually replies, Go ahead." Zeke Draker smirks, finally understanding that the energy floating around them is also elemental force. He looks directly at Kaisha, his eyes turning serious. "And you and I both know this next question is a big one. The first time you and I met, you saw me use aura, and then you called it the will of Satan. What exactly does that mean?" "Yes, that's the name. It means exactly what it sounds like," Kaisha confirms grimly. He explains that he recognized it because Zek was using the very techniques created by Sutton, who always insisted that humans could never wield an elemental sword. Kaisha's face suddenly turns grim. He dared to ignore my share and only pass down his own techniques? That damn Sutton Draker. The name drops like a bomb, stunning Zek. Sutton Draker. All of his historical knowledge floods his mind. Wasn't Sutton a noble knight, the Hero King's most trusted confidant, the supposed founder of aura cultivation? Had the surname Draker? Zek is reeling. Could the true ancestor of the Draker family not be Tarakan, but some ancient figure named Satan? Why was a truth this massive never revealed? Shaking off his shock, Zek returns to the matter of power. "I understand. So, this place called the spirit world, where the spirits exist, what kind of place is it?" In response, Kaisha just snaps his fingers. Instantly, an insane surge of power explodes outward, the wind field from an elemental sword, used in a way Zek had never imagined. Zek is blown back by the immense pressure, absolutely astonished. Kaisha calmly explains, "To be precise, it's different. But you can think of the spirit world as the underworld, and the current world as the overworld." He adds that once a physical body leaves the real world for the spirit world, it can never return, like being trapped behind an unbreakable wall. Zek wonders aloud, "But master, aren't you right here in front of me, in a spirit state?" Kaisha snaps his fingers again, admitting Zek's case is the first he's seen, but there are loopholes to cross the boundary. He says it casually. "For example, in my case, a dragon gave me a helping hand." "A dragon?" Zek is floored. Kaisha raises an eyebrow. "Yes, is there a problem? Did you think dragons are always busy destroying things? Every now and then, they do a little charity work for people." Zek is completely bewildered. From what he knows, dragons would never help humankind. Kaisha looks at him like he's grown his second head. "What are you talking about? There is no race that treasures humanity more than the dragon tribe." Zek can only grab his head. "Huh? What is this now? Dragons treasure humans? Now hold on, because this completely flips the script on what we thought we knew about dragons." In Zek's memory, those demonic beasts, led by the evil dragon Bahamut, nearly destroyed the entire world. He could only wonder what the relationship between humans and dragons was truly like in ancient times. Kaisha just clicks his tongue. "I don't need to explain the details, because you yourself are the living proof." He points to Zek's chest and continues, "This heart, and the fang used as material to forge your sword, weren't they both given to you by Bahamut himself?" Kaisha smiles, reminiscing. Although he was a gruff guy, he was also someone who could never refuse a sincere plea. He had his cute side, you know? Realizing Kaisha and Bahamut were on good terms, Zek figures it's best to keep the whole dragon subjugation thing a secret. He forces a laugh and quickly plays along. "Yes, that's right. Our family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, so he rewarded our loyalty." He scratches his head, muttering to himself, "I think I've misunderstood something." Kaisha lets out a hearty laugh. "Ahaha, so he's still the same, always taking care of his own people. You must have had a hard time dealing with the messes his bizarre personality caused. Because of that fiery temper, he and Kronos used to argue constantly." Zek freezes at the familiar name. He thinks to himself, "Wait a minute, Kronos is a dragon's name too, but isn't Kronos the name of a kingdom? He recalls what he knows and presses on. I heard many stories about him from Lord Bahamut. So, was the kingdom named after Kronos? That's right, because I am his contractor. He recalls in memory a wry look on his face of when they were all struggling to name the kingdom, and Kronos was just leisurely sipping tea. So, on a whim, I decided to name the kingdom after him. Zeke is shocked, picturing the absurd image of a dragon sipping tea. Talk about living the good life. His master continues, even so, Kronos wasn't very surprised, as if he had already predicted it. To be honest, I just wanted his name to be passed down to future generations. In any case, the story takes Zeke back thousands of years to the era when that dragon once existed. It was a golden age when dragons and humans lived in harmony and agreement. However, the laws of nature are harsh. If a dragon with overwhelming power were to help humans without restriction, the balance of the world would collapse. So, the dragon tribe restrained their own power. They transformed into human form and formed contracts with humans to help them from the shadows. People like Cassia, chosen and contracted by the dragon tribe, were called contractors. Okay, so if dragons and humans were once allies, you and I are probably asking the same question as Zeke. So ancient relics were so powerful because they were created with the help of dragons. However, another question arises in his mind. If that's the case, then why did the relationship between dragons and humans grow so distant? While Zeke is lost in thought, his master sprawls out on the floor, whining dramatically. I'm so bored I think my neck is going to fall off. Zeke ignores him, turns, and walks away, thinking he needs to reread the entire historical chronicles. He adds a sarcastic jab that infuriates his master. You've already waited 2,000 years for a successor. A little longer won't kill you. Calm down, master. Watching his insolent students back, the master grinds his teeth, vowing, we'll see how long you can keep that cheeky attitude. The final stage of training has begun, a direct duel with his master. Facing Kaixia, who holds his sword with solemn dignity, Zeke is initially confident, thinking it'll be just like the previous sessions. But in an instant, he realizes the air has completely changed. It's become heavy, oppressive, more intense than ever before. And for the final stage of his training, oh, you are not ready for how brutal this is about to get, Kaixia coldly announces. So, I will add one more rule to this training. The fight will continue until I say it's enough, and most importantly, Zeke is only allowed to use the same type of elemental sword as his master throughout the entire battle. Zeke asks, and if I violate the rules, the answer is a fiery, murderous glare from the ancient king, giving his student no time to process. Kaixia immediately activates his elemental sword. Fire field, fire rain. A horrifying storm of fire pours down, incinerating everything and engulfing the entire training hall. Kaixia charges forward with terrifying speed, unleashing a powerful slash that Zeke barely manages to block, completely and utterly stunned. His master looks him straight in the eyes and growls. You ask what happens if you break the rules. If you possess multiple elemental swords, they are divided into 4 fields. First, based on the element of fire, is the fire field. It incinerates all with overwhelming heat and destructive power. Right after, the earth element appears the metal field. A colossal wave of energy slams down from above, carving a deep crater and shaking the very ground. This field specializes in suppression and restriction, with the power to control hardness and mass at will. Zeke grinds his teeth, using every ounce of his strength to resist. Then comes the wind field, based on the wind element, and bloody cuts begin to appear on his face. His opponent moves at horrifying speeds, weaving razor-sharp sword chi into a deadly net that closes in on him. Zeke spins, swinging his sword to unleash a powerful energy vortex, shattering the cage of light trapping him. While it doesn't have the raw destructive power of the fire field, this final element is perfect for high-speed combat, swift movements, and unleashing sword chi. Now, pay attention, because this is the one that really matters, the water field. Based on the water element, its power is endlessly adaptable, allowing the user to attack, defend, restrain, or even provide support. Its power is flexible, harmonious, and versatile as flowing water itself. But facing a technique from the Hero King himself, Zeke finally understands true terror. He's flung away by a gigantic column of water, his body hurtling helplessly into a deep abyss. He grits his teeth in horror, thinking, what the hell is this insane power? Looking up, he sees Kaixia watching calmly from above and realizes the bitter truth: both the power and the scale of his opponent's attacks are far beyond his reach. Under the crushing pressure of a waterfall crashing down on him, Zeke braces himself, using both hands to grip his sword to keep from being pulverized, screaming in his mind, why is there such a massive difference in our levels? As the roaring water finally subsides, Zeke stands among the wreckage, breathing heavily. His face is filthy, but his eyes shine with a mix of bewilderment and excitement. Whoa, he yells out, completely stunned. What was that? His master stands on the water's surface, perfectly composed. Kaisha barks back, "You utter fool. That was the power of a waterfall, not just water." Zeke still doesn't get it. Fending off another attack, he asks, "Don't I just need to activate the attribute?" Kaisha begins to explain the difference. "The other fields just need you to unleash their attribute with force to be powerful. But I've told you countless times, the water field is about softness," he stresses. "Its core principle is to use gentleness to overcome brute force. Why don't you understand?" He coldly commands, "Again, do it again." Zeke clenches his jaw, his heart filled with frustration. "Damn it. I know what you're thinking. Using softness to win sounds like some philosophical nonsense, right?" To Zeke, it's the same. Dark memories of his past life come flooding back. The pain of being powerless and forced to submit. The regret of losing what was important because he couldn't protect it. To survive, to uphold his beliefs, and to guard what he held precious, Zeke has only ever known one path, the relentless pursuit of absolute power. He questions himself, and now, use softness to overcome strength? How could those words ever convince me? But even as his mind resists, his body starts moving to a new rhythm. A powerful current of water begins swirling around his blade, making a sharp, whistling sound. Zeke's eyes suddenly change, becoming chillingly sharp and intensely focused. The two swords clash again with a screech, sending water spraying everywhere. Zeke gets distracted for a split second. Kaisha smirks mockingly. "Are you daydreaming in the middle of a fight?" Instantly, an explosion blasts Zeke away. He quickly regains his balance, landing firmly. This hellish training continues without a single break. After the 15th day, Zeke gives up on counting entirely, immersing himself completely in his sword practice. It's a twisted kind of grind, but it's how you get strong. By now, more than a month has passed since this insane training began. Zeke seems to have lost all concept of time. He doesn't eat, doesn't rest, only throwing himself into endless sword fights with the ancient king. And in this brutal struggle, Zeke painfully learns that infinite stamina is not the same as being invincible. Facing a monster with overwhelmingly superior abilities like Kaisha, no matter how much stamina he has, he's still pushed to the breaking point. Kaisha swings his sword, and a massive blast of water pressure explodes, tearing space itself apart. Zeke's eyes can only widen in terror at the horrifying power. A devastating energy explosion engulfs everything, sending him flying. He grits his teeth, struggling. Damn it, Zeke's arms are completely numb, with no strength left to fight back, while the slick ground beneath his feet makes it impossible to stand firm. And yet, in that life-or-death moment, Zeke suddenly feels a miraculous change. Instead of meeting the blow with brute force, he subtly shifts his body, letting Kaisha's heavy strike glide harmlessly past him. And here it is the moment everything changes. Zeke breaks into a confident smile, thinking, use softness to overcome strength. From the power to hold a sword to the power to stand firm on the ground, none of it came from straining, but from letting go. By letting go of everything, Zeke finally begins to deeply understand Kaisha's teaching. A powerful current of water spirals around his body, glowing with brilliant force. Zeke realizes he's been going about it all wrong. The way he learned, trying to control the sword's path and force it into combinations, was actually the very thing shackling his sword's freedom. Zeke focuses his mind, determined to shatter those unnecessary chains. Energy erupts violently, pouring down from above like a raging river that nothing can stop. He remembers. That's right, I felt this in my past life too. It's the moment the line between himself and his sword completely vanished, a strange sensation of becoming one with everything around him. Within the swirl of battle, the water sometimes rages violently as if to swallow everything, but at other times becomes incredibly soft and fluid. Seeing the incredible leap in Zeke's technique, the hero king Kaisha flashes a thrilled, almost sinister smile. It's the look of a master saying, "All right, kid, you've got it." Unfazed, Zeke responds with a confident grin of his own, his eyes burning with determination. He drops to one knee, power still surging endlessly. Both of them unleash their water-field elemental swords at the same time. A deafening boom shakes the entire tower. Zeke is ultimately defeated, but his talent is finally recognized. The Hero King acknowledges him as his successor. Zeke slowly wakes up in a silent space, a single question in his mind: did I pass out? A wave of emptiness hits him, and he presses a hand to his forehead, realizing this is the second time this has happened. The first was during his intense duel with Drawn. Back then, he pushed his skills beyond their limits, and the system forced a shutdown to protect him. But this time was different. This was the first time since his regression that Zeke had fainted, simply because he'd reached his absolute physical limit. He looks around the empty training room and calls out for Kaisha. Nothing. Immediately, he starts worrying about the training results. What about the quest? Recalling the final moments before he blacked out, Zeke believes he had applied the power of the water element pretty well. The moment he thinks it, a blue light flashes from his arm, followed by a flood of system notifications. Linked, quest completed. Bonus time has been added to the reward, and there you have it. Zix can't help but grin triumphantly. After more than a month of pure hell, he's finally seeing the sweet results. The classics suffer now. Get overpowered later special. The rewards roll in, and trust me, they are stacked. Tears of the Fairy King, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill throws. On top of that, Zek levels up to mid-level system admin, snagging another 500 points and 3 random chests. The system immediately rolls out new upgrades, unlocking the equipment tab. The minimap feature activates, his administrator soul levels up, and more power is unlocked from Bahamut's heart. The seal on his power drops to 90%. Looking at his status, he sees his unique immortal class and a list of mastered dragon skills. Zek whispers to himself, "That's a lot." He focuses on the seal level, remembering it was 95% after absorbing Bahamut's heart. It was 95%. But thanks to his soul's growth and his new heavenly bone physique, the seal has loosened another 5%. But a system warning flashes his power far exceeds his admin capacity, so 90% remains under a heavy lock. Zek recalls trying to shatter it right then. Zek stares at the glowing notification. System locked. His request is denied, with a warning accessing that much power would cause catastrophic mental and physical damage. He just can't handle it yet. Facing this hard wall, Zek can only reflect quietly. Memories of his body being ripped apart by that immense power flood his mind. He understands now he can only handle about 10% of his strength, and even skills like dragon language can't be unlocked with points. He decides to shelve that problem for now. Time to focus on the waiting rewards. Next up, the random chests. The system displays the admin rank up rewards, 500 karma points and 3 random chests. 3 chests burst open in a flash of blue light. First up, boots made from meteorite iron, super tough but incredibly light. Next are greaves, crafted from the same material with identical stats. Both pieces of equipment come with a special note. A powerful set bonus activates when the full meteorite iron set is equipped. The last item is a pair of exquisitely carved glass earrings. Their unique ability boosts the wearer's mana recovery by 15%. Holding them, Zek grins. Sell these to a mage and I'd be set for life. He can't hide his satisfaction inspecting his new gear. Plus, now he has boots and greaves to match his gauntlets. A full set, but his real curiosity is fixed on the shimmering gold cards. And yeah, you and I both know this is where the real prize is. He picks them up. Random skill cards. As he gives the command, the 3 cards spin in a brilliant, star-filled aura. The system immediately announces that new skills have been added to his status. First is C-Rank Static, generating electricity to shock any target he touches. Next is C-Rank Flash Bomb, firing compressed energy upward to create a blinding explosion. And last is C-Rank Sonic Break, emitting a disorienting sound to disrupt the enemy's hearing. Looking at the results, Zek's face just falls. He says with pure disappointment, "Wait, I opened gold cards and all I got are C-rank skills?" He clicks his tongue. Well, if they gave out high-level skills for free, I guess my struggles would be meaningless. He decides to test them out, activating static. Instantly, blue electricity crackles over his dagger. A powerful surge of energy erupts, and Zek smirks. This is C-rank. He judges the power as surprisingly good for its rank, with a lot of potential uses. Combine Flash Bomb and Sonic Break. That could be even better than the artifact from my ranking test. Zek keeps exploring the system and discovers a new feature unlocked by his authority upgrade, Quick Slots. This feature lets him use items like a regular skill. Looking at the 3 empty slots on the screen, Zek muses, using items like skills. So, one-touch activation. At first, he considers using the slots for something other than potions, since he already owns. Hold on, even a perfect skill has a blind spot. He thinks back to formidable opponents like Kaiser, an enemy he's not sure he could handle even with his infinite stamina. Plus, Zek still doesn't know the true limit of his healing ability. Life's unpredictable, he thinks. What if I run into a one-shot kill boss? Deciding to be cautious, he buys an A-rank healing potion, Salvation. After the transaction, his karma points are down to 1,465. He immediately registers the potion to a quick slot. It's a masterpiece by Jabiri Barshan, able to instantly heal heavy wounds and restore stamina. The catch? It only works once on a target and has unknown side effects. Zek is satisfied. Costs a lot of points, but I'll think of it as premium life insurance. Finally, Zek takes out the most important reward, the Fairy King's Tear. He raises the brilliant, glowing blue crystal vial. It contains a single fallen tear. Using this as a catalyst, Zek can summon the Fairy King from the spirit world, just once. He stares at the item, absolutely floored. Summon the Fairy King? Now, if you're hearing this, you're probably smelling a VIP wish-granting ticket, right? According to legend, the Fairy King is a being that can grant wishes to mortals. If the legends about Kaiser are true, he wonders, Could he summon the Fairy King and receive a wish? He knows, however, this is a one-time only opportunity. The Fairy King's terror is the literal terror shed when the hero King Kaiser was tricked by an evil sorcerer. It's the catalyst needed to summon the king from the spirit world. Can't just use this on a whim, Zeke tells himself. He studies the vial, then decides to save it for later, carefully placing the treasure in his storage. A one-time wish is too valuable to waste on something trivial, and you and I both know he's got to save that ace for when all hope is lost. He turns, steps out of the sanctuary's shining gate, and walks into the blinding light ahead. A moment later, Zeke appears in a completely unfamiliar area, emerging from a glowing magic circle. He looks around, bewildered. This place, an adventurer's outpost? I actually teleported? This is the new system warp gate feature. Witnessing this, Zeke is amazed. So convenient. A system notification pops up. Use the system warp gate. Please select a destination. His current location is the Kingdom of Argo's 8th Adventurer's Outpost. He realizes he can just pick a location on the minimap and teleport there instantly. On the list, Kaiser's Sanctuary costs 150 points. He mentally calculates that besides distance costing more, there are no restrictions. With enough points, he could even travel between continents. This gate teleports you and disappears instantly, he muses. Anyone trying to track me would be screwed. Leaning against a tree, he gazes into the distance, already scheming. This will definitely help with my future plans. Zeke looks up into the tree's branches and freezes. In the middle of this freezing weather, yellow flowers are in full, brilliant bloom. He murmurs in disbelief, flowers? In midwinter? Looking toward the distant mountains, a terrible truth dawns on him. Don't tell me. No way. Instead of the 3 months he planned, he was trapped in Gao Sha's ruins for a full 4 months. His next destination is Valhalla, the top knight training academy on the central continent. And here, in a luxurious office, you and I find the academy's headmaster, who's calmly trimming a bonsai tree while letting out a long sigh. Good grief, he mutters. I've been headmaster for 10 years, and this is a first. A system bug. He's never seen a student go missing, only to return a month after enrollment. Zeke can only explain meekly, Sir, I never expected to be stuck in there for 4 months. He remembers the warning from the person who delivered his recommendation letter. Missing the entrance ceremony could lead to his admission being revoked by the headmaster. Zeke's mind races. He knows he can't wait until next year. It'll be too late. His most critical mission right now is to access Terracon Raker's secure archives. This is bad, he thinks to himself. If my admission is denied, I'll become a gap-year student against my will. Standing straight, he respectfully presents his case, Headmaster. The truth is, I fell into a state of divine inspiration while training to overcome my shortcomings, and I lost all sense of time. Hearing this excuse, the headmaster places his glasses on the desk, his sharp gaze fixed on Zeke. A state of divine inspiration? Is that the best you could come up with after missing the ceremony? Before him stands the headmaster of Valhalla, Frobert Boxer. He exudes a terrifying pressure, his eyes practically glowing. Frobert Boxer, the longest-serving former captain of the Royal Guard of the TB Kingdom, is a knight respected across the entire continent. The story of how Aether Draker, the current family head, personally visited 3 times to offer him the headmaster position is still famous. This is a man who values honor and principles above all else. Facing the strict headmaster, Zeke bows his head in apology. Showing emotion would only make things worse. I have no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, even if I had 100 mouths to speak with. But it is the truth, headmaster. Boxer observes him in silence, then clears his throat. Achieving a state of divine inspiration is no easy feat. If it were any other student, I would have accused them of lying. But you. Boxer stares intently at Zeke before making his decision. I will arrange a spot for you. If I determine your training was more valuable than 1 month at Valhalla, I will permit your enrollment. Zeke immediately bows. Thank you, headmaster. Though inside, he's thinking, I can't believe I have to use that Hogwarts guy's recommendation ticket today. Boxer decisively rings a bell, summoning his assistant. The door swings open, and he gives the order. Get me an empty training room, immediately. And tell the professors from all departments to assemble for a supplementary admission evaluation. Right now, Zeke is led to a private training ground at Valhalla, and he's stunned by the grand scale of the arena. He can't help but marvel. If they held a tournament here, the audience seats would be full all day. This is Valhalla, after all. Every professor here is a famous knight he's seen at least once in the continental papers. Looking down from above, Headmaster Boxer announces, everyone is here. He clasps his hands, his sharp, intimidating gaze boring into Zeke. Now, pay close attention. This is the moment of truth. Show us the results of the training you claim to have undertaken. Don't tell me you spent 4 months just camping in those ruins. Facing the pressure from the headmaster, Zeke silently assesses the situation. He knows he can't carelessly reveal his elemental sword here. Feeling an immense pressure weighing down on him, Zeke thinks, All right, if I keep holding back now, I'll really get expelled. Time to get serious. After all, these are the people who train the continent's strongest knights. Half-baked techniques won't even get a reaction. If that's the case, then I should get a little serious too. Instantly, Zeke focuses his spirit, and a deep blue power begins to erupt violently around his body. Sparks of light and a powerful aura envelop his sword, radiating a pressure that makes the onlookers gasp in shock. No way. Isn't that a sword aura? The sight of Zeke holding a sword burning with aura leaves two of the judges utterly stunned. To reach the level of a blue knight at only 15 years old, if this went on the genius rankings, it would crash the Academy's server. The previous record holder was Sir Abel, who achieved it at 19. Another person can't hide his admiration, as expected from a golden awakener. But seeing everyone's over-the-top reaction, Zeke suddenly realizes his mistake. I forgot. I completely forgot to suppress my aura. He sighs in relief when he sees they haven't realized his true strength. Good, they still think I'm only at the Blue Knight level. He knows that before meeting Gao Sha, his aura was indeed only at the Blue Knight stage. But since mastering Hydro Force and the Elemental Sword, he completely shattered his limits and reached the next realm, the Red Knight. The most distinct difference between a Blue Knight and a Red Knight is the ability to wield the Sword Aura. Sword Aura is a technique that uses aura to sharpen the blade. While a Blue Knight can only struggle to maintain its original shape, a Red Knight is far superior, able to freely maintain and transform the aura's form according to their will and imagination. Zeke breathes a sigh of relief as he retracts his exploding power. Good thing I stopped at just the Sword Aura, he thinks. Otherwise, this would have been a lot more complicated. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the room. Excellent. The excited roar makes Zeke jump, a cold sweat running down his back from the surprise. Before him, Headmaster Boxer is laughing heartily, spreading his arms wide with a triumphant look. Compared to a month at Valhalla, this achievement is simply incomparable. An awakening of this magnitude is worth waiting a few months for, no, even a few years. Witnessing the Headmaster's complete 180, Zeke can only stand there, stunned, thinking, it's like he's become a totally different person. He quickly regains his composure and bows politely. Not at all, Headmaster. I would like to apologize once more for being unable to attend the entrance ceremony due to an urgent family matter. Headmaster Boxer, still grinning, waves his hand dismissively. Ha ha ha, I told you it's fine. He turns to the council members sitting along the long table. And what about all of you? Does anyone object to Zeke's admission, or does anyone want to go up and test him a few rounds for fun? Faced with the overwhelming talent of a 15-year-old who has already mastered Sword Aura, the judges can only break out in a cold sweat. Not a single person dares to utter a word of protest. A knight on the council speaks up in praise. No objections. A sword aura that's sharp and clear. I fear it's a rare sight even among our current knights. Another member nods in confirmation. Exactly. There's no need for any further testing. Headmaster Boxer smiles, satisfied, and settles the matter. Then it's decided. Congratulations on your admission, Zeke Draker. Zeke's next destination is Midland Atlas. This is a grand metropolis, on the scale of a kingdom, located in the very center of the Midland continent. Not only is it home to Valhalla, the continent's top knight academy, but it also houses the Four Seasons castle of the Draker family. The castle is the residence of the family head and its main pillars, considered the true heart of the clan. Stepping out of the carriage, Zeke stands before a massive and magnificent structure. He looks up at the majestic mansion, and you can't help but feel the same awe as he whispers, this is truly on another level. All right, let's step into Zeke Draker's private villa in Atlas, where his stormy new school life is about to begin. But the second he pushes the door open, a loud pop echoes through the hall, followed by the deafening explosion of party poppers. Congratulations on getting into Valhalla. Zeke Draker freezes in a shower of colorful confetti, staring blankly at two figures in ridiculous clown outfits. He internally screams it's his Master Duke, and even High Priest Andre. Duke rushes over, slaps his shoulder, and roars with laughter. My boy, you are one hell of a maverick. In all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen anyone dare to skip the Valhalla entrance ceremony. Duke flashes a mischievous grin and an excited thumbs up. Well then, our main character has arrived. Shall we get this party started? Zeke Draker just stammers in utter shock. Start. Start what exactly? Turns out, the moment he set foot in his Atlas villa, Zeke Draker was ambushed by Duke and Andre with a surprise welcome party. Sitting at a table overflowing with food, Zeke Draker is still trying to figure out why these two, who should be at the academy, are even here. Turns out Duke was summoned back from the capital by the family head, and then just casually moved into Zeke Draker's villa to crash. As for Andre, he wipes his mouth and sheepishly announces, I've decided to join Valhalla as a teaching assistant. Sorry, he adds, but I'll probably be bothering you for a while. Yeah, you can probably guess what's happening. These two freeloaders are here to stay, and they're taking it to the max level. Seeing their drunk and smug faces, Zeke Draker realizes they definitely planned this together. He's screaming on the inside, "This is my house. What gives you the right to just decide things on your own?" The wild celebration rages on in total chaos, and by the time it's over, the entire villa is a scene of utter destruction. Empty bottles roll across the floor next to half-eaten plates of food. And in the middle of this wreckage, both Duke and Andre are completely passed out, leaving Zeke Draker standing speechless in the battlefield they created. Under the light of the full moon, Zeke Draker slips on a mysterious purple cloak. He finds a crowded, bustling tavern. He calmly approaches the bar, places a gold coin on the counter, and says in a low voice, "A dark beer. And while you're at it, I'm here to see K. Make it quick for me tonight." While the server is still confused, Zeke Draker adds a line that instantly freezes the air around them. "I said, I want to see K for a bit." And just like that, the entire atmosphere shifts. Watch this. The tension becomes so thick you could cut it with a knife. Those cheerful patrons are instantly revealed as dangerous guards, and the sharp ring of swords being drawn echoes throughout the tavern. Facing down dozens of sword points, Zeke Draker remains completely unfazed. He smirks, his sharp gaze glinting from beneath his hood. "What?" Spotting the glowing crest on his gauntlet, a soldier stammers, "Dead wrecker." The moment they realize who's standing before them, the entire crowd's attitude does a complete 180. The server from before is now pale as a ghost. He bows low in apology. "My deepest apologies. I should have stopped them." "Right this way, sir. I will take you to the branch manager." Zeke Draker walks silently through a secret tunnel hidden behind the tavern, observing the dense layers of magical defenses. He thinks to himself that the secret door is concealed by layers of security magic, just as you'd expect from these people. In Zeke Draker's memories, before his regression, when people mentioned the continent's strongest intelligence agencies, everyone thought of two names, the Draco family's Dark Wing and the Empire's Intelligence Bureau. But beyond those two, another organization operated in the shadows known to very few, the Syndicate. At first, the Syndicate was just a nameless, ragtag group of smugglers. To be blunt, they were basically a B-list smuggling team. But then, thanks to the brilliant mind of someone named K, that smuggling network was forged into a colossal intelligence industry. Zeke Draker thinks back to his past life, after he was expelled from the academy and ended up with the Mercantile Crime Organization. After a long struggle to survive among wolves, he finally climbed the ranks to become one of their top assassins. It was then that K, a branch manager at the time, personally approached him and gave him the mission of clearing out their critical transport routes. Using the routes Zeke Draker had swept clean of enemies, K began a lightning-fast expansion, turning the Syndicate into an intelligence agency just as powerful as the Dark Wing or the Empire's own bureau. With an iron will and natural genius, K completely took over the Syndicate, making it her own power base. And then, when I lost everything at the hands of the Empire, in the darkness, a mysterious figure handed Zeke Draker a file, saying, "This is the information on the relic the Emperor is targeting. Be careful," they warned, "it won't be easy." Zeke Draker recalls that the one person who actively helped him on his path to revenge was K. You could say it was payment for helping the Syndicate grow, but without K, he never would have obtained that relic, and he certainly wouldn't be standing here today. Entering a dark room, Zeke Draker snaps his fingers, creating a small flame. "Your tastes haven't changed a bit, I see." He holds the flame out for K to light her cigarette. The flickering light illuminates the sharp, beautiful face of the most powerful woman in the Syndicate. Zeke Draker slowly lowers his hood, revealing his own face. Kay smirks, her eyes filled with a seductive curiosity as she stares him down. The rising genius of the Draco family. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?" Facing Zeke Draker, the powerful red-haired woman doesn't mince words. She leans back and says coldly, "Don't beat around the bush. Get to the point." Unfazed, Zeke Draker delivers a shocking proposal. "I want to do business with the Syndicate." The woman just smirks, taking a slow drag from her cigarette. She then begins to list off his entire profile with chilling accuracy. A promising and noble divine blood awakener of House Draco. Reached a knight's level at only 15. Why would someone like you want to do business with criminals like the Syndicate? Zeke Draker realizes she must already know what happened at Valhalla today. Her information network is seriously fast, he thinks. He replies casually, "The way you keep sparring with me suggests you're not interested, but you should at least see the merchandise first." As he finishes, Zeke Draker places a small item on the wooden table. It's a pair of earrings with green gemstones, emitting a soft, mesmerizing light. The woman squints suspiciously. "Earrings?" Zeke Draker states firmly. "Not just any earrings. They're a treasure. Try them on, and you'll see." She remains silent and doubtful, but curiosity gets the better of her as she picks them up and puts them on. The instant the treasure touches her skin, a brilliant surge of red energy envelops her entire body. At first, she scoffs, "Humph, Increased mana recovery, this kind of junk is. But in a split second, the cigarette drops from her lips as the power flowing into her explodes beyond all control. She screams in pure shock. What? What is this? And there it is. You see that? 1 second she's calling it cheap junk, the next she's so stunned she looks like she needs to reboot her entire existence. Absolute shock is written all over her face. The recovery boost isn't 10%, but a full 15%. In her mind, a seismic shockwave is going off, because current treasures only increase recovery by about 1%. The best on the market only reaches 3%, meaning this is 5 times more powerful. If an artifact like this ever existed, how could she have possibly not known about it? She stares at Zeke Draker, her eyes now filled with caution and calculation. He either has his own network, or this kid dug this up himself. Seeing his prey has taken the bait, Zeke Draker cracks a confident smile under his hood and asks, "So, are you interested in making a deal now? And let's be real, who could possibly say no to a pitch like this?" Zeke Draker casually lays out his request, stating he's already registered as a representative. All she has to do is go to the North Atlas Bank to pick up the goods. In the end, it's just a job consigning artifacts with questionable origins, basically, stuff found lying around. She states her terms, a 10% commission on each item. If the total profit exceeds 10,000 gold, the rate goes up. This is the standard top-tier price Case sets for a lucrative deal. However, she's far more concerned about the man sitting opposite her. Kay thinks to herself that this guy even knows she's a mage. He definitely has an intelligence network that's anything but ordinary. The deal is struck. After finalizing the agreement, Kay gives a professional smile, gripping the file tightly. "From now on, we're counting on you, young master." Zeke Draker quietly replies, "Same to you." But just as he's about to leave, he stops as if suddenly remembering something. "Ah, one more thing. Is your ghost ship doing all right? And pay close attention, because the air in the room instantly turns to ice." Beneath his hood, Zeke Draker's eyes flash with a sharp, meaningful glint. Kay's expression completely changes, turning cold and guarded. Around her, shadows begin to stir violently, as if dozens of assassins are hidden in the darkness. She growls, "Where did you hear about that?" Zeke Draker just lets out a casual laugh, raising his hands to de-escalate the situation. "I'm just asking, why so tense? One simple question, and this lady is already in attack mode." But Kay has no intention of letting go of someone who dared to touch her secrets. A wave of dark mana, accompanied by blazing flames, erupts from her body, releasing a suffocating pressure. Her eyes glow with menace. "Nice threat, but do you really think that's enough to drag me down?" A violent magical explosion erupts, incinerating everything around them. Kay trembles, cold sweat pouring down as she faces the terrifying pressure radiating from Zeke Draker. She grinds her teeth in frustration. "Damn it, I'm missing information." Zeke Draker, the youngest Knight Commander? No, absolutely not. The only thing left in her mind is pure, absolute fear. Even if the entire Atlas branch the entire syndicate were to attack, they could never win against this man. Zeke Draker sees right through her panic and casually suggests, "Perhaps we should switch seats?" Cut to the syndicate branch chief's office. Zeke Draker is looking over a document. An oath. This is definitely a mage's work. Now, this is a form of contract mages often used to ensure mutual safety. You and I are about to see just how unbreakable these things are. All it takes is using blood as ink to sign your name. It sounds simple, but its power is absolute. Once the contract is activated, the other person's signature is engraved on your arm. If one harms the other, both will die. And if there's an indirect betrayal, like hiring an assassin, the signature vanishes from the betrayer's arm and a non-lethal curse takes its place, putting them at a huge disadvantage. Kay watches him warily. "If you understand, then good. Sign it. I need some kind of guarantee myself. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll decide to kill me." Zeke Draker smirks. Fair enough. He decisively pricks his finger with the pen, draws blood, and signs the contract. A bright magic circle flares to life, confirming the deal is done. Zeke Draker smiles. "As long as I can earn your trust, I'll sign as many of these as you want." A glowing magic circle appears on his arm, sealing the pact. He casually walks across the room and declares, "Well then, I am now officially your partner." Zeke Draker sits on the sofa opposite Kay and picks up where they left off. "Shall we continue our earlier conversation? The thing you're transporting with your ghost ship?" "It's McKen's Soma, isn't it?" Kay looks exhausted. She raises a hand to her forehead and rubs it lightly. "I don't know where you got your intel on my ship, but yes, I am distributing McKen's Soma." Soma is a magical drug, its cultivation and use forbidden in most kingdoms. However, on the southern continent, a lawless land since the kingdom collapsed in civil war, it's a massive source of income. Zeke Draker adds, "It's because of the recent execution order issued by the Transcendent Ista family, right?" Kay lights a cigarette and smirks. "That's right. Even McKen wouldn't be stupid enough to mess with a transcendent family. The only land route connecting the central and southern continents is a desert under the Ista family's control. But a few years ago, Ista unexpectedly sealed all its borders, banning anyone from entering or leaving, completely cutting off contact with the south. Kay explains further, the land route is blocked, and the sea route is in Pavla's hands. That's why they had to borrow the syndicate's transport. She takes a drag, looking at Zeke Draker. Anyway, you paid a high price. To us, you're a valued client. McCann and Pavla are two massive criminal organizations that have divided and now rule the lawless south. The central Luke Forest serves as their border, McCann to the north, Pavla to the south. McCann had the convenience of transporting Soma by land, but since they monopolized the route, Pavla had no choice but to switch to the sea. So when Ista closed the border, McCann lost its land route and rushed to the sea, only to find Pavla had already taken full control. By the way, how did you know about my ghost ship? The Syndicate's ghost ship was Kay's own idea, covering the entire vessel with an invisibility spell. It's how they evade both pirates and the Navy, making it the Syndicate's most important financial source and a secret so tight it's never been leaked to the outside world. Zeke Draker smiles to himself, thinking, "Of course, I can't say you told me yourself in my past life." He casually replies, "An information broker is asking about my sources," and just when Kay thinks she has him cornered, he drops another bomb. "Isn't this the time you should be focusing on Pavla's offer?" Kay freezes, a cold sweat trickling down her shocked face. Zeke Draker takes the file from Kay's hand. "This is the information on the relic the Emperor is targeting. Be careful, it won't be easy." Looking at the papers, Zeke Draker recalls his past life. It was Kay who actively helped him on his path of revenge. The price was helping the Syndicate grow stronger, but without her, Zeg would never have touched that relic, let alone be here to execute his new plan. Thinking of Zeg, she silently appraises him. He is a man of outstanding ability. If this transaction goes smoothly and they maintain a good relationship, he will undoubtedly become a powerful asset for the Syndicate's ambitions down the line. The scene shifts to the next morning. Zeg sits leisurely on a wooden bench at the Valhalla Night Training Facility, flipping through a book. He lets out a sigh of contentment. The atmosphere here is so much more relaxed than places like the Inner Circle or the Academy. The headmaster told him to wait for a guide. As he looks around, a cheerful voice cuts through his thoughts. A young man with tan skin and curly hair approaches with a friendly tone. "You must be the guy the headmaster mentioned, Zeg, right?" He strikes a pose, holding out a fist for a stylish greeting. Seeing Zeg's serious expression, he laughs teasingly. "Looks like it'll be a while before our friend Zeg here shakes off that academy vibe, huh?" In response to this energy, Zeke Draker just stares back in silence, his guard completely up. He suddenly reaches out, grabbing the young man's hand and asking coldly if he's the guide sent by the headmaster. Despite the harsh reaction, the guy just keeps on grinning. "Hey now, why so tense?" he chirps. "No need to put your quills up like a porcupine." He confirms with absolute certainty, "Just like you said. Bro, I'm the one the headmaster personally assigned to show you every nook and cranny of Valhalla." Witnessing this, Zeke Draker can only scream internally. "Oh great, I'm stuck with an autoplay NPC." The young man suddenly remembers something. "Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself." He proudly announces he's a propagator of New X music, a blend of medieval melodies and traditional southern rhythms. With a wild look, he sticks his tongue out. "That's me, Diego Villa. A pleasure to be of service, bro." Zeke Draker just barely manages a reluctant reply. "Yeah, likewise." Noticing Zeke Draker's attitude soften a bit, Diego cheers up. "Oh, see? The mood's getting better already, right, Zeke Draker bro?" As they walk, Zeke Draker mutters a single, short sentence. "That's just your imagination." A rhythm night. Diego Villa. Looking at the guy chattering non-stop, Zeke Draker thinks to himself that he never expected to meet such a talent so soon. This is a man who would later be known as one of the 5-star knights. It's a title for 5 legendary knights who performed great deeds in the Continental War before Zeke Draker's regression. They included the Knight of Serenity, BSO, P. Castig, the Knight of the Arena, Refrig Zuma, the Knight of Illusions, Aster Eladapo, Knight Tearsop, Reina Draker, and the last one, the Knight of Rhythm, Diego Villa, with his colorful saw-toothed sword. Diego casually brings up the rumor that all 5-star knights came from Valhalla. He wants to see if it's true, hoping he can quickly expand his influence if things go well. As they walk, Diego suddenly complains he's hungry and asks Zeke Draker if he wants to try some southern food. Zeke Draker replies quietly, "I don't have the best memories of that kind of food." But Diego just grabs him, insisting he just hasn't eaten at the right places yet. In the end, Zeke Draker finds himself sitting at a table, tasting the southern dish. He's impressed. "This is actually delicious," he thinks. Diego smirks. "Of course it is, bro. It's made from shark dragon, a specialty you can only find here in Valhalla." Even a true southerner like me has to admit this is top-tier stuff. When Diego hears Zeke Draker say it's even better than the food back home, he asks in surprise, "Huh? You've been to the southern continent before?" Zeke Draker just replies coolly, "It was just an expression." He cleverly turns the tables, asking, "So, why would someone from the south like you come all the way to Valhalla?" Diego stirs his drink and begins to tell his story. "Well, that's a long story. But actually, my father and mother used to be the rulers of a small kingdom in the south. And right here, you can already smell the plot twist coming." Zeke Draker is stunned. A rhythm knight is also southern royalty. The southern continent was basically a union of small kingdoms centered around the Gusco kingdom. However, most of those kingdoms moved to the center after Gusco fell in a civil war. In other words, I'm a high and mighty prince. Diego declares his status while spinning a fork in his hand. Seeing this puffed-up display, Zeke Draker thinks that even if that title means nothing now, he never imagined royalty could have so little dignity. Diego continues his tale, complaining that the old geezers from Gusco insisted he preserve the royal family's traditional swordsmanship, so they shipped a natural-born genius like him all the way to Valhalla. He sighs dramatically, then his tone flips to excitement. "But instead of swinging a sword, all I want to do is play music." Zeke Draker watches the guy excitedly make hand gestures and can't help but feel exasperated. "What about the people who had such high hopes for you?" But Diego isn't done yet. He enthusiastically invites Zeke Draker to join his new F and Southern-style music research club. The only response he gets is Zeke Draker's blunt refusal. "I'm not interested." The two of them walk through the academy corridors, where Diego explains that Valhalla is an incredibly free place. As long as it helps with your studies, anything is allowed. He then hints that today's class is anything but normal. There's a rumor that something absolutely spectacular is waiting for them up ahead. Zeke Draker can only think to himself that this guy could talk forever. Just then, whispers from the surrounding students begin to rise. It's the guy who just entered Valhalla as the youngest student, Zeke Draker. "I heard he's from the direct bloodline, right? And he's the genius who beat an instructor." Hearing this, Diego freezes in his tracks and shouts, "What? Bro, you're a Draker?" Zeke Draker raises an eyebrow at his new, confused friend. "What did you think this was?" Zeke Draker holds up his gloved hand with its distinct symbol, but Diego just asks blankly, "What is what?" Zeke Draker snaps in irritation. "You idiot. This is a pure blood glove, the symbol of a pure blood awakener from the Draker family." Diego is so shocked his eyes practically bug out of his head. He stammers in horror. "What? I didn't even see it when we were eating. I thought it was just some cool fashion statement. That's a pure blood glove? I had absolutely no idea." Seeing Diego's panicked, sweaty face, Zeke Draker's lips curl into a faint, ironic smile. "You made it all the way to Valhalla, and you still can't recognize a pure blood glove." He thinks to himself that this reaction is only natural when facing a pure blood awakener. I mean, who wouldn't be intimidated standing right in front of a member of the Draker family? After a moment of shaking in fear, Diego suddenly bursts out laughing as if he's just figured out the meaning of life. He points at Zeke Draker and declares, "Well, that definitely makes me feel a bit better. No wonder you were acting all high and mighty earlier. So this was the reason." Zeke Draker just looks at his new companion and lets out a long, tired sigh. This guy. But Diego doesn't pay any attention to Zeke Draker's annoyance. He just throws an arm around his shoulder, laughing loudly. "If you're a Draker, you should be treating me." "Haha, just kidding, just kidding." Zeke Draker thinks to himself, I thought he'd calm down, but he's even more worked up than before. Just then, the loud clap of Headmaster Boxer rings out, cutting through all the noise. "Everyone, your attention please." Zeke Draker looks around the crowded room in surprise. He realizes why there are so many people here. Today's special lecture is being led by the headmaster himself. Just looking at the number of students is enough to tell how much everyone was looking forward to this. While Zeke Draker is trying to focus, Diego leans close to his ear, holding out a notebook. He asks excitedly, "Hey bro, what do you think of these lyrics? The rhymes are sick, right?" Zeke Draker shoots his friend a dark look. "If you drag me here to listen to a lecture, at least pretend to pay attention." Up on the podium, Headmaster Boxer announces decisively, "All right, let's skip the long introductions. I'll get right to it. A very special guest whom we had great difficulty inviting." Heavy, rhythmic footsteps of armored boots echo from off stage, making the atmosphere tense. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. The headmaster continues, "The Black Knight of the Draker family has returned." Hearing those words, a cold sweat runs down Zeke Draker's face. He's stunned. He's already back from the Four Seasons Fortress. Does this mean he's returning to the world? Right after, the legendary knight with fiery red hair steps out. He waves to the crowd, which erupts in thunderous applause. And just like that, the entire hall erupts with excited whispers. That's the Gale Knight, Duke Raker. The same Black Knight who vanished without a trace. Other students chime in, buzzing with rumors. People have been saying he was spotted around the capital lately, so it must be true. Standing on stage with an unshakable presence, Duke Raker speaks. I've been away from the front lines for a long time, yet you all still remember me. I'm honored, and I hope today's lecture will be useful to you all. He looks down at the students and continues. And now, I, Duke Raker, will tell you the story of how I went from an ordinary student at this academy to becoming a Black Knight. Seeing his master's super serious and dignified act, Zeke Draker can't help but think to himself, what is this? In the audience, the atmosphere becomes incredibly stiff and painfully dull. Some students are already slumped over their desks, fast asleep. Others rest their chins on their hands, faces completely blank, exhausted from the endless droning. Zeke Draker isn't doing much better. He looks up at the stage, groaning internally. It's been 2 hours, people. Up on the podium, Duke is still rambling on with a smug look, completely ignoring the suffering of the kids below. Realizing things are getting out of hand, Headmaster Boxer, standing nearby with a face full of sweat, quickly steps in to cut him off. Well, it's a shame for all the students who were listening so intently. But our time is up. Hearing this, Duke isn't offended at all and just laughs cheerfully. Very good, Headmaster. Boxer lets out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking, I told him to reconsider, but of course he didn't listen. A moment later, the headmaster regains his formal posture to introduce the next speaker. Our second speaker is someone you all know, so I won't need a long introduction. Despite her busy schedule as a Guardian Knight, she has made time to be here today. The 2 words Guardian Knight sent a jolt through Zeke Draker. In the Draco family, the Knight rankings have 4 clear levels: Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and the highest of all, Guardian Knight. This is a rank whose authority rivals the Council of Elders, and the current number of Guardian Knights isn't even 10. Zeke Draker silently assesses the situation. Looks like the second speaker is another major powerhouse. Headmaster Boxer now seems quite tense. He keeps glancing at his watch, sweat beading on his forehead as time ticks by. Suddenly, the rhythmic clank of metal echoes from the entrance. A figure with long, elaborately braided platinum hair, clad in a full suit of pure white armor, is slowly entering the hall. Zeke Draker watches intently, noting to himself platinum hair and pure white full-body armor. Definitely stands out, but he still can't figure out who it is. All around, the students start buzzing with excitement. So lucky we came to Valhalla today. For real. Abruptly, a thought flashes through Zeke Draker's mind, stunning him. To think he'd get to see the Silver Knight in person. His eyes widen as he stares at the person stepping onto the stage, his mind reeling as he realizes their true identity. That person is the firstborn of the Draco clan, the Silver Knight Kali Draker. The port city of Eisen, a hub of maritime trade. The very heart of the continent. Today, Eisen's strategic value is so immense that it controls trade routes not only with the Delta Republic but with the southern and eastern continents as well. But just over 10 years ago, the situation was completely different. Back then, Eisen was occupied by southern pirates, a lawless land where all kinds of crime ran rampant. Immediately after becoming an official knight of the family, Kali Draker launched a campaign to wipe out the pirates, and by the 5th year of her relentless purge, not a single pirate was left in Eisen. From that point on, under Kali Draker's protection, Eisen was reborn, rising to become the largest port city in the region. The surviving pirates were forced to retreat south of Delta, hiding out in the Dead Sea. For her achievement in reclaiming Eisen, Kali was named the youngest Guardian Knight in history, a monumental feat that even Abel, who had everything before the regression, had never achieved. Zeke Draker stares at the woman's back on the stage. He thinks to himself, I knew it was a big shot, but I never expected it to be my own older sister. Moreover, she's a direct line member of the family, clashing head-on with Abel Draker in the war for succession. Zeke Draker reasons, it's understandable I didn't recognize her face. It's because before he regressed, Kali Draker had already. On the high stage, Kali lets out a soft sigh, her face showing clear signs of fatigue and pressure. She raises a gauntleted hand and taps it repeatedly on the desk, creating a sharp, dry sound in the suddenly quiet space. Suddenly, Kali bellows, shaking the entire hall. Quiet! The powerful command rips through the air, causing hundreds of students below, including the arrogant Diego, to flinch and jump in their seats. The atmosphere in the hall instantly plummets. Whispers begin to spread among the students. Weren't they all just excited a moment ago? This bunch really dared to mess with the big sister. Standing on the stage, Kali Draker's face is like ice, her razor-sharp gaze sweeping across the room, making everyone shudder. She growls, each word laced with power. Even though the students have entered the classroom, the atmosphere and attitude haven't settled down at all. Valhalla, the place I graduated from, was never this chaotic. If our seniors saw this sight today, they would surely shake their heads in disappointment. Amid the faces pale with fear, Zeke Draker just watches silently with a look of utter boredom. Kali continues her passionate sermon. Do you think the peace you enjoy today just appeared out of thin air? It was bought with blood. Only after enduring grueling training and harsh discipline can one be worthy of the title of a true knight. Finally, the lecture comes to an end. The students pour out into the hallway as if escaping from hell itself, complaining endlessly. That was horrible, I told you. Suddenly, I'm missing Lord Duke's lectures. Zeke Draker walks calmly through the crowd, thinking to himself, honestly, her advice wasn't bad. It's just that these young students can't handle it. Lost in thought about Diego, his new friend suddenly runs up, waving goodbye. 5 hours immersed in creation has reignited the artistic fire in my soul. I've shown you a fair bit of Valhalla, so I'll be taking my leave now. Watching Diego Cussin's retreating figure, Zeke Draker shakes his head. He's really just leaving like that. But on second thought, maybe it's for the best. From now on, he'll be busy recruiting talent and adjusting to life at Valhalla. Taking advantage of this rare moment of free time, he decides he should probably head to the Terracan Secure Archive. Time to get going then. But just as Zeke Draker takes a few steps, a cold voice suddenly calls out from behind him. Zeke Draker. He stops, his brow furrowing slightly at the next question. Can you spare a moment? Turning around, Zeke Draker meets the unwavering gaze of Callie Raker, who is standing there waiting for him. A short while later, at the Valhalla communal training ground, Callie has already drawn her sword. A brilliant blue aura surrounds her body as she stands ready for battle. Zeke Draker stares at the blade radiating a gentle blue light in front of him. He realizes, so that's the mithril sword bestowed by the Holy Nation. As the story goes, the Holy Nation, being close to Eisen, had suffered terribly from the pirate infestation. But after Kali's campaign to eradicate them, the region was finally liberated. As a sign of their gratitude, they gifted her a full set of armor and a sword forged from 100% pure mithril. This is how she earned the legendary title, the Silver Knight of Kali. She locks eyes with Zeke Draker, her voice like ice. I hope you won't be holding back your true strength. Facing the challenge head-on, Zeke Draker closes his eyes, his knuckles cracking as he grips his sword. He thinks to himself, so this is it? A straight-up duel. Zeke Draker knows exactly what's going on. His sister obviously heard the rumors about him reaching the Azure level and unlocking his sword aura, and now she's dying to see it for herself. Zeke Draker plants his feet, gripping his massive greatsword ready for war. His mind races. You want to see my real power, he thinks, as a blue aura erupts from his blade. He smirks. Then, you'll have to forgive me, because there is no way he's showing her his true strength. He knows it's not just Callie watching, there's a whole crowd of people out there desperate to gauge his real power. Revealing all his trump cards would give him zero advantage. The Draco family has always lived by one simple rule: the strong devour the weak. Reaching the blue rank at just 5 years old was already an unprecedented feat. Zeke Draker tells himself, if they find out I'm actually at the red rank, it's all over. The family head would try to chain him down, to control him completely. He decides then and there he'll only reveal his true power after he's strong enough to surpass the patriarch himself. For now, he just needs the family's prestigious name as a stepping stone. He scoffs, don't expect me to be the obedient son this time around. I'm not playing that part anymore. Instantly, Zeke Draker stomps and lunges forward, the wooden floor splintering under the explosive force. A deafening clang echoes as their swords clash, sending out a shockwave of sparks and raw power. They're locked in a dramatic, high-speed duel, their blades a blur as they slice through the air. In a flash of close-quarters combat, Callie's sword whips across Zeke Draker's face. At that exact moment, a system window appears. Request from administrator confirmed. Continuous activation of class skill, healing factor, temporarily suspended. Zeke Draker grits his teeth against the pain, his eyes laser-focused on her. His opponent is a guardian knight, and she's his own sister. Across from him, Callie is stunned. The gash on her brother's face is healing in the blink of an eye. Zeke Draker tightens his grip, on high alert. I won't make the same mistake I did with Duke. The shriek of metal fills the training ground as Zeke Draker and Callie charge each other at blinding speed. Blue sparks fly with every devastating slash, creating a breathtaking battle. Pushed back by a terrifying force, Zeke Draker clicks his tongue as a cut opens on his neck. He's silently analyzing his opponent's power, red rank, just as he thought. It's clear that holding back his own strength while fighting an expert guardian knight like Callie is going to be one hell of a challenge. Not giving him a second to breathe, Callie launches into the air. Now, don't blink, because she brings her sword down in a massive slash of blue energy that rips the very air apart, triggering a huge explosion. Zeke Draker grinds his teeth, bracing for impact, feeling the weight of a mountain pressing down on his blade. He silently thanks the gods for his weapon. A normal sword would have shattered into a million pieces. Thank goodness for SSR-grade gear. Surrounded by the fiery battle aura, Callie smirks, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. Your swordsmanship is excellent. An earth-shattering explosion rocks the entire arena, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Amidst the chaos, Zeke Draker staggers to his feet at the epicenter, sweat pouring down his face. He thinks to himself, it was reckless to fight a red-ranked knight head-on while holding my own aura back to blue. He steps back to get some distance, but freezes her killing intent hasn't faded one bit. He's completely shocked. I let my guard down for a second. Across from him, a deep blue-green power explodes around Callie's body. Zeke Draker realizes his mistake in horror. I forgot, before the Silver Knight, Callie Draco had another, more famous title. It was because her sword, Orokoda, unleashed attacks like that of a true sword master, a colossal wave of energy. It blazes like a pillar of light from the heavens, with world-shaking power, the sword tyrant. Zeke Draker grits his teeth, pouring every last ounce of strength he has into his sword to block the mountain-crushing attack. The insane pressure cracks the ground beneath him, and blood trickles from his mouth as he struggles to hold on. A massive explosion of energy engulfs the entire arena in smoke and debris. Callie stands alone in the wreckage, sighing with regret. Oops, I overdid it. The family head is definitely going to dock my pay for this. But then her eyes go wide with absolute shock. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, from inside the dust, a figure stumbles out, battered but still standing. He raises a hand to wipe the blood from his lips and casually remarks, well, that was a pretty decent performance. Zeke Draker looks straight at his sister, his eyes sharp and defiant. He smirks. So, are you satisfied, or do you need a few more rounds to complete your little test? As the dust settles, Callie is just frozen, her expression pure astonishment as she sees Zeke Draker still on his feet after that devastating blow. She whispers, incredible. Zeke Draker, you actually blocked that? You far exceeded my expectations. Her face turns serious as she lowers her sword and approaches him. Zeke Draco, I actually have something to discuss with you, she begins, but before she can finish, Zeke Draker's body suddenly collapses like a puppet with its strings cut. Callie panics. Zeke Draker, are you okay? She rushes to catch him, her eyes falling on his wounds. Seeing him unconscious with blood on his lips, Callie thinks with dread. His internal injuries are severe. Could it be that he pushed his aura way past its limits? Without hesitation, she pulls out a vial and carefully pours the elixir into his mouth. This is a top-grade recovery potion from the family. Drink slowly. As the medicine takes hold, a brilliant red light envelops Zeke Draker. At the same time, a system window silently appears. Request from administrator confirmed. Activating class skill, healing factor, in permanent state. Zeke Draker lies there, his eyes half closed, but his mind is crystal clear. He thinks smugly to himself, this should be enough to keep them from getting suspicious, right? And trust me, you and I just witnessed an Oscar-level performance. While Callie is worrying herself sick, Zeke Draker is calmly analyzing his brilliant plan, temporarily turning off my healing factor. It was all an act, even holding my power back just enough to look like a freshly minted blue rank. And when her ultimate attack came, I purposely took the hit with minimal defense. Zeke Draker is secretly thrilled with how it all played out, thinking, for some reason, a strange opening appeared right before the blow landed. Thanks to that, the rest went off without a hitch. His plan was flawless. Next up, absorbing Callie's aura into his own body, something that should be completely impossible. And just like that, he fakes an internal injury. Everything goes exactly as planned. Callie is completely convinced he can use aura and assumes his injury is from a power overload. Deck barely groans. Seeing him awake, Callie asks gently if he's feeling any better. Deck immediately flashes a bright, grateful smile. Yes, much better now. Thank you so much, Callie. Faced with her little brother's earnestness, Callie's attitude softens. Just call me sister. December. It's more comfortable, she says gently. The unexpectedly warm suggestion leaves Deck completely stunned. In a secluded alley on the outskirts of Atlas, a horse-drawn carriage is waiting. Stepping inside, Deck is blown away by the luxurious and elegant interior. Callie Dickthome pours him tea. I heard you like tea, so I prepared some. It's a blend from the Eastern continent. I hope it suits your taste. Deck accepts the cup, flustered. Ah, yes. Thank you, sister. He vaguely recalls the family head saying something similar and wonders just how far the rumor about him liking tea has actually spread. Looking out the window as the carriage rolls beneath towering spires, Deck asks in amazement, is this really the inside of a carriage? Callie explains calmly that it's camouflage magic, since a Guardian Knight's carriage tends to attract too much attention. Realizing the extreme secrecy, Deck asks bluntly, first you had me come to the dojo, and now you're taking me out of the city in this thing. Isn't this basically like opening a secret S-class quest for me? The air in the carriage suddenly grows tense enough to suffocate. Callie freezes. The Slaughter Knight, Abel Raker. An image of a red-haired man with murderous eyes flashes through Deck's mind. Callie looks straight at him, her request urgent. I need your help to stop him. Deck is floored by his sister's shocking proposal, asking in disbelief, what did you just say? Isn't Abin the second son of the Draco family? Callie lets out a soft sigh, her face grave. I'm sorry this is so sudden. I'll explain everything from the beginning. She begins to reveal a dark truth unfolding within the family. Right now, Abel is acting against their oath of neutrality, one of the family's most sacred pacts. Callie explains that this oath forbids members from interfering in conflicts between nations, all to maintain the Draco family's position. But Abel has shattered it. He's now siding with the Rom Empire, personally intervening in the conflict between the Empire and Alencia. Hearing this, Dek is secretly stunned. Abel moved this early? He questions the family's strange silence. Does the Knight's Citadel not know about this? Callie stares into her teacup, where Abel's blurred reflection appears, and answers bitterly, no, they know, but they're pretending they don't. The situation at the Knight's Citadel is currently chaotic and deeply divided. Callie reveals that some members of the Council of Elders have started openly siding with the Empire and backing Abel. Dek quickly grasps the severity. You mean the Elders have already been manipulated? There are still a few who remain neutral. Dek smirks wryly. A council that conservative, and they aren't opposing him? Just staying neutral? Then it's only a matter of time before they're completely won over. Callie nods in agreement. Yes, that's an accurate assessment. And in Dek's mind, horrifying memories of the future begin to surface. This is where we see just how bad things are really going to get. His prophecy. It was all true. He remembers the 3 years since his regression and the dark future that awaits 7 years from now. When Draco completely falls into Abel's hands and he joins forces with the Rom Empire, a brutal great war will swallow the entire continent. Visions of blackened skies and lands stained red with blood and ash appear vividly in his mind. Callie declares with conviction, that's why I've made my decision. I will build a force strong enough to stop Abel. She sees that Abel is using power to manipulate the upper class, believing control of the leadership will guarantee the obedience of those below. But Callie believes in a different path. A true knight never bows to power, only to ideals and justice. With her eyes burning with conviction, Callie asserts she will act according to her own ideals. She is determined to gather the commoner knights, the true core of the Citadel, who are always overlooked, to stand together and protect the family's honor. Callie looks at Dek sincerely and says quietly, however, I won't force you to take my side. She adds that because Dek is young and a pure-blooded awakener. His future is wide open, with countless paths to choose from instead of throwing himself into this risky battle. Looking at the woman before him, Dek thinks, now I'm starting to understand who the real Callie is. In his eyes, she's a person with an iron will, yet soft enough to bow for the sake of justice. An incredibly upright and pure-hearted individual. He suddenly realizes the flaw in her greatsword's swing earlier wasn't a mistake. It was because she was worried about him. This big sister of his is actually pretty awesome. Callie has the tough exterior expected of the Draco bloodline, but deep down, she's unbelievably soft-hearted. She murmurs into her teacup, if things go wrong, we could be branded as traitors, so think it over carefully. Dek replies gently, thank you for worrying about me. He then stands decisively from his seat and kneels on one knee before her. But I've already decided. Dek proclaims in a clear voice, I may be young and have many shortcomings, but please allow me to stand by your side and fight with your knightly spirit. To put it simply for everyone watching, he's all in. Once you're on Team Callie, there's no escape button. Seeing this unexpected determination and loyalty from her brother, Callie gives a small, relieved smile. Thank you, December. After that fateful meeting, Dek returns to the Valhalla Research District. Walking while checking the magic information board, he contemplates the family's situation. Even in his past life, despite keeping up with news through K, he never imagined the rot in the Draco family had started long before the Great War even broke out. Previously, Dek planned to leave the family early to escape Abel's grasp, intending to secretly build his own forces for the Continental War. But now that he's found a kindred spirit in Callie, he no longer has any reason to leave. In fact, this is the perfect opportunity. By staying in the family, he can monitor Abel's every move much more easily. Plus, if he uses Callie as a front, the suspicion directed at him will likely die down. To pull this plan off, the first condition is that Dek must become an official knight, which will help swing public opinion in Callie's favor. He remembers his past life. Even though Callie was the eldest daughter and a guardian knight, she wasn't a pure-blooded awakener or from the ruling class, so she couldn't stand against Abel's power and failed to reform the family. But if he, a pure-blooded awakener, becomes an official knight and declares his support for Callie, who knows? Maybe he can tip the scales of public opinion away from Abel. What do you guys think? Can they pull this off, or is this another road to ruin? And for that very reason, Dek has to participate in that ridiculous knight examination. He stands in a dark space, his eyes fixed on the magic map displayed on a blue screen. Before him is the central grand library of the Valhalla Research District, a massive and imposing structure. All right, let's dive in. Zek's main goal for journeying this deep was to find Tarakan's top-secret archive, the greatest secret buried here. Venturing inside, he's stunned by the epic architecture, with towering shelves of books and floating walkways shimmering in golden light. The moment he steps into the center of the room, the system immediately announces, "You have arrived at the secure archive." He looks around the vast space, walking between the tightly packed shelves, his heart sinking with disappointment. This is it, he thinks. It's nothing more than a dusty old warehouse. He touches the grimy shelves, scoffing that they're just filled with useless old books. Even though the system marked this exact spot, the reality in front of him was a complete and utter letdown. Zeke thinks to himself, "I thought I'd find something insane here, like a demon's heart or a dragon's fang." He scoffs in frustration. You see the problem, right? He was expecting a mythic-grade treasury. What he got looks more like a high school library, but the instant his foot touches the cracked stone floor, a surge of magical electricity shoots from the ground, and the system instantly responds, "Data update point detected." Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts from a bookshelf, tearing space apart and forcing Zeke back. A powerful energy engulfs the room, making him gasp, "What is this?" At the same time, a shocking notification appears on his magic screen, linking and synchronizing with the secure archive of another administrator, Dragon Gluttony. Zeke freezes, his eyes wide with utter terror as he realizes an unbelievable truth. Another administrator? Does that mean Dragon also used a system just like him? If this bookshelf only reacts to system interference, it makes sense why nobody else has ever discovered it. Zeke mutters this to himself while standing before the ancient shelf, which is now glowing with a mystical blue light. Immediately, a flood of system notifications appears. Information from Dragon Gluttony's secure archive has been linked and synchronized with Administrator Zeke Draker's system. From now on, he can access all of Dragon's secured data at any time. For easier searching, the system suggests a list of categories, from an organizational operations manual to a dragon slaying guide version 5.21, and even collections of souls for growth support. "I'll deal with the boring stuff later," he thinks. None of these titles seem special. He gives a firm command, "System, find me the book that offers the best growth." After confirming the request, the system quickly responds that it has found the most suitable document. A book on a high shelf suddenly glows, catching Zeke's attention. "Oh, there it is." He walks over and takes it. The cover features a sword emblem and a bold title. Zeke quietly reads it aloud. "Secret Dragon Slaying Technique." He's completely shocked, having never heard of this technique before. Curious, Zeke flips to the next page to see who the author is. And here's the part that changes everything. Zeke's eyes go wide, a cold sweat breaking out as he sees the writer's name. He gasps in disbelief. Before passing down the dragon-slaying sword style, I, Satan Raker, wish to tell the story of why I created this technique. In the silent room, the silhouette of the Hero King's most trusted aide labors over manuscripts under the dim, flickering light. He reflects on the bond between dragons and humanity, a relationship that began with the great Hero King himself. Humans, though weak, could form pacts with the supreme beings known as dragons. But the truth behind that kindness wasn't noble at all. Dragons didn't help humans for any grand reason, they simply pitied them. Because compared to other races, humanity had always been frail and lacking in every way. As a result, the number of pact holders skyrocketed and a unique civilization flourished around them across the continent. But it was this rapid growth that filled Satan with a deep, unshakable unease. "I fear the dragons," he admits in his memories. He understood that if such a superior race helped humans merely out of pity, they could just as easily turn on them and annihilate them in an instant. And if that fear ever became reality, humanity would be wiped out in a single night without any chance to fight back. Because of this, Satan began searching for a way to fight against the dragons. His first thought was magic. But magic was the very first gift dragons gave to humanity. Human hearts couldn't naturally produce mana. Dragons had carved magic circles into them to allow its use. Next, Satan considered the Hero King's elemental sword, a power even dragons feared. However, that power was exclusive to the royal elven bloodline. So, he poured all his effort into finding a completely new power that belonged only to humans. Satan tried everything to surpass human limits, from the primal sword arts of the north to the mystical powers of the east. Ironically, his most dedicated assistant in this research was none other than Kronos, the Hero King's own packed dragon. The research continued, and eventually, Satan and Kronos discovered a new power source called Aura. It wasn't an element, nor was it mana. It was a power that only humans could unlock and wield. With that breakthrough, after the Hero King departed the mortal realm, Satan continued his research into Aura. Before long, his work finally bore fruit. He systemized all his knowledge on Aura from its concept and application to the sword arts that used it, and compiled it into the secret dragon-slaying technique, sending it across the world. But in a world where one could easily get strong using artifacts gifted by dragons, a sword style that demanded grueling training by one's own power was ignored by everyone. Satan pens his final words in solitude. Fortunately, As I write this, my fear of the dragons betraying humanity has not yet come to pass, but I am certain that one day, this sword art will become necessary. If anyone finds this secret text, I hope you will understand my wish and commit yourself to mastering it. Back in the present, as Zeke holds the ancient book, a system quest alert rings out. Achievement quest, Successor of Satan. The objective? Master the dragon-slaying sword style of the sword saint, Satan Raker. The time limit is 3 months. The reward? Coordinates to the treasury of the Kronos Kingdom. Zeke smirks. Another sweet deal. He looks at the book with high expectations. The treasury of the Kronos Kingdom must be filled with artifacts beyond anything he's ever seen. However, looking at the time limit, Zeke grows serious. The problem is, it's only 3 months. Does that mean it's even harder to learn than the elemental sword? And honestly, you and I both know this is going to be rough. 3 months to master a dragon-slaying technique, that deadline is absolutely brutal. One slip up and he's done for. Looks like I'll have to focus completely on this for a while. He closes the book, forced to admit it. In the end, Satan had been right all along. Though it's unclear how much time has passed since the Hero King's era, everything unfolded exactly as Satan had feared. The result was the Liberation War and the insane uprising of the dragons. Zeke looks at his system screen and issues a command. System, is there any other useful information in this secret library? Like Tarakon's diary, for instance? He adds, who knows what other crazy secrets are in there? Immediately, a chime sounds as the system confirms the administrator's request. The system finds a match. Playback initiated, image data from Tarakon's journal. Zeke gasps as the world around him distorts, bookshelves dissolving into eerie streams of light. He recognizes this feeling, the world warping around him, just like in the tutorial. Everything is changing. A blinding light engulfs his vision, and when it fades, Zeke finds himself standing in the middle of a magnificent throne room. He's bewildered. Where am I? A bone-chilling cold seeps into him. Did the system have to make it this realistic? Suddenly, a brilliant gold light descends from above, and a colossal figure begins to materialize. Zeke stumbles backward, crushed by an overwhelming pressure. Instantly, the system kicks in, activating his class skill, Indomitable Will. And just like that, his calm returns, letting him observe the terrifying creature taking form. Zeke is stunned. It feels so real, so alive. No wonder they were called the pinnacle of all species. Before him looms a gigantic dragon's head, its eyes burning like fire, its shimmering scales vibrating as it lets out a deafening roar. A dragon. Zeke's eyes widen in recognition. This legendary beast, it's Bahamut. So this is him, the evil dragon, Bahamut. But something else chills him to the bone, the man standing nearby. Zeke couldn't sense his presence at all, not until he spoke from right behind him. This guy, he realizes, is a monster on a completely different level than Bahamut. Just then, the image of Tarakon walks straight through him, leaving Zeke stunned. Did he just phase right through me? The truth hits him. He's not actually here. He's just an observer watching a memory play out like a recording. The scene is titled Tarakon's Journal. Could this be the legendary final battle between the Dragon Slayer Tarakon and the roaring behemoth, Bahamut? A thunderous explosion rocks the chamber as a massive claw slams down. Zeke is practically vibrating with excitement. It's starting. A terrifying blast of magic rips space itself apart. Amid the ruins, Tarakon stands firm, but a flicker of hesitation crosses his eyes. From above, Bahamut bellows, "What are you still hesitating for, Tarakon?" Tarakon says nothing, a solitary figure facing down the colossal entity. Bahamut's voice is thick with contempt. How disappointing, from the one I chose to be my contractor. And yeah, that's the sound of history being completely rewritten right there. His mind is racing. Tarakon, a contractor for Bahamut, just like Kalzia and Kronos? If that's true, then the entire legend about the Dragon Slayer who killed Bahamut was a complete lie. But before he can process it, a magical tremor shatters the very fabric of the memory. Zeke is sent flying into a chaotic vortex of energy, trapped as the world breaks apart. Streaks of corrupted color flash across his vision, like TV static consuming the entire screen. Zeke shouts in alarm. Through the chaos, the flickering image of the great sage appears, but his words are lost in a sea of broken, glitching sounds. Zeke grits his teeth, helpless as sweat drips down his face. Are you kidding me? It glitches out at the most important part. Desperate, he screams for help. System, is there any way to fix this? But the only reply is a cold system message appearing through the static. Cannot confirm request. Zeke freezes, his eyes widening in horror as he realizes even the system is failing. He stares intently at the disintegrating figure, trying to salvage one last piece of information from the visual chaos. But then, from the deepest part of the corrupted memory, a deep, authoritative voice rings out, the voice of the ancient king. He laughs, his voice dripping with mockery. What is this? A dragon's memory harming its contractor? Ha! That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. With his shimmering crown, the king declares an ironclad truth. On the contrary, if anyone is likely to betray the pact, it is the human who made the contract. His words reveal a brutal reality about the bond between man and dragon. Zeke holds his breath as the glitches fade away, revealing the final scene. Bahamut's colossal body turning to ash, disintegrating at Tarakon's feet. In the ashes, he sees something glowing. The heart and fang of Bahamut, the exact same artifacts he now owns from the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. Zeke is baffled, because usually, when a dragon dies, it leaves almost nothing behind, turning completely to dust. He speculates that if pureblood armor is made from dragon scales, then Bahamut must have been an exceptional case. But then, the magical projection shakes violently and vanishes. Zeke finds himself back in the quiet library. That's it? It just ends? He sighs, exhausted. I have no clue what just happened. His mind is reeling from the sheer volume of shocking information. He decides to call it a day. That's more than enough to process for now. Since visiting Valhalla's lab, Zeke has managed to sync his system with Tarakan's secure library, giving him access to all its records anytime, anywhere. Standing before the ancient bookshelves, Zeke quietly activates a virtual screen. Time to review Tarakan's journal again. The journal is still corrupted in the exact same spot, hiding their final conversation from him. He sighs in frustration. But by patiently digging through the library's archives, Zeke has found something else. Something huge. He's discovered the true dragon sword art, the original, primordial source of the dragon-slaying arts. Reading through the ancient text, a shocking truth comes to light. Tarakan simplified the original art, creating the modern dragon-slaying arts so others could learn it. But in doing so, its true power was drastically weakened. It was weakened so much that the technique can't even seriously injure a true dragon, making its name almost a joke. However, when adapted with a user's unique abilities, it can still land some powerful hits. So while it lost its raw power, it gained massive practical use in combat. But the thing that's really eating at Zeke is how Tarakan's journal completely contradicts the popular legend of the Dragon Slayer. The legend everyone knows claims Tarakan defeated Bahamut, bringing about an age of peace and prosperity. It's the classic hero story, the kind you see in every generation. On the surface, it sounds similar to the journal, but one bombshell detail has been completely erased. The fact that Tarakan and Bahamut were contract partners, that detail has vanished from every single record. Zeke stares at the journal, a chilling theory forming. This wasn't just forgotten, it was erased. Right then, a messenger bird flies in with a reply from his old colleague Kay. Long time no see, old friend. I don't know why you're suddenly interested in ancient history, but as requested, I've investigated the entire legend of the Dragon Slayer. And trust me, this is where the real investigation kicks off. Kay explains that she searched every corner of the world, even digging through ancient manuscripts that were never translated into the common tongue. And just as predicted, there wasn't a single book that mentioned humans forming pacts with the dragon tribe, or that legendary figures like Kaiser Tarakan were actually dragon contractors. The strangest part is, as she dug deeper, she realized all the sources seemed to be saying the exact same thing, as if everything had been orchestrated by someone beforehand. And right when she was about to investigate further, the noble Draco family themselves sent a warning letter, shutting down the entire investigation. After receiving that response from the intelligence agency, Zeke Draker decided to help them drop the case. Clashing with the Draco family was never part of the plan, and looking at the scorched notice in his hand, he silently confirmed a harsh truth. It was all too obvious now the Draco family was censoring information about Tarakan. But this led to a massive, illogical contradiction. The Draco family's reputation was built by celebrating and spreading the legend of the dragon-slaying pioneer, Tarakan. That very legacy helped make them one of the three great transcendent families today. And yet, that same family is now secretly controlling and erasing all information about him. You can smell the drama from a mile away, can't you? Zeke Draker walks thoughtfully through the silent corridor. Whatever the reason, this is clearly much deeper than he thought. He might have missed something and decides he has to check the security room again. Just as he's about to call the system, Zeke Draker suddenly freezes, his sharp eyes glancing into the shadows. He narrows his eyes, completely still. Today is supposed to be a day off. The entire base and all the staff are gone. Zeke and Andre also said they'd be late for their mission. So, who is the intruder sneaking around in here? Zeke Draker's face hardens as he gives the command. System, bring up the minimap. Instantly, the administrator's request is confirmed. A blue panel appears, showing the intruder's positions. Zeke Draker lets out a soft chuckle. Oh, 2 red dots. Are there? Who's so reckless? Zeke Draker assesses the situation. 1 inside, 1 outside. For now, 2 targets have been detected. Cold sweat drips down his tense face as he wonders, could it be? Did those hunters from the Great Mountains track me all the way here? But Zeke Draker quickly dismisses the thought. No, that's not right. He didn't even use his longsword there, let alone his dragon-slaying abilities. Even for a bunch of hunting dogs, there's no way they could have found him from that. Zeke Draker calmly walks up the stairs, calculating in his head. The important thing now isn't who they are, but who ordered them to target him. He glances toward the darkness, where a masked assassin is hiding in ambush. Zeke Draker silently sizes him up. All things considered, the most likely suspect is still. A soft click echoes from a nearby door in the silent space. The assassin perched above widens his eyes in shock when he sees Zeke Draker already standing by the window. "Now check this out," Zeke Draker coldly asks. "Did Abel send you?" Zeke Draker stands there calmly, speculating that Abel must have discovered his alliance with Callie and sent assassins. If he thinks about it that way, everything lines up perfectly. He starts moving closer, his hand slowly drawing his glowing short sword. "You don't have to answer. You'll be spilling everything soon enough anyway." Instantly, a blinding light erupts. Zeke Draker dashes forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Sparks fly as their weapons clash. Zeke Draker appears right next to his enemy, his glowing purple eyes filled with a predatory smirk. "But I have more than enough ways to make you talk." The battle explodes violently inside the mansion, the sharp, piercing sounds of steel ringing through the corridors. Zeke Draker moves like a phantom, leaving trails of interwoven blue and purple light that tear through the air. The assassin is completely overwhelmed, forced to just defend against the relentless, powerful strikes raining down on him. After clashing directly, he curls his lip into a confident smirk. He's already figured out his opponent's identity. Zeke Draker analyzes his foe, thinking, "You can't fool an expert." He stares intently at the weapon in his opponent's hand and makes an assessment. This is the distinctive short sword style of the Goka Kingdom, located in the northern continent. The assassins of Goka are the strongest members of the Northern Guard, famous for using a curved dagger known as a kukri. With their superior skills, they're often hired at high prices in the central continent for special missions. Zeke Draker tells himself, in any case, if he's a Goka assassin, he probably wasn't hired by Abel, because they don't take on assassination missions motivated by personal grudges. Furthermore, Zeke Draker notices this guy is fighting too defensively, not at all like the usual style of a professional assassin. To test the suspicion in his mind, he deliberately leaves an opening during the fight. However, even though Zeke Draker created a fatal opening, the assassin showed no intention of striking a direct blow. It's clear he could have reacted but was deliberately holding back. So their goal isn't to kill him, but to capture him alive. And just as he figures that out, the sound of shattering glass screams through the air. Zeke Draker looks back in shock toward the window, where a deep purple magic orb is flying inside at incredible speed. His eyes narrow with caution as he thinks to himself, the one outside has finally made their move. This is a sleeping spell designed to incapacitate him. Instantly, a cloud of green smoke explodes, enveloping the entire space around Zeke Draker. He coughs slightly, but his sharp mind immediately identifies the poison. Just as I thought. Instead of trying to escape, Zeke Draker decides on a much riskier plan. He loosens his grip, letting his sword slip from his grasp and clatter to the floor with a dry ring. In his mind, he throws down a challenge. "All right then, let's see who really wins this." Instantly, the system's voice rings in his mind. Mandragora component detected, activating all poison immunity skill. With this skill, Zeke Draker is completely unaffected by the sleeping drug, but he still pretends to be unconscious, collapsing to the floor to see what they'll do next. The two masked assassins quickly approach. Seeing their prey has fallen into the trap, one casually throws Zeke Draker over his shoulder, and they swiftly leave the mansion. While being carried away, Zeke Draker discreetly opens one eye to observe the route and his captors. He starts to question everything. If it's not Abel, then who is it, and why did they kidnap him? Realizing things are heading in a completely new direction, Zeke Draker tells himself to be prepared. At a secret location, the mastermind behind the entire kidnapping finally appears. At a remote farmhouse on the outskirts of Atlas, in a dark wooden room, Zeke Draker is tied tightly to a chair with heavy iron chains. He lets out a soft sigh. Well, isn't this something? Even in this situation, Zeke Draker's expression doesn't change one bit. He looks straight at the mysterious figures and says calmly, "I never expected the client to be you." Stepping out from the opposite side is a middle-aged man with slicked-back blonde hair, wearing a ruggedly cool eye patch. This is Griffin Hurt, the renowned master of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. He clasps his hands together, grinning widely. "If you already know who I am, then things will go much faster." The Reinhardt Guild was one of the 10 largest merchant guilds operating in the Kingdom of Arentia. However, if events continue to follow the original timeline, the Continental War started by Abel and the Empire will lead to the fall of the Arentia Kingdom, along with that very guild. In Zek's memory, Griffin Reinhardt was also a man who fiercely opposed the Empire, just like him. But for some reason, after providing the crucial intelligence that could defeat the Empire, he returned on his own to the crumbling Kingdom of Arentia and ultimately died there, even after managing to escape once. Zeke Draker silently reflects on the man's choice. Whether it was out of patriotism or something else, to him, it was nothing more than a foolish decision. Back in the present, Cliff speaks with a hint of apology. Sorry, we had to get rough. He signals his men to unchain Zeke Draker, promising the guild will issue a formal apology for their disrespect. A book thuds onto the floor. Zeke Draker stands up, calmly adjusting his black gloves. He cuts Cliff off flatly. Save it. Let's get straight to the point. A menacing purple aura explodes around Zeke Draker's body. His eyes blaze with a dangerous light fixed on the guild master. What do you want? Witnessing the young man's overwhelming presence, Cliff smirks, thinking to himself, as expected. He may be young, but a dragon is still a dragon. Cliff Reinhardt silently sizes him up, genuinely shocked. Even a veteran knight would be tense in this situation, but this kid hasn't shown a single ounce of fear from the start, even though he'd set this whole thing up to control the conversation. Cliff realizes Zeke Draker's presence is completely dominating his. He clears his throat and gets down to business. All right, before I state my request, could you look at this? Cliff slides a folder across the table. The moment Zeke Draker opens it, Cliff explains, this is a list of people infected with a new contagious disease currently spreading through the southern continent. Zeke Draker flips through the pages doubtfully. Why are you showing this to me? But then, his eyes fly wide open when he sees a familiar name and photo, Elena Stone. Memories of his first guard, Liam Stone's mother, flash through his mind. She once suffered from the crimson flower disease, but with the many prescriptions he had given her, she made a full recovery. Zeke Draker slams the file on the table, growling, "What's your point?" Cliff remains calm, beginning to break down the situation's gravity. In that region, it's known as the crimson flower disease, a horrifying illness with a 100% mortality rate. He points to Elena's file. Yet, Elena Stone is the only one who survived. She even recovered. But when they asked her doctor, all they got was silence. Cliff's gaze turns razor sharp, staring straight at Zeke Draker. Do you know anything about this? Zeke Draker smirks, sizing up the old fox. This guy smelled something fishy from the start and was just testing him. A true merchant, indeed. He instantly grasped the real purpose of this meeting. So, you're after the cure for the crimson flower disease, aren't you? Zeke Draker falls silent, calculating. Considering the disease's fatality rate, this was definitely something to think about. The cure's value could bring in mountains of gold. Zeke Draker studies him, thinking, I know he's greedy, but he's not reckless. He isn't crazy enough to kidnap a pureblood noble just for profit. Zeke Draker's eyes turn ice cold as he decides to lay his cards on the table. Of course I know. I was the one who gave her the formula in the first place. That shocking answer sends Cliff flying backward, his chair crashing to the floor. He lunges forward, gripping the table, his breath ragged and desperate. I want to buy it. Name your price. Anything you want. Seeing the guildmaster lose all composure, Zeke Draker smirks. Why so worked up? That's not like a merchant at all. And you and I can see right through him in that burning gaze. This man's goal isn't money. Zeke Draker's smile vanishes, replaced by a cold expression as he makes his offer. Then let's make a deal like merchants. After all, a life is on the line. Cliff freezes, then asks slowly, You want me to accept 3 conditions in exchange for the formula? Zeke Draker casually replies, That's right, it's simpler than you think. But Cliff is still wary, pressing, What are they? Can you tell me now? Zeke Draker gazes into the distance. I don't know yet. I'll use them when the time is right. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything beyond the guild's capabilities. Cliff falls into a tense silence, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Zeke Draker adds one final line to seal the deal. As long as it's within an acceptable range, and we both agree and write it down, it'll be fine. Finally, Cliff Reinhardt agrees. Zeke Draker holds out a piece of paper. Here, just follow the instructions written on this. Holding the priceless formula, Cliff can't hide his amazement, his eyes glued to the treasure that could shift the fate of kingdoms. Oh, so this is it. Zeke Draker then speaks up. Before that, I have a private question. He reaches into his glove, pulls out a small pouch, and holds it out. The person who truly needs this medicine. Who is it? Cliff breaks into a cold sweat, stammering, What do you mean? The guild is just trying to acquire a valuable commodity. But you mobilized the Northern Rangers to kidnap a pureblood noble, and you reacted with such extreme emotion, losing all your composure. That's not the Reinhardt's guild, I know. Faced with this sharp questioning, Cliff silently bows his head, then suddenly slumps onto the table in defeat. Zeke Draker doesn't let up. It's someone from the Orentia Kingdom's royal family, isn't it? Which one of them? Cliff looks up, his eyes firm but full of pain. I can't tell you. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Just force it out of him. But do you know how many people are in the Orentia royal family? It's not that simple. In Zeke Draker's mind, memories of the future resurface. He recalls his advice to Cliff as the kingdom was about to fall. Are you really going back to the Orentia Kingdom? Don't be a fool. Both Orentia and the Reinhardt's guild have already collapsed. Going back is a death sentence. Seeking refuge in the northern continent is your best option. But at that time, Cliff had refused. Thank you for the advice, but I'm tired. I want to live out the rest of my days in Orentia. Back in the present, Cliff Reinhardt clenches his fist, his head bowed. I'm sorry, I can't say anything more. Seeing his expression, Zeke Draker thinks. His eyes now are completely different from the soulless gaze he had before. It must be someone very important to him. He begins to analyze the political situation more deeply. The Orentia kingdom is currently facing off against the Empire. The conflict between the Gom Empire and Orentia is escalating, with the Empire actively intervening. On top of that, the struggle for control over the Joy tribe's territory has thrown things into further chaos. With a weak monarchy, Orentia is surely in turmoil from internal power struggles. Zeke Draker tells himself there's still time before the Continental War erupts. If I can establish a connection with the Orentia royal family now, it will definitely be useful later. He says casually, fine. If you don't want to say, then don't. Zeke Draker states decisively, good, the contract is set. Cliff freezes, silently staring at the paper in his hand. His hands begin to tremble violently as he clutches the note. Cliff squeezes his eyes shut, his face overwhelmed with emotion, almost to the point of suffocation. Zeke Draker cuts in. Sorry to interrupt this emotional moment, but can I make my first request now? Startled, Cliff stammers, of course. Ask for anything, as long as it's within the guild's power. And Zeke Draker lets out a smirk full of hidden meaning and calculation. Excellent. Then for my first request, give me a job at your merchant guild. Zeke Draker coolly replies, precisely. I need a temporary fake identity, but why go through them for just that? Zeke Draker lays out his plan, explaining he's heading to the southern continent, a place crawling with top-tier criminals where a half-baked identity would get him killed instantly. He looks grief straight in the eye, his gaze intensely calculating. The Reinhardt Guild is trusted by everyone, even royalty, isn't it? Cliff sighs. He's not happy, but he has to admit his guild's reputation. Yes, though I don't like it. Fine, I understand what you're getting at. He offers a solution to the problem. If that's all, just use my cousin's name. They wouldn't dare question it. Seeing the bait was taken, Zeke Draker breaks into a brilliant smile. Perfect. Also, he adds, I need regular transport to the south and a house. He doesn't forget the details. The house needs to be large enough to store goods. That's my first request. But before leaving, Zeke Draker lands one more verbal jab that makes Cliff furious. Oh, and since you brought me here, I assume you've already arranged my ride back, right? Can you believe this guy? He gets kidnapped and starts acting like he just ordered a taxi. Cliff grinds his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, silently cursing this insolent brat. Still, he suppresses his rage and exhales. Fine, we'll contact you when it's ready. The ranger team will handle your return. As Zeke Draker strolls away, he thinks to himself that he never expected the famous Reinhardt Guild to fold so easily. That person must be incredibly important to them. The wooden door creaks open as Zeke Draker steps outside, where a ranger approaches him. This way, Zeke Draker silently follows the two heavily armored soldiers through rows of wooden farmhouses. Ahead, a powerful warhorse snorts, waiting for him. Zeke Draker walks up, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Whoa, this horse looks incredible. He pats the soldier's shoulder with an air of arrogance. I'll make good use of it. Zeke Draker swiftly puts his foot in the stirrup and swings himself onto the horse's back. The two rangers just watch him go, saying, our job here is done. We'll be on our way. So, does this mean the contract with Reinhardt is officially over? One of the rangers asks to confirm. When Zeke Draker casually replies in their native Goka tongue, the man is stunned. You speak Goka? You rangers, learn that too? Zeke Draker smirks mysteriously. Let's just call it a personal interest. Now, back to money. I have a job for you. At this new offer, the ranger hesitates. Rescuing someone held captive by the Murakhan, both soldiers fall silent, clearly wary of the request. Zeke Draker sits calmly on his horse, eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Is the price I'm offering not attractive enough for you? No, the price is no problem. The ranger rushes to explain. In fact, with terms like Reinhardt's, it's very profitable. He lowers his voice, sharing the real concern. The problem is the target's identity. Our king dislikes any dealings with the transcendent families. Zeke Draker pauses for a moment, then lets out a sarcastic laugh. Seriously, you risk a fight over something so petty? I have the fake identity from Reinhardt, don't I? Just use that name to forge a warrant and send someone to Goka. Problem solved. Seeing this as a solid plan, the ranger nods. All right, as long as we're not discovered. But just as they agree, Zeke Draker's tone turns deadly. Ah, wait. Before you go, let's settle our score. The ranger is confused, but before he can even process what's happening, a terrifying killing intent washes over him. Now don't blink, because this next move is just insane. Swish, A sharp sound slices the air. In a flash, a gleaming kukri knife carves a deadly arc so fast the rangers can only stare in horror as the blade whispers past their skin. For the rangers of the Goka region, the kukri isn't just a simple weapon. It is a sacred item only bestowed upon those officially recognized as true warriors. It is a soul companion, as precious as a soldier's own life. And yet, right before the eyes of these two elite rangers, Zeke Draker had effortlessly taken that treasure without its owner even realizing it was gone. He smirks, his eyes glinting with danger. The fact I could take this without him knowing means I could take his life just as easily. Zeke Draker calmly urges his horse on, leaving the two assassins frozen in absolute shock. He throws back one last sarcastic line. Consider this a return gift. You guys kidnapped the wrong person. The ranger grits his teeth helplessly, cold sweat pouring down his back. What kind of monster is he? After his unexpected meeting with Reinhardt, Zeke Draker begins his real mission. His targets are none other than the heroes once known as the Five-Star Knights, who earned their fame in the Great Continental War before his regression. I mean, think about it. If he can befriend them now and pull them to his side, you and I both know he'll have an unbelievably powerful force at his back. Luckily, with the help of Headmaster Frobert, who always had a special fondness for Zeke Draker, he uncovered a critical piece of information. All of them came from Valhalla Academy. The biggest problem, however, is timing. The Knight of Silence, Bishop Ast, has already graduated and is now an official member of the Gabi Kingdom's Knight Order. The Knight of the Black Tortoise, Jeff Frigzunma, is in his final year and swamped with field training. Meanwhile, Aster Elidov is still a student, but is suffering from severe insomnia. And as for Jenna, she won't even enroll until next year. Though she's a pureblood, Zeke Draker knows he'll have plenty of chances to approach her later. Zeke Draker sits on a stone bench, sighing deeply. So in the end, is Diego the only one left? Yet, the moment he steps through the door, Zeke Draker freezes at the scene before him. Amidst blasting music and chaotic flashing lights, Diego is frantically screaming into a microphone. The rooster crows, "Oh, oh." Zeke Draker slowly backs away, his face a mask of pure regret, and honestly, what in the world did he just walk into? He's just standing there, stunned, watching this future knight dance like a complete maniac. The brutal reality makes Zeke Draker question his own decision-making. The second Diego spots Zeke Draker in the doorway, he excitedly rushes over and throws an arm around his junior. "Yo, bro, you came at the perfect time." The drum seat just opened up. Zeke Draker hasn't even processed it yet, stammering, "What? I was just..." But Diego doesn't let him explain, instantly cutting him off. "You were just gonna say you wanted to play music, right? I totally get that feeling." Immediately, Zeke Draker is shoved onto the drum stool amidst wild cheers. "Congratulations. You are now an official member of the Southern Continent's Fielson New X Music Research Club." Zeke Draker is in complete and utter shock. But the moment the music kicks in, the entire room explodes into a psychedelic space. Zeke Draker, who was just forced into this, suddenly gets completely swept up in Diego's frantic rhythm. Under the bright neon lights and powerful sound waves, he swings his drumsticks like he's wielding swords, forgetting everything else around him. The three musicians seem to float in a universe of pure sound, and Zeke Draker just screams in his mind, "Screw it all. If I don't get drunk on music today, I'll get drunk on life." Lost in the haze of the melody, he tells himself, time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. After a grueling study session, Zeke Draker stumbles out of the academy looking completely wiped. He grumbles to himself, "Damn it, I got totally sucked into Diego's pace again." The moment he arrives at the mansion, he spots the butler waiting in the hall. "You've returned, young master." Zeke Draker immediately straightens up, shedding his exhaustion and adopting the stern posture of a knight. He gives a sharp command. "I'm beginning my training immediately. Tell the servants not to disturb me for any reason." Entering the private training room, Zeke Draker sits cross-legged and focuses. He murmurs the instructions. First, circulate the aura around the body to open the pathways, then move from the minor to the major circulation. But the ancient terms make him frown. What the hell is this? I've never heard any of these terms before. Yet, as he delves deeper, his red eyes widen in pure amazement. He's starting to see why Terracan had to modify this technique into the dragon-slaying style. It's because every single move in the dragon-slaying sword style is built on compressing a colossal amount of aura and then unleashing it, something no ordinary technique could ever handle. This wasn't a sword art created to fight humans. No, this was made for one purpose and one purpose only, to literally slay dragons. Zeke Draker grips his pitch-black sword, feeling the immense power vibrating in his hand, a force that could rival an elemental sword. In the dragon-slaying style, every movement is intentionally exaggerated. With intense focus, Zeke Draker feels the surge of power building inside him. He compresses a massive amount of aura to its absolute limit, and then brings his sword down. Each of his movements achieves a state of absolute precision. And here's where it gets wild, the system flashes a notification. His God-given body is kicking in, accelerating his mastery speed and dramatically boosting his aura circulation. For Zeke Draker, it feels like a map has just appeared before his eyes, showing him the perfect path to mastering the skill flawlessly. He grips the sword tighter, feeling the energy resonating with his will. I can feel it. It's time to let loose. A crimson lightning begins to crackle around his black-gloved hands. He thinks to himself, the more I repeat this, the faster I'll master it. A brilliant blue light explodes outwards, piercing the darkness and shooting straight into the sky. Zeke Draker's eyes glow with a menacing light as he pours every last drop of his focus into a single, perfect slash. A thin, impossibly sharp sword stroke cuts through the darkness, leaving a scar in its wake. He stares, utterly shocked at the terrifying power he just unleashed. Wait, I just broke through the red wall. How have I already reached the black wall? Zeke Draker stands before a colossal black stone wall, a towering obstacle in a spiritual realm crackling with raw lightning. He recalls the warning rushing his training will only make the barrier to the next realm that much harder to overcome. But the heart of 3.2.1 is inside the E-core, resonating with him. Before I lose this feeling, I have to swing one more time. Zeke Draker throws himself back into his training with a frenzy, each swing of his sword tearing through the space with blue light. Suddenly, a red magic circle with a dragon skull sigil appears on his chest. Ancient characters float ominously around it as Zeke Draker feels a strange energy invading his body, forcing him to stop in his tracks. His eyes begin to glow a demonic gold under the influence of the draconic aura. The system starts firing off a series of shocking notifications. The heart of Bahamut is reacting to the dragon-slaying sword style of Satan Raker. A memory, deeply embedded within the heart, is being replayed. Zeke Draker gasps in shock. Bahamut's memory? His soul is yanked into a dark, hazy space, leaving him completely disoriented. So dark, I can't see. And right there in the void, Zeke Draker senses an overwhelming presence drawing near. From the shadows, the figure of the ruler of Twilight, Bahamut, slowly emerges in the form of a man cloaked in a mysterious black robe. He looks deep into Zeke Draker's soul and says in a low voice, I have a favor to ask of you. Immediately after, a giant, glowing dragon eye materializes from the void, its powerful gaze freezing the very air around Zeke Draker. Bahamut slowly pulls an ancient book from within his robe, his eyes glowing with grim determination. He looks at Zeke Draker and declares with a commanding voice, I want to entrust you with the dragon-slaying sword style, the ultimate technique of my own creation. A skeletal hand reaches out, passing the legendary codex to its new successor. The colossal dragon, Bahamut, looks down at the tiny figure before him and roars, I knew you were a despicable being, but I never imagined you were this insane. Satan Raker. Observing the memory, Zeke Draker confirms his suspicion. So, that person really is Satan. Standing before the great being, Satan calmly asks, Are you really planning to give a dragon-slaying skill to a dragon? Bahamut replies sharply, Yes, and Kronos has already agreed. As for the reason, you of all people should know why. A dense black aura begins to explode violently all around him. Bahamut roars with absolute fury. Kronos has been bewitched by humans and has lost his right to be a coordinator. Amidst the dense sword energy filling the air, the dragon screams madly, I don't believe in your foolish prophecies. A colossal, purple greatsword descends from the sky with enough force to tear space itself apart. In that deadly storm, Satan stands his ground. His small figure stands alone against a barrage of magic spears that rain down, threatening to pulverize the very earth. Each devastating attack explodes on impact, carving deep craters and sending debris flying everywhere. Satan grits his teeth, gripping his sword as a radiant aura flares around him, pushing back against the suffocating pressure. The purple spears continue to pierce the sky, slamming into the ground around him with terrifying speed and power. Cold sweat pours down Zeke Draker's astonished face as he truly comprehends the insane difference in power levels. This kind of strength is just beyond belief. If that were me, I'd be dead 1,000 times over. His eyes are glued to Satan's resilient figure, standing firm in the heart of the magic storm. And yet, Satan blocked it all. That human is a monster who defies all common sense. Bahamut roars with rage amidst the fiery battlefield. Get out of my territory now, Satan Raker. If you don't, the next spear will be aimed at the kingdom of Kronos. Satan calmly walks through the forest of magic spears embedded in the ground, his voice low with concern. Are you sure this is wise? An act like this will bring karmic retribution upon you. Bahamut responds to the warning with an arrogant smirk, his eyes flashing with a sharp, murderous light. Karmic retribution? Don't make me laugh. What do you humans understand? Even if I were to slaughter every last one of you squirming insects, there is no reason I would ever be punished. He swings his arm, and the dense black aura erupts, forming grotesque, threatening claws. Yet, Satan remains perfectly calm. He casually opens a pocket watch in his hand and murmurs, In the end, everything is happening just as the prophecy foretold. Instantly, a massive glowing dragon eye opens in the void, its immense pressure bearing down on everything. Bahamut unleashes his primal power. His giant black wings sweep across the sky, tearing it open and shaking the entire snowy mountain range. A colossal purple sword descends, ready to crush everything as Bahamut roars. Do you think you can control me with Kronos' power? The world-ending slash smashes into the ground, creating a horrifying explosion of energy. And in that exact moment, the watch in Satan's hand begins to tick ominously. A massive magic circle, shaped like the face of a clock, explodes with light, enveloping the entire area. Rich stands frozen within a vortex of time and memory, his eyes glowing with an astonished blue as the secrets of the past begin to unfold. Bahamut's attack freezes. Sartan stands motionless, the colossal purple blade stopping just inches from his head. But no, this isn't a stalemate. Sartan is using magic to hold Bahamut in place. His eyes lock onto a pocket watch, radiating an immense spiritual power. This incredible magic must be coming from that very watch. Bahamut roars in fury, trapped by rings of golden magic. You think the power of Kronos can stop me? Watching the dragon's violent reaction, Rich realizes with a shock that the watch must be an ancient artifact, one containing the ultimate power of Kronos. A brilliant golden light explodes, enveloping the entire memoryscape. Suddenly, a horrific tremor shakes everything apart, and Rich screams in pain as the illusion shatters. Is the magic broken? An earth-shattering roar echoes as a massive dragon claw slams down, crushing the ground. Dust and smoke completely obscure Sartan, who is still holding the watch. Bahamut bellows his enemy's name with pure hatred. Sartan. Rich is stunned as he realizes the truth about the illusion he just witnessed. It was all too real, Sartan replies quietly. That's right, it was a prophecy from Kronos. The legendary knight explains, now you must understand why I entrusted the dragon-slaying sword style to you. Bahamut grits his teeth in bitter rage. Damn you. The dragons making a pact with humans was a mistake from the very beginning. Facing the roaring, magnificent creature, Sartan states firmly, I agree. Humanity should stand on its own 2 feet. The evil dragon's eyes burn with fury before everything fades into nothingness. All right, let's see it then, Bahamut says. This so-called dragon-slaying sword style of yours. Your method of killing my kind. Staring at the pages containing deadly techniques aimed at his own race, the giant dragon glares at Sartan with immense pressure. You dared to create this. Sartan remains calm, meeting that piercing gaze and replying, to protect the world. Bahamut scoffs in contempt. Nonsense. Not the world. You mean to protect your own human race. Regardless, I will keep it, he declares. But unless the prophecy comes true, this will never see the light of day. Sartan silently turns and walks into the dark cave, casually replying, That's fine. Now pay close attention, because this next line hits different. Even without the dragon-slaying sword style, Sartan says, humanity will eventually awaken its aura. Hearing this, Bahamut lets out a cold, murderous laugh, his eyes flashing with utter disdain. Humph. When that day comes, I'll exterminate all of you with my own claws, because that is a power that a lowly, unworthy creature should never possess. Sartan stops, looks back at the great being one last time, and recites an enigmatic prophecy. Kronos used to say this all the time, that one day, you too will find a contractor who can share your heart. Bahamut's eyes suddenly tremble, his pupils shrinking as he hears those words. He lowers his head, muttering in absolute denial. Find a contractor who can share my heart? Ridiculous. That will never happen. The evil dragon's glowing eyes slowly close, letting darkness consume everything. Zeke Draker sits silently in the shadows, his mind still reeling from the fragments of memory he just witnessed. He thinks to himself that while it was all confusing, one thing is certain, Bahamut's deep-seated distrust for humanity. By absorbing Bahamut's heart, Zeke Draker could feel that profound resentment and suspicion firsthand. However, one major question still haunts him. Why did Bahamut make a pact with Terracon? It just doesn't make any sense. After witnessing the dragon's memories, Zeke Draker begins to dig through the library for answers. In an old archive, he discovers a harsh truth. All records concerning Terracon were forged by Draker. In this era, Bahamut is only known as the evil dragon who made a pact with Terracon. There are no other valuable materials to uncover the truth behind their relationship. While continuing his training with the dragon-slaying sword, style, and searching for new clues, Zeke Draker gets a message from the over-the-top merchant guild about his first request. Okay, you and I are about to see one of the most ridiculous promotions ever. A letter with a red wax seal arrives. He asks for an identity that wouldn't draw suspicion, but his new ID card makes him laugh. Vice Chief of the Southern Continent Branch? Isn't this a little extreme? Standing by the window of his mansion, Zeke Draker smirks as he sees a carrier pigeon land on the balcony. Looking at the small pouch on its back, he thinks to himself, it seems Kay has finally made her decision. The secret garden, managed by the Atlas branch of the Syndicate, is located at the Hotel Syndicate. A crisp click sounds as the magic circle on the VIP room door is dispelled. The moment he steps into the luxurious bar area, Zeke Draker is greeted by Kay's voice. "Welcome, partner." Zeke Draker turns to her and smirks. "So you're really calling me partner now? Feels kinda new." He casually walks toward the window, gazing down at the sparkling city of Atlas. Even though he's been here a while, seeing this magnificent view still stirs strange emotions within him. Because for a regressor like him, the more familiar sight is one of desolate ruins, engulfed in the flames of a brutal continental war. Seeing Zeke Draker lost in thought, Kay pours a drink and says, "I never knew Atlas had a place like this." So, captivated by the view, She proudly explains that this hotel is one of the Syndicate's side businesses. Once they're both seated, Kay offers a glass to Zeke Draker, but he flatly refuses. Hold on. I'll have to pass on the drink. It would be better if you prepared tea next time." Kay can't help but laugh. "What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're still a minor. I never thought you could be so cute." Faced with her teasing, Zeke Draker coldly explains, "It's not that. It's just that there's nothing special about drinking, so I don't." He recalls the last time, at the party celebrating his admission as a new student, he got swept up in the atmosphere and tried a little. But as expected, his poison-immune constitution treated the alcohol as a toxin and immediately neutralized it, meaning he couldn't get drunk at all. He muses that, since he can't get drunk anyway, he'd rather just drink the tea he enjoys. Kay clicks her tongue. Right. In short, you just don't like to drink. Anyway, enough small talk. I have something to show you. Trust me, you're not ready for what she's about to drop." Seeing Zeke Draker's indifferent expression, she grumbles, "You really don't bother listening, do you?" Kay throws a folder and some photos onto the table, revealing a shocking truth. "That guy you're backing, Pavela, he's actually a former pirate," Kay continues, presenting solid evidence from her private investigation. "I looked into it, and the proof is overwhelming. It's strange that no one has noticed until now." According to her intel, it all ties back to when the White Silver Knights were hunting pirates and Joaquin Fernandez, also known as El Mancho. Kay confirms he's the number 2 in the Mercham organization, and yet he was secretly dealing with Pavela, who was supposed to be his rival. Due to the serious nature of this, Kay decided to keep it quiet. "This is pretty explosive, so I haven't reported it to my superiors yet. It would definitely cause chaos within the Syndicate. Sometimes, not knowing is for the best." She's about to ask about the artifact Zeke Draker asked her to sell, but he cuts her off with a calculating smile. "All right, let's dive right in." His eyes glow a mesmerizing blue as he stares down his partner, declaring she has earned her spot. "From now on, I will explain the plan to make you the new leader of the Syndicate." A torrential downpour soaks the port city, steam rising from classic trains. In a silent alley, a system notification pops up, activating a teleportation gate at the designated spot. Zeke Draker stands under an awning, looking at the glowing magic map in his hand and thinking to himself, "Good, the preparations are complete." Even though using the portal function on the minimap cost him a ton of karma points, Zeke Draker still did it. He had to avoid any suspicion, no matter how small the chance. He knew that among the 3 transcendent families skilled in magic, users of teleportation were incredibly rare. Moving between cities usually required a large-scale portal. In other words, Zeke Draker's plan would be perfectly disguised as a simple, tragic accident. His feet splash through puddles, a wicked grin on his face. He can't help but laugh thinking about the look on that old bastard's face. Staring at his glowing target, Zeke Draker declares to himself, "Tonight's going to be a real blaze of glory, Jean Wan." Instantly, a horrific fire breaks out, burning the night sky as panic screams fill the air. Fire. The building's on fire. A terrified crowd scatters from the intense heat of the inferno that's swallowing the building whole. People scream in despair, "Hurry, call the fire mages." The raging flames soar high, threatening to consume the neighboring areas. "If we don't hurry, the building next door will catch fire too. Have you contacted the building owner? When are the fire mages getting here?" While the whole district descends into chaos, Kay sits calmly in a quiet room, contemplating by a full ashtray. She takes a long drag watching the hazy smoke and sizing up Zeke Draker. That kid, he's definitely got that Draco blood in him. A bold little punk not to be underestimated. But remembering what he did sends a shiver down her spine. This isn't just daring. No, he's completely insane. The memory of their secret conversation flashes back with perfect clarity. Now pay attention, because this is where the plan gets absolutely wild. Kay had slammed her hand on the table, yelling in disbelief, "You're planning to burn down all of Merkin's Kosama properties in the central continent." Faced with her fury, Zeke Draker just casually leans back in his chair, replying calmly, "That's right, so give me the locations of the warehouses." Kay tries to stop his insane idea. "That's top secret information, only Merkin, the top syndicate executives, and I know about it. They'll find out immediately if you do that. Zeke Draker replies, I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm just going to pin it all on El Mancho. The fewer suspects, the easier it is. Zeke Draker plays his final trump card, forcing Kay to cooperate. The syndicate still doesn't know Pavla was a pirate, right? Right. Because I haven't reported it yet. Wait a minute, don't tell me you. A smug smirk plays on Zeke Draker's lips as he leisurely sets his glass down. I knew you were a quick one. That's right. We barely have to lift a finger. We just need to drag all the syndicate executives, the ones torn between Merkin and Pavla, into this game, then report everything to Jean Wan. Hearing this, a cold sweat runs down Kay's back. Her lips tremble, speechless. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Zeke Draker replies coolly. Of course I do. Kay can't help but scream in horror. This is a mad plan. You know what happens to traitors in the organization? Instantly, Zeke Draker slams his hand on the table, the loud bang drowning out her fear. When all the executives are wiped out, who's going to be left to tell the difference between a traitor and a loyalist? Are you going to be a henchman for the rest of your life? Let's pause for a second, because this next question changes everything. Didn't you already accept my offer to become the leader? Zeke Draker raises the bottle, as if betting his entire fortune on a single hand. From now on, there's no vice chief. There's only you, High Rise. His sharp gaze locks onto her, delivering the final, cold command. Choose. Faced with Zeke Draker's ruthless determination, Kay freezes. A powerful emotion begins to swell inside her. Yes, he's right. I didn't join this organization just to be a puppet forever. She realizes Zeke Draco isn't just some rich kid. He possesses extraordinary intelligence, gathering skills, able to uncover Pavla's true identity without anyone knowing. And it didn't stop there. With that intel, he also found unrecorded ancient ruins, and even managed to secure a massive amount of high-quality materials, completely intact. After witnessing these unbelievable abilities firsthand, Kay tells herself, I already decided to throw my lot in with Zeke Draker, didn't I? She grabs the bottle, scolding herself. And now, I'm panicking just from hearing the plan. Kay chugs the entire bottle as Zeke Draker watches, stunned. She slams it down on the table, her voice thick with resolve. Is that all? If we fail, we die anyway. This is the biggest bet of my life. All in, win or lose it all. Seeing his partner's fighting spirit, Zeke Draker smirks victoriously. Getting fired up now, are we? I'll make sure you don't regret this bet. That night, under the moonlight, a gloved hand trembles, holding a lit cigarette next to a full ashtray. Kay stands on the balcony, staring into the distance, her resolve set. Zeke Draco, I'm betting everything on you. On the table lies a newspaper reporting on a series of fires that occurred in the central continent last night. Though multiple fires breaking out simultaneously made people suspect arson, the geographical distance and lack of evidence led to the case being ruled an accident caused by human negligence. Inside a magnificent mansion, the air is thick with killing intent. A man sits in the dark, gripping his glass tightly. He growls with rage. I don't care which bastard did this, but I swear I won't let you die peacefully. That man is the leader of Cartel Merkin, Jean Wan. Another semester is ending. Half a year has passed since everyone learned about my blue realm. Zeke Draker sits thoughtfully in his neat uniform, his black-gloved fingers tapping a rhythm on the wooden table. He looks at the elegant box in front of him, which holds an important invitation card. Zeke Draker thinks to himself, I thought it was about time, but actually getting the invitation to the promotion banquet is making me nervous. The promotion banquet is a ceremony celebrating young members of the Draco family who have surpassed the Yellow Swordsman realm and officially entered the Night Realm. Normally, even for a Draco, reaching the Blue or Purple Night Realm takes until they're around 20 years old, so this event is also known as the Draco-style debut ceremony. The thought of meeting the family head again after nearly 3 years. Zeke Draker can't help but feel anxious, a bead of sweat on his forehead. He silently prays that nothing goes wrong. The Four Seasons castle appears, majestic and solemn under the sun. At the banquet hall, the central hall of the castle's spring garden, the atmosphere is incredibly lively. Looking down from the large glass windows, the hall is magnificent, filled with guests. In the middle of the crowd, the family head, with his white hair and calm demeanor, is smiling, chatting, and raising his glass with the guests. Suddenly, a pair of shiny black leather shoes steps forward. A respectful voice rings out, greetings to the master of the Draco family. The family head turns, his face lighting up with excitement. Oh, you've come? And trust me, you are not ready for this reunion. And just like that, we cut to the family head calling out a name. Abel. A young man appears, vibrant red hair, handsome face, his eyes half closed in a polite smile. Abel bows deeply. I trust you have been well, my lord. Now watch this, his arrival instantly becomes the absolute center of attention. Whispers erupt through the hall. I've never seen so many important figures at a promotion banquet. Well, he is the youngest knight of the 6 palaces after all, So it's no wonder all eyes are fixed on him. Aben just maintains that calm smile, soaking in all the admiration and pure envy from the crowd. Aben watches the family head, annoyed. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, he's the youngest Green Knight, a fact the head just had to point out. The family head speaks, cutting through the atmosphere. Well, it seems Dick is about to arrive. I'll be back. I must prepare for the ceremony. I'm sorry we couldn't talk more after so long. Aben, ever respectful, replied without hesitation. Please, do not worry yourself, my lord. The family head smiled, patting Aben's shoulder and advising him, you should take this chance to enjoy this prestigious banquet. Aben bowed his head. I will, my lord, then turned and walked away under the watchful eyes of the other guests. Observing the whole exchange from a distance, Zeke Draker adjusted his collar, feeling the stuffy atmosphere of the banquet hall. It's so suffocating. He began walking aimlessly, then suddenly spoke up when he saw a familiar figure. It's gotten pretty hard to see you lately, master. Trust me, you're going to love this master-disciple duo. Decked out in a formal suit but looking utterly exhausted, the old man walked by, complaining miserably, Don't even start. I was supposed to be retired, but they dragged me back, working me like a dog. I can't even go home. The old knight couldn't stop grumbling. And on top of that, I'm busy as hell taking care of that brat, Arthur. And now today, he's making me be a tour guide for you. A master guiding his disciple is only natural, he said. Deck was fuming, recalling the family head's orders. That shameless blockhead. Does he want me to sell my life for his capital? Seeing his master's worn-out state, Zeke Draker remarked with concern, No wonder you look so terrible. You're being completely overworked. To soothe Deck's anger, Zeke Draker asked, So, are we heading to the Spring Garden now? Deck nodded, beginning his guide duties. Yes. It's the only place in the Four Seasons castle where outsiders are allowed. The main facilities of the castle are divided into a total of 4 zones. The Spring Garden is where almost all major events are held. The next area is Summer Rock, the nerve center that handles all of the Draco family's affairs and where the family head's office is located. Deeper inside is Autumn Fell, a solemn area where internal ceremonies, like the knighting of family members, are held. And finally, Winter Keep, the most heavily guarded area, preserving the rare artifacts the family has collected over thousands of years of history. Zeke Draker quietly observed the grandeur of the family's headquarters, marveling to himself. I've only heard stories. This is the first time I've actually set foot here. A thoughtful look crossed his face as he remembered the past. Before my regression, I'd already been expelled from the academy by this point. Stopping before the enormous door leading to the banquet hall, Deck turned to Zeke Draker. Well, we're here. You'll have to go in by yourself from this point. This door is reserved only for the guest of honor at this party. He placed a hand on his disciple's shoulder, offering some kind words. I have other duties, so I can't attend the banquet. Don't be timid. Just walk in with confidence. Watching his master's back as he left, Zeke Draker let out a warm smile, thinking, It's not so bad, having someone worry about me. Master really does worry about everything, doesn't he? Hearing his student's inner thoughts, Deck's laughter echoed back, Just don't cause any trouble, and we'll be fine. And here it is, the moment everyone's been waiting for. A brass fanfare resounded through the great hall, signaling the important moment had arrived. The announcer's voice boomed. The star of tonight's banquet, Lord Zeke Draker, is now entering. Under Aben's intensely calculating gaze, Zeke Draker descended the grand staircase, walking the red carpet with an air of solemn dignity. His appearance immediately sent a buzz through the crowd of guests. Oh, so that's him? He reached the blue rank at only 15 years old. Truly worthy of a golden blood awakener. Another guest couldn't hide their admiration. But I never expected him to break Lord Aben's record for the youngest blue rank knight. The whispers about Zeke Draker's talent spread like wildfire through the hall. It seems you haven't heard the news. Lord Zeke Draker has surpassed every single academy record that Lord Aben once held. This information left everyone stunned, exclaiming, Whoa, that's incredible. Zeke Draker approached the high platform and knelt on one knee before the family head, Aether Draker, the leader of the Dragon Slayers. He drew his sword and declared loudly before all the guests, I, Aether Draker, declare that Zeke Draker will now take his first steps on the path to becoming a knight. The blade slowly lowered, lightly touching Zeke Draker's shoulder in a formal ceremony. Arthur continued in a powerful voice. In the name of Drago, I bestow my blessing upon the radiant future of Zeke Draker, who will walk the glorious path of a knight. The entire hall erupted in thunderous applause, celebrating the young knight. But then Arthur dropped a bombshell. Zeke Draker will be appointed as an official knight of the Drago family and will be granted the title of knight. The shocking decision instantly stunned the entire hall. Murmurs and whispers began to ripple through the crowd. What? An official Drago knight at just 15 years old? Someone else questioned, full of doubt. Even if he is the youngest blue rank knight, isn't this decision way too hasty? Amidst the conflicting opinions, Zeke Draker stood motionless in his uniform, his mind racing to analyze the situation. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, this completely breaks tradition. In the Drago family, you don't become an official knight just by having a powerful aura. You need real, tangible achievements. Because the Dragos are blessed with aura, awakening early and reaching the purple or blue rank is basically a given. Because of that, instead of judging based on aura rank, they value actual accomplishments above all else. Zeke Draker recalled the family's precedents. Even Abin, who held the record before me, had to spend 3 months accumulating achievements before he was knighted. That alone showed the absolute importance of accomplishments within the Drago clan. However, Arthur's announcement completely contradicted their long-standing rules. Looking at his reflection in the sword's blade, Zeke Draker couldn't help but feel suspicious. While appointing a knight is the family head's privilege, so no one can object, this is still strange. I wonder what he's planning. Up on the platform, Arthur continued his enthusiastic speech. Today, I am greatly honored to introduce my son to you all. Zeke Draker is not only the first to achieve the unprecedented Golden Awakening, but he is also the youngest to reach the rank of Blue Knight. He asserted boldly to the crowd, I believe that one day, he will become an even greater knight than I am. Arthur smiled, raising his wine glass with immense satisfaction. I don't want to be an overly boastful father, so I'll stop my bragging here. Now, I'd like to conclude the ceremony with a toast. He boomed towards the guests. Let's all toast to the future of this talented young man and pray for peace and prosperity for the continent. Hundreds of arms in the hall raised their glasses in unison, their shouts echoing through the air, drowning out the atmosphere. For Drago! For Drago! In the lavish banquet hall, Arthur Draker leisurely took a sip of wine, a smug look on his face. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests were also constantly raising their glasses, enjoying the lively atmosphere of the ceremony. Zeke Draker stared at the glass in his hand, complex thoughts swirling within him. In my past life, when Arthur kicked me out of the house, he just stayed silent and did nothing. But now he's playing the proud father for his worthwhile son. This complete 180 in the family head's attitude couldn't help but feel incredibly cynical to him. Suddenly, Arthur put down his glass and called out, Zeke Draker. He was startled and turned around, his eyes filled with caution. Arthur approached and suggested in a low voice, Yes, my lord. Zeke Draker replied, Let's move somewhere else. I want to have a private conversation, just the two of us, as father and son. The glint in his eyes was sharp and calculating, making Zeke Draker feel that this was anything but a normal family chat. And trust me, you are not going to want to miss what happens next. All right, let's jump right into the tension on another corner of the balcony. Abel stands frozen, his dark aura so intense the air itself feels like it's turning to ice. A man with glasses beside him speaks up softly, reminding him, Hey Abel, don't you think you should control your expression a little? He glances at Abel's darkening face and adds, That's not the look an older brother should have when congratulating his youngest. Abel's lips twitch as he tries to regain his usual composure, asking quietly, Where's the prince? His companion replies, He said he'll come after these boring ceremonies are over. He should be here soon. Abel says decisively, Then we need to hurry. The other man nods. I think so too. They quickly leave the party hall to prepare their secret plans. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker wanders through the grand doors, fidgeting with a small item he was just given. He stares at the object in his hand, thinking, a token that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Why would the patriarch give this to me? Zeke Draker scratches his head, completely confused. Something feels off, but the bigger headache right now is the sheer phoniness of the aristocracy. He watches the crowd of guests, all fake smiles and forced laughter, and sighs. Zeke Draker walks on, scratching his head, genuinely impressed by their endurance. How can they keep the same expression for days on end? Life in high society really isn't for everyone. It's a world of exhausting relationships, but they seem to enjoy it. Lost in his thoughts, a sweet, feminine voice suddenly calls out from behind him, Sir Zeke Draker Draco? Zeke Draker glances back, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. And pay attention here, because he turns to see a beautiful young woman bowing in a formal greeting, her lips curved into an enchanting smile. The girl, with her long, flowing blue hair and stunning attire, introduces herself with a clear voice. I am the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom, Melissa Alencia. Zeke Draker is inwardly shocked. Isn't she the leading candidate for the throne of the Alencia Kingdom? In Zeke Draker's memories, Melissa was an exceptional figure. She was already acting in place of the weak, incompetent king, pushing groundbreaking policies that favored the common people and earning her overwhelming public support. Because of this, she constantly clashed with the Alencian nobility. But everyone knew that if she officially inherited the throne, sooner or later, those same nobles would have to suck up to her. However, before he regressed, this promising princess stopped all foreign affairs and then vanished without a trace as the conflict with the Empire worsened. Rumors spread across the continent that she was assassinated by the Empire, but after the Alencia Kingdom was destroyed in the war, the truth was buried forever. In this life, she's been pretty quiet too, But seeing her at an official event like this makes Zeke Draker think that maybe, just maybe, things are still okay. But then he pauses. Wait, the royal family of the Alentia Kingdom? Could it be? Seeing Melissa's knowing smile, Zeke Draker quickly composes himself and bows. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. I'm honored you've come to my promotion ceremony. Melissa tilts her head, feigning surprise. Oh, you know of me? Zeke Draker smiles, answering smoothly. Of course. I've been following your pro-citizen policies for quite some time. Melissa falls silent, her deep blue eyes carefully studying the young man from House Draco. He's interesting. Zeke Draker looks directly at her, calmly assessing her efforts. Many people might see them as showy policies, just giving away what you have. But in reality, everything from the budget to the smallest details has to be meticulously planned, doesn't it? His insightful words leave Melissa stunned for a moment. She lets out a small laugh. Just as the rumors say, you truly are different from the other knights. Seeing the princess's reaction, Zeke Draker gets a little flustered and asks, have I been disrespectful in some way? Melissa chuckles softly. Not at all. I just never expected someone to understand my struggles. To be honest, I'm a little moved. With that, she curtsies to say her farewells. If you'll excuse me, I must take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Sir Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker, surprised, blurts out, oh, you're leaving so soon? Melissa walks away gracefully, leaving a tactful explanation. I would love to chat more, Sir Zeke Draker, but I can't possibly monopolize the guest of honor. Zeke Draker watches her as she walks away, and understands immediately when he notices the prying eyes of the other guests. Right, no one said a word, but their stares were clearly making her uncomfortable. Suddenly, Melissa turns back with a radiant smile. Still, there's no need to be disappointed. I'm sure we'll have a better chance to meet again. Once she's gone, Zeke Draker breathes a sigh of relief. Well, the greetings are mostly over. I can finally breathe a little. He says to himself, his face looking utterly drained and exhausted. Honestly, parties like this really don't suit me at all. He feels like standing here for 10 minutes has drained more energy than fighting a boss for half an hour. The harsh clang of heavy metal boots echoes on the red carpet, shattering the party's elegant atmosphere. The guests start whispering. The sound of armor. Who would wear armor to a banquet? Zeke Draker narrows his eyes, looking toward the newcomer. And okay, brace yourselves, this is the moment the real storm arrives. Ah, that's right, I finally found him. A figure in a red cloak with a brilliant golden lion crest stops right in front of him. He rests a hand on his sword, radiating an undeniable arrogance. It's Kairos, the fourth prince of the Rom Empire. With his bright golden hair and his sinister smile, he asks, Zeke Draco, the youngest to ever be knighted, correct? Zeke Draker stares at that face, and the horrifying memories of his past life come flooding back. This is the man who, alongside Abel, plunged the entire continent into war before his regression. Kairos casually extends a hand covered in golden armor, announcing loudly, I am the fourth prince of the Great Rom Empire. Facing his mortal enemy from his past life, Zeke Draker remains composed, bowing his head politely. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness Kairos. Thank you for attending my promotion ceremony. Kairos smirks, then suddenly throws an arm around Zeke Draker's shoulders with false familiarity. Come now, let's not be so formal. Let's have a drink together. He turns and bellows at the servants. Hey, someone bring wine over here. Now, as wine is poured, Kairos laughs heartily. Come on, this is a drink from an imperial prince. Don't leave a single drop, drink it all. Zeke Draker silently accepts, causing the guests to whisper. He might be a talented knight, but he's still too young. Princess Melissa and the other nobles look on with concern. That prince is being unbelievably arrogant. Considering the Draco family's influence, he should be more careful. But despite the whispers, Kairos just leans on Zeke Draker, looking smug. Good, excellent. I've taken a real liking to you. Let's drink until we can no longer stand. And trust me, you and I both know this can't end well when suddenly a deep voice cuts through the tension. Your Highness. All right, let's dive right into some high-stakes politics as Abel approaches with perfect etiquette, bowing his head slightly and congratulating the new son of the Empire. Carlos welcomes him warmly. Oh, Abel, will you be joining us for a drink? But Abel just smiles and masterfully declines. I am honored by your invitation, Your Highness, but I have an urgent matter to discuss with you privately. When Carlos looks puzzled, Abel glances around before lowering his voice. There are far too many prying eyes here. I think it would be better if we move somewhere else. Understanding, Carlos nods. All right, if you say so, I'll follow your lead. But before leaving, he doesn't forget to turn and speak to Zeke Draker. Sorry about this, Zeke Draker. I'm the one who invited you, and now I have to leave first. The next time we meet, let's drink all night under the beautiful moonlight and talk about the legendary Dragon Slayer hero. Doesn't that sound epic? Watching the two of them walk away, the nobles immediately start their backstabbing whispers. Someone like him is the Prince of the Empire? Well, the Rung Empire was never that legitimate anyway. In contrast, all the praise is heaped upon Abel. You have to admit, Lord Abel's handling of the situation was truly impressive. His reputation is well earned. Zeke Draker stands there silently, thinking, it's all praise for Abel, huh? I guess if you didn't know the full story, you'd just think he was helping a flustered prince out of a jam. But this is where a cold dread settles in Zeke Draker's gut. This meeting between the fourth prince and Abel is happening way earlier than the information he had from before his regression. Watching their body language, Zeke Draker realizes a terrifying truth. The way the two of them are acting, it's as if they've been close allies for a long, long time. In a private room, Abel and Carlos begin their secret meeting with their escorts. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker wanders down the corridor of the Duke's castle, nervously fiddling with a valuable token. He thinks to himself, a single token, enough to trade for one of Draco's reports. Now face to face with the family head, Arthur, the atmosphere turns serious. Arthur speaks first. So, is the plan to become the strongest on the continent going well? Seeing you as the star of tonight's party, it seems things are on track. Zeke Draker bows his head respectfully. Yes, it's all thanks to you, head of the family. Enough with the head of the family stuff. In private like this, just call me father. Father. That one word makes Zeke Draker freeze, his teacup halting midair. His mind instantly flashes back to a memory of Callie holding out her hand and saying, just call me sister, it's more comfortable. That phrase, Zeke Draker thinks, that's exactly what Callie said. Now I finally understand that strange feeling I had back then. He begins to analyze the family's political situation on a deeper level. Abel is acting so boldly that he's even pulled the Council of Elders to his side. Callie obviously noticed this and was preparing to counter him. And yet Arthur, the head of the family, didn't realize? It makes no sense. Looking at the calm expression on the man sipping his tea, Zeke Draker has a horrifying realization. It means he's been turning a blind eye, fully aware of Abel's entire conspiracy. A storm of questions erupts in his mind. If so, was repeating Callie's words his way of pressuring me? Or is this all just a coincidence? Zeke Draker makes a swift decision. No matter what the truth is, acting on the assumption that Arthur is on Abel's side is the safest bet. There's no downside. He bows his head and responds in a low voice, yes, father. Hearing those two words, Arthur gives a small, satisfied smile. Father, that has a nice ring to it. He sets his teacup down and declares, all right then. I'll give you a gift as encouragement to continue striving for your goal. Arthur takes out a brilliant gold coin and slides it toward Zeke Draker. This is a token that can be exchanged for a treasure stored within Dong Boy. Zeke Draker is stunned as he accepts the gift, his mind reeling. Zongboy, that was mentioned in Draco's report. He thinks about the place famous across the continent for housing the rarest of ancient artifacts. He never expected his father to be so generous. However, Arthur adds a word of warning. Remember this well. In that place, amongst the truly priceless treasures, there is also a mountain of useless junk with flashy exteriors. Zeke Draker nods firmly. I will keep that in mind. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A gift from a powerful figure? Yeah, there are always strings attached. But as Zeke Draker stands before the massive doors of Dong Boy, he opens the most critical report he has. The report on the Dragon Slayer at the Duke's castle, Dong Boy. He clenches his fist, his eyes burning with ambition. Anything I can use, I'll exploit to its absolute limit. I've been waiting for you, Lord Zeke Draker. A woman who acts as his guide bows respectfully as he approaches. Before leading him inside, she begins to briefly explain the rules of the archive. Would you please follow me this way? According to Draco's report, this place holds roughly 17,000 rare artifacts, and they can be exchanged for using these tokens. Standing in the vast, mystical space, she gives him one last crucial instruction. There is no time limit for your selection, but once you leave, you cannot re-enter. Please be mindful of this. Zeke Draker looks around and asks, a place storing such rare relics, yet I don't see a single guard. Can't I just take everything? The woman replies calmly, because it isn't necessary. The security magic here is on par with the security in the family head's own office. She explains that every single artifact is inventoried and strictly managed by magic, making theft virtually impossible. Looking at the magical seals floating in the air, Zeke Draker thinks to himself, right, never judge something by its appearance. Stopping in front of a control panel on the wall, the woman gestures. Now, if you please, insert the token you were given right here. Zeke Draker pulls out the gleaming gold coin and gently pushes it into the narrow slot. Immediately, a sharp click echoes through the hall. It's followed by a violent tremor that shakes the entire room. The colossal gate begins to move, emitting clouds of white mist and gradually revealing the jaw-dropping space within. Before him is a grand structure with shelves so high they seem to touch the top of the tower, containing countless priceless treasures. Well then, I shall take my leave. After the guide's farewell, Zeke Draker stands alone in the archive. Staring at the towering shelves, he thinks, just checking the function of every single item here would probably take a lifetime. Not wanting to waste a second, Zeke Draker consults his system. System, can I classify the artifacts here according to my own desired criteria? Instantly, a notification pops up. Administrator's request confirmed. Activating link with Dragon's Eye. Please use Dragon's Eye to register the items for classification. Zeke Draker pauses for a second. Register with Dragon's Eye, but he quickly understands the plan. Dragon's Log. Dragon's Eye, activate. The skill allows him to observe and check the detailed information of any target. To scan the entire treasury, Zeke Draker unleashes his skills. Combining Windblade Dance with Shadowless Steps, he moves like a phantom, zipping through every corner of the shelves with terrifying speed. After a whirlwind tour, he lands softly. This should be enough. The system displays the registered items on a minimap, and the number that appears is enough to startle even Zeke Draker. Items registered, 17,138. Staring at the sparkling blue screen, he exclaims, over 17,000 items? Trust me, you and I are about to witness the greatest shopping spree in Manhwa history. To narrow his search, Zeke Draker starts issuing filter commands first. Remove all common and single-use items that aren't relics. The system processes it instantly, and after sorting, the remaining item count drops to 9,832. Still, way too many. Zeke Draker isn't satisfied and adds another filter. Get rid of any sword with lower performance than the Black Sword. At his command, the list on the screen flashes wildly, then goes completely blank. Zeke Draker lets out a confident smirk. Well, would you look at that? One little filter and poof, they're all gone. This system is insane, but as he scrolls the remaining list, his eyes freeze. Stick with me, because a single mysterious line of question marks has just appeared out of nowhere. What is this? Zeke Draker touches the screen, completely confused by the string of question marks. Is the system messing with me right now? It has to be somewhere around here, Zeke Draker mutters, walking through the aisles. Just as he ventures deeper, a system notification pops up. You have arrived at the administrator's designated coordinates. He stops in front of an antique shelf, his gaze pulled to a strange, isolated item. It's a simple-looking bracelet, but what catches his eye is the info panel. It's filled with nothing but those same mysterious question marks. A bracelet? Zeke Draker wonders. Holding the item in his hand, he can't help but feel suspicious. On the outside, it looks perfectly ordinary, yet no information is showing up at all. But the moment he finishes that thought, the bracelet erupts in a brilliant blue light, vibrating violently in his hand, stunning him. Zeke Draker's eyes go wide in shock as a red notification flares to life. This item is reacting to the title Successor of Dragon Raker. Realizing the special connection, Zeke Draker's lips curl into a triumphant grin. It reacts to the successor title. This must be a relic of Dragon. The bracelet begins to radiate immense energy. Tendrils of magical lightning wrap around Zeke Draker's arm, and all he can do is gasp in pure shock. And that's when the true information on this treasure is finally revealed. The Guardian's Bracelet, a bracelet embedded with a protection stone capable of summoning a spirit beast that matches the user's soul. And what's more, it contains the blessing of the Elven King. Before Zeke Draker can even process what's happening, the system initiates a force-binding sequence. The Guardian's Bracelet has been linked to the Administrator. You can now use the Guardian's Bracelet to summon a Guardian beast compatible with your soul. Zeke Draker panics. Wait. Hold on. Linked? He tries to rip the bracelet off his arm, but it's completely useless. I can't unlink it? The system's response is blunt and immediate. Administrator's request confirmed. This item is linked to the title Successor of Dragon Raker. The link cannot be removed. Zeke Draker glares at the now branded arm, fuming. Damn it. I haven't even finished checking all the other relics. My whole plan is completely ruined now. But he quickly regains his composure, trying to calm himself down. Okay, think positive. If it's a relic from Dragon, it has to be stronger than most of the others. After a moment of consideration, Zeke Draker decides to accept his fate. He lets out a long sigh. System, activate the bracelet's inherent ability. A notification board immediately confirms his request, activating the Guardian's Bracelet to search for a Guardian beast compatible with the user's soul. Energy begins to pour out from the bracelet. Beneath Zeke Draker's feet, a massive, glowing magic circle materializes in an instant. The system announces, due to the blessing of the Elven King, the search range has been expanded to a higher-tier spirit beasts. A colossal pillar of blue light, crackling with immense pressure, descends from above, engulfing the entire area. Amidst the dense flashes of magical lightning, the silhouette of a majestic creature slowly begins to take shape. It's a divine horse with a long, flowing mane and a sharp horn. The system confirms, spirit beast Longma summoned. Faced with this incredibly powerful presence, Zeke Draker can only whisper, this is a spirit beast. The power rolling off it is terrifying. Staring at the legendary creature before him, Zeke Draker breaks into an excited grin. First Bahamut's heart and fang, and now a relic that can summon a spirit beast. I mean, how many absolutely insane items did this Terracon guy even have? The Longma slowly approaches, gently touching its nose to his head in a friendly greeting. Feeling a powerful spiritual connection, Zeke Draker finally understands. So this is what it means to be compatible with the soul. He wraps his arms around the spirit beast's neck, as a feeling of familiarity washes over him. It's their first time meeting, but it feels like reuniting with a lifelong friend. Zeke Draker smiles warmly. All right, I like you too. The Longma lets out a joyful neigh, as if responding to its master's affection. Just then, another system notification pops up, catching Zeke Draker's attention. Huh? By naming the spirit beast, you can summon it at any time through the sacred stone. A name? Zeke Draker thoughtfully gazes at the majestic beast, gently stroking its muzzle. An idea sparks. How about Bucephalus? Hearing the name, the divine horse seems thrilled, snorting with excitement. Zeke Draker chuckles, satisfied. Good. Looks like you like that name. Instantly, a detailed info panel appears. Bucephalus, Longma, of the Divine Tempest. Inherent ability, can unleash the power of lightning from its two horns. Note, ultimate spirit beast, king of the Longma. Reading the powerful description, Zeke Draker still has his doubts. King of the Longma sounds cool and all, but this is the first time I've ever seen one in real life. How am I supposed to know how strong it is? As if understanding its master's skepticism, Bucephalus suddenly grabs Zeke Draker's shirt with its mouth, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Zeke Draker yelps in alarm, Hey, Bucephalus, what are you doing? The divine horse quickly and gently places him securely on its back. Zeke Draker asks in surprise, You want me to ride you? Seeing Bucephalus nod in confirmation, he can't help but be impressed. This really is an ultimate tier spirit beast. It can read my thoughts, knew I wanted to test its power, and even knelt down for me to get on. Zeke Draker grips the mane tightly, his voice filled with excitement. All right then, Bucephalus. Let's go. Run at full speed. The horse lets out a heaven-shaking neigh, its body erupting in brilliant blue electricity before shooting forward like an arrow of light. The insane speed creates thunderous booms, leaving streaks of lightning in its wake. Zeke Draker is absolutely stunned as he realizes they're moving at blinding speed without making a single hoofbeat sound. This is unreal. Under the immense pressure of the speed, he has to squint his eyes, feeling the raw power surging beneath him. Bucephalus dashes through magic circles on the ground at an impossible velocity, and Zeke Draker can't stop a huge, exhilarated laugh from escaping. Haha, you're absolutely insane, Bucephalus. The clatter of hooves echoes on the stone as a horse-drawn carriage rolls away from the storage area. Sitting inside, Zeke Draker can still vividly recall the guide's utterly bewildered expression. She had stammered in disbelief, Sir, are you absolutely sure you want to choose this thing? The guide's complete lack of enthusiasm was obvious. You and I know she had no clue what she was talking about, but Zeke Draker just smirked and looked out the window. He was well aware that in that massive vault, alongside priceless treasures, there was plenty of junk with flashy exteriors. Everyone had to choose very carefully. In other words, this bracelet was one of those junk items Arthur had warned him about, and it makes sense. Before it reacted to his title, even the system couldn't display any information on it at all. It's no wonder people failed to see its true value. Zeke Draker thinks to himself that he used to believe Terracon's relics could only be found in system-guided ruins. He never imagined he'd stumble upon one so easily. Now that's what you call a lucky break, a massive haul. Zeke Draker closes his eyes for a moment, his mood instantly lifting. After the absolute exhaustion from that party battle, he promised himself he'd just go home and crash. But you know how it is the moment a guy plans to sleep early. Trouble's already waiting at his door. This time, in the form of Brodies. However, just as he steps into the luxurious room, a deep voice rings out, Congratulations on officially becoming a Knight of Draco, Sir Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker pauses, turning to face the uninvited guest. Hearing the formal tone, he replies with a bit of suspicion. Why so formal all of a sudden? It doesn't feel right. The man, wearing a single eye patch, is Clip. He offers a calm smile. You've become an official Knight of Draco, so it's only natural for me to change how I address you. Zeke Draker collapses onto the sofa, drained. Fine, whatever. But from now on, don't just show up like this. If anyone discovers the connection between us, our entire plan could fall apart. Clip bows his head in apology. About that, I am truly sorry. But there was someone who insisted on seeing you at all costs, so I had no other choice. Right after Clip speaks, a figure in a black cloak standing nearby begins to move. They reach up and pull down their hood, revealing a mane of brilliant crimson hair. A clear female voice rings out. We meet again, Zeke Draker. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Melissa, master of the Red Haze Merchant Guild. In the room's dim light, Melissa exudes an aura of power. And now, you and I are about to learn her true identity, Melissa Alancia, the first princess of the Alancia Kingdom. Despite Clip's introduction, Zeke Draker remains outwardly calm, but inwardly, he'd already figured it out. So, the real master of the Red Haze Guild was the princess all along. Sensing his sharp intuition, Melissa gives a slight smile. You already knew, didn't you? In truth, all the clues were there. Princess Melissa had rarely appeared in public recently, yet she suddenly showed up at his promotion party. Coincidentally, that was right when the patient was instantly cured by the Crimson Flower medicine Clip had delivered. Zeke Draker smirks confidently. Anyone who isn't a complete idiot would connect the dots. Seeing he understood, Melissa nods in acknowledgement. That's right. In that case, I'll skip the rest of the introduction and get straight to the point. She doesn't beat around the bush. The reason I sought you out so urgently, Sir Zeke Draker, is because I need your help. Help? With what, specifically? Instead of answering right away, Melissa pushes a folder across the table toward him. First, could you look over these documents? She begins to explain as Zeke Draker flips through the pages. This is information on recent Crimson Flower cases, mostly in the border regions of Alancia, along with an analysis performed by the Nirvana family. She continues her explanation as Zeke Draker turns each page. It's all data on the recent outbreaks of the Crimson Flower disease. The cases are concentrated at the border with Alancia, and the analysis is from the renowned Nirvana family. Zeke Draker reads intently, but the more he sees, the wider his eyes get in sheer shock. The words on the paper send a chill down his spine. He looks up at Melissa, his expression deathly serious. Is what's written in here the truth? Zeke Draker is so stunned he can barely believe the words himself. And here's the part that changes everything. The Crimson Flower disease is a man-made pathogen. This conclusion comes from the Nirvana family, one of the three great houses. So there's no mistaking it. That ironclad confirmation, backed by a document bearing a bright red seal, leaves Zeke Draker completely reeling. He stares down at the words again, as if trying to see through the paper to the truth itself. The Crimson Flower disease was created by people. This reality is far beyond anything Zeke Draker had ever known. He sinks into thought, a deep unease rising within him. The rate of infection is even faster than in the epidemics before. Could my regression have caused this change? Noticing his tense expression, Melissa cuts through his thoughts. That's not all. She points to a detailed map where red pins mark the outbreak areas. As you can see in the documents, the Crimson Flower disease first broke out in the villages near the border between the Rome Empire and the Alancia Kingdom. As Melissa speaks, she taps the locations, her tone growing colder. But it isn't spreading towards the Rome Empire. It is only spreading in the direction of the Alancia Kingdom. He looks at the arrows, all pointing straight at his nation. Zeke Draker is speechless. He stammers, "Wait a minute, are you saying?" Melissa nods, confirming the most terrifying possibility. "Yes, I share the same thought as you, Sir Zeke Draker. It's highly probable that the Rome Empire created the Crimson Flower disease and is intentionally spreading it towards Alancia." Zeke Draker leans back in his chair, his face darkening. This is truly serious. In his mind, memories from his past life begin to surface, connecting all the events. The reason the Alancia Kingdom fell so easily to the Rome Empire before his regression. It was because of the Crimson Flower disease. So that's why the princess needs my help. Zeke Draker slams the file down on the table, looking Melissa straight in the eyes. What you want is the right to mass-produce and distribute the cure for the Crimson Flower disease, correct? Melissa offers a faint, satisfied smile, her eyes showing her relief. Yes, that's right. In our previous contract, our guild only obtained the manufacturing principle. To distribute the medicine on a national scale, we will need a new, supplementary contract. Standing behind them, Clip also speaks up to affirm their position. However, I have no intention of breaking our current contract. Melissa smiles with confidence, asserting, "Of course, I would do the same. As a merchant, the side that reveals their intentions first is at a disadvantage. But now that I have the opportunity to work with you, Sir Zeke Draker, I can hardly call this a disadvantage." Zeke Draker's lip curls into a slight smirk as he inwardly assesses the cunning woman before him. She really is the true master of the Red Haze Guild. No wonder they became such a powerhouse. Melissa continues, laying out a series of promising commitments to persuade him. The medicine would be given to the public as relief supplies, and he wouldn't have to worry about the formula being leaked. Of course, they would pay him a worthy sum, but the most shocking part was the offer that came next. She declares in a clear voice, "I will grant you 20% of our merchant guild's shares." It was like money falling from the sky. Zeke Draker is completely stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment at the princess's incredible generosity. Numbers immediately start flashing in his head as he analyzes the value of this offer based on his past life memories. The Red Haze Guild is currently one of the top 10 most reputable merchant guilds. If it doesn't collapse with Alencia in the Continental War, unlike before his regression, the guild will grow even stronger. 20% of this guild's shares would be worth at least several million gold. If he could prevent the war and let the guild grow further, that value could rise to tens of millions. Although the offer is unbelievably tempting, Zeke Draker quickly regains his calm demeanor. He speaks in a low voice, questioning her motives. This is truly a tempting offer. But first, I have a few questions for the princess. For all you know, I could be aligned with the Empire. To share this information so freely, and to offer 20% of your guild's shares just for release supplies, don't you think that's a bit naive? If I were a spy, you'd be handing me everything on a silver platter. She calmly replies, I will answer your questions one by one. But first, I am certain that you, Sir Zeke Draker, are not a man of the Empire. And let's be real, if the princess has one strength besides her title, it's the razor-sharp intuition she's earned through countless hardships. Melissa drops a truth bomb that completely stuns Zeg. Turns out, after she left him at the banquet, she didn't go home, she watched him from afar. She explains that while it was subtle, he treated anyone related to the Dragon Empire with a cold shoulder. Most importantly, he refused to shake the fourth prince's hand. And here's where she lays out her evidence. Melissa calmly explains that while everyone else saw a different greeting, she saw instinctual resistance, a deep-seated disgust, avoiding all contact. Because of that undeniable rejection, she is absolutely certain Zeg is not with the Empire. Hearing this, Zeg is just floored. The princess's powers of observation are terrifyingly sharp. Melissa then moves on to her second question. Why he offered 20% of the merchant guild without a long-winded explanation. Her eyes become incredibly firm as she makes her declaration. If it can save the people, then that's all that matters. That line hits Zeg like a lightning bolt, making his heart completely stop. He just stares, utterly speechless, at the woman in front of him. Now, pay attention here, because this is where everything connects. Painful memories from his past life come rushing back like a nightmare. In the darkness, Zeg's desperate voice echoes. Alicia, please, stop. We have to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire now, what's the point if the king dies? Back then, he tried to convince her that retreating was the right call for the long game. But the woman named Alicia simply replied softly. But Zeg, Alicia's image appears, hazy against the pure white snow. She smiled serenely and spoke those fateful words. If I can trade my life to buy time for our people to escape, then it's a profitable deal. Back in the present, Zeg hangs his head. A bitter feeling fills his heart. Damn it, he thinks. I tried so hard to stop this from happening, and yet, she sounds exactly like Alicia did. Zeg gasps for air, drenched in sweat after that mental storm. Finally, he looks straight at Melissa and makes his decision. All right, it's a deal. Hearing his answer, Melissa is overjoyed. She claps her hands excitedly. Really? You made the right choice. However, Zeke immediately adds a condition. But be careful. Do not expose my identity. Melissa flashes a confident smile and nods. Don't worry. On that, you have my word. 2 weeks later, in the training room beneath the mansion's basement, behind a solid stone door, lies an isolated training ground where Zeg is pushing himself to the absolute limit. The very air in the room seems to tear apart as Zeg moves at terrifying speeds. Every swing of his sword carries the weight of a mountain, creating brilliant streaks of light that fill the entire room. He pours all his strength into his single technique, and his sword erupts with ferocious energy, creating a massive magical vortex that crushes everything around it. The force from that one slash sends the entire training room shaking violently. As the light fades, Zeg stands tall amidst the wreckage, his sword still crackling with blue electricity. And just like that, a system notification pops up confirming he has successfully learned the S-rank dragon-slaying sword, Will. It's only at the elementary level, but the results are always insane. Zeg lets out a sigh of relief, looking at the screen and thinking, finally done. That took about a month. He's completed the condition for the achievement quest, successor of Sutton. The moment Zeg finishes his training, a flood of system notifications appears. Okay, let's just pause and appreciate this absolute jackpot of rewards. Not only did he complete the quest, he got a bonus for his completion time, earning him the coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury, the title Sword Master's Successor, 500 karma points, and 2 random reward boxes. He now possesses the unique immortal class and a host of legendary titles. Seeing his karma points have shot up to 11,995, Zeg smirks. Oh, 2 random boxes? Now, that's what I'm talking about. He dismisses the glowing sword in his hand and thinks to himself, all right, let's check this out first. The first item Zeg pulls out is a sparkling gold disc, the coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury. When he requests to examine it, the system immediately responds, administrator's request confirmed. But instead of a location, a red warning message pops up. Cannot read these coordinates at this time. Zeg is stunned. The system quickly explains he needs to find a seal to activate the coordinates. Only by collecting and reassembling the scattered seal fragments will the location be revealed. Immediately after, a blue notification appears. The locations of the seal fragments have been linked and are now displayed on his mini-map. A map materializes, showing red dots marking the fragments' locations. Zeg studies it intently, muttering, 2 in the center, 1 in the south, and 1 in the north. The fragments are pretty far apart. It'll take some time to collect them all. Lost in his calculations, his eyes suddenly stop as he notices something unusual on the map. Zeg smirks knowingly. No wonder you haven't shown up yet. At the same time, a new link quest activates. Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom. The quest requires him to find the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos Kingdom and restore them. With no time limit, his reward for completion will be the noble title, Successor of the Chronos Kingdom. Wait, the reward is just a title? Zeg exclaims in disappointment, looking at the new quest window. Before him is the linked quest, Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom, tasking him with finding and restoring the seal fragments of the Chronos Kingdom. Zeg scratches his head, confused. Is restoring the seal and finding the treasure inside also considered part of the reward? But then he recalls past events and a suspicion begins to form. Could it be like before, when an item was directly linked to a title? Maybe this title has a special function. 2. Holding the golden disc, Zeg thinks for a moment, then decides, for now, I'll just leave it. He quickly stores the item back in his inventory space. A magical light envelops the disc, and it vanishes in an instant. Zeg strides out of the training room, reassuring himself, there's no time limit anyway. I'll handle the urgent stuff first and figure this out later. As he walks, he recalls some crucial information. Good thing I just heard from Kay. And just like that, we're on to a brand new mission. A dangerous smile forms on Zeg's face, his eyes flashing with a sharp, cold light. The scene shifts to Gopa Port, a harbor in the south of the continent. Amidst the white sails and the sound of crashing waves, a man takes a deep breath and grimaces, the smell of the sea mixed with blood. As soon as he steps onto the ship's deck, a group of subordinates bow in perfect unison. Their voices echo across the area. It is an honor to serve you, Deputy Chief of the Southern Branch of the Renahat Guild. Faced with this overly warm welcome, the man just gives a slight nod. You've all worked hard. Before his regression and now it seems not everything has changed. At least the smell of the sea is the same. Murray. A voice from behind cuts through his thoughts. From now on, this is Zeg's new identity. As Murray walks, he thinks to himself, perfect timing for a mission. Approaching 2 men waiting for him, he immediately recognizes them as Northern Rangers. Seeing Murray in his new getup, one of them teases, the merchant clothes suit you pretty well. Murray just calmly replies, thanks. The man with messy hair and a long scar on his face begins to inspect him. All right, let's dive into the mission briefing. You've got the plan from the letter, right? Murray nods in confirmation. The ranger warns him, good, you seem to understand. But remember, this isn't some easy game. One screw up and the whole team is finished. The mission also includes protecting the target and getting them to safety, so don't let your guard down for a second. Got it, Murray says, hesitating, but I have one question. The ranger asks what it is. Murray points out, maybe to prevent leaks, but the letter doesn't explain the chaos that's supposed to happen on the day of the operation. His eyes instantly shift, becoming cold and sharp, filling the air with a killing intent that freezes the very atmosphere. Because that is the day Merkin will vanish from this world. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a voice calls out from behind. Ah, so there you are, Vice Branch Chief. Seeing Zeke Draker and his partner deep in discussion, the guide from the Merchants Guild speaks up. Oh, you're busy. My apologies. I'll come back when you're finished. Zeke Draker watches the man's back as he leaves, muttering, a guide from the Merchants Guild, huh? Seeing this, Zeke Draker's companion quickly waves the man back. No, it's fine. We're done talking. Please, lead the way. I'll take you in the carriage I've prepared. Follow me. On the way, Zeke Draker can't help but reflect on the man's deadly declaration. Is he really planning to wage war on Merkin? Across from him, a cold voice confirms his thoughts. Agreed. Have you checked the place the guild prepared? The question hangs in the air as they stand before a bustling port. Now, this is where the real journey begins. Pay close attention. His partner confidently replies, of course. A 4-wheeled carriage quickly rolls out, taking them through dense forests toward their destination. Inside the private space, the mission briefing starts up again. By the way, just to recap the plan, I'll summarize it one more time. Today is Don Juan's birthday. It's a celebration for him, but it's also a meeting for all the leaders to discuss upcoming deals. So Kay, the key figure in this transaction, and her assistant, Zeke Draker Murray, will also be attending the meeting, correct? Zeke Draker looks out the window, calmly replying, however, the quiet atmosphere is shattered by the red-haired girl losing her temper. How many times have we talked about this? I think this is the 5th time. I've memorized the entire script by now. Zeke Draker lets out an exhausted sigh. Ha, so many times I know it word for word. His comment just adds fuel to the fire. Well, what can I do but endure it, partner? I'm not the one in charge like you are, so it's normal to be worried, she continues to scream in desperation. Are you just going to drag me into this and not even listen to me vent? Seeing her panicked expression, Zeke Draker finally understands the problem. I thought something was off about her, so that's what this is about. The girl is now trembling from head to toe, stuttering. What if they find out we're smuggling the Soma herb? I heard Merkin's way of dealing with traitors is to paralyze them and feed them to sharks. Ah no, this is bad, Kay mutters, shaking in fear. I was so careful with the concealment, no one could have found out, right? Seeing her extreme anxiety, Zeke Draker gets the urge to mess with her even more. He calmly reassures her, Kay, you're a mage. You'll be handled differently, so don't worry. His vague statement makes her jump. She stammers, What? What do you mean differently? Zeke Draker flashes a wicked grin and begins telling a terrifying tale. In the south, legend says possessing a mage's body can, well, nobody would waste it as shark bait. They'd probably dismember all your limbs and sell them off to settle your debts. Hearing this, Kay's face goes completely pale. She's so horrified, she looks like she's seen a ghost. A horrifying truth flashes through her mind. Then, those rings the Merkin members wear. They aren't models, they're real fingers. Imagining her own fingers getting cut off, she screams internally, Oh no, what are they going to do to my fingers? So if that happens, partner, please collect my body and bury it somewhere warm and sunny. But how do you even know all this? Zeke Draker grows quiet, his eyes gazing into the distance as if recalling a past full of blood and tears. And how does he know all this? You and I are about to get one hell of a backstory. I know the southern continent better than anyone. I'm the one who led Merkin to both prosperity and ruin as a hired assassin. His deep-seated grudge with Merkin actually began long before he regressed. Back then, Zeke Draker was expelled from the academy, captured by slave traders, and sold to Merkin's Soma farm. It wasn't just a simple plantation. Slaves like him were often used as human shields in territorial wars. Amidst the rain of bombs and bullets, only Zeke Draker managed to survive and return time and time again. At that moment, he just felt relief to be alive, never questioning why. But thinking back now, his survival instinct must have subconsciously used his healing ability to pull him through death's door. After surviving 5 or 6 of these cannon fodder missions, Don Juan began to take notice and trained Zeke Draker to become a hired assassin. And indeed, the old man's sharp eye was correct. The work of a hired assassin was a perfect match for Zeke Draker's abilities. By luring an opponent into a false sense of security and then using poison, taking down even a purple knight became easy. However, facing a blue knight was a completely different story. Even though Zeke Draker approached with extreme caution and covered all his tracks, his target would miraculously sense his presence. Even after being poisoned, a blue knight could manipulate the aura in their body to either burn away or expel the toxins. But in the end, blue knights were still human, and humans can be defeated. He learned to target their subtle weaknesses, and with that, he could finally bring down even the blue knights. When the number he had killed reached the double digits, he solidified his position as the top assassin in Merkin. Zeke Draker's reputation soared after countless glorious victories, especially after he completely annihilated their rival organization, Pavla. He eventually became the adopted son of the big boss, Don Juan, and was promised to be the official successor to the entire enterprise. However, on the very night all the high-ranking leaders gathered to announce the successor, Zeke Draker made a bloody decision. He coldly slaughtered everyone present, including his adoptive father Don Juan, and then decisively left Merkin for good. The memory cuts off. Zeke Draker lets out a soft sigh, telling himself it's all in the past. Back in the carriage, Kay is staring at him with suspicion, pointing a finger straight in his face and shouting, Hey, partner, you've been avoiding the question this whole time, haven't you? Seeing Zeke Draker remain silent, Kay gets even more agitated, yelling, Are you just using me to take over the syndicate? Faced with her relentless questioning, Zeke Draker just puts on a completely unfazed expression, which drives Kay crazy. She won't stop muttering, Am I wrong? Say something, partner. Seeing her flustered state, Zeke Draker finds it all incredibly amusing. He thinks to himself, The Kay now is still a bit naive compared to before my regression. It's fun to mess with her. The horse-drawn carriage finally comes to a stop in front of a massive and imposing structure. This was Don Juan's mansion. Inside the lavish party hall, with its dazzling stained glass windows, the high society guests had already gathered in droves. Just then, a guide announces, Don Juan, this is Kay, the enforcer I mentioned. Kay, looking stunning in a black dress, enters with Zeke Draker. She smiles faintly and greets him. It is a great honor to meet you, Don Juan. And just like that, they're in. You and I both know this is just the calm before the storm. Looking around the mansion's extravagant interior, Zeke Draker thought to himself, Yeah, These guys are definitely rich. Let's jump right in as he discreetly clocks the heavy security detail, not just merc assassins, but famous outlaws and even rangers. They step into a secret study just behind the mansion's main hall. Inside, a lineup of powerful men in black suits waits with grim expressions. At the head of the table sits a middle-aged man with gray hair and a distinct mustache, holding a fat cigar. This is John Wan, the head of the Merkin Syndicate. He looks at Kay and says, "A pleasure to meet you, Kay. I heard you were a mage, but I didn't expect a woman. A beautiful mage is rarer than any gemstone. I'm eager to hear what you have to say." Kay takes a deep breath and gets straight to the point a few months ago. "You remember the fire at Kasoma?" The moment she finishes, John Wan's subordinates all flinch, their faces a mix of shock and fury. He forcefully grinds his cigar into an ashtray. "Of course, I remember." "No, it's impossible to forget." A dark, cold, killing intent suddenly explodes from John Wan. He glares at Kay, growling, "But why are you bringing that up now?" Cold sweat trickles down her face. Kay stammers, "It's because." She regains her composure, looks every man at the massive table in the eye, and declares, "Because there is a traitor here who conspired with Pavela to burn Kasoma down. Among us is someone who worked with Pavela, and he's the one who set fire to the warehouse." Kay's steel-hard declaration echoes through the meeting room, making the already tense atmosphere feel suffocating. The men around the table erupt in fury. One slams his hands on the table and leaps to his feet, shouting, "What did that crazy witch just say? Get her out of here now." But before the shouting can continue, a sharp thud rings out. John Wan slams his hand on the table, his eyes glowing with a crimson, murderous light as he stares down Kay. "Do you dare take responsibility for those words?" Despite the suffocating pressure, Kay doesn't flinch. She gives a slight nod. John Wan's lips curl into a sneer as his voice drops menacingly. "Fine. Then tell me, who would be bold enough to betray the Merkin Syndicate?" The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, and just then, a pained cry rings out. The whole room freezes as they see Zeke Draker Murray, who has appeared from nowhere, with a short sword pressed to a senior executive's throat. Zeke Draker offers a calm smile, looking directly at the boss. "A pleasure to meet you, Sir John Wan. I'm Zeke Draker Murray. Regarding that matter you just mentioned, I believe I can help." John Wan just leans back in his chair, calmly lighting a new cigar as he gives Zeke Draker a knowing look. "Zeke Draker Murray, it's an honor. Did my men bring in vegetables instead of the main course?" Zeke Draker doesn't even blink. He presses the blade deeper into his hostage's neck and replies confidently, "The main course is right here. Are you saying my dear brother, Joaquin, is the traitor?" A smirk plays on Zeke Draker's lips. He leans close to the ear of the trembling man and whispers, "Hey, Joaquin, or should I say, El Mancho. You know the truth better than anyone. Why don't you tell them yourself?" Joaquin is now sweating buckets, his eyes wide with terror as he thinks, how does he know? Even the boss hasn't found out yet. He roars in fury, "You useless fools, what are you standing around for?" Instantly, the guards draw their weapons and rush forward to surround Zeke Draker. "You've eaten well on my dime, so start doing something useful." One guard, holding a knife, stammers out an excuse, "Sir, even if you say that, we can't do anything." He grips his sword tightly but doesn't dare advance, because Zeke Draker Murray has perfect control over his target. He's a professional. There's no opening to get close. If we attack from a distance, he'll just use Sir Joaquin as a shield. Seeing the stalemate, the guard turns to accusations instead. He's probably a spy sent by Pavela. Hearing this, Zeke Draker smirks. His eyes, full of mockery, lock onto Joaquin, who's still shaking under his blade. As expected of the right-hand man of the Merkin Syndicate, "You're so trusted, aren't you?" He leans closer, his voice a low growl. "When you're the real spy for Pavela, and yet you dare suspect me? Getting nervous now that your cover's blown?" John Wan's eyes narrow, sizing Zeke Draker up. "You're pretty confident you think I'll..." Zeke Draker doesn't bother answering, he just calls out softly, "K." Immediately, the mage begins her spell, and a brilliant magic circle appears in the middle of the room. Now, at this point, you already know the deal. Zeke Draker's done talking. It's time to bring out the premium evidence. John Wan stares in astonishment at the pages of documents being summoned onto the floor. He picks up a report, his eyes intently reading every single line. After a long silence, John Wan says in a low voice, "You've brought something interesting, Zeke Draker Murray." He glares at Joaquin, his voice dripping with venom. "Not only did Joaquin conspire with the syndicate to betray us, but it turns out those Pavela bastards are actually pirates." The moment he says it, the room explodes with furious whispers. As expected, just mentioning the word pirates completely changes the mood. No one in the South has anything good to say about them, especially not the locals. Being so close to the pirates' base, they suffer greater losses than any other continent. And above all else, John Wan lost his entire family to pirates, so his hatred for them is absolutely unforgivable. Even for someone like John Wan, he would never let anything involving pirates slide. Zeke Draker looks at Joaquin's pale face and asks mockingly, "Well, what are you going to do now?" Staring at the photo evidence of his secret transaction, Joaquin grits his teeth in rage. "You bastard! Damn you!" He glares at Zeke Draker, screaming in desperation. "Where in the world did you get that picture?" The report clearly detailed every single smuggling deal he had with Pavla, and directly linked them to the Kasoma warehouse fire a few months ago. John Juan taps his chin, watching his cigar burn as he speaks coldly. "This alone is enough to make you a suspect." He looks straight at Zeke Draker Murray and says with conviction, "I've reviewed it carefully, Zeke Draker Murray. But based on just this little bit of evidence, you think I would suspect Joaquin, my own brother?" Zeke Draker keeps the blade pressed firmly against Joaquin's neck while the traitor thinks to himself, "It seems this isn't enough." Seeing the standoff, Zeke Draker narrows his eyes, a bold plan forming in his mind. He suddenly leans in and whispers Joaquin's true name in his ear, Mention. Instantly, a mysterious blue light envelops Joaquin's mind, his eyes turning completely vacant. John Juan still hasn't noticed anything is wrong. He growls threateningly, "If this is really all you have, then your crime of insulting my brother is unforgivable." But Zeke Draker simply replies calmly, "Boss." A second later, Joaquin suddenly speaks in a robotic tone, "The one who secretly conspired with Pavla was me." This sudden confession leaves John Juan absolutely stunned. He freezes for several seconds, processing the devastating truth. John Juan lowers his head, slamming his hands on the table in agony. "So it was you. I can't believe you betrayed me. What a disgrace." John Juan slowly turns and walks away, his silhouette looking lonely, yet utterly ruthless. A confession like that demands a punishment that fits the crime. And you and I both know there's only one way this ends. Without warning, a flash of light tears through the room. With a single, sharp swing of his sword, John executes his own brother in arms without a moment's hesitation. Zeke Draker could only marvel at the irony of the right-hand man of Meccan meeting such a pathetic end. These Southerners were truly a strange bunch. His eyes shifted to the weapons on the wall, the memory of his secret talk with Joaquin surfacing. Back then, Zeke Draker had threatened the man, El Mancho, saying, "Admit you're the traitor. Do exactly as I say, and I swear before God, I won't touch your precious family." Zeke Draker smirks, remembering the man's sheer terror. An oath before God is absolutely trustworthy, after all. The truth is, he never intended to harm the man's family in the first place. Wiping a speck of blood from his face, Zeke Draker sizes up the old man who just dealt the blow, as expected of the notorious crime boss. He knows John didn't really believe El Mancho was the traitor when he killed him. He was just forced to do it to uphold the organization's credibility. Because a few months back, the one who started the fire at the Soma warehouse, costing Meccan a fortune, was the same person who colluded with Pavla. The moment Kay confirmed the traitor and the arsonist were the same person, Zeke Draker made a ruthless move. He pointed directly at El Mancho, accused him, and subdued him on the spot, forcing John's hand into a public execution. On top of that came the shocking news that the Pavla organization was actually a crew of pirates. In all this chaos, John seemed to keep his cool, but his subordinates definitely did not. And then, right in the middle of the confusion, El Mancho confessed with his own mouth that he was the traitor. Even if El Mancho wasn't the real culprit, letting him off the hook would have caused the entire organization's discipline to crumble. Just as expected, John remained as ruthlessly logical as ever. The man's capabilities were truly exceptional. As the axe came down, Zeke Draker stood by silently, observing the unchanging cruelty of Meccan's boss. Standing in a pool of blood, a dark, suffocating aura pours out of John's body, making the air in the room thick and hard to breathe. "Now watch this," he growls. "But if Kay's report is true and Joaquin was the traitor, then my dear syndicate members must be traitors as well." John suddenly swings his arm, embedding his axe deep into the table right before his terrified men. He glares daggers at each of them and snarls. The report clearly states that burning the Soma warehouse was just a stepping stone. John's eyes glow a deadly red as he makes his final offer. "If you confess now, like our brother Joaquin, I will send you on your way without any pain." This declaration, basically a death sentence, sends one of the leaders into a panicked scream. This is a total frame-up. We never had any such plans. To save his own skin, he points a finger at Kay and sputters, "This is definitely a dirty trick, by that damn witch mage. If you just interrogate that mage, then..." But an axe flies through the air, silencing him mid-sentence. In an atmosphere thick with death, John slowly turns, his cold eyes locking onto Dick Murray. "What are you doing, Dick Murray?" Faced with his boss's question, Dick remains unnervingly calm. He casually points and replies, "I'm just helping the boss dispose of a traitor." Dick continues to analyze the situation persuasively. "Joaquin confessed himself, and you executed him personally. As for the syndicate, they were all in on it with him. I mean, you gotta give it to Zeke Draker. His logic is like a flawless presentation. Even the boss has a hard time arguing with that. He presents an undeniable excuse. That gives us all the justification we need to kill them, doesn't it? Giachen narrows his eyes, a deep suspicion growing inside him. He's trying to figure out what this kid's game really is. Looking at Zeke Draker's knowing smile, he finally understands the truth behind this whole play. So your real goal was to use my hand to eliminate the syndicate. Giachen lets out a cynical laugh. Justification, that's a good one. But tell me, Zeke Draker Murray, what exactly are you? An angel sent by God to help me, or a devil sent by demons to destroy me? Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, this confrontation is intense. Faced with that threatening question, Zeke Draker just smirks slightly. He places a hand on his chest and declares loud and clear, I am neither an angel of God, nor am I a servant of the devil. His eyes flash with a sharp glint as he makes his final declaration. I am merely a business partner who wishes to propose a new deal. A business partner? Giachen squints suspiciously at Zeke Draker. He calmly replies, that's right. Zeke Draker then dives deep into their internal affairs. You want to wipe out the syndicate and restore order, don't you? Honestly, Zeke Draker's read on Giachen in this scene is spot on. He begins to break down the problems the old boss is facing. However, with the expulsion order from Ista and Pavla's control over the sea routes, right now, McCann's only distribution network for Soma is through that very organization. And that's why the old man hesitated to punish the traitors, even though he knew who they were. John falls silent. You speak as if you've known me for a very long time. Zeke Draker doesn't flinch. He plays his trump card. Don't worry. Until now, the Federation's Soma distribution has been handled entirely by K. From now on, K and I will take over from the Federation and handle Mech and Soma distribution ourselves. Giachen remains silent for a long moment before slowly sitting down in his chair. He concedes, that is indeed an excellent offer, Zeke Draker Murray, if what you say is true. He stares intently at Zeke Draker, his eyes filled with suspicion. Deals need to be built on trust. But if there's no trust, how can I possibly hand over our distribution to you when this is the first time we've ever met? Zeke Draker smirks. You are absolutely right. He suddenly throws a stack of papers into the air, scattering them across the room before asking, then how about this? Zeke Draker spins a dagger in his hand and slams it down, pinning a list to the table. Looking at the name pierced by the blade, Zeke Draker growls, Paulo Santos. I will eliminate the area managed by that coward. Paulo Santos, nicknamed Paulo the Coward. He earned that name because he always values safety above all else. That's why, even though he's an executive, his reputation within the organization is at an all-time low. Giachen leans back, eyeing him skeptically. You even know details like his existence and nickname. Zeke Draker just shrugs. Well, as long as it benefits me, I don't really care. Giachen slowly rises to his feet, nodding in approval. All right, that might just earn my trust. But, while I'm impressed by your audacity and courage, that place is too dangerous to ambush alone. As he walks, he makes his decision. So, I will send McCann's elite assassination squad to assist you. On the outside, Zeke Draker is silent, but inside he's scoffing. Assist? More like they'll just be watching me. This old fox is slick. Giachen adds another loaded statement. And while you're proving your courage, just in case. The young lady here will be under my protection. And trust me, that's just a long way of saying she's officially a hostage. Zeke Draker looks Don straight in the eye and says calmly, I understand. He turns, walks out of the massive mansion, but not before leaving one last instruction. Please take good care of the guildmaster. Night falls, blanketing the entire Pabella Cattell base in darkness. Deep in the shadowy forest, a squad dressed in black stealthily closes in. Suddenly, a hand signals, and the leader whispers an order, stop. The whole team freezes in the darkness. Manuel, the leader of the assassination squad, is stunned, thinking to himself, even as the squad leader, I stopped on his command without even realizing it. Hiding behind a tree, Manuel carefully watches Zeke Draker's figure appearing and disappearing up ahead. He admits to himself, after seeing his skills, only a complete idiot wouldn't follow his orders. Zeke Draker moves at blinding speed, weaving through the undergrowth with expert precision. Manuel can't help but be impressed. He has more stamina than assassins like us, and he moves faster and more accurately, as if he's memorized this entire northern forest. But what truly terrifies Manuel is Zeke Draker's combat prowess. Amidst blinding flashes of magic, Zeke Draker's sword cuts down ferocious beasts with absolute finality. Manuel observes in awe, but above all, his combat skills are off the charts. Even against monsters, he's strong enough to easily defeat the most expensive mercenaries from the wolf tribe. You and I are about to watch a true monster at work. He sees a monster, he cuts the monster. He sees a merc, he cuts the merc. A one-man wrecking crew. As they near the enemy base, Manuel orders his men. "All of you, wait here." One of the soldiers hesitates, but Manuel cuts him off. "We are here as observers. We cannot directly assist. This is the only spot where the factory can be clearly seen." Zeke Draker, his eyes glowing with a cold light, interrupts. "Stop saying things you don't mean and just focus on observing." With that, he throws an item forward and vanishes like a bolt of lightning. Manuel shouts in alarm, "Murray!" Watching Zeke Draker's figure disappear behind the cliffs, his anxious men ask, "What should we do, leader?" Manuel thinks for a moment, then decides, "We'll do as he says and continue surveillance from here. Like he said, we're only here to observe. There's no need to enter the battlefield." He gives one more order. "From now on, hold your positions. Make sure you're well camouflaged so that we—" Suddenly, massive flames erupt from the factory, shocking Manuel. He's already started. A raging inferno consumes everything as continuous explosions turn the enemy base into a living hell. Panicked guards scream amidst the blaze. There's a mage among the attackers. The enemy commander roars in desperation, "We can't handle this alone. Request backup from the magic weapons team, now," and through the thick smoke and fire, Zeke Draker appears, sword in hand, looking absolutely heroic. He calmly observes the chaos, thinking, "This is a natural reaction for people seeing an elemental sword for the first time." Intruder spotted. The alarm blares everywhere as the enemy spots Zeke Draker. Still calm, he sizes them up. For an organization that rivals Mercenary in the north, I expected this much. Their response is incredibly fast. Instantly, a swarm of assassins drops from above, their swords converging on Zeke Draker from all sides. In a flash, Zeke Draker swings his blazing sword, activating his elemental power. Giant fireballs rain down from the sky like a hellish meteor shower, creating thunderous explosions. This is his fire field technique. It turns the entire base into a sea of flames, incinerating any enemy in his path. Amidst the horrific screams of burning soldiers, Zeke Draker lands softly. He casually glances at the devastation and scoffs. This isn't even enough for a warm-up. Too weak. Zeke Draker glances down at the corpses littering the ground, a thought crossing his mind. That coward, Paul Lowe, is one crazy bastard. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. From the smoke and flames, a colossal magic tank emerges, its black cannon aimed and ready. Okay, hold on. Just when you think things couldn't get crazier, they roll out a damn magic tank. He was mining a whole magic pool? How much money has rotted away here? Zeke Draker scoffs at his enemy's wastefulness. Wouldn't hiring mages be cheaper? Before he can finish his thought, the magic tank unleashes a massive, space-distorting energy blast that hurtles toward him at terrifying speed. Facing heavy firepower, Zeke Draker stands his ground. He swings his sword, creating a razor-sharp slash. He cleaves the magic projectile in two right in midair. Leaping through the inferno, his cold eyes survey the wreckage below as he thinks. Unless you're a criminal, you wouldn't accept a contract like that. Instantly, Zeke Draker activates his elemental sword again, unleashing his wind field technique. A gigantic tornado, the sword cyclone, swirls into existence, shredding the magic tank and all surrounding structures into dust with earth-shattering explosions. Looking at the utter devastation, Zeke Draker reminisces. Before my regression, I might have fled at the sight of that magic pool, but not anymore. He resolutely steps into the underground passage, where flames still lick at every corner. Inside the dark corridor, he silently dispatches the last guard and pauses. After dealing with this many, it's about time for him to appear. Out of nowhere, a poisoned arrow whistles through the air, aimed right for the back of Zeke Draker's neck. Without even turning, he catches the arrow perfectly between two fingers. The system immediately announces, "Black Mamba poison detected," but a second later, immunity to all poisons nullifies the effect. The arrow smokes with a purple haze and disintegrates. By administrator's order, the continuous activation of the recovery coefficient class skill has been temporarily suspended. Zeke Draker narrows his eyes, staring into the darkness. "So you finally decided to show yourself." From behind a door, a deep, furious voice rings out. "What the hell is the Underworld Army doing? Letting an intruder get this far?" A man with a long scar across his face, wearing a bright yellow shirt, steps out, weapon in hand. "This is Paulo Santos. What you just inhaled was poison gas," Paulo Santos says with a smug tone as he approaches. He confidently asserts, "Even an aura user is helpless against this super poison. I'll give you a chance. Trade information about your allies for the antidote. Why not accept the deal before it's too late?" But inside, Zeke Draker is just mocking him. "Trying to trade with something that doesn't exist? You think I'm that easy to fool? It's common knowledge in the South that Black Mamba poison has no cure. A normal person would die in minutes. Even a Blue Knight would struggle to purge the toxin and would likely suffer permanent damage. It truly is a deadly poison. But Paulo has no idea Zeke Draker's system just announced Black Mamba poison detected. Due to the effect of Black Duke's immunity, the body is unaffected by the poison. Zeke Draker calmly thinks to himself, with Black Duke's immunity, this stuff is completely useless against me. And with a sudden, sharp crack, Zeke Draker swings his sword and shatters the antidote vial in Paolo's hand, leaving him stunned. Paolo roars in fury, "You lunatic! You destroyed the antidote. Do you really want to die that badly?" In response to that panic, Zeg speaks slowly. "Relax. My body is naturally immune to poison. Oh, and the reason it's so quiet? I've already eliminated all of your comrades." Paolo's eyes widen in horror. "What?" He frantically denies it. "Don't be ridiculous. They are Pavla's elite, equipped with magic weapons." Zeg coldly replies, "If you're so curious, go and check for yourself. That is, if you still can." Hearing this, Paolo probably wishes he could open a mini-map just to see his whole team has been permanently logged off. Cold sweat drips down his face as Paolo trembles. "Who are you? Who sent you to do this?" Zeg just smirks. "You must have some idea already, don't you?" Paolo grinds his teeth, thinking hard. "Don't tell me. It's Moken?" Zeg casually replies, "Oh, you're a quick one." That confirms it for Paolo. The only one who could shake Pavla to this extent is Moken. He cries out in disbelief, "But I thought we respected each other's boundaries. Why would you suddenly do something like this? How shameless." Zeg's cold voice makes Paolo flinch. "What did you say?" Zeg continues to expose him. "Pavla's so-called respect was just sneaking into our distribution network, waiting for a chance to flood the market with fakes." The words hit their mark, and Paolo breaks out in a sweat, frozen in silence under the suffocating pressure. Zeg's voice drops, his killing intent flaring. Pavla has crossed the line. That alone is reason enough for war. The boss has declared he won't stop until the Pavla organization is nothing but ash. He also swore to wipe the filthy pirates off the southern continent. Zeg even knows their true origins as pirates. Cornered and exposed, Paolo completely panics. Damn it. He turns and bolts, running for his life through the dark stone corridors. Zeg immediately gives chase, the sound of their frantic footsteps echoing through the space as he yells, "You really think you can escape?" After a long chase deep inside, Zeg stops in a vast hall lined with giant mysterious pillars. He mutters to himself, "The chase should be over now. But where is this place?" This is completely different from the mine earlier. Clutching his dagger, Zeg scans his surroundings with caution, and there were countless traps on the way here. I had to pretend to fall for them to avoid suspicion. What a pain. He notices something unusual about the structure. The traps weren't part of the original ruins. They looked like they had been recently placed. Zeg's eyes narrow with suspicion. Those damned Pavla bastards. What the hell are they doing here? Suddenly, a chilling, killing intent rushes toward him. From the darkness, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes lunges out, tearing through the air and swinging a massive greatsword with terrifying power. Zeg's reflexes are insane. He ducks, narrowly avoiding the blade as it whistles past his face. Instantly, Zeg spins into a defensive stance, countering the stranger's attack with his own dagger, which now glows with a vibrant green energy. "Just what kind of monster are you?" The persistent assassin roars in horror, facing Zeg's overwhelming power. He swings his weapon, the wind screaming as it cuts through the air. Zeg grips his dagger tightly, the brilliant green energy beginning to swirl violently around the blade. In a flash, a huge magic circle erupts, sending out sharp, crescent-shaped slashes that trap the target from all sides. Zeg casually lets out a contemptuous remark, "I run into this scum wherever I go." But just as he takes down his opponent, Zeg finds himself in a new, even more dangerous trap. And trust me, you are not ready for who shows up next. From the shadows of the ruins, dozens of dark, hooded figures emerge. Realizing who they are, Zeg grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. The Empire's hunting dogs. A blond man with an arrogant face leads them. He looks at the Pavla corpses scattered on the ground and clicks his tongue in disdain. This is why I hate working with these southern fools. They should have handled this within their own territory. What are these rats even doing, digging their way in here? He coldly orders his subordinates to surround Zeg. His voice is like a death sentence. In any case, you've come this far. The leader begins to explain his presence. Turns out, the battle maps they got from the hunting dogs they fought in the mountains clearly marked the ruins on this southern continent. Hearing this, Zeg is inwardly shocked. So this is one of the ruins containing the artifacts the Emperor is searching for. The blonde leader's gaze suddenly freezes as he looks at the weapon in Zeg's hand. He narrows his eyes cautiously, then warns his men, "That dagger. It looks normal, but it's clearly not. Treat it as a kind of ancient artifact and proceed with extreme caution." The soldier next to him immediately bows his head. Understood. But then, his eyes lock onto the magic scroll in Zeg's hand. Realizing the danger, the squad leader shouts in alarm, "That's a magic scroll. Everyone, get ready." However, Zeg just calmly reassures them, "No need to be so scared. Relax, guys." Light begins to spread from the scroll, enveloping the entire area. Zeg calmly explains, This is just a soundproofing and protective barrier spell. It has no offensive power. Simply put, for the next 30 minutes, whatever happens in here won't get out. He pulls out a sword that glows with a mysterious blue light and smirks challengingly. No need to worry about being discovered. Besides, it's not every day I get to test out a new technique. So let's enjoy this to the fullest, shall we? Witnessing Zeg's confidence, the blonde leader starts to sweat. He stares at the artifact and analyzes it. It's not a spatial. No, something strange about it. It doesn't seem to be a medium connecting to another space. It looks like it was created directly out of nothing. He grows more confused as he notices the contradiction before him and that strange weapon from before. He's clearly a mage, but he can use a sword too? At this point, the boss's brain starts to lag. How can a mage swing a sword like a war god? He's a completely broken character. Suddenly, the leader's eyes fly open in terror as he sees the brilliant blue mana from Zeg's hand begin to condense into a solid form. A colossal energy greatsword materializes, radiating an oppressive aura that makes him scream in despair. An aura sword? Yeah, you and I are witnessing something legendary right here. The terrifying power from the blade makes the leader tremble. Only one thought left in his mind. Could that man be a sword master? Without giving his opponent a chance to escape, Zeg swings the energy sword down in a fatal blow that tears space itself. A massive pillar of blue light slams down from above, crushing all the soldiers below as Zeg launches himself into the air. He pours all his mana into the attack. The enemies collapse in agony before the devastating strike. The blue magic barrier begins to crack, shattering into glittering fragments before fading into nothing. The vast hall with its giant pillars returns to its original silence, leaving only the crackling of flames from the incinerated bodies. Zeg stands silently amidst the ruins, watching the flames lick at everything as he calculates. If the bodies are burned, it will be very difficult to find any traces. The fire reflects on his sharp dagger as Zeg smirks ominously. Furthermore, this will make them think, making hired not only knights but also mages for this raid. Zeg looks around the ruins, a series of questions forming in his mind. Why did Pavla and the Empire both show up here? If I had to guess, he figures it must be a joint operation to find the ruins. Recalling his past life, he remembers this place being completely empty when he found it. But that was about 3 years later than the current timeline. They must have already found the artifact and retreated. Zeke Draker steps firmly onto the rubble, a sharp crunch echoing beneath his boot. He just shrugs it off. A good result is a good result. Even by accident, he managed to foil the Emperor's plans. With that done, he turns to leave, thinking it's finally time to head back. If he stays any longer, a new boss is bound to spawn. But just then, a sharp metallic clang rips through the silent hall. Zeke Draker whips around, his eyes narrow with caution as he senses a strange, hostile aura approaching. A crimson-armored boot emerges from the smoke, its heavy footsteps echoing down the stone corridor. Zeke Draker clicks his tongue in annoyance. Man, what a pain. From the shadows, a knight clad in full crimson armor steps into view. The stranger speaks, his voice deep and muffled. I felt a powerful and ferocious energy, but then it vanished like magic, so I came to investigate. Zeke Draker turns to face him, a warrior completely encased in steel, his eyes glowing a menacing green from behind his mask. The knight stares intently at Zeke Draker and declares coldly, "It seems we have an uninvited guest. That armor. It looks like Hulson, the magical set bestowed upon the Red Knights of the Rom Empire. It's a legendary treasure, enchanted with countless support spells, from weight reduction to self-repair." However, Zeke Draker quickly notices something's off. This version of Hulson seems different from the Empire's. Who are you? The armor you're wearing looks a lot like Hulson. Are you one of the Empire's Red Knights? The only response is a deadly silence. Without warning, the Red Knight attacks, swinging his massive greatsword with terrifying speed. A thunderous explosion erupts as their two energy streams collide. The incredible force blasts Zeke Draker back through several stone walls, carving a long trench across the ground. Zeke Draker flips in mid-air, slamming his sword into the floor to stop his momentum. But before he can even catch his breath, the Red Knight is on him again like a phantom, bringing down a heavy strike from above. Zeke Draker swings his sword, creating a brilliant blue shockwave to defend himself. Dust and debris explode into the air, completely obscuring their vision. Their blades clash again, sending sparks flying. Zeke Draker begins to question his enemy's real strength. Was Hulson also enchanted with a power-boosting spell? His feet drag across the stone floor from the immense pressure. The Red Knight suddenly powers up, unleashing a slash carrying a massive wave of white-blue light that completely engulfs Zeke Draker in a world-shaking magical explosion. Amidst the thick cloud of dust, the red-armored knight stands tall. He cautiously scans his surroundings, trying to find any trace of his opponent in the silent space. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently, and a huge explosion makes him jump in fright. A system notification immediately pops up. Activating skill, elemental sword, metal force field. From below, sharp pillars of rock erupt like giant spears, surrounding the knight. Red energy coils tightly around the central rock formation, creating a deadly trap. An earth-shattering explosion occurs, leveling everything in the vicinity. And yet the enemy is still standing. A piece of rubble shatters right in front of him, and he barely has time to gasp in shock. The system announces again, activating skill, flashbang. Trust me, if you didn't close your eyes for this one, you'd be temporarily blinded too. A brilliant flash of light erupts, blinding his opponent in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Zeke Draker dives down from above like a ghost. His blue aura-infused sword cuts through the wind, creating a long streak of light in the air aimed straight for the knight's head. A deafening clang echoes as the two weapons collide with extreme force, sending sparks flying everywhere. Zeke Draker's eyes widen in horror when he sees his full power attack get blocked so easily. He can't believe it, whispering in astonishment, "He blocked. An aura sword?" The knight stands imposing from a distance, asking in a low voice, "A moment ago, you asked who I was, did you not? With your skill, you should at least give me your name." He slowly reveals his powerful presence and declares, "I am Ken. Kenzamin Constantinus." The name hits Zeke Draker like a lightning bolt as he starts connecting the terrifying dots. His name isn't just Zimin, it's also Constantinus. Constantinus is a surname passed down exclusively to the royal family of the Rom Empire. On top of that, the royal family's given names can only come from elector families, the nobles, with the power to elect the emperor. Zeke Draker realizes with dawning horror that means the Zimin family is Draco's great house. Just then, the system chimes in, demonic energy detected. Defeating the one bearing demonic energy will grant trial points. Zeke Draker is shocked. Demonic energy, he's not sure what that is, but it sounds incredibly dangerous. Ken isn't holding back either. He begins to concentrate a massive amount of white and blue energy around himself. To think I'd meet a knight of your caliber in this desolate place. Then, as a courtesy, I will use my full power to grant you an honorable death. Giant orbs of magic explode, wiping out everything around them. Normal techniques won't work anymore. Zeke Draker grits his teeth, realizing the enormous power gap. Even after using his elemental sword to fight back, he has to bitterly admit, my level is still far below his. In this desperate situation, as the opponent's pressure feels heavy enough to crush the very ground, Zeke Draker makes his decision. If that's the case, there's only one way. Ken's defense and power are so overwhelming that they even repelled his aura sword. Facing a nearly invincible opponent, Zeke Draker realizes that as long as Hulson is active, he can't possibly inflict a fatal wound. To turn the tide, he makes a bold decision. The most important thing is to drag his opponent down to his level. Immediately, a system notification appears. Activating skill, mana reflection. Sparks of electricity begin to dance chaotically over the magic armor, making Ken exclaim in shock. What? Hulson suddenly ceases to function, stunning its owner. Sensing the abnormality, Ken growls. What did you just do? In response to the question, Zeke Draker just shrugs nonchalantly with a smirk. Do? I have no idea what you're talking about. Seeing that attitude, Ken suddenly bursts into excited laughter. Haha, how interesting. If you don't want to answer, then fine. He swings his sword and charges forward, his crimson battle aura flaring intensely as he roars. Figuring out the enemy's strength for myself is one of the joys of battle. The two rivals clash at terrifying speeds. Their high-speed impacts create sparks of electricity. Honestly, this fight is happening at light speed. The naked eye would probably just see streaks of light flying around. Zeke Draker puts all his strength into a brilliant blue attack, meeting Ken's powerful, sinister red demonic energy head-on. The battle reaches its climax as two colossal energy beasts materialize, tearing apart the darkness. A valiant blue dragon roars, clashing directly with a ferocious red demonic beast that brandishes its sharp claws. An earth-shattering explosion erupts in the middle of the great hall, destroying everything. Debris from the collapsing ceiling rains down. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Zeke Draker is on one knee, gritting his teeth in bitterness. Damn it. Zeke Draker struggles to get back up, his breathing ragged and heavy. He thinks in desperation, this situation is seriously bad. And you and I both know, this is where it gets truly dangerous. Standing over him, the masked swordsman Ken sheathes his sword, his eyes glowing with admiration. The legendary reputation of the Draker bloodline was no exaggeration. Ken calmly explains that, even for a moment, disabling Helgen's function could only be the work of the Draker family's sealing magic. Plus, the sword style he just used was eerily similar to the dragon-slaying arts. Ken's words send a chill down Zeke Draker's spine, his eyes widening in horror as his mind races. The 100-dragon sword art was the origin of the dragon-slaying arts, so of course they were similar. But the reverse dragon scale thrust he just performed was from the advanced part of the dragon-slaying arts, a forbidden technique. The fact that an imperial knight like Ken knew it proved the Jimin family had handed over the entire dragon-slaying arts to the Empire. Ken steps closer, the clank of his armor echoing through the hall. He looks down at his defeated foe and observes, "It seems your body has been heavily corrupted by demonic energy. It must be agonizing. To leave him in this state would be a dishonor to a worthy opponent." Ken looks his rival in the eye one last time and declares coldly, "May you rest in peace." With one decisive slash, he turns and walks away, his red hair flowing in the wind. He thinks to himself, "Though we are enemies, it's been a long time since I fought someone of your caliber." But hold on, just as Ken takes a step, a sudden sense of dread washes over him. A sword slices through the air from behind, narrowly missing his neck. Turns out, in that instant before death, Zeke Draker managed to act. After a flurry of wild attacks, Zeke Draker stumbles back, his breathing ragged and broken. His legs tremble, barely able to support him on the stone floor. He thinks to himself, "Good thing I equipped that recovery potion in my quick slot." The item that just saved him was Salvation, a masterpiece by Jabaleo I. Boon Hassan. It's a top-tier divine medicine that can heal fatal wounds and restore stamina instantly. However, the system also flashes a warning. Because its effects are so powerful, it's useless on anyone who has used it before, and it comes with side effects. Zeke Draker jams his sword into the ground for support and collapses to his knees, muttering, "That was way too close." Although he survived, his condition is still critical. Zeke Draker can feel the devastation inside his body. The internal damage from that powerful aura attack hasn't healed at all. Just then, a series of threatening red notifications pop up, warning him, "You have exceeded your skill usage limit." Because of this, his exhaustion has passed the critical point. Zeke Draker's vision begins to blur, darkness closing in as he slowly fades from consciousness. If he passes out now, surrounded by enemies, it's game over. He fights against the dizzy spell, his body pushed far beyond its limits. The system continues its cold warnings. To preserve life, the administrator's consciousness connection will be severed. Zeke Draker refuses to give in, roaring in his mind, "No, not like this." His eyes are blurry, but he forces himself to assess the situation. He sees the empty potion vial on the floor, then looks over at Ken's motionless body in its crimson armor. And in that moment, our boy gets an idea. One that's equal parts insane and pure, ruthless main character energy. He makes his decision. Zeke Draker's eyes snap open through the dust and smoke. A terrifying aura explodes from him. Gluttony. The roar echoes as a brilliant golden light floods the entire ruin. Golden tendrils of energy, like tentacles of death, erupt from Zeke Draker's body, frantically wrapping around the corpse of the Sangha demon. The system notifications just keep coming. Dragon Clan skill, Gluttony is activating. Consuming the demon-corrupted Sang-A, streams of pure red essence from the enemy begin to purify and flow back into Zeke Draker's body through the energy chains. A warm sensation spreads through his limbs as the system confirms the absorption is health, stamina, and depleted mana are rapidly refilling. He's absorbing the demon's bloodline energy, not just healing completely. His power takes a massive leap forward as his active skill, Electrostatic, a C-rank ability, officially levels up to Electric Shock, an A-rank skill. Zeke Draker stands in the brilliant golden aura, feeling new life coursing violently through his veins. He snaps awake, gasping for air. "I really thought I was a goner," he says, collapsing to his knees, still breathless after escaping death's grasp. Thank goodness he remembered his gluttony skill in that life-or-death moment. Just then, his eyes lock onto an item emitting a mysterious, brilliant red light. Wait, could it be Ken's battle armor? The moment he touches it, a system window appears. Armor of Ken acquired. Do you want to register as the owner of this armor? He presses yes. A surge of red energy envelops Zeke Draker, transforming him into a mighty warrior clad in powerful crimson armor. The system announces that the armor's form can be customized based on the owner's will, and that 3 out of a total of 28 great magic circles are currently active. Zeke Draker moves slightly, absolutely astonished. This thing is unbelievably light for such a high-class set of armor, but he quickly snaps back to reality. He knows that if he just walks out of here wearing this, the Empire's forces will recognize him instantly. I'll store it for now, he decides. I'll change his form later. After stowing the armor, Zeke Draker looks for an escape route but stops dead. That smell the metallic tang of blood and corpses. Following the overpowering stench, Zeke Draker enters a large chamber and is horrified by the scene before him. This place, they're conducting live human experiments. Seeing the poor souls trapped in glass containers filled with tubes, a furious rage erupts within him. He grits his teeth and growls. Those damned Empire bastards. His presence is immediately detected. A black-robed mage yells, "Intruder!" Sees him. Zeke Draker advances coldly, his killing intent pouring out. "You dare use human lives as test subjects?" Suddenly, a cloud of purple smoke envelops him. The system flashes urgent red warnings. Magic, synthesized toxin detected. This poison bypasses his natural immunity. He's been poisoned. But Zeke Draker doesn't flinch. He pulls out a vial and downs it in one gulp. High-grade antidote used. His eyes become as sharp and cold as a razor's edge as he stares down the butchers before him. In that case, you better be prepared to pay the price with your own lives, right? Amidst the burning rubble, Zeke Draker quickly gathers the papers scattered on the ground. He has to collect all the research data from this place. Since it's an Imperial lab, there might be a clue about the red flower disease. Our guy goes from final boss mode in combat to speed looting like a gamer after a raid. You gotta love the dedication, right? Suddenly, a cold voice echoes from within the smoke. Is that you? Zeke Draker whips around, startled. Facing him is an old man in a hooded robe, his face gaunt, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. He growls, "You're the one who smashed my laboratory." The old man's hand begins to gather red magical energy, ready to annihilate the intruder. Not giving his opponent a chance to strike, Zeke Draker immediately lunges forward like a flash of lightning, his sword erupting in a brilliant blue aura. All right, let's dive right into this fight. The old man is stunned, scrambling to cast a red magic circle with a scorpion sigil to block Zeke Draker's attack. A series of deafening explosions ring out as Zeke Draker's sword tears through the air, forcing the old mage to constantly teleport to safety. Looking at the bizarre patterns on the magic circle, Zeke Draker instantly identifies his opponent. Judging by that pattern and magic, he's from the Desert Scorpion tribe, a user of forbidden arts, a Tier 6 Circle C officer. This guy's going to be tough. He can't believe the Empire is working with scum like this. Tier 6 is no joke, so Zeke Draker decides to play his trump card and end this now. The system announces, mana separation has been activated. Purple lightning crackles around his blade, and the old man screams in terror. Damn it, don't tell me you're a pure-blooded Drake. In his despair, the mage roars. If that's the case, then so be it. He pours every last drop of his remaining mana into one final attack aimed straight at Zeke Draker. A grotesque, massive creature is summoned right in front of Zeke Draker. He's shocked, a synthetic, hybrid chimera. From a distance, the old man laughs triumphantly. Ha ha ha, behold my greatest masterpiece. He confidently declares that not even a Drake stands a chance against its power. The monster roars and lunges forward, its razor-sharp claws striking relentlessly. Zeke Draker swiftly raises his sword to block the 1,000-pound blow, the clash of metal echoing loudly. The chimera's power is overwhelming, forcing Zeke Draker to brace himself with all his might. Its furry, clawed arms slam down repeatedly, making the very ground shake. To break out of this defensive stalemate, Zeke Draker activates his Gale technique combined with Sadalek's footworks. He moves like a phantom, weaving past the scorpion tail sweeps and the monster's heavy blows. His incredible speed allows him to narrowly dodge every deadly attack. However, this chimera is no simple beast. Zeke Draker realizes a terrifying truth. It has no blind spots. It reads his every move. He knows if this drags on, enemy reinforcements will arrive, and the situation will become much, much worse. And right here, as the battle hangs in the balance, a system window pops up. This is where everything changes. Power of the Ancients, Dragon Tribe Domination, is now available. Zeke Draker is stunned by the system's question. Do you wish to tame a Dragon Tribe target? It turns out this hybrid monster's body contains the blood of a dragon. Not wasting this golden opportunity, Zeke Draker immediately activates the Dragon Tribe Domination skill. A terrifying pressure erupts from him. The giant chimera suddenly freezes, its glowing eyes roaring in agony before the absolute authority of the one who wields Drake's blood. Submit to me. A commanding shout rings out. Instantly, the golden pupils of the dragon's eye flare to life as the system announces, Dragon Tribe skill, Dragon's Fear, activated. Under the immense pressure radiating from Zeke Draker, the once ferocious chimera suddenly stops. The colossal monster begins to tremble violently. It completely prostrates itself on the stone floor, letting out whimpers of pure terror. The system confirms, fear has been instilled in the mind of the lower dragon tribe. The effect of dragon domination is enhanced. Both Dragon's Fear and Domination are active. Zeke Draker watches the monster's will to fight fade, realizing that when it was fused into a chimera, part of its dragon nature must have been mixed in. With the chance to tame such a powerful creature, the system window appears. Activate Dragon Domination to tame the dragon target. Confirm. Without a moment's hesitation, Zeke Draker replies, be tamed. Instantly, radiant orange chains of energy appear, binding the monster's entire body. The system announces, successfully tamed lower dragon tribe. Zeke Draker walks closer, gently stroking the chimera's mask-like face with a faint smile. Well now, you're as obedient as a puppy. You and I can just feel the absolute shock from the other side. Witnessing this impossible sight, the scorpion mage breaks out in a cold sweat, screaming in despair. What the hell? Why isn't the Chimera obeying my commands? Zeke Draker turns to him with a cold, murderous glare and growls, "Silence." In the next moment, the mage lies dead in a pool of his own blood, his hateful spirit floating from his corpse. A man of few words and decisive action, Zeke Draker calmly loots the body for clues. He pulls out a file with the old man's picture, murmuring, "Gulaban Anlungmani?" I think he was second in command of the Scorpion tribe. While Zeke Draker is absorbed in the documents, the newly tamed Chimera keeps affectionately nuzzling his hand. Suddenly, another system window pops up, startling him. Huh? Do you wish to name the newly tamed dragon tribe? A named dragon can be summoned at any time by its master's call. You wish for me to grant you a name? Zeke Draker looks down at the Chimera prostrated at his feet. Without hesitating, he places a hand on its head and declares, "From this day forward, your name will be Gurov." Instantly, a system window confirms the registration of the summoned beast, Gurov. Seeing the monster's somewhat dazed expression, Zeke Draker just smirks. What? You don't like it? Too bad. I've already made my decision. The scene shifts to a lavish hall filled with the sound of dry applause. A deep, slow voice speaks up with admiration. Truly impressive. Unbelievably, it's Giachen, the big boss himself, sitting comfortably on a throne. He looks at Zeke Draker standing before him and admits, "I never expected you to be able to handle even Paulo." Zeke Draker maintains his cold expression, replying curtly, "I am a man who keeps his word." Giachen nods in satisfaction. "Indeed, you've proven your abilities. I have no choice but to trust you." The boss continues with his flowery words, trying to win over the warrior. "A brave fighter deserves respect. I've always cherished and valued the strong as if they were my own children. I want to treat you the same way." At the mention of the word children, Zeke Draker's eyes darken. An image flashes in his mind, a warrior riddled with arrows, a victim of cruel manipulation. Zeke Draker grits his teeth and retorts with a sarcastic tone, "Children? You mean the kind of children you can freely use as tools?" The accusation hits its mark, sending Giachen into a blind rage. He bellows, "How dare you say that to me, you miserable bastard!" However, Giachen quickly regains his terrifying composure. "This is a gift I've prepared for you. Didn't you say you wanted to do business with me?" He eyes Zeke Draker suspiciously. "Well, we'll need some credible proof to build trust, won't we?" Zeke Draker silently looks down at the gift box in his hands, saying nothing. Of course, Zeke Draker replies calmly, accepting the gift box from Giachen. Holding the item, he mentally assesses it. This size and weight. The moment the lid opens, a deathly aura floods the entire room. Witnessing the horrific sight, the surrounding subordinates are terrified. Giachen takes a drag from his cigar and asks smugly, "Are you satisfied?" Zeke Draker just smirks, bowing his head respectfully. "Of course, sir." A sinister smile spreads across his face. "Excellent. Everything is proceeding according to plan. This operation has wiped out the entire leadership of the syndicate. Now all that's left is to put a puppet in the leader's seat." The boss stands up and walks towards the window, speaking slowly. "However, there's been a small problem." Zeke Draker asks, "What kind of problem?" Giachen exhales smoke, his expression turning serious. "And trust me, you're not going to want to miss what he says next. It seems the Favela clan has sniffed us out as the attackers. They've got the wrong idea, thinking I took on both knights and mages." Hearing this, Zeke Draker gives a knowing smirk. "Dad," looking at the scene, "it's an understandable mistake." Giachen simply nods. The old man's voice booms with authority. "So let's use this chance to send a clear warning to those filthy bandits. The true master of this southern continent is Giachen." Zeke Draker looks the old man dead in the eye and asks, "So, you want me to attack Favela again?" Without waiting, he firmly declares, "I'll take the job." Giachen is a bit stunned, muttering, "Huh." Zeke Draker clenches his fist, his gaze unwavering. "I will go to Favela and deliver your message loud and clear. In return, I have one request. Please grant Kay more authority so she can become the heart of the new syndicate." After a moment of thought while puffing his cigar, Giachen finally nods. "Fine. For your sake, I'll sponsor her. I'll send my best assassin and an army from Kato with you." With a sharp snap of his fingers, Giachen makes his move. Instantly, flashes of magic flare up, and a squad of elite assassins materializes around Zeke Draker. Giachen points towards a blonde man with a distinctive eye patch and asserts, "He's going to be a huge asset to you." Zeke Draker squints at the stranger, silently wondering who he is. Meanwhile, in Palo Santos' territory within Favela, a terrifying silence has fallen. Through the gloomy stone halls, William approaches a red-haired man and reports, "Abel, the investigation is complete." Abel walks slowly, his face etched with displeasure. "Imperial intelligence already swept this place and left. There's nothing left to find. We've already received their shared report, haven't we?" Abel kneels at the scene, activating his investigation magic as brilliant purple lights begin to scan every tiny detail. He mutters, "The combatants," and at least one squad of knights and a mage fought here fiercely. Now, pay attention because he's about to figure out something the entire empire completely missed. At this spot, William is shocked. What? What are you saying? How can it be just one person with both sword slashes and traces of magic? Abel stands up. It was one person, at least Red Knight level or higher. That single person wiped everyone out. In his mind, an image forms. A lone warrior of lightning and fire, single-handedly annihilating the entire base. Abel scans the area and makes his assessment. There are signs the intelligence team hastily cleaned the scene. That means there's a secret here that even we aren't supposed to know. He decisively orders his subordinate, "We must find out what the Empire is hiding." William panics, trying to stop him. "Wait, are you planning to investigate the intelligence agency? Think of the consequences." Abel pauses, his voice haunting. "William, something happened here. Something I absolutely cannot afford to miss." He turns back, his face twisted in a terrifying grin of pure excitement. His eyes are wide with madness. "My instincts are screaming that it was right here. You know what I've been craving. This port is under the control of the Favola gang." From high above, watching the sea sink into darkness, a guard squints his eyes with suspicion. A small boat? Seeing the intruders, another guard on the wall shouts a warning. "Hey you lot, stop. Identify your faction." The blade of a sword flashes in a clean, swift arc. The guard barely got his question out before his life was over. Zeke Draker casually reminds himself, "Keep it clean, no splashes." He then signals to his companion, "Let's climb, Simon." In response, the man with the eye patch gives a silent, reliable nod. That man is Simon Sapatero. Seeing Simon's back, distant memories begin to surface in Zeke Draker's mind. "In my past life, he was the one who taught me southern martial arts and assassination skills." To Zeke Draker, Simon was more than a teacher, he was a trusted comrade. Let's be real, in a rotten place like Merchant filled with scum, he's the only one Zeke Draker would ever put his faith in. He realizes that even though he's gone back in time, their combat synergy is still perfect. Watching Simon move forward, an idea sparks in Zeke Draker's mind. "I have to recruit him." Guards are posted all over the city, making it incredibly difficult to infiltrate the central area. Zeke Draker quietly asks Simon if there's a way into the central district. Simon calmly replies, "Of course. This land originally belonged to the Empire, so there's bound to be an old underground sewer system." Zeke Draker is still a bit skeptical. "Through the sewers? That sounds absurd. How would we navigate that maze?" Simon just keeps walking. "Be quiet and watch. There's a solution for everything." Suddenly, a system notification pops up, activating a path to Mateo's room. Thrilled, Zeke Draker sprints into the darkness. With this minimap navigation, even a labyrinth is nothing. Guided by virtual screens, he easily weaves through the complex tunnels beneath the city. Looking at the glowing dots on his map, Zeke Draker notes, "Lots of guards up ahead. I'll have to take a detour." He also gives himself a reminder to stay sharp. Anyone at Red Knight level or higher won't show up clearly on the map. I have to be careful. The last fiasco was because of that oversight. As they close in on the target, Zeke Draker gives orders to the assassins with him. "We're almost there. Split up. Plant explosives in as many spots as you can. I'll handle the Vice Commander, Mateo, myself." After his team acknowledges the order, Zeke Draker immediately breaks away, dashing through the sewer pipe. He stops at a vent and peers down into the room below, calculating. "If I assassinate Mateo, the Favola boss will definitely lose his mind. At that point, Merchant will be forced to declare war on Favola." He kicks the steel grate open, letting it fall below before he lands softly. Still, a doubt about the old boss's real intentions lingers. Does Giachen really want this? A man so strict he'd purge his own subordinates just because organizational discipline wavered. No way. In fact, he's probably hoping everyone sent here dies and never comes back. Zeke Draker knows perfectly well. Giachen is using this raid as an ultimatum for Favola and also to boast that a few minor sacrifices mean nothing to him. His footsteps echo in the dark tunnel. Zeke Draker walks toward the light, his eyes ice cold and a knowing smirk on his face. "Too bad for you, Giachen. Things aren't going your way. Because I'm actually going to kill Mateo." Suddenly, a sharp noise rings out. Zeke Draker bursts forward like a flash of lightning, startling the guards. What the hell was that? Before they can even get their bearings, his blade is already slicing through the air. With decisive, precise strikes, the guards fall amidst the brutal sound of clashing metal. These grunts are basically just starter-level NPCs. Zeke Draker pauses, a suspicious look on his face. "You and I both know something about this is way too easy. So Favola is clearly allied with the Empire, but where are all the soldiers?" Suddenly, a blinding light erupts and Zeke Draker flinches as enemy troops pour out from the shadows. One of them points, shouting he's cloaked right over there. The commander orders them to take him alive. A squad in gleaming gold armor rushes in to surround him, but Zeke Draker's reflexes are insane. He twists his body, dodging a fatal stab by a hair's breadth. The air screams as he spins and flips, executing a series of flawless acrobatic maneuvers to break free from their tightening circle. A gold-armored soldier's eyes go wide with shock. Just as the commander roars, red magic circles flare to life, unleashing a devastating barrage of explosions that shakes the entire mansion. And yet, through the thick smoke and dust, a single figure walks out completely unfazed. Zeke Draker swings his sword, activating his upwind skill. It unleashes a flurry of blue sword ki that weaves into a deadly web, slicing through the entire enemy squad in a single instant. He looks down at the last few survivors, scoffing. "You guys are even weaker than the Imperial grunts. Now listen up. I'll give you one chance, but just then." The system announces the dragon's fear skill is activating. Zeke Draker's eyes morph into the cold, sharp pupils of a dragon as he growls a threat. "Disappear from my sight now if you want to live. Otherwise, just rush in and die." Behind him, a colossal, intimidating dragon's eye materializes in the air, causing the red mages to freeze in absolute terror. In a blink, the hall is empty. Zeke Draker sheathes his sword, lost in thought. Just what is the Empire doing this far south, anyway? Abruptly, a dark aura flashes behind him, putting him on high alert. A cold voice echoes from above. "A little fish is getting in the way of great things." Zeke Draker looks up in shock at the balcony, where a figure in a black cloak stands silently. When did he even get there? He hadn't sensed his presence at all. The stranger holds a dangerously brilliant orb of purple magic in his hand. Zeke Draker growls, "Who are you?" The mysterious man remains silent. "And let's be real with that menacing purple aura. You and I both know this is no ordinary NPC." Strange, monstrous growls echo through the dark corridor, where corpses litter the checkered floor, all of them shrouded in a thick, sinister black smoke. From the wreckage, a knight with soulless, glowing red eyes screams with savage fury, "Get him." Zeke Draker thinks to himself, an undead army. He can summon this many at once? Watching the insane wave of zombies rushing toward him like moths to a flame, Zeke Draker sizes up his opponent. Could he be an archdark mage? But something's off. Most high-level dark mages have specific markings or magic circles. Observing the stranger's back, Zeke Draker is filled with doubt. This guy shows no signs of either. "What a pain!" Zeke Draker roars, his golden dragon eyes piercing through the darkness. He charges into the horde of undead like a whirlwind, his sword carving lethal, precise arcs of death. Immediately, system notifications pop up non-stop. Defeated miasma-infected undead knight. Acquired 10 causality points. Seeing the number flash on the blue screen, Zeke Draker pauses for a second in surprise. His expression suddenly shifts, a sinister and excited smile spreading across his face. Well, points are points. Without another moment's hesitation, Zeke Draker turns the battle into a full-blown point-farming spree. Plus 10 causality points. After a decisive strike finishes off the last enemy, Zeke Draker sheathes his sword, his gaze fixed on the dissipating dark energy. Was that the last one? He watches the black smoke hastily retreat into the darkness and clicks his tongue in annoyance. What the hell? He ran away? Next time we meet, I'm definitely turning him into points. Shaking off the distraction, Zeke Draker turns and strolls down the mansion's corridor. This area is clear, anyway. Just a little further to Mateo's office, the space becomes terrifyingly silent as Zeke Draker nears his destination. He observes his surroundings with a grim expression, his sharp eyes telling him it's almost time. It's about to be showtime. But the moment he steps into the main corridor, an icy killing intent washes over him. A thin, razor-sharp blade, like a silver thread, suddenly presses against his neck. From the shadows, a deep, menacing voice whispers, "I was waiting for you." Zeke Draker freezes, his eyes narrowing at the stranger before him, a man with a black blindfold and long, silver-white hair, holding a sword to his throat. "I didn't think you'd actually come," the cold voice says, the point of the blindfolded man's blade pressing deeper against Zeke Draker's neck. He continues his judgment, John must have sent you." The assassin tightens his grip on the sword, his voice a low, threatening growl. The boss wants to crush the Favela group, and there's no place in that plan for someone from the central continent like you. Facing a blade just millimeters from his throat, Zeke Draker maintains a terrifyingly calm expression. "If it weren't for me, Favela would have taken your supply line and the Alliance would continue to use that girl. Get it?" He adds a cryptic remark. "And that someone doesn't necessarily have to be you." The blindfolded man hesitates, uttering in suspicion, "Is that so?" In that instant, Zeke Draker does something absolutely insane to prove he's serious. He orders the system to pause his immortality ability. A blue screen pops up. Administrator's request approved. Continuous activation of the recovery class factor skill will be temporarily suspended. Zeke Draker willingly faces the lethal blade without the protection of his healing skills, basically turning off his own hacks before a boss fight. He roars in defiance, so what are you waiting for? He stares his opponent down, calling out his long-buried secret identity, invisible ghost. The assassin is stunned, his eyes wide open. A bead of sweat drips down his baffled face. You. How do you know my old nickname? Zeke Draker doesn't stop. He casually steps forward, his voice low but filled with power. I know your past, and the reason you work under John to protect the last bloodline of the fallen Cusco dynasty. The assassin completely shatters. He screams in a panic, what the hell are you talking about? How do you know that? His eyes blaze with a maddened red light, his killing intent exploding as he realizes his life's greatest secret is in the hands of this young man. He screams again. How do you know that? Simon completely loses his composure, roaring in terror. You. How much do you know? He swings his blade in a frenzy, but Zeke Draker masterfully parries the attack. Zeke Draker looks him dead in the eye, stating with absolute clarity. He growls, emphasizing every single word. Zeke Draker, Draker. The moment the name is spoken, the very air seems to freeze solid. Simon stands paralyzed, his lips trembling as he repeats in utter shock, Zeke Draker, Draker. In his mind, memories of the legendary dragon-slaying family resurface. He mutters to himself, it can't be. He recalls the rumors of an exceptional genius, a boy said to be the youngest person ever to be knighted as a Blue Knight. Simon breaks into a cold sweat. He understands the sheer weight of this name. If the Draker family gets involved, Zeke Draker quickly dismisses his opponent's fears, stating decisively, my family has nothing to do with this. This is my decision, and mine alone, so you don't have to worry about that. Simon, still suspicious, presses on, then why would you reveal your name so easily? He glances at his glowing blade, saying mockingly, you could have kept it a secret until the very end. Zeke Draker moves like a phantom, speaking his opponent's name with authority. Simon, trust me on this one, Zeke Draker is about to make an offer that will change the entire story. Pledge your loyalty to me instead of to John. He looks Simon straight in the eye, revealing a grand plan. I will help you protect the bloodline of Cusco, and even help you reestablish the dynasty. Zeke Draker keeps pushing. I know this is hard to believe, but siding with McKenna is a dead end for you. Think about it, if you follow orders and kill me. What's your plan for the Pavila squad already on their way? He twists the knife with a question that drills right into Simon's soul. Will John send reinforcements for you and your men? That is. Simon stammers, his face contorting in horror as his deepest fears are confirmed. He whispers in despair, no, we always have to survive on our own. Zeke Draker just hits him with the cold, hard truth. After the Cusco kingdom fell, it was that same crime syndicate that took over your homeland. John just wanted his royal knights like you to be sacrificial pawns. Now, let me break this down for you, because this is where it gets twisted. That old fox John's endgame was absolutely vile. He wanted Simon dead so he could sell the abandoned princess to the Cusco rebels for a sky-high price. Painful memories flood back 10 years ago. When the kingdom collapsed, Simon escaped to the borderlands with the small, newly born princess. There, to grow stronger, he embraced the life of a criminal, patiently waiting for the day he could wipe out the rebels and return the princess to her rightful throne. He even became John's loyal assassin for that very reason. But Simon never knew that John had seen through his past from the very beginning. In his previous life, Simon was used as a disposable tool by John and then mercilessly eliminated, while the poor princess was sold off to the enemy. Before taking his last breath, Simon had begged Zeke Draker to find and protect her. But by the time Zeke Draker found her, everything was already ashes. Back in the present, Zeke Draker's voice is low. That's why I need you to get away from McKenna, Simon. He insists there's no time to explain how he knows all this. Simon falls silent, admitting to himself that McKenna, the place he'd sworn his life to, is shaking at its foundations. He stares into Zeke Draker's eyes. It's all because of you. Since the boss's birthday and Pavila's involvement, everything has spiraled into absolute chaos. Simon demands, what is your goal, Zeke Draker? Zeke Draker stands tall, replying casually. You said there was no room here for someone from the central continent, right? Fine by me. Now watch this. The moment everything flips on its head, his eyes suddenly turn ice cold, his blue pupils glowing with an eerie light. First, I want these two gangs to tear each other apart. And then, when this is over, I'm coming for McKenna. Simon is completely stunned, so your real target is. Zeke Draker flashes a sinister grin, confirming with chilling certainty, I'm dead serious. Simon, I really want you on my side. Faced with such a heavy proposition, Simon is silent for a long time before finally whispering, then promise me two things. With unwavering eyes, Simon states his final conditions. First, you must help me and my men escape safely. And second, keep your promise to protect the bloodline of Cusco and revive the dynasty. Remember that, no matter the cost. Faced with such a powerful demand, Zeke Draker doesn't hesitate for a second. He thumps his chest and declares with absolute conviction, I swear on my honor as a knight. Instantly, Simon drops to one knee, bowing his head in the highest pledge of loyalty. Simon Japatero, captain of the Cusco Royal Army, greets his master, Zeke Draker. From a death match to a sworn allegiance in the blink of an eye, Zeke Draker clasps his shoulder, smiling with satisfaction. Good, Simon. Enough with the formalities. Get up. We'll talk outside. What's the plan for your men? Simon stands and reports. Once I give the signal, they will activate explosive scrolls. Then they'll regroup to evacuate. I'll signal them, and they'll escape through the underground water pipes. Right. Our target, Mateo, has been captured and is being held inside. Zeke Draker nods. Good. I'll see you later. Zeke Draker's footsteps echo down the dark hallway, leading him to the holding cell. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air. You son of a bitch! Mateo roars with pure hatred the moment he sees Zeke Draker appear. You think McKenna will be fine after this? Zeke Draker casually strolls closer, leaning in with a cold face and a sinister smile. Of course not. Once war breaks out, no one is safe. He pulls out a piece of paper, casually stuffing it into Mateo's gaping mouth. Remember this. Savor it, Mateo. Now shut it. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. This guy is playing four-dimensional chess. Zeke Draker mutters. The rest is for those who dare raise their swords against McKenna. He turns and walks away, calculating. I've got all of Pavla's secret ledgers. Lost in thought, Simon runs up in a panic. Master, I've signaled my men. Zeke Draker suddenly freezes, his eyes narrowing as he feels a wave of murderous intent wash over them. Quick as a flash, Zeke Draker whips out his sword, creating a solid defensive wall to deflect a volley of arrows raining down on them. He shields Simon while bracing against the relentless attack. On the other side, the enemy's roars echo with bloodlust. Intruders. Get them. A mob of armed thugs charges madly toward the two of them. Zeke Draker immediately activates his blazing power, letting out a massive roar. A gigantic orb of fire erupts, engulfing his sword as he unleashes a devastating swing feel of flame. The furious inferno incinerates the henchmen in a world-shaking explosion. Cut to a dark underground tunnel. Simon gives a clear order to his subordinates, show your respect. This is our new boss. Welcome, new master. Zeke Draker just brushes past them, coldly reminding them, save it for later. We have to move. They'll catch up to us soon. The group runs frantically along the waterway, but Zeke Draker suddenly stops, his sharp eyes glancing backward. They're here. He holds Simon back and gives a decisive command. Stop. We're splitting up again right here. I'll be the decoy. You take your men and go. Zeke Draker adds, once you're out, find Kay of the Alliance. Tell her my name and she'll understand. Simon looks worried, stammering. But the princess is still at the McKenna gang's hideout. Zeke Draker smirks with total confidence. You think I didn't prepare for that? The princess has already been rescued. At John John's grand estate on the southern continent, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. A powerful man roars with rage. Do you people have any idea how ridiculous you sound? He slams his fist on the table with a thunderous crash, seething at the bitter reality. It's been a month since we attacked Favela. For an entire month, this situation has been completely out of control, he screams at his trembling subordinates. Those bastards have ambushed us more times than I can count. The losses are catastrophic, he chokes out. Half of McKenna's officers are dead. He recalls his original plan for the two wild cards, Zeke Draker and Simon. Those two were too dangerous. That's why I gave them an impossible mission to get rid of them for good. But everything backfired. Completely. He realizes with utter fury, against all odds, those bastards succeeded in provoking Favela and driving them insane. Just then, a trusted subordinate approaches. Sir, the silver-haired old man glares murderously. What? So what do we take from all this? That the real chaos is just getting started. The man calmly makes a bold suggestion. If we could leave McKenna for a while, perhaps a few months. It's a nice way of saying, boss, we need to run. The words make the old man freeze. He growls, are you telling me to flee? All right, let's dive into a classic villain's plan. His subordinate explains that the pirates aren't the problem, they're blinded by revenge. They're foolishly charging into a trap, and that's exactly what they're going to exploit. The old boss pauses for a moment, the gears turning in his head. He gets it. You mean, lure them here and wipe them all out in one go. His underling confirms. Yes, and you, sir, will command from the villa in Tauhani. Basically, the grunts go to war while the boss kicks back. After a moment's thought, the old man smirks. Sounds good to me. He sits arrogantly on his throne-like chair, looking down on his men and declaring, as you know, crisis always makes us stronger. This time will be no different, right? Yes, boss. The unified roar from his subordinates echoes through the room, marking the beginning of a brutal and bloody scheme. But the second the underling sits down to rest, a hooded figure appears out of nowhere, pressing a razor-sharp blade to his throat. Nice speech, Zeke Draker whispers mockingly. In pure desperation, the man stammers out a plea. I did exactly as you said. I lured the boss to the Tahuhani villa. So please, please, spare my life. Zeke Draker's reply is ice cold. You did well. The scene shifts to John's villa, where luxury carriages are pulling up one after another. The place is buzzing like a high-level mob meeting. A powerful old man with stark white hair steps out, casually taking a drag from his cigar. He growls with pure arrogance. They dare force me to come all the way out here? I will personally wipe out every last one of those pirates. Night falls over the silent mansion. The old man sits alone, staring at his own reflection in the window. Suddenly, he senses an unfamiliar presence. Without even turning his head, he commands coldly, I didn't call for any servants. Get out. The room remains eerily silent. His anger flares, and he shouts, I said, I didn't call for anyone. Get out of here right now. Now watch closely, because this is the moment the game completely flips. A cloud of black smoke billows up, and Zeke Draker materializes like a phantom right behind him. Still enjoying your little vacation, John? He asks casually, even when things are looking so bad. He sounds like he's just visiting a friendly neighbor. Zeke Draker pulls down the cloth covering his face, revealing his cold, hard expression. The old man's eyes go wide with utter shock as he breathes a single, terrified name, Zeke Draker. Facing his enemy, John quickly regains his composure. He casually picks up a bottle of wine and growls defiantly. You think I got to this position without dealing with pathetic little threats like you? An impossibly fast sword strikes tears through the air, shattering the crystal glass in John's hand before he can even process what happened. The sound of breaking glass echoes. I was worried you'd just cry and beg for your life, John. For someone seeking revenge, that's just no fun at all. John slams his fist on the table and leaps to his feet, roaring with fury. Insolent brat, guards, get in here and make this punk kneel before me. But the only answer to his rage is Zeke Draker's terrifyingly calm demeanor. No one's coming. John freezes, stammering. What? Zeke Draker steps closer, his voice dripping with ice. Because I've already killed them all. A blood-soaked twist that leaves the old boss reeling. In the darkness of the room, Zeke Draker begins to unload the hatred from his past life. Because I ran out of time back then, I could never make you suffer the way you truly deserved. I've always regretted that, he says, gripping his sword tightly. Even now, I still have the same dreams. Dreams of the time I had to crawl like a dog at your feet. Dreams of the people I was forced to kill, all because you gave the order. John is completely stunned. He stumbles back, shouting, What? What the hell are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense. I never made you do. Zeke Draker cuts him off with a bone-chilling question. Do you know what they say to me in those dreams? In a flash, he lunges forward, plunging his sword straight into the old man, who can only let out a choked cry of pain. Around Zeke Draker, vengeful spirits materialize like red phantoms, their cries echoing, Please, save me, save me. Trust me, this scene is pure nightmare fuel. Zeke Draker's eyes glow with an eerie red light as he roars in a fit of rage. They beg me for mercy. They begged a man who built his fortune on their flesh and blood. A man like you. That's how desperately they pleaded. Zeke Draker grabs John by the collar, slamming him hard against the wall. Gasping for air, the old man still tries to justify himself. No, I am the one chosen by God. Thanks to me, the poor. Before he can finish, Zeke Draker screams, Shut your mouth. Then comes a relentless flurry of punishing strikes. Zeke Draker, his face spattered with blood, breathes heavily as he stares coldly at his dying foe. Fine. Then experience the pain you should have suffered back then. And die. Slowly, beneath a blood-red sunset, a trail of crimson footprints leads down a long hallway into a dark room. As Zeke Draker steps inside, a red-haired woman and a blindfolded man are already waiting. He asks bluntly, Is it all done? The woman immediately questions him, What about the syndicate? He smirks slightly. Ah, you mean the report I sent them? Everything went exactly according to the script you laid out. As planned, the executives refrained from colluding with Favela and were executed by John's own hand. Since Zeke Draker was the one who did the actual work, he faced no disciplinary action at all. The blindfolded man hands him a folder and nods, satisfied. Good. The syndicate will take it from here. Zeke Draker takes the file, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. What is this? The red-haired woman leans in, equally surprised. Zeke Draker begins to explain the next move in their power play. I hear the Merchant Guild is starting a new pharmaceutical company. We're going to produce high-quality soma and distribute it through them. Properly refined, soma can be used to make all kinds of medicine. A plan that sounds just like a modern startup. He gives his orders decisively. You two will handle the transportation. He turns to leave, projecting pure authority. However, the red-haired woman looks extremely worried. What? Where will we produce it? And how? With our reputation, we can't just move it around openly. Zeke Draker coolly walks away, tossing a calculated answer over his shoulder. We're going to help the kingdom of Cusco. In return, they'll grant us a license to cultivate there. As for the rest, I already have a plan. He ignores his associate's calls, "Hey, wait," and leaves her with a simple, final line. Explaining it all would take too long. See you later. Walking alone through the quiet woods, he reaffirms his resolve. All right, time to get to work. He pulls out a critical letter. It's an invitation from His Highness, Carlos Neva Constantinus. According to a report from Draco, the prince never returned home after the banquet. He's remained in Atlas. An image of Prince Carlos acting unusually friendly flashes through his mind, signaling that new, unpredictable challenges are coming. That level of friendliness is unheard of in the cutthroat world of royal politics, and it would take at least a few days to get to the main continent from here. Zeke Draker mutters, staring at a magic map. A journey that takes several days. This is clearly no side quest. He's worried. If he arrives late, the prince or his inner circle might grow suspicious. They could piece together the truth that Zeke Draker Rackham was the one behind Macken's downfall. Even worse, what if they already suspected him and this summons is a trap? The possibility is slim, but Zeke Draker refuses to leave any openings. He needs a perfect alibi, and he needs one now. Because as you and I both know, in a game this dangerous, one wrong move could cost him everything. Right now, Zeke Draker activates the system. A screen pops up. Please specify teleportation coordinates. The destination is set to Hosetic Atlas, and the price for instant travel is 600 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Zeke Draker gives the command, activating the portal function. A bright light erupts in the middle of the deep forest as 600 karma points are instantly consumed. In the blink of an eye, Zeke Draker is standing in the lavish sky lounge of the Atlas Hotel. The second he steps in, his comrades call out to him. "Oh, look, Zeke Draker's here. Over here, Zeke Draker." Zeke Draker coolly walks over. He quietly notes to himself, "Just as I thought, Carlos is here with someone else." A warm, calm voice rings out, "So you've come, Zeke Draker." It's a man with fiery red hair, smiling as he greets him with a glass of wine. Zeke Draker bows respectfully, reporting in a clear voice, "Zeke Draker Rocker," answering the summons. Seeing His Highness remain silent, he continues, "Your Highness, for what reason have you summoned me here?" Prince Carlos, who was relaxing on the sofa, suddenly turns serious. "I've called you here for a matter of grave importance." Just as Zeke Draker is tensing up, waiting for the order, Carlos springs to his feet, throws an arm over his shoulder, and raises a bottle of wine. This, right here, is the important matter. Zeke Draker just freezes, a giant question mark materializing over his head. Carlos chuckles, explaining that while William and Abin are great at their jobs, they unfortunately can't hold their liquor at all. He claps Zeke Draker on the shoulder triumphantly. "But you, Zeke Draker, you're a heavy hitter, aren't you?" "That's exactly why I called you here." Zeke Draker flashes back to a memory of clinking glasses with the prince and starts to break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, when did I give off that kind of impression? Putting his drinking reputation aside, Zeke Draker scans the powerful figures present, Prince Carlos, Abel, and William Simon. This drinking party feels more like a summit meeting. He silently assesses the situation, figuring he already has a general idea of what their conversation was about. What's more, it seems Abel has something private he wants to discuss. Seeing Zeke Draker looking a bit lost, Carlos urges him on. Come on, don't be so formal. Just have a drink." Unable to refuse, Zeke Draker forces a smile and replies, "Yes, well then." The crisp sound of glasses clinking rings out, followed by a toast, "To a good time, cheers." The party rages on until nightfall. Carlos and William are completely wasted. Zeke Draker, however, is still standing, perfectly sober, looking at the wreckage left behind. Instantly, the system in his head announces, "Alcohol detected. Activating physical trait all poisons immunity. Toxin neutralized." Zeke Draker sighs, looking at his passed-out comrades. "Well, this is a little awkward. I'm the only one still conscious. I feel kind of guilty about this." Just then, Abin, who is standing on the balcony, speaks up. "Sorry about this. I heard you were resting to focus on your training, and now I've gone and disturbed you. It's no problem at all. Actually, I was getting frustrated with my lack of progress anyway." Abin smiles gently, advising him that it's all part of the process. Then he gestures. "Come, sit down. Let's have a drink together, Zeke Draker." Watching Abin calmly pour wine, Zeke Draker is inwardly surprised. I never expected Abin to create such an intimate atmosphere. Under the warm, golden lights of the hotel lounge at night, the two sit facing each other. Add in some soft music, and this could almost be a secret late-night date. Zeke Draker feels an invisible pressure radiating from him and thinks, it looks like he's about to share something pretty important with me. Abin says his name softly, Zeke Draker. He immediately responds with perfect politeness. Yes? The air suddenly grows heavy as Abin asks a loaded question. What are your thoughts on the Draker family? Zeke Draker stares into his cup. Abin looks deep into the night. As for me, one day I will put an end to the House of Draker. That shocking declaration makes the air itself feel like it's frozen solid. Abin turns to look at Zeke Draker, his voice low and haunting. You give off the exact same scent as I do. This conversation is heading straight into dangerous territory. Abin continues, talking about the primal instinct flowing in their veins, the scent of blood and battle, of death and victory. Qualities that a pure-blooded hunter must possess. Okay, is this a recruitment speech or a poetry reading? Abin states with conviction, you smell like a hunter who understands all of it. A kindred spirit. I'm certain you understand what I'm saying. Outwardly, Zeke Draker calmly sips his drink, but inside, he's groaning. Damn it, this whole bloodline speech again. So, is establishing a close relationship with the Empire also part of your plan to overthrow that family? A sharp click echoes as Zeke Draker decisively sets his glass down on the table. Abin doesn't deny it. He begins to share his grand vision. Many people praise Atlas as the greatest on the continent, but I see things differently. He stands up, filled with a fiery passion, and declares, we can't be satisfied with just one small city. To be called the greatest, we must become even stronger. Abin points to a map, using the Gom Empire as a prime example of expansion. Look at the Gom Empire. Aren't they constantly expanding their roads from the north down to the south? They're even trying to connect the eastern continent as well. According to Abin's vision, once all the roads, trade, and resources flow through Gom, the world will finally achieve true prosperity. He clenches his fist, roaring with ambition, an ideal land where all are united as one. Witnessing the sheer madness in Abin's ideals, Zeke Draker thinks to himself, that's a vision only an emperor of an empire could speak of. And I know what you're thinking, that's some next-level delusion right there. Zeke Draker starts connecting the dots, thinking about the name Simeon Constantinus. He realizes the middle name is Simeon, the very same maternal family that is backing Abin. Only one conclusion forms in Zeke Draker's mind. Abin, Simeon, and the Empire are all connected. In the quiet space of the hotel balcony, Abin softly calls out, Zeke Draker, my blood brother. He looks directly at Zeke Draker, his voice heavy with meaning. I believe a man of your talent deserves a worthy reward, and if it's for you, I can give you the most brilliant treasure I will obtain in the future. The offer sounds suspiciously like he's recruiting for the beta version of his world domination project. He leans back in his chair, radiating an ambitious pressure, and extends a hand in invitation. Join me, Zeke Draker. Together, we will carry out this grand design. Zeke Draker stands frozen for a moment, analyzing the offer. He wants me to become the number 2 in his faction, doesn't he? He gives a slight bow, placing a hand over his chest as he politely but decisively refuses. I am grateful for your offer. However, I have already decided upon my own path, so I'm afraid that will be difficult. Zeke Draker turns to leave without another word. Abin watches him go, his eyes turning ice-cold and threatening. You won't regret this decision, will you? Zeke Draker doesn't even pause. He casually replies just before walking out the door, no regrets. The door clicks shut with a dry finality. Walking down the hall, Zeke Draker's face turns grim as a violent killing intent explodes around him. He grits his teeth in contempt. Does he really think I'd become a butcher? A pawn, just like him? Abin, you were sorely mistaken. Back in the empty room, William opens the door and walks in, looking around confused. Huh. Why is it just you? Where did Zeke Draker go? Abin sits silently in his chair, his hand tightening around his wine glass. He speaks softly, his voice as cold as ice. My beloved youngest brother says he will walk a different path from my own. And you and I both know this is just the beginning of a whole new war. Flames erupt violently, reflecting in the crazed light of Abin's eyes. You can just tell by that look he's officially flipped the final boss switch. He growls at William. So, that means I have no choice but to snuff out this little problem before it even sprouts, right? William freezes, sweat pouring down his back from Abin's intense aura. He thinks, I clearly gave him a final chance. We cut to the Valhalla headmaster's office, where Zeke Draker stands proudly in his academy uniform. He thinks to himself, I'm already 17 years old. I'm currently a second-year student at Valhalla, but I have absolutely no intention of finishing all 5 years just to graduate. On the desk sits a file with bold letters. Application for early graduation. The application letter is crafted perfectly. Having officially become a knight, I wish to contribute to my family as soon as possible. However, as I am still a student, it's difficult for me to participate in important activities. Therefore, I sincerely hope for your support. With respect, Headmaster. Zeke Draker flashes a confident smile, pleased with his plan. A request this smooth and logical should get him an early graduation interview in no time. You have business with the headmaster too, huh? Diego's voice cuts through Zeke Draker's thoughts as he approaches the office. Yeah, Diego. Zeke Draker replies casually. But then, his eyes stop, locking onto the blonde-haired young man walking just behind him. Zeke Draker sizes him up, full of doubt. Who is that? It's the first time I've ever seen his face at this academy. He notices the guy's pale expression, his hand clutching his head as if in severe pain. Zeke Draker can't help but wonder, who is that guy? He looks as worn out as a spider who's been up all night gaming. As they enter the room, Headmaster Hogwarts greets them. You've all arrived right on time. Zeg, Diego, and Aster as well. He glances at the blonde boy and adds, Aster, it's been about a week since we last saw you, hasn't it? Zeg's eyes fly wide open in shock. His mind explodes when he hears that name. His name is Aster? Could it be? The Phantom Knight, Aster Ilidov. In Zeg's memory, this was the man who was a renowned 5-star knight before his regression, a war god who wielded a spear with terrifying power. This is the kind of character who, in a game, would definitely be a hidden boss or a legendary NPC. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how big a deal this meeting is. Aster apologizes, sorry, Headmaster. I've been suffering from insomnia, so it's been difficult to attend the early classes. Headmaster Hogwarts lets out a small sigh. It seems your insomnia is quite serious. Seeing this, Diego playfully scoots closer to tease him. Hey brother, need a lullaby to help you sleep? Aster immediately snaps back, clutching his head tighter. Sorry, my head is ringing right now. Could you please keep it down? Zeke Draker observes silently, new calculations running through his mind. In his past life, Aster was a major player on the battlefield for the Empire's side. If that's the case, I just need to recruit him to my side, just like I did with Diego. Headmaster Hogwarts taps the desk lightly, bringing everyone back to the main topic. Now, the reason I've summoned you all here today is simple. The three of you submitted applications for early graduation at the same time, so I called you all in together. He presents a file and declares, the other professors agree that you all meet the graduation requirements. So, I've decided to evaluate your skills through this mission. It's a formal request for cooperation from the magical nation of Delphi. Headmaster Hogwarts asks gravely, have any of you heard of the Black Scythe before? Zeke Draker quickly answers, from what I know, they're outlaws who are considered public enemies by other organizations. He silently adds a clarification to himself. Public enemy, meaning a target the entire continent has marked for destruction. An image of a dark knight from the Black Scythe flashes in his mind, a reminder of their cruelty. The headmaster explains that the Black Scythe is hiding in Delphi, and their mission is to cooperate with the Delphinite Order to eliminate them. Hogwarts continues his warning about the danger. These lawless individuals, their fighting style is fundamentally different from that of a knight. To put it simply, their strategy is kill on sight. Now get this, because of the high difficulty, the client is specifically requesting Knights of Iron rank or higher. He looks straight at the three students and says, this mission will be extremely fierce and dangerous. Anyone who wants to back out, speak now. Diego, far from scared, just asks excitedly, so, how many rounds are in this academy test in total? The headmaster replies, 3 rounds in total. This is round 1. Diego grins. 3 more to go. Huh. Hogwarts glances around at them. Any other questions? If not, I'll assume everyone is participating. Return to your rooms and prepare thoroughly for this assignment. When Aster signs, he's like a completely different person, his face bright and full of life. He excitedly holds up the paper and shouts, I've finished signing, sir. Zeke Draker is stunned by his speed. Wow, you signed it that fast? This is a master-servant relationship contract. Didn't you even read the contents? With that kind of signing speed, if he were taking out loans, even the banks would be shocked. Aster just grins, not caring about the terms. As long as I can get a good fight out of it, I'll accept anything. Zeke Draker can only think, so that's how it is. Looking at the signed contract, Zeke Draker smirks, pleased with his new acquisition. Getting access to the system shop was an incredible stroke of luck. He has to admit, it's unbelievably convenient. He realizes that as long as he gathers enough points, he can easily obtain rare and valuable items. With this item, Aster is guaranteed to stay on his side even after graduation. Zeke Draker looks up at the brilliant sky, his heart filled with excitement. Oh, what a radiant future this will be. His destination is the paradise of Valhalla. His mood right now is like he just unlocked a brand new, high-tier game map. However, he can't help but feel a little worried when he looks at his list of members. I'm a bit concerned because it seems like no one in this knight group is normal. Maybe Xena is the only sane one left. If things stay like this, it might be a bit of a shame. Zeke Draker decides to make use of the remaining time. Since we're already here, maybe I should test his abilities. He calls out, hey Aster. Zeke Draker swiftly draws his massive greatsword from its sheath, slams it into the ground, and gives an order. Before we head out for the mission, a sharp spear is thrust into the grass, ready for a pre-battle trial by fire. Aster spins the spear, creating deadly circles as the wind whistles with power. As his aura explodes with intensity, Zeke Draker observes and assesses. The moment he grabbed that spear, his entire presence changed completely. To push his opponent to the limit, Zeke Draker commands, "Attack me with everything you've got. Don't hesitate to use aura." Without a moment's hesitation, Aster stomps his foot and launches forward like an arrow. The sound of clashing steel rings out as spear and sword meet in a shower of sparks. Zeke Draker parries, analyzing his opponent. The spear's advantage gives him incredible spatial control. Zeke Draker silently praises him. His ability to block my sword paths is pretty impressive. He's choosing a more defensive style rather than going on the offense. Noticing his opponent's caution, Zeke Draker decides to pick up the pace. If that's how you want to play, then I'll use shadow steps. After images of Zeke Draker flash across the grass at terrifying speed. Aster scrambles to keep up with the movements as Zeke Draker strikes from above, forcing a stunned Aster to block with the shaft of his spear. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action as Zeke Draker moves like a ghost, appearing directly behind his opponent. But Aster's reflexes are insane. He spins his spear, deflecting the deadly blow aimed at his side. A surge of dark blue energy erupts from Zeke Draker's sword, the suffocating pressure blanketing them both. Zeke Draker quickly leaps back, narrowly dodging a vicious counterattack. Aster gives him no room to breathe, unleashing a whirlwind of relentless strikes. As Zeke Draker struggles to defend, a horrifying realization dawns on him. He stares at Aster, whose savage techniques belong only to the criminal underworld. "Well, this is interesting," Zeke Draker mutters, dodging a direct thrust from Aster. The two continue to exchange blows at blinding speed. Zeke Draker takes a step back, and a surge of purple energy explodes from his greatsword. Pouring all his strength into one decisive move, he unleashes the dragon-slaying sword style, Chapter 2, Form 1, Great Earth Slash. A colossal slash infused with purple energy descends with world-destroying power. Witnessing that terrifying power, Aster grips his spear tighter, activating his family's ultimate defensive secret art. The Illidop family's counter skill, Reverse Flow, Spear. A burst of deep blue energy explodes, creating a reverse wave that crashes head-on into Zeke Draker's Great Earth Slash. The two earth-shattering powers collide, creating a blinding explosion of light that engulfs the entire training area. When everything settles, an unnatural silence falls. Aster stands frozen, his bandaged hand trembling uncontrollably from the sheer force of the aftershock. He glares at Zeke Draker, thinking, "I'm a recognized genius. How could I be defeated so easily?" Zeke Draker's voice cuts in. "It's because you've been drowning in praise that your will to fight has dulled. You're still lacking in so many ways." Zeke Draker's face suddenly darkens. A sinister smile spreads across his lips as he declares, "From now until the mission, I will personally give you special training." Seeing this terrifying transformation, the blonde-haired boy breaks into a cold sweat, his entire body shaking from a very, very bad feeling. Leaving the academy, Zeke Draker returns to his mansion and is greeted warmly by his butler, Decker. "Welcome back, young Master Zeke Draker." Decker reports that a guest is waiting for him inside. Stepping into the main hall, Zeke Draker finds Giachen gazing in awe at the magnificent estate. "Sir, your home is truly breathtaking." Zeke Draker approaches with a simple greeting. "It's been a while, Giachen. I invited you here because there's an item I need you to examine." Giachen immediately asks with concern, "My lord, has something happened to the Black Mute's sword?" That weapon was born from a magic forge, so it's incredibly resistant to damage or scratches. Looking at the blacksmith, Zeke Draker silently notes that by this point, Giachen's reputation must have already spread far and wide. Thanks to the magic forge Zeke Draker helped him with in his past life, Giachen is now producing high-quality weapons much earlier than in the original timeline. Zeke Draker makes a firm decision. Sooner or later, he must recruit him as his personal blacksmith to keep him away from prying eyes. And this is where things get wild. Watch this. He reassures Giachen the Black Mute is perfectly fine. The problem is this. Instantly, Zeke Draker activates a torrent of red energy that envelops his body, summoning a full suit of imposing black armor with sharp, aggressive lines and glowing blue eyes. Giachen is so stunned he drops his pipe, stammering in terror. "Good heavens, what in the world am I looking at, sir?" Zeke Draker explains calmly, "We don't know either. That's why I need you to appraise it. This is something I'd rather not investigate publicly." "Yeah, that's a request that just screams trouble." He removes the chest plate and hands it to Giachen. "So, could you please examine it carefully for me?" Giachen trembles as he takes the artifact. "Yes, of course, my lord." After a long, careful inspection, he bows his head in apology. "My sincerest apologies, sir. Among all the modern artifacts I know, there's nothing that even remotely resembles this. Did you notice any features that might help identify its material?" Zeke Draker recalls his duel with Ken. The armor was able to deflect even sword aura. Hearing this, Giachen flinches, shouting, What did you say? Sword aura. The blacksmith staggers, barely able to stand. In this world, only one material is capable of such a miracle. A metal passed down in legends as the material of the gods. And trust me, you and I are about to hear a name that changes everything. Giachen screams in pure ecstasy. It's Orichalcon. Unbelievable. I never thought I'd get to see Orichalcon with my own eyes. Giachen is utterly stunned, sweat pouring down his face as he witnesses the legendary metal right before him. He looks like a die-hard fan who just met his real-life idol. Is this metal really that precious? Giachen immediately shouts with even more excitement. It's more than precious, my lord. People have always praised Orichalcon as the most perfect substance ever gifted by the gods. The man explains with absolute reverence that Orichalcon possesses a magical energy conductivity that far surpasses any other known metal in existence. Thanks to this divine property, one can inscribe far more magic circles on it than usual, exponentially increasing a weapon's power. Zeke Draker pauses for a moment, then asks, is that so? Then, how many grand magic circles can a standard suit of metal armor hold? Giachen looks completely baffled. What are you asking, sir? Fundamentally, ordinary metal isn't even capable of handling a single large-scale magic circle. Zeke Draker rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He already knew this armor was no ordinary item, but he truly never expected its class to be this absurdly high. Is there any method to change this armor's shape into a different design? Giachen flinches, throwing his hands up in alarm. What? You're talking about altering the structure of Orichalcon? That's completely impossible. The blacksmith explains that even a divine metal can be worked with, but the problem is, this armor is already in its most optimal, perfect state. A single tiny mistake that damages the magic circles would instantly turn this priceless armor into a useless pile of scrap. However, Giachen suddenly lowers his voice, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Of course, if my master were to handle it, the result would be different. He could completely reshape it, while perfectly preserving all of its divine functions. Zeke Draker immediately presses him about the Grandmaster's current whereabouts. Giachen replies, he's probably staying in the Himonas region, as is his habit. The moment he hears the name Himonas, Zeke Draker pauses. Giachen, thinking he doesn't know, explains that it's an isolated land in the far north under the jurisdiction of the Northern Grand Duke. But when he sees that Zeke Draker is already aware of the place, Giachen can't help but be amazed. Huh, how do you know that, sir? Usually, people living in the central continent know very little about the affairs of the Northern Grand Duke. Zeke Draker avoids his curious gaze, casually putting his gloves back on and replying, I just happened to hear about it somewhere. In Zeke Draker's mind, the image of a proud, blonde-haired woman flashes for a moment. He cuts off the thought and turns back to the blacksmith. In any case, thank you for the information. Giachen, if you want to learn more about metals, feel free to study them while you're staying at the mansion. Giachen blurts out, stunned. Huh? Zeke Draker walks away without a second glance, leaving behind Giachen's sincere words of gratitude. Oh, I am eternally grateful, my lord. As he walks, he calculates his next moves. Time is short, but he still needs to handle a few essential tasks before he can depart. And that's where we leave him, as the scene shifts to the headquarters of the Reinhard Merchant Guild. There, the one-eyed guildmaster is in a tense discussion with a king and a princess. All right, let's jump into some high-stakes corporate maneuvering that's about to turn into a full-blown conspiracy. The one snag is building a factory to process raw soma on the central continent. It's a huge risk. The guildmaster fears if word leaks that the princess is backing soma production, her reputation will be toast. But the princess immediately counters with a solution. What if we handle it as a completely finished product? Then it's classified as medicine. We just need a safety certificate from the magic tower, and we're in the clear. A brilliant legal loophole. Zeg nods decisively. Then it's settled. We'll build the factory on the southern continent, then import and distribute it through the Renhat Merchant Guild. But the princess hesitates, looking worried. Lord Zeg, forgive me for being blunt, but the guild doesn't have the funds to build a large-scale factory on another continent. Just keeping our current medicine factory running has us stretched to our absolute limit. We need a different solution. Z calmly cuts in. Don't worry about that. I'll personally fund the factory's construction. In exchange, your side will handle the permits from the magic tower so we can operate smoothly. The princess is stunned. You'll do it personally? Does this mean the Draker family is getting directly involved? This has nothing to do with my family, Zeg states coldly. All expenses will be paid from my own personal funds. A line delivered with the chilling confidence of a true young master. He slides a folder across the table. Now, watch closely. What he's about to reveal changes the entire game. Her eyes fly open in pure horror, her face twisting in shock. My God. The Empire teamed up with the Scorpion tribe to conduct these synthetic biological experiments. If the red flower disease is truly an artificial plague created by magic, then it's highly likely this was a clinical trial conducted by the Empire on the people of Valencia. I had my suspicions, the princess says, her voice trembling with rage, but I never believed they could be this cruel to their own subjects. Zeke's tone turns deadly serious. Your Highness, the reason I'm showing you this is because for now, we must keep the Empire's crimes an absolute secret. What are you talking about? We have to expose them immediately to stop this from happening again. But Zeke remains perfectly calm. I understand your rage, Your Highness. However, this isn't enough hard evidence to win a diplomatic war. He explains that the Empire was smart, pushing all the blame onto the Scorpion tribe, a notorious group of dark mages. The world would easily believe they were behind such inhuman experiments. All the Empire has to do is deny any connection, offer a few empty words of regret, and they can walk away completely clean. And most importantly, Zeke insists, his eyes sharp, holding onto this secret gives us a much bigger advantage. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but Zeke is playing the long game here. He continues, since they're running these tests on a massive scale, there has to be more direct, undeniable proof somewhere out there. The horrifying realization dawns on the princess. You want to use this time to gather that living proof, to build a case so damning the Empire can't possibly deny it. Exactly, Zeke confirms, explaining he showed her the files so she could prepare. If they use the disputed Alentia region for this test, other synthetic toxins will surely follow. Before that happens, he declares, we need to have the antidotes ready. Zeke paints a grim picture of what will happen if these bioweapons are unleashed on a battlefield. Alentia's army would be poisoned and helpless, facing certain death. But if they have the antidotes ready, they can turn the tables and land a devastating counterattack. Seeing Zeke's unwavering resolve, the Princess of Alentia smiles. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Her eyes shine with renewed faith. She realizes bringing Zeke on board was the single best decision she's ever made, like finding the ultimate ace for her team. Zeke takes a calm sip of tea before dropping his next announcement. For a while, I won't be able to attend our regular meetings. My training schedule at Valhalla is about to become extremely intense. The princess nods, offering a sincere invitation. If you ever have the chance, I would be honored to welcome you to Alentia. Zeke gives a small smile. Alentia, that's the land with the beautiful mountains and stunning lakes, isn't it? His words catch the princess off guard. You've been to Alentia before? He quickly deflects with a charming smile. I've just heard many people say it's a place worth visiting. If I get a chance to visit in the future, I hope you'll show me those beautiful sights. The princess beams with a radiant smile. Yes, of course, my lord. I wish you a safe journey. And with that, the scene snaps to the Valhalla training grounds, where the air is thick with pure exhaustion. Diego is collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood and whining. Zeke, I swear I'm gonna die before this mission is even over. Then stop your pathetic whining, Zeke fires back. Instead of wasting energy complaining, why don't you try swinging your sword one more time? Diego grits his teeth and forces himself up. Even completely drained, he can't help but mutter, that cold-blooded Draker blood never changes. With a savage roar, he activates his endless rage mode and charges back into the fray. Zeke smirks to himself. Looks like a powerful shock to the system really is the best way to motivate someone. Under Zeke's relentless command, just 1 week of hellish training completely transforms both Aster and Diego. It was 1 week that felt like 3 months in hell. Diego, especially, has shed his lazy attitude completely. He's become far more skilled and obedient after being brutally broken down and built back up. Zeke gives a slight nod, seeing his teammates pushing their limits. Just then, a commanding figure walks onto the training ground, stopping everyone in their tracks. Diego and Aster immediately snap to attention and bow. Oh, hello, Professor. It's Professor Andre. Zeke asks curiously, Professor Andre, what brings you all the way out here? Andre gets straight to the point, his voice grave. I'm here to deliver important news to the three of you. Diego's face pales. Andre looks each of them in the eye and makes his declaration. All three of you have been ordered to join the continent-wide enemy subjugation campaign. And just like that, you and I are heading to war. Things are about to get real. A train rattles along, speeding through dense forests and carrying Zeke's team toward the front lines. Inside a luxurious passenger car, Professor Andre watches his students with a heavy expression. I never expected you all to be part of this campaign, he says, crossing his arms grimly. As I said, I can't just leave a matter this serious to students alone. All right, you and I are about to dive into some seriously messed up military tactics. Andre looks Zeke dead in the eye and asks, have you heard what kind of place Depoa really is? Zeke calmly replies, I've covered the basics in my theory classes. I hear it's unlike anywhere else mages there hold a superior position. Andre just nods. That's exactly right. That land operates on a completely unique system. The knights in Depoa are mainly equipped with shields, which is a massive departure from any other region. He then breaks down their bizarre battle strategy. Knights use their shields to trap and pressure the enemy at the front, while the mages unleash hell from behind to annihilate them. Hearing this, Diego can't help but ask the obvious question. Wait, If that's the case, wouldn't our own troops on the front lines suffer horrific friendly fire? To put it bluntly, you're standing right in the blast zone. Andre smirks. That's a very sharp observation. That's why Daypoa Knights focus on mastering their shield and retreat skills, and it's precisely why their Knight Order gets zero respect from the graduates of Manhwa Academy. Diego clicks his tongue in disdain. Huh. So this Knight Order basically just exists to be cannon fodder for the mages, doesn't it? Now it all makes sense why they're so looked down on. Zeke's face hardens. So you mean they completely disrespect us, right? Andre gazes out at the old castle. Your assessment is spot on. The moment they set foot in the base, a cheerful voice cuts through the air. Ha ha, it really is you. It's Professor Penn. He walks over to greet them. Long time no see. You're looking well. He explains that a mage needs real-world experience and research alone wasn't enough, so he volunteered for the army. Zeke is stunned, blurting out, "What?" But as night falls, the atmosphere suddenly turns grim. Professor Penn pulls him to a secluded corner of the castle. "Zeke, come with me for a moment," Zeke politely asks. "Professor, is there something important you need to tell me?" And here's where it gets serious. Pay close attention. Penn's face darkens, his eyes glowing with a haunting intensity behind his glasses. "Zeke, listen. Tomorrow's mission. You absolutely must not participate." Zeke is floored. "What do you mean by that?" Penn leans in closer, his voice low with a chilling warning. "It's a suicide mission. It's already been destined to fail. So whatever you do, do not go. Damn it." A quiet curse echoes through the silent night as the full moon looms over the ancient castle. Inside, Zeke's teammates stretch wearily, complaining that they can't get any sleep before tomorrow's battle. In stark contrast, Zeke is silent, his eyes dark and lost in thought. He just can't shake Professor Penn's warning words that carry the chilling scent of death. Zeke thinks to himself, Professor Penn said he couldn't reveal any more. What exactly does destined to fail even mean? To solve the puzzle, he starts connecting the dots, his mind racing as he forms two hypotheses. 1. The higher-ups are corrupt, turning this whole mission into a staged drama for their own profit. 2. The target of the subjugation itself is involved in some kind of shady backroom deal. While the abuse of power by mages in Daypoa is serious, he doubts it's that rotten. He looks over at his comrades. If there really is something shady going on, then colluding with the enemy target makes far more sense. In that case, he has to go with the second theory. On the mountainside, the commander assigns tasks. Teams 1 to 3, move along the ridge. Teams 4 to 6, attack head-on. As the commander is about to continue, a cold voice cuts him off. "I have a question. What is our role here?" The commander is furious. "Didn't I tell you to just sit tight?" Zeke calmly states, "I am a blue knight, and Diego and Aster are purple knights. Okay, you and I both know Zeke is about to own this guy. Such a powerful force was dispatched to support you, and you intend for us to sit on the sidelines?" The commander is shocked. "You're a blue knight?" Everyone around them starts whispering. Someone so young holding the title of Blue Knight, accompanied by 2 purple knights? They quickly realize this is an elite special team from Van Ha. The commander grinds his teeth in anger, then growls. "Georgia, give them the reconnaissance mission." Georgia just stammers, "Yes, sir." Later, Andre questions the Blue Knight. "Why provoke the commander? You're not one to stir up trouble for no reason." Zeke replies, "This case has too many suspicious points." "Like what?" "I suspect there's collusion between our team and the Black Serpent Society." The confession leaves Andre slightly stunned. After a moment, he nods. "If you're saying that, you must have a plan." "All right then." Andre steps forward, announcing, "From this moment, we will conduct reconnaissance on the Black Serpent Society's camp. Everyone, prepare." He glances at Zeke and points. "You will take the vanguard and command the team." After dividing the forces, the groups move out. Deep in the forest, a Scarface soldier suddenly halts his team. Warning, "Everyone, stop. Someone's close. Move carefully and don't make a sound. Getting spotted now would be a disaster." He barely finishes before a sword flies out of nowhere, impaling his thigh. The man's face twists in agony. From the trees, monsters swarm down, attacking furiously. The terrified soldiers scream out for help. Diego and Aster immediately leap into action, effortlessly taking down the creatures. Zeke appears, asking coldly, "Are you patrols for the Black Serpent Society?" When the soldiers refuse to answer, his expression hardens. "Fine. Tell me where they are." After extracting the information, the group closes in on a fortress deep within the mountains. Aster observes, "This fortress is built from natural stone. Breaking through will be tough." He turns to Georgia. "Where is the mage unit? We can't possibly breach this place alone." Georgia hesitates, looking away. After we clear the surrounding area, they'll provide support from the rear." Aster is stunned. "What did you say? You expect this small group to clear out the entire fortress? Are you trying to get us all killed?" Just then, a horrified Diego points to the sky. What is that?" Those are artillery shells. Everyone, scatter. But it's too late. The shells rain down, exploding in their formation as agonized screams fill the air. Georgia stands frozen, muttering, "Oh my God, what is going on?" Zeke rushes over, shouting, "Georgia, snap out of it. Are you trying to kill all of your subordinates?" Georgia stammers, "No, that's not it." Zeke grinds his teeth, wondering how the enemy knew their location. Clearly, there's a spy. His eyes narrow as he spots something. At that moment, a squad of soldiers with glowing red eyes charges from the forest. He curses, "Damn it, I didn't expect so many of them to be this frenzied." And trust me, what Zeke figures out next changes everything. He pauses. Wait, their condition is strange. Looking into those soulless, blazing red eyes, he realizes the horrifying truth. This is hopeless. These bastards are all on Soma. Soma has spread across the continent. While mages sometimes use small doses to boost their power, the real danger is mercenaries, men with no regard for their own lives who abuse it to its absolute limit. He screams, "Those are the Sand Snake's mercenaries. Watch out, don't let them ambush you." As the enemy charges forward like moths to a flame, Diego mutters, "Have they all lost their minds?" Aster adds, "Damn it, it's their reinforcements." Zeke Draker cuts in, "Diego, Aster, manage your mana. Don't go all out too early." He calculates quickly with this insane offensive. The knights alone will have a hard time suppressing them. What should he do? Ignore personal issues and just level this entire fortress? A huge explosion from behind pulls him from his thoughts. So, the mages finally decided to show up. It's the Denbo Mage Corps, led by their damn commander. He yells, "The Mage Corps is here to support you. Everyone, fall back." Watching from a distance, Zeke Draker has to admit their magical power is terrifying, a perfect opportunity to press the attack. But before he can act, the commander marches up, shouting, "Stop right there." His face darkens, his voice ice cold. "Hey, you're Zeke Draker, aren't you? This whole plan is ruined because of you." Zeke Draker has no idea what's going on. What? What the hell are you talking about?" The commander snaps back, "I gave you a reconnaissance mission, not an order to go provoke the enemy." He turns to Andre. "Get these academy members out of here, now. I'll deal with this matter with Van directly." Andre clenches his fist, his voice dripping with ice. "Then we can consider our collaboration with the Della Corps over, right? In that case, we no longer have an obligation to follow your orders. From now on, we'll complete this mission ourselves." The commander rages, "This is Della Corps territory. Who gave someone like you the authority to make decisions?" Andre cuts him off. "The Sand Snake has been listed as a common enemy of the continent. As official knights of the Draco family, Zeke Draker and I have every right to act first and report later." The commander, furious but powerless, turns to leave. "Mission or whatever, do as you please. But you will bear all the consequences." George looks surprised, not expecting the mages to back down so easily. Now they have to take down the enemy. "So, what's the plan?" Zeke Draker turns to George. "Commander, I have one question. Do you truly want to capture them?" George replies, "We bear the blood of knights. We can't turn our backs on evil running rampant before our eyes." Zeke Draker nods. "I see. I understand your conviction." Inside the fortress, the guards are startled by the chaos from George's men. "Hey, you cowards, stop hiding and come out for a real fight." Two guards immediately draw their bows. Are they actually insane? Arrows rain down as George commands, "Everyone, hold your positions. Brace for impact." Watching from above, a blond man scoffs. "How ridiculous. That's just a futile effort." Suddenly, his face pales and he coughs up a mouthful of blood. A cold voice echoes from behind him. "Are you so sure it's futile? Just be patient and watch the show. You'll see." Hearing the sound of hooves, Zeke Draker jerks his head down. What? In this situation, he's riding out alone, his eyes narrow. Could he be? The description. It perfectly matches the Sand Snake. I'm going after him. The rest of you, keep harassing the enemy. Fire a signal flare after you open the main gate. Andre confirms, "Got it." Understood. Zeke Draker immediately gallops off in pursuit. His voice is cold steel. "Come forth, Buffalos." At his words, his warhorse materializes, magnificent and powerful. Buffalos charges like the wind. In just a moment, he's right on the Sand Snake, startling the man into shouting, "What kind of insane speed is this?" Zeke Draker smirks. "Not bad." He leaps from his steed, diving straight for the man's head. A massive explosion erupts, but with incredible agility. The Sand Snake dodges the slash. Zeke Draker isn't surprised at all. He closes in, taunting, "Where are you rushing off to so late at night, Sand Snake?" The silver-haired man in heavy armor freezes, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he studies his opponent. He growls, "You don't look like you're with the Delphua. Who the hell are you?" Facing the pressure, Zeke Draker just cracks a dangerous smile. An earth-shattering blast of energy erupts between them, throwing both men back. The sand snake immediately swings his arm. He unleashes a volley of thick, dark green liquid at Zeke Draker. The system immediately alerts him. Desert scorpion toxin detected. Due to the effects of total poison immunity, you are unaffected. Zeke Draker stands in the middle of the poison cloud, casually dusting off his shoulder with a smirk. Desert scorpion toxin. You truly are a lawless bunch. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. A poison attack? Completely useless. The silver-haired man can only stare in disbelief. The poison. It has no effect at all. Where did you come from? The desert or the southern borderlands? Zeke Draker takes a slow, deliberate step forward, completely at ease. You're quite the curious one, aren't you? Madness takes over. The villain whips out a set of sharp iron claws, roaring in desperation. Either way, you're gonna die right here. He launches himself into the air, bringing down a thunderous strike aimed right at Zeke Draker's head. The clang of steel rings out as Zeke Draker effortlessly parries every whirlwind slash from his opponent. He easily deflects every blow, a small smirk playing on his lips. Ho, this attack is actually pretty decent, but in that exact moment, Zeke Draker's eyes snap wide as he spots something unusual just behind his foe. Aura Blade. The silver-haired man freezes, stunned by the brilliant light erupting from Zeke Draker's sword. He realizes he's underestimated his opponent. So you were hiding your true strength. Through the dust, Zeke Draker's cold analysis cuts through. Judging by your swordsmanship, you're from the Empire, and an agent from the Intelligence Bureau at that. The words hit their mark. The villain stammers in shock. How? How did you know? Before he can finish, a searing bolt of lightning arcs from Zeke Draker's blade, coursing through the agent's body and causing him to convulse violently. His screams echo through the forest as he's completely overwhelmed. Zeke Draker casually lowers his sword. Now, it's my turn to ask the questions. Why is the Intelligence Bureau causing trouble in Delford? Lying broken on the ground, the agent makes a decision. I have to find a way to kill myself. He tries to bite his tongue to protect his secrets, but Zeke Draker saw it coming. It's useless. He forces the man's mouth open and pours a strange green liquid down his throat. The agent's eyes bulge in horror, forced to drink a potion before he could even end his own life. Zeke Draker watches calmly as his enemy chokes. The system announces, restoration potion used. He states coldly, I know exactly how stubborn you Imperial intelligence dogs are. A cruel offer leaves Zeke Draker's lips. If you give me information that satisfies me, I'll allow you to die. His sharp gaze bores into the mind of the agent, who's trembling in fear. The defeated agent lies on the ground, breathing raggedly, completely helpless before Zeke Draker's power. What? What do you want to know? Zeke Draker gets straight to the point. Your identity and what you were doing here. The man confesses, I'm an agent from Room 13 of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, a national secret file brought to light. Zeke Draker smirks, clearly familiar with his enemy's organization. Room 13, you say? And trust me, you and I both know things just got way more complicated. I thought there were only 12 rooms, but it turns out there are more like you. The agent's eyes go wide at Zeke Draker's words and he stammers. How? How did you know about the 12 rooms? Zeke Draker immediately unleashes a suffocating crimson aura, snapping, I'm the one asking the questions. With a sharp sword at his throat, the agent breaks into a cold sweat and confesses. TH is running experiments on an awakening drug. The confession makes Zeke Draker's eyes narrow, his mind flashing back to those crazed mercenaries. He presses on. Weren't they just addicted to Soma? The agent confirms, it's made from Soma's ingredients. Zeke Draker demands to know the twisted purpose behind it all, so why create a drug like that? Beneath the pale yellow moon, the agent reveals the horrifying truth. To create soldiers who know no pain, no fear. To turn human beings into living weapons on the battlefield. Zeke Draker's face hardens as he grasps the cruel scale of the operation. So this is another one of the Empire's human experiments. You're depleting Delboa's forces while observing how your test subjects fight. He continues, exposing their entire takeover plot. The Black Yaksha was able to hold out in the fortress for 3 years, while also taking over mountain bandits and mercenaries to expand their group. This was only possible with the Empire's full support, a fully sponsored gang of thieves. Rage ignites. Zeke Draker's eyes burn with fury as he sees through the enemy's ambition. You damned Imperial bastards. What are you ultimately planning? Zeke Draker looks down at the man kneeling at his feet and warns him about the fate of discarded pawns. Hey, you know at this rate, the Empire will kill you first, right? The agent completely gives up. He bows his head, accepting death and whispering, Yes, I've answered everything. Just kill me. What if there was a way to survive? Zeke Draker's question makes the agent pause, but his spirit is already broken. He bitterly admits, there's no escaping the Empire's intelligence agency. What if the Draker family used their power to protect you? The agent's eyes widen in utter shock. Draker? What do you mean? Instantly, Zeke Draker channels a brilliant purple aura from his hand. Now, watch the moment that changes everything. Witnessing that pure power, the agent gasps in disbelief. You're a pure blood awakened from the house of Draker? Zeke Draker calmly confirms it. That's right. Realizing he's found a lifeline, the agent blurts out, "Of course, I don't want to die in a place like this. I've done so much dirty work, I don't have much patriotism left." He knows the fate of failures all too well. Even if he made it back to the Empire alive, he'd be killed to tie up loose ends. Becoming a witness under the protection of House Draker is a much better choice. He looks at Zeke Draker pleadingly. "Can you guarantee a completely new identity for me?" Zeke Draker smirks. "I have an even better option. I'll get you a new job." Seeing the man's confused expression, he clarifies, "Someone from the Empire's intelligence agency would be useful in a lot of places. A higher salary is just a company change away." After dealing with the agent, Zeke Draker zips off into the night. He looks toward the still-burning fortress, wondering, the fortress hasn't fallen yet? A fortress without the Black Yaksha should have been easy for Andre's group to handle. Did something happen? Zeke Draker decides he needs to get back to the knight's encampment first. But as he lands at the edge of the forest, Zeke Draker suddenly stops. His brow furrows as he spots a group of people ahead. What are those mages gathering for? The large group is clustered together when suddenly, one of them raises his staff glowing with red light and aims it right at Zeke Draker. He grits his teeth in anger. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you targeting an ally?" A silver-haired mage steps out, coldly calling his name, Zeke Draker. "Because of you, the captured Black Yaksha managed to escape." He loudly accuses him. "Therefore, to take responsibility for this grave mistake, I will be escorting you back to the camp immediately. Guilty or not, they'll just drag him back and sort it out later." Zeke Draker sighs in frustration. Ha! His face suddenly darkens with rage as he curses internally. That bastard is acting up again. "Okay, I know what you're thinking, and you're absolutely right. What are you trying to say?" Zeke Draker's voice is ice cold as he confronts the Delboa mages. "Are you trying to blame me for the Black Yaksha's escape? It's clearly because of your own shoddy ambush plan." The blame game starts instantly. The mage screams that if Zeke Draker hadn't interfered, their prey would have been caught with no chance of escape. Zeke Draker's lip curls into a slight smirk, catching the flaw in his words. "Oh, so you're confirming the Black Yaksha wasn't actually inside the fortress? If that's true, then the defense system there wasn't as good as you claimed, was it?" His pride wounded, the commander roars. Shut your mouth. I verified it with my own eyes. Someone definitely escaped from there." Zeke Draker remains calm, retorting, "But that could have just been a messenger sent to call for reinforcements. On what grounds do you claim that person was the Black Yaksha?" Looking at the man's enraged, teeth-gritting face, Zeke Draker comes to a silent conclusion. It's all painfully obvious now. That damn traitor tipped off the Black Yaksha so he could escape in time. Zeke Draker realizes that even though this man betrayed his country and worked with the enemy for 3 years, he probably never knew he was also helping the Empire's experiments. He looks at the commander with contempt, thinking, either way, he's still scum. That's undeniable. "Enough of your nonsense, come with me now. I will report all of your crimes to the commander in detail." Zeke Draker walks forward calmly, completely unfazed. "Go ahead. Do what you want. I'm not afraid." As the group heads toward the fortress under the night sky, Zeke Draker suddenly stops, a look of suspicion on his face. Who are those people over there? He's horrified to see Roger and the other knights tied up, their bodies bruised and beaten. Zeke Draker immediately confronts the commander. "What is the meaning of this? Why have you tied them up like that?" In response to his fury, the commander just drops a single cold line. "Shut your mouth. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong." Roger shouts out with defiance through the pain. "Captain, we have no regrets about helping you. We also aspire to join the ranks of the honorary knights." Before he can finish, a powerful bolt of magic electricity strikes their bodies. Horrified screams of Triple AH echo through the area as the knights are brutally tortured by their own allies. Seeing this outrageous scene, Zeke Draker's voice turns cold as he demands an answer. "Isn't this too cruel for how you treat your own side? Even prisoners of war aren't abused like this." Zeke Draker's words make Ingrid Hassan's blood boil. He grits his teeth and threatens, "I warned you to shut your mouth. Say one more word." But just as the tension hits its peak, a sudden magical explosion erupts, stunning Ingrid. And here's where it gets really good. Through the smoke and dust, a powerful figure appears, calling out the commander by his full name. "Hey, Ingrid Hassan, captain of Delboa's 8th Magic Division." That last statement can be considered a direct threat on the life of Zeke Draker. The scene shifts to a quiet, secret room where Draker waits patiently. "So you've arrived." Professor Penn enters, looking exhausted, holding his head and sighing. Zeke Draker understands. It's not just Penn. The high-ranking magic officials of the Empire have probably known about these shady dealings for a long time. He gestures for the professor to sit, then gets straight to the point. Sir, I have some critical information I need to share with you. Zeke Draker lays out every piece of the truth he's gathered about the dark sorcery, and inside Professor Penn's mind, a war is raging. Expose the corruption he now knows is real, or stay silent to protect his own career? Conscience on one side, his position of power on the other, the classic dilemma. Zeke Draker looks him dead in the eye and makes his final plea. Professor, I have one request. Will you stand with me and expose every last bit of this corruption? Under the quiet darkness at the Delpa base, a soldier approaches to make his report. Commander Ingrid. Ingrid Hassan pauses, his sharp eyes glancing back with suspicion as he asks coldly, "All right, what's the current situation?" The subordinate quickly finishes his report. A smirk plays on Ingrid's lips as he seeks confirmation. "I heard Professor Penn rejected Zeke Draker's offer. Is that intel accurate?" Getting a nod, a sinister, smug smile spreads across his face. "Just as I thought. Self-interest always wins. A man like that isn't so easily swayed by a few simple words. The villain's plan is still running exactly on schedule. Believing everything is still under his control, Ingrid gives the order. If that's the case, then we can begin. Create some chaos, then pull the troops back quickly. And remember, make the performance look convincing, but keep it moderate." The soldier beside him bows. Immediately, Delpa's mages take formation, their staffs glowing bright. All units, prepare to fire. Watching the chaotic scene from a distance, Ingrid coldly calculates his next move. Any mistakes or failures can just be pinned on Jojo, and that'll be the end of it. But as the assault reaches its peak, Ingrid suddenly frowns, full of doubt. Now, pay attention, because this is where he realizes something is terribly wrong. He stands frozen on the battlefield, wondering to himself, why hasn't the other side made any move to fight back? Staring at the terrifyingly silent fortress walls, he starts to feel uneasy. They should be faking a counterattack by now. What on earth are they planning? Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupts from within, releasing immense magical pressure. The whole battlefield seems to freeze for a moment, and he's stunned by this bizarre twist. Screaming internally activating a teleport gate was never part of the plan. His eyes fly wide with terror as he roars in complete disbelief. "You! How dare you do this?" Into the tense atmosphere, Zeke Draker appears with a calm, composed look. He casually throws the question back. "What's the matter, Commander Ingrid? Did you happen to see something you shouldn't have?" Behind Zeke Draker, his teammates stand ready, creating a suffocating pressure on the old commander. And now, we flash back to an earlier time. A surge of crimson energy envelops the room, instantly sealing the space for a secret meeting. From this moment on, nothing we say will leak out to them. Zeke Draker looks at the professor, pressing for one last confirmation. "So that offer of cooperation you made earlier, you were being sincere, weren't you, Professor Penn?" "I was." Penn replies. "When it comes to experimenting with that enhancement drug, I absolutely cannot turn a blind eye." But Zeke Draker calmly warns him of the price. "However, if you choose this path, you'll have no future here at Delpa." But Penn doesn't flinch, clenching his fist with determination. "It doesn't matter, Zeke Draker. I'd rather give up everything than build a career on shame." And yeah, hearing that, Zeke Draker can't help but smile. "Thank you, Professor. Now, we should leave. We have a commander to teach an unforgettable lesson." Back in the present, Ingrid Hassan is screaming, his face completely twisted by rage. "Penn, you useless worm. You dare to betray me? You think you can just walk away from this?" Zeke Draker coldly cuts him off, his sharp eyes locked on his opponent, Ingrid Hassan. He calmly steps forward with several high-ranking officials, his voice ringing out with the charges. "I am here to investigate your secret alliance with the continent's common enemy, along with other serious allegations of corruption. You are to stand down and submit to arrest," the Delpa inspector announces, now surrounded by soldiers. The commander is stunned, cold sweat running down his face as he recognizes the newcomers. Who are those people? There's no mistaking it, that's the inspection team from Delpa. His tone instantly changes as he tries to deny it all in vain. "Hey, this is a huge misunderstanding. I have never conspired with anyone." He points an accusing finger at Zeke Draker. "He must have set me up to frame me." But the inspector just gives him a cold stare. "We've already secured all the concrete evidence inside this fortress. Don't waste your breath arguing." Driven into a corner, the villain snarls through gritted teeth. He desperately tries to threaten them with his underground power. A man with connections as wide as mine. Just one word and you're all finished. Not just the division, but all of Delpa will be shaken by this. He lunges to attack, but Zeke Draker is a step faster. A lightning-quick strike sends him to his knees, coughing up blood. Zeke Draker stands tall, looking down on his defeated foe with contempt. "I warned you, and you still dared to touch my people? So many powerful connections. Huh. Go ahead and use every single one." And with that, Zeke Draker begins to reveal his true identity. Every word is like a dagger stabbing into his enemy's pride. "I am a direct descendant of the House of Draco, a pure-blooded awakened, and the sole heir of the former Black Knight, Duke Draco. At the mention of the legendary name Draco, all of the villain's aggression completely vanishes. He collapses to the ground, trembling as he begs for his life in absolute despair. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Zeke Draker looks at him with utter disgust and replies coldly, "Don't beg me. Go and apologize to the knights who had to die because of you, you despicable creature." Just then, Commander George R. and the Knights of the 8th Division step forward. They respectfully place their hands on their chests. "We sincerely thank you, sir. It is only today that our grievances have been answered." Zeke Draker silently calculates. Thanks to his testimony proving they weren't involved, they've been cleared from the investigation. However, he knows full well that if the 8th Magic Division is shut down, the accompanying Knight Division will have no place to go. Therefore, if no other Magic Division takes them in, the 8th Knight Division will be forced to disband. Zeke Draker looks straight at the soldiers and asks, "Does anyone here have any regrets?" George's reply is decisive. "How could we possibly have regrets? We only feel anguish for our comrades who were unjustly sacrificed for so long. It was all because we had a terrible commander." Seeing their dedication, Zeke Draker makes an offer. And trust me, you're going to want to hear what he says next. "If you are interested, I'd like to offer you a new job." At George's bewildered expression, Zeke Draker pulls out a document. "That's right. Just read these terms to see the details for yourself." The moment they glance at the paper, the knights' eyes go wide in absolute shock. They're so stunned they exclaim, "These benefits are incredible. Sir, are you sure you didn't write the salary down wrong?" Zeke cracks a smile, confirming that if they work for him, they'll be paid what they're worth. He's launching a merchant guild and wants them as his official escort team. Moved by the chance to fight alongside such a skilled knight, the whole squad's morale is through the roof. And trust me, you gotta love this kind of loyalty. They swear they will serve him faithfully. Georgia snaps his men out of it. "What are you standing there for? Greet your new master." Zeke looks on, satisfied, before calling out for Professor Penn. He gives the professor his instructions. "Penn, after you finish the procedures in Delpha, I need you to come to Atlas. We'll have plenty of projects to work on together in the future." Penn bows respectfully. "Understood." He admits that since the mission went in a completely unexpected direction, he has no idea how his performance will be evaluated. Zeke isn't bothered in the slightest, thinking to himself that it doesn't even matter. The incident was resolved perfectly, so everything will turn out fine. We cut to Midland, inside a dark room faintly lit by a fireplace. Baron Draker, captain of the Black Armor Unit, breaks the silence. "My apologies for disturbing you all when you're so busy," he continues. "Regarding the recent incident, I felt it was necessary to have a discussion with the core members of the Black Armor Unit." He sits grimly between two of his most trusted subordinates, his face dead serious. "No point in wasting time," he says. "Let's get straight to the heart of the matter." The Baron starts with some shocking news. There have been unusual developments across the southern continent. Hearing this, one of the rugged core members expresses his doubts. "But sir, the South has always been a hive for criminals, mostly small-time drug peddlers. Is that really worth our concern?" The tension in the room instantly skyrockets. Baron Draker immediately shuts that down. "It's not that simple. Giachen of the Macaine region has monopolized the South by controlling the Soma trade. The man is a true monster, with a fortune of unimaginable size. If someone like that starts making moves, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous." He turns to his tense vice captain. "You're in charge of our intelligence network, and yet you didn't know John? John is already dead?" The vice captain is floored. "What?" he stammers, unable to believe his ears. That's impossible. Our current intelligence confirms Giachen is in hiding, trying to avoid a full-scale war with the Favela faction." The Baron coldly continues his analysis. "Ever since Giachen vanished, the Cattell-Macon organization has completely shattered into pieces. Their rivals, the Favela, are in a similar state after most of their leaders were wiped out. And yet, through all this chaos, he's still missing. Okay, watch this." The Baron activates a secret recording. A blue light erupts, showing images of masked figures. Both factions reported seeing these mysterious people, especially the one leading them. Baron Draker states with grim certainty, "We believe this man secretly manipulated and backstabbed both organizations to take them down. But so far, no one has any clue who he is." He looks directly at his men, his eyes burning with resolve. "Our objective now is to hunt this man down. We need to find out who he is and why he's targeting the southern gangs. Every single secret behind this incident must be dragged into the light." Zeke looks completely lost. He stands in the Grand Office, facing the General Director's imposing back. "Sir, what are you talking about?" The General Director turns, a file in his hand and a satisfied smile on his face over the recent Black Soa mission. "You performed brilliantly." He mentions Professor Andre's detailed report and that even the Delpha investigation team sent a letter of high praise. The director leafs through the documents, saying thoughtfully, "I have to admit, I never thought this mission would receive such a positive report. On the battlefield, following orders is simply what's expected. To be recognized so highly is surprising. However, he sighs regretfully, there is one unfortunate detail, in the fact that Black Sword died during the mission. Zix can only offer a forced, awkward laugh in response. Haha. But let's pause here, because he's hiding a massive secret. The truth is, he kept Black Sword alive. Zeke deliberately reported him dead to make the villain his personal trump card. He has the Empire's human experiment data, and Black Sword is the only living witness to the Awakening Potion project. All of these pieces will become the strategic leverage. Zeke needs to pressure the Empire down the line. Back in the moment, the General Director looks at Zeke with high expectations. Zeke, based on the abilities you displayed, the Faculty Council has decided on a new form of test for you, a magical beast hunt. The Director explains with gravity, of course, this isn't a normal hunt. It's a difficult, unsolved case, and it's your job to unravel it entirely on your own. Zike's expression hardens at the difficulty. Unlike regular monsters, magical beasts don't belong to any specific, defined species. This makes understanding their habits and characteristics incredibly tough. Not to mention, some possess superior intelligence, making them nearly impossible to exterminate. It's highly likely an intelligent creature is behind this case. The Director's words hang heavy in the air. Zike immediately asks, where did this happen, sir? The answer, the Duchy of Troy. The General Director adds an important detail. Troy is the ancestral homeland of the Draker family. So, if even a place with that kind of power hasn't been able to quell the chaos, the culprit is definitely no ordinary magical beast. He then makes a massive offer. Because of that, if you complete this test, you will be exempt from all remaining exams. In other words, solving this one case is enough to graduate. Faced with this huge opportunity, Zeke doesn't hesitate. He places a hand on his chest, declaring, I swear on my honor as a knight to solve this case. I promise I will not let you down. Sometime later, in the Academy's main hall, a sharp young man with black hair and a distinguished air approaches Zeke. He bows deeply and respectfully. Sir Zeke Draker, it's a great honor to meet you. The man introduces himself as a guide sent to assist Zeke on his journey. His name is Felix Valencia. He just got a tough quest, and the system already sent a companion, and yeah, I know what you're thinking. Outwardly, Zeke smiles, glad to have you, but inside, his suspicion is off the charts. Zeke mentally combs through his memories for the name Felix Valencia. It's completely alien to him, both in his past life and this one. Zeke's eyes narrow as he studies the man more closely. He senses something deeply unsettling, an abnormal fluctuation of mana radiating from his body. Zeke quietly assesses him. A young knight without Draco blood reaching this level is incredibly strange. To probe further, he asks, are you from the Duchy of Troy? Felix calmly replies that he grew up there, joined the Swordsmanship Guild as a boy, and now serves in the Atlas Guard. Zeke nods, thanks for the info, but privately reminds himself to stay on alert. He might look normal, but it's best to be cautious. With no time to waste, Zeke Draker gives the order. All right then, let's head to the Duchy. Their journey brings them to the city just as the sun sets over the ancient rooftops. A group is already waiting at the city gates to greet them. A warm welcome to you, Sir Zeke Draker. We received word of your visit. Looks like his reputation precedes him. A local official steps forward, shaking Zeke Draker's hand warmly. For a divine awakener to personally grace us with his presence, we are truly blessed. Zeke Draker remains humble, replying politely, the honor is all mine, to be able to share this burden with you all. Getting straight to business, Zeke Draker asks the official, can you tell me the details of the incident now? The man hesitates for a moment before beginning, his face etched with worry. It all started a few weeks ago. At first, it was just livestock vanishing without a trace, but soon after, even people who went up the mountain started disappearing mysteriously. The old man recalls the terrifying sequence of the kidnappings, first children, then women, and finally, even strong young men. It seemed the monster was getting bolder over time. Were there any clues left at the scene? Felix quickly leads the way. Yes, this way, sir. From the farm where the livestock vanished to the path leading up the mountain, those are the key locations. Arriving at the scene, Zeke Draker carefully examines the dark red bloodstains on the old wooden fences. Now, pay attention here, sensing something is wrong. Zeke Draker immediately activates his power. Let me scan the area. His eyes glow with a brilliant golden light, sweeping over every corner of the scene. Instantly, enormous footprints blaze into view on the ground, stunning Zeke Draker. What are these giant tracks? He kneels to analyze the strange marks, deep enough to prove immense weight, yet spaced as if it leaped with ease. This was definitely not the work of a typical demonic beast. Zeke Draker stares toward the misty mountain peak, his eyes sharpen with caution. This challenge might be tougher than we thought. Night falls, and around a crackling campfire, a deep silence blankets the forest. Zeke Draker glances at his soundly sleeping companion and whispers, "Looks like you're exhausted." He figures it's only natural, since they've been tracking the monster until late at night before finally resting. Earlier, they had followed the creature's tracks along a narrow path on the mountainside. Before long, they'd reached a dense, untamed forest, completely untouched by man. And here, in this remote wilderness, the most important clue had finally revealed itself. What they found was a horrifying sight, a corpse, completely drained of blood, shriveled like a mummy, but without a single external injury. Sitting by the fire, Zeke Draker pieces it all together, realizing a huge contradiction. If it's the demonic beast I suspect, then those footprints back in the village definitely don't belong to it. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the night, startling Zeke Draker. His companion jolts awake, asking in a panic, "Sir Zeke Draker, what was that noise?" Zeke Draker immediately pinpoints the source. It came from 2 kilometers west of here. He barks out an order, "You stay here and wait for me. I'll be back before sunrise." And with that, Zeke Draker shoots off like a lightning bolt, leaving his dazed companion behind. Gritting his teeth, Zeke Draker pushes his speed to the max, thinking, "A sound that loud in a place this remote? It can only be that monster. It's obviously still lurking somewhere around here." Right in front of Zeke Draker is a gigantic creature with fiery red hair and rippling muscles, letting out a ferocious roar. It hefts a massive ancient tree on its shoulder, like a weapon, then swings it in a powerful, sweeping arc, creating a fierce shockwave that tears through everything in its path. Okay, so after all that, the real boss shows up. What in the world is that? Who is that guy? Zeke Draker is stunned by the scene before him. He can't believe his eyes. The man is swinging a giant tree as if it were a lightweight sword. His strength is so ridiculously monstrous, it leaves Zeke Draker speechless. Looking at his wild appearance, Zeke Draker guesses, could he be a Manji? And the one fighting this Manji is a pitch-black creature with terrifying, glowing red eyes. Zeke Draker squints, observing the fight, and confirms his theory. "Just as I thought. I found you." He's identified the monster. It's an ancient species known as a Gagog. His master had warned him that the culprits in cases like these were ancient insectoid beasts and told him to be extremely wary of them. The Gagog possesses monkey-like agility and extremely high alert levels, making it incredibly difficult to approach. But its method of attack is the most terrifying thing about it. The Gagog lashes out with its tentacle-like tail, stealing its enemy's life force in a single instant. Based on the chaos, Zeke Draker quickly analyzes the situation. If that's the case, the Manji was likely the livestock thief, while the Gagog is the one who's been kidnapping people. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoes out. The creature's purple tail has wrapped itself tightly around the Manji's body and is beginning to drain his life force. The Manji writhes in agony, letting out choked, guttural sounds. The Gagog opens its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, ready to finish off its prey. Zeke Draker can't just stand by and watch any longer, launching forward like a flash. Zeke Draker intervenes in a flash, but the monster manages to dodge and vanish into the darkness with terrifying speed. Landing on the ground, Zeke Draker clicks his tongue in annoyance. Damn, that thing is fast. At his feet, the red-haired Manji is writhing in pain, letting out weak moans. Zeke Draker narrows his eyes, observing the dark marks spreading across the man's skin. He's been poisoned by the Gagog. Looking at the dying hunter, Zeke Draker hesitates for a moment. "I'm not exactly thrilled to save a livestock thief, but I guess it's for good karma." He takes out a recovery potion and gives it to the man, but his condition doesn't improve at all. Zeke Draker frowns. The recovery potion has no effect? Maybe it's because his body isn't that of a normal human. Seeing the Manji fading fast, Zeke Draker decides to use a stronger method. If that's the case, let's see if this works. He places his glowing hand on the man's muscular chest as the system announces, activating area support skill. Instantly, the ultimate healing technique, Recovery Factor, erupts. A powerful surge of green energy radiates outwards, enveloping them both. When the light fades, the Manji slowly regains consciousness. As he opens his eyes and sees Zeke Draker right in front of him, he jumps back in shock, taking a wary, defensive stance while growling in a strange language. Despite the hostile reaction, Zeke Draker remains calm and holds up his hands. "Hey, calm down. I just saved your life." Realizing the person before him means no harm, the Manji looks slightly bewildered, then mutters in a trembling voice, "Thank you." Zeke Draker gives a small smile, thinking, "Good thing he understands me." This Manji boy's name is Wang Guan. He's only 16, but his power already surpasses most warriors in his tribe. That's why, to complete a coming-of-age ritual worthy of his strength, let's dive into a seemingly impossible challenge to hunt down the strongest beast in the lands of the Manji people. Sitting by a fire, a Manji hunter sighs, convinced this is a mission doomed to fail. Seeing this, Zeke Draker casually asks, "Want to hunt with me?" The sudden offer leaves the hunter stunned, forcing him to ask, "For real?" Zeke Draker flashes a confident smile and gives a thumbs up. Just trust me. Right on cue, Felix Valencia appears, a worried look plastered on his face. Spotting the stranger next to Zeke Draker, Felix panics. Isn't that a manji? Zeke Draker confirms it calmly. Yeah, I've decided to team up with him for this hunt. The curious hunter looks at Felix and asks Zeke Draker, and who is this guy? Zeke Draker's reply is blunt. He's my subordinate. The answer makes Felix freeze, sweat dripping down his face. Subordinate? What are they even talking about? He's standing right there and has no clue what's going on. Felix silently sizes up his new teammate. It's the first time he's ever seen a manji who didn't immediately draw their sword on a human. To stay that calm, he must have gone through some seriously harsh training. Felix studies the hunter's aura, thinking, if you ignore his presence, he just looks like a normal guide. Or maybe I'm just being paranoid. Suddenly, the manji hunter freezes, his sharp eyes darting toward the tree line. Boss Zeke Draker. And just like that, the hunt is on. I smell it, the prey from before. Zeke Draker immediately goes on alert, his eyes narrowing as he peers into the deep darkness, wondering, where is it? Sure enough, they find a cave. Standing before the gloomy entrance, Zeke Draker recalls his master's words. Gygax always preferred dark, damp places. Looking up at the brightening sky, he figures dawn is close. It's probably in here. Zeke Draker turns to the manji hunter and asks Wang Dumeok any ideas on how to catch it. In response, Wang Dumeok just smirks confidently and starts throwing a flurry of punches into the empty air. Zeke Draker can only stare, speechless. No wonder you keep letting it get away, he thinks. All brawn, no brains. Realizing he can't rely on the hunter's intellect, Zeke Draker calls his name again, Wang Dumeosi. He looks the man dead in the eye and starts laying out the actual battle plan. You go down and lure it out. I'll attack from above to support you. Got it? Wang Duma flashes a wicked grin and gives a firm reply. Got it. A perfect team. One guy who dares to make a plan, and another who dares to execute it. The two of them venture deep into the monster's dark lair. Zeke Draker lets out a low hum, his eyes scanning the debris. Yep, this is its nest all right. The bones of all kinds of animals are scattered everywhere. The air is thick with the stench of death and dampness, proof that this is an ancient predator's territory. Zeke Draker suddenly stops, sensing a murderous aura closing in fast. He quickly warns Wang Dumeok. We're in its territory now. Be careful. Before he can finish, the Gagok beast with his blood-red eyes and razor-sharp claws leaps down from the cliff above like a black phantom. Wang Dumeok's eyes go wide with shock at the brutal surprise attack. As the Gagok dives, Wang Dumeok instantly twists his body, dodging the incredibly powerful attack. A thunderous punch slams into the ground, sending a shockwave of dust through the cave, but when the dust settles, the monster is gone. Watching from a distance, Zeke Draker narrows his eyes. It vanished. He thinks to himself, I knew it wouldn't be this easy to catch. So that's its trick. The reason he and his master couldn't catch the Gagok in his past life was because it could become invisible in the shadows. And you and I are about to see how Zeke Draker handles an enemy that just disappears. Without warning, the monster plummets from the ceiling, aiming straight for Wang Dumeok. Instantly, Zeke Draker thrusts his hand forward and unleashes his skill, Hydrosphere. A powerful torrent of magical water erupts, slamming into the Gagok's hidden position. Hit by the surprise attack, the monster roars in pain. Seizing this golden opportunity, Zeke Draker yells, Wang Dumeok, now. With the boss exposed, he doesn't hesitate. Wang Dumeok shoots forward like an arrow, his massive hands clamping down on the monster's neck and arm. The Gagok thrashes wildly, letting out shrill screeches, but it can't break free from the steel-like grip. Wang Dumeok strains, grunting with effort to hold the beast down. Zeke Draker raises his sword, the glowing blade pierces through the Gagok's body, and it lets out one final, agonizing cry. Immediately, he activates. The system lights up with notifications. Ancient, fallen species corrupted by evil energy has been completely devoured. Thanks to the Devourer's skill, Zeke Draker's stamina, spirit, and magic are all instantly and fully restored. More importantly, he absorbed. Zeke Draker turns to the hunter, who is sitting behind him in a daze. Hey, Wang Dumeok. The manji just stares back blankly, the fight ending before he could even process it. Zeke Draker holds up one of the monster's sharp claws and says, here's the proof of the hunt. He gives a slight smile, tucks the claw into his pouch, and declares, by tradition, one claw belongs to me. Overcome with emotion, Wang Dumeok bursts into tears and throws his arms around Zeke Draker. Sir Zeke Draker, you're the best. You're number one. Thank you. Trapped in the massive manji's hug, Zeke Draker can only grimace and bear it. As they part ways, Wang Dumeok waves enthusiastically from a distance. Sir Zeke Draker, you have to come visit my tribe next time. Zeke Draker casually calls back, sure, which tribe are you from? The manji proudly answers, the Boulder tribe, We're super, super strong. Hearing that name, Zeke Draker freezes, his eyes wide with shock. The Boulder Tribe? Isn't that the most powerful force among all the Manji clans? Zeke Draker stares at the hunters retreating back while Wang Doom Ok is still yelling excitedly. Lord Zeke Draker, you have to visit our village. Yeah, I'll definitely come next time. Zeke Draker waves goodbye into the quiet darkness. Soon after, the atmosphere is electric at a local tavern. Cheers ring out. To the knight who protected our village. Cheers. The villagers can't stop praising him. Haha, thank you so much. Because of you, we can finally live in peace. Zeke Draker just smiles humbly. I'm just glad I could help. But amidst the celebration, Zeke Draker's eyes never leave Felix. He thinks to himself, something is still not right. He remembers that after they dealt with the Gagak and returned, Felix was nowhere to be found. He only showed up later looking disheveled, claiming he just fell down. A suspicion grows in Zeke Draker's mind. Could it be? He was spying on my fight with Wang Dumeak. During that intense battle, he couldn't have sensed anyone too far away, so it's highly likely Felix was hiding somewhere nearby, watching everything. For now, I'll just keep watching him, Zeke Draker decides. Better to be cautious. Late that night, as he walks back to his room, Zeke Draker suddenly freezes. Someone is waiting for him under a lonely streetlight, and you and I are about to find out this night is far from over. Zeke Draker squints as he spots Felix waiting for him and asks, "Why are you standing here? Isn't your room the other way?" Faced with his master's suspicion, Felix gets flustered, stammering as he tries to change the subject. But yeah, he's not fooling anyone. Suddenly, Felix drops into a deep bow. "Lord Zeke Draker, please accept me as your squire." Zeke Draker freezes in shock. "My squire? What are you talking about?" Instead of explaining, Felix says gravely, "First, please watch this." With a sharp ring of steel, Felix draws his sword from its sheath, and Zeke Draker's eyes go wide. He recognizes it instantly. That is the legendary sword style of the Holy Knights. And that's where we'll leave it. If you enjoyed this, be sure to hit that like button so we can bring you more awesome series. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.